Dawn. In the Tianshui mountain range beside the Heishui pool, the leaf-strewn lake's surface rippled gently. Before long, a ferocious black serpent's head broke through the water. Hiss hiss. The serpent flicked out its forked tongue, tasting the air for the scent of any other lurking predators. After a while, once it had made a preliminary judgment that the surroundings were safe, the black snake began to glide slowly toward the shore. With its movement, the rest of its body came into view, about 3 zhang long and as thick as a bowl. The black scales shimmered with faint spiritual light. The snake's ferocity carried an uncanny, almost mesmerizing beauty. The waves on the lake slowly spread outward, forming one crest after another that lapped against the forested slopes. The black snake swam forward with deliberate slowness and caution, its tongue flicking out from time to time. After quite some time, the black snake finally came ashore, slipping between the leaf-covered ground and the tangle of flowers and undergrowth, leaving behind only a faint rustling sound. What was astonishing was that once the black snake passed, the fallen leaves and clumps of flowers and grass returned to their original state, leaving no trace that a beast or demon beast had just slipped through. Slithering along the edge of the Heishui pool, the black snake soon reached its destination, a giant tree on the slope by the pool. Calling it a giant tree was no exaggeration. Its trunk was several zhang thick and over 20 zhang tall, standing out from the surrounding shrubs and woodland like a sky-piercing sword thrust straight into the clouds. The black snake raised its head and pressed itself against the trunk, spiraling upward as it climbed the giant tree. Reaching the crown, it gazed down. All around stretched an unbroken expanse of lush, verdant mountains. Yet there was little meaning in this view for the black snake, for serpents were born nearsighted. Even though this snake was unlike ordinary ones, it could hardly rely on sight to take in distant scenery. Instead, it perceived its surroundings mostly through scent and a hazy sense of awareness. Atop the tree, the black snake coiled itself into a tight spiral. Lifting its head toward the sky, it slowly opened and closed its great jaws, breathing in and out in the direction of the coming dawn. As it continued this breathing exercise, its entire body seemed to gestate flowing radiance. Its scales chimed softly, and it fed on wind and dew. Were it not for its massive and intimidating form, the scene would have been akin to that of an immortal cultivating above the clouds. Only when the sun finally crested the horizon did the black snake slowly end its breathing practice, all the strange phenomena fading back into the ordinary. The snake let out a long internal sigh and silently intoned in its heart, opened the panel. Ding! A streak of light flashed into the depths of the black snake's consciousness. Name: Mo Xuan. Race: Heishui Xianxia. Bloodline: ordinary demon beast. Lifespan: 50,250 years. Innate talent: water control. Divine abilities: water origin, bullet, condense water into arrows. Realm: midstage, chi refining. Clan guarding system not yet activated. Staring at this utterly ordinary panel, Mo Xuan's heart surged with countless thoughts. Unwittingly, 50 years had passed since he arrived in this world. In his previous life, Mo Xuan had been an utterly ordinary laborer on launching, at least a decent young man by worldly standards. Who could have thought that on the morning of his 28th birthday, he would awaken to find himself in an entirely different world? He had fantasized countless times about transmigration, imagining he would become the legitimate young heir of some top-tier clan. In his dreams, at his birth, the heavens would be filled with omens, myriad immortals would arrive to offer their congratulations, phoenixes would flock at his side. With sun and moon in his grasp and 7 stars beneath his feet, he would trample all who opposed him, subdue every so-called divine son and saintess as his followers, and roam the world unrivaled. Reality, however, was brutally different. His transmigration had come without warning and left him no time to prepare. Mo Xuan could only wail in his heart. Reborn as a snake, all his former fantasies had crumbled to nothing. What pained Mo Xuan most was that as time passed, when he recalled that terabyte of study materials from his previous life, the emotional stir within him grew weaker and weaker. This realization left him truly panicked. He gradually fell into silence and eventually gave up struggling. When he had first arrived, Mo Xuan's heart had utterly refused to accept the truth. Yet after a series of harsh beatings from reality, he finally yielded. He took Mo as his surname and Xuan as his given name, severed ties with his past, and resolved to begin anew. Mo Xuan focused his attention and read down from the name on the panel. Race: Heishui Xianxia. Nothing particularly noteworthy there. Bloodline: ordinary demon beast. Upon reaching adulthood, can grow to the peak of the chi refining stage. Whenever he concentrated on the bloodline entry, the panel would display slight changes. Though he had looked at it countless times, each time he reached this line, he could not help but hope some new variation would appear. After so many years in this world, Mo Xuan understood clearly that this was a Xianxia realm where cultivators and demon beasts formed the mainstream. Who would not yearn for carefree longevity to roam from the northern sea at dawn to Kangwu by dusk? Thus, seeing that his bloodline could only reach the peak of chi refining, Mo Xuan felt deeply unwilling. Having finally gained a new life, how could he resign himself to being relegated forever to the lowest rung of the cultivation world? The most likely ending was that someone would one day cut him down, with a single sword stroke skin him, and refine his flesh, for every part of a demon beast was treasure. If not for his constant vigilance over the years, always giving a wide berth to lofty figures burrowing into the ground, and feigning death, never making contact, his grave would likely already have weeds taller than a few zhang growing atop it. Mo Xuan sighed inwardly, yet he did not fall into despair. After all, he still had 200 years before reaching the end of his lifespan, and his cultivation had not yet reached a point where there was no room to advance. Innate talents and divine abilities were the gifts embedded in a demon beast's bloodline, skills they were born with. With constant practice, their power could be steadily enhanced. It was worth noting that Mo Xuan had originally possessed only the water origin bullet divine ability. Condensing water into arrows was something he had comprehended on his own over the years, and its might was in no way inferior. What baffled Mo Xuan was the final line, the clan guarding system, not yet activated. No matter how many times he focused his mind on it, no new change appeared. He could only grope his way forward by himself. This must be his so-called cheat, he thought to himself. He simply did not know how to activate it. The only thing he could be certain of was that this system was related to humans. Humans are far too dangerous, Mo Xuan mused inwardly. Better to wait until he reached the peak of chi refining before making any plans. He then brought his daily dawn breathing exercise to an end, an instinct rooted deep within his bloodline. For years, Mo Xuan had persisted without fail, breathing in the essence of the morning light each day. His body had grown from the single zhang length he had when he first transmigrated to the 3 zhang he possessed now. His serpentine body had become immensely resilient, his scales incomparably hard, nearly impervious to blade, and sword resistant to both water and flame. For a demon beast, the body was always the finest weapon and the very foundation of survival. Thus, he never skipped his daily breathing exercises, even though it meant rising earlier than the roosters. Life as a snake was no easy task. Mo Xuan slowly climbed down from the giant tree, flicking his tongue as he began to search the air for the scent of prey. In this world, demon beasts roamed freely, yet there were far more ordinary wild beasts and ferocious animals, undeveloped in wisdom and ignorant of cultivation, wandering in a daze. It was a pitiful existence. Without realizing it, they became meat in others' mouths, living without knowing why, dying without knowing by whose hand. These wild beasts were Mo Xuan's prey. He had long since awakened spiritual intelligence and understood cultivation, yet he was still far from the point of subsisting without food. As for why he did not hunt demon beasts, it was mainly because demon beasts possessed relatively high intelligence, and each held its own territory. Should he trespass recklessly, no one could predict on which side victory would fall. Moreover, once injured, he would become a target for all. Unless fully prepared, or unless one side was already wounded, demon beasts generally maintained a mutual non-aggression, living side by side in uneasy peace. In short, hunting demon beasts carried high risk and uncertain reward. Controlling his massive body, Mo Xuan glided slowly along the Heishui pool. The name was one he had given it himself. When his consciousness first awakened, he had been just a snake in this very lake. As his cultivation progressed and his strength grew, he reasoned with and drove away the other demon beasts, claiming the entire lake and the surrounding dozens of li of land as his own territory. He named it Heishui Pool, a title that suited him perfectly. Several hours later, Mo Xuan finally had a harvest. He caught the scent of a yaoji foraging in the forest. Yaoji was another name he had coined. Resembling a chicken, these creatures were several times larger than their counterparts on launching. Their beaks were as hard as iron, their bodies strong and sturdy. Even several ordinary humans together might not match a single one in strength. Yet they were Mo Xuan's favorite food. Yaoji had ample meat and excellent texture, and he possessed rich experience in hunting them. Mo Xuan approached in utter silence. Yaoji usually moved about in flocks. Using the forest vegetation as cover, he quietly activated his innate water control talent, drawing the moisture in the air to cloak his body, allowing him to advance almost without a sound. This was a predatory instinct he had honed over many years. The flock of yaoji remained oblivious. When Mo Xuan judged the distance suitable, he stopped several zhang away and lay in wait in utter stillness. When the flock drifted a bit closer in his direction, Mo Xuan suddenly shot forward, leaping several zhang. With lightning speed faster than the ear could register, he clamped his jaws down on a yaoji. His venomous fangs sank deep into the yaoji's body. In no time, the creature fell completely still while the rest of the flock had already scattered in a flurry of panic. Clamping the yaoji in his jaws, Mo Xuan headed back toward the Heishui pool. At the pool's edge, he set the creature down and regarded it for a long moment, then opened his blood-red maw and swallowed the yaoji in a single gulp. Mo Xuan sighed inwardly. He loathed eating raw flesh and blood. Yet his body was brutally honest. With one yaoji down his gullet, his mouth flooded with saliva. His inner aversion stemmed from the human sensibilities of his previous life, while the instincts of a demon beast drove him to keep feeding. After finishing his meal, he grew languid, staring blankly at the water's surface as time drifted by. Coming back to his senses, Mo Xuan muttered inwardly that the deep mountains and forests offered not a single form of entertainment. As a result, his daily routine consisted of cultivation spacing out and the occasional hunt. Life as a snake was anything but exciting, he lamented. As dusk approached, Mo Xuan began to swim slowly, patrolling his territory. This is all my domain, he thought. His heart swelled with quiet joy as he relished the sense of being a lord. Around the Heishui pool lived various groups of creatures with different habits. Of course, all of them merely wild beasts. On one hand, they were his food reserves. On the other, they brought a bit of vitality to the area, preventing the land from sinking into utter stillness. To this world, Mo Xuan was a solitary visitor from a foreign realm. Though he had long grown accustomed to the loneliness for the sake of his mental well-being, he maintained a measure of tolerance for these harmless beasts, though the first reason remained the most important. After finishing his patrol, Mo Xuan slipped back into the Heishui pool, without looking back, diving down to the bottom. The floor of the pool was paved with gleaming white stones, his treasured possessions. Coiling atop the stones, he let out a yawn. He drifted into slumber. Several months later, within the Tianshui mountain range beside the Blackwater pool, that day after Mo Xuan had as usual cultivated, eaten, and inspected his territory, he sank to the bottom of the pool and began his slumber. Over these past months, human cultivators frequently appeared within the mountain range, often clashing with the resident demon beasts, seizing the heaven-sent treasures the beasts guarded. Conflict was invariably accompanied by death. Perhaps this was the ruthless iron law of this world. Deeply influenced in his previous life by various cultivation novels, Mo Xuan had specially examined the Blackwater pool and confirmed that it contained no heaven-sent treasures. Though it could be called cowardly, his approach was safe and steady. Spending most of his time asleep at the bottom of the pool and acting with great caution whenever he emerged, Mo Xuan had so far encountered no unexpected dangers. In a hazy half-dream, Mo Xuan sensed an unfamiliar aura trespassing into his domain. Through his daily patrols, he had long since imprinted his own scent upon the surrounding dozens of li, marking the boundaries of his territory. Now, with a foreign aura abruptly intruding, Mo Xuan jolted awake from his sleep. He opened his massive eyes, his vertical pupils contracting and expanding, casting a faint dark radiance through the water. Mo Xuan did not act in haste. Instead, he carefully extended his senses. By rights, the neighboring demon beasts would not enter his domain. Without cause, such an act would be a provocation and a declaration of war against the territory's lord. Without profit, to gain such trespass would only place oneself in danger. The vast Tianshui mountain range was akin to a dark forest. Keeping close to the bottom of the pool, Mo Xuan began to move slowly. The intruding aura had already ceased moving, and within his perception was gradually growing weaker. This gave Mo Xuan a faint guess in his heart. Mo Xuan glided forward at an unhurried pace, not allowing even a ripple to rise upon the lake's surface. Although he already had a plan in mind, the most important lesson he had learned since arriving in this world was that one must be cautious in all things. Before long, Mo Xuan reached the shore. Sensing no immediate threat, he slowly surfaced, flicking out his tongue to discern the unfamiliar scent lingering in the air. Following the direction of the aura, Mo Xuan parted thickets and shrubs, drawing near to his target. Not far from the Blackwater pool lay a figure, his entire body stained with blood. 3 dim grayish flags had been planted around him, forming a faint azure light that enveloped his prone figure. He appeared to be a middle-aged man of around 30, his face deathly pale, his breathing weak. At his waist hung a plain, ordinary pouch. He is about to die? After observing for a while, Mo Xuan reached this conclusion from the man's wounds. Thin streams of green gas continuously seeped from the injuries. This was the poison of the thousand-eyed centipede. The territory of the thousand-eyed centipede lay several hundred li west of the Blackwater pool. It possessed a latest-stage qi refining cultivation. Mo Xuan had crossed paths with it before. Its body was tough, its entire being venomous, and it was immensely troublesome to deal with. Mo Xuan had no intention of saving the man. If he survived, that would be his own fortune. If he died, Mo Xuan could take the opportunity to search his corpse. With this thought, a trace of expectation arose in Mo Xuan's heart. Ding! Clan Guardian System activated, bind or not. The previously ordinary panel suddenly stirred to life. Mo Xuan's heart gave a slight jolt as he slowly digested this information and looked again at the middle-aged man. Clan Guardian System activated, bind or not. The voice sounded again. In that case, I cannot let you die, Mo Xuan decided inwardly. He would revive the man first and pay no further heed to the system's prompt for the moment. Mo Xuan turned his gaze to the 3 strange little flags, a thought flashing through his mind as he condensed a dart of water out of thin air. Go! The water arrow struck the azure light, sending ripples across its surface. The 3 flags trembled and tiny cracks appeared. That's it. Mo Xuan inwardly curled his lip. In his previous life, he had read countless cultivation novels. At first glance, he had guessed these flags must be array flags of the cultivation world. He had thought the formation to be formidable, yet a mere probe had nearly broken it. Mo Xuan no longer hesitated. He condensed 3 more water arrows and sent them crashing into the azure light. The light shattered at once, dissolving into spiritual energy and dispersing, while the flags splintered and were clearly no longer usable. Mo Xuan did not know how to heal wounds, but he did know how to expel poison. He breathed out a stream of spiritual energy that enveloped the middle-aged man, then sank his consciousness inward, carefully isolating the poison within the man's body, strand by strand. After a long while, Mo Xuan let out a long breath. Such delicate work was only possible because he had once been human in his past life. With 2 lifetimes combined, his soul was powerful. Another demon beast would hardly be able to accomplish this. Once the toxins were cleared, the middle-aged man's complexion visibly improved. Mo Xuan ceased his actions, coiled himself into a tight ball, and waited. Zhou Clan was filled with regret. Merely harvesting a few condensed essence fruits had drawn out a later-stage chi-refining great demon like the thousand-eyed centipede. His misfortune could only be called extreme. This time I am doomed. That had been Zhou Clan's final thought before he lost consciousness. He did not know how much time had passed when sunlight stabbed at his eyes. Zhou Clan struggled to open them, and only after a moment of dazed confusion did his awareness return. I'm not dead. Haha, I actually didn't die. As the saying goes, great calamity survived foretells future blessings. I Zhou Clan truly am a man of fortune. As he spoke, he alternated between crying and laughing, his expression truly frightening. Ha ha ha, what the? Before Zhou Clan could finish laughing, a massive ferocious serpent head suddenly appeared right before his eyes. You damned heavens, must you toy with me alone? Zhou Clan was on the verge of tears. Having just escaped the tiger's den, he had fallen into the wolf's jaws. Judging by this aura and this imposing form, this serpent was stronger even than the thousand-eyed centipede. Zhou Clan's face turned ashen as he muttered over and over, I'm done for this time, I'm truly done for. Mo Xuan was speechless inwardly. Was this system reliable at all? Could just any random cat or dog trigger it? When Zhou Clan noticed that Mo Xuan remained motionless for a long time, he finally realized that his own understanding might have been somewhat mistaken. Glancing at his wounds, which had clearly been tended, and then at the motionless Mo Xuan, Zhou Clan seemed to gain sudden insight. Ahem, honored. Snake brother, was it you who saved me just now? Zhou Clan asked, awkwardly cupping his hands toward Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan's gaze was deep and shadowy, making Zhou Clan's hair stand on end, yet he still gave a slight nod. Seeing Mo Xuan acknowledge it, Zhou Clan felt somewhat embarrassed. Moments ago, he had thought Mo Xuan meant to eat him. Was that not wronging his life-saving benefactor of a serpent? Mo Xuan stared for a long time, yet saw nothing particularly special about him. Forget it, he thought. Treat a dead horse as a living one. If I miss this fellow, there might not be another reaction in the future. He opened the panel, silently reciting in his heart. The clan guardian system has been activated. Bind or not? Looking at the words that appeared on the panel, Mo Xuan steadied himself and replied, yes. Ding, clan guardian system activated. Binding host family. Zhou Clan confirmed, binding in progress. At the same time, Zhou Clan was suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. Even someone as steady as I am almost met his end. The cultivation world is far too dangerous, and strengthening my power is an urgent priority. If I were to hoodwink, no invite, Snake brother to become my partner, wouldn't my strength soar? Besides, demon beasts have long lifespans. Even if I die one day, my descendants would still have something to rely on. After steadying his breath, Zhou Clan said to Mo Xuan, Snake brother, I would like to invite you to become the guardian spirit beast of my Zhou Clan. In Qingyuan town, my Zhou Clan can be considered a prominent family. Its clan head is wise and valiant, mature and steady and boldly enterprising. Each year, the Zhou Clan can provide Snake brother with plentiful cultivation resources. We would only ask that you take action in times of grave crisis for the clan. What do you think of this? After speaking, Zhou Clan lifted his chin slightly, a confident smile on his face. His bearing truly seemed to have stunned Mo Xuan, who slowly nodded. Seeing Mo Xuan agree so readily, Zhou Clan fell into deep thought. By the heavens, he agreed just like that. He had originally planned to return another time if he failed, now using his sincerity to move Mo Xuan. Yet the serpent had agreed immediately. Could it be that I possess the aura of a king? Zhou Clan's mind ran wild. Clan guardian system, binding complete. Name Mo Xuan. Race, Blackwater mystic serpent. Bloodline, ordinary demon beast. Lifespan, 50,250 years. Innate talent, water control. Divine abilities, water yuan shot, condense water into arrows. Realm midstage, chi refining. Clan guardian system, binding Zhou Clan. Clan head, Zhou Clan. Clan fortune points, 8 clan fortune points can enhance bloodline lifespan, innate talent, divine abilities, realm, etc. Their acquisition is closely linked to the cultivation level of clan members. For chi refining levels 1 to 9, one can obtain 1 to 9 points respectively. A newbie gift pack has been granted. Open or not? Looking at the panel where the clan head was listed as Zhou Clan, Mo Xuan was speechless. So everything earlier had been Zhou Clan's own self-aggrandizing boast. From the mere 8 clan fortune points, it was obvious the Zhou Clan had only a few stray cats and dogs, hardly a so-called prominent family. Mo Xuan cast Zhou Clan a sidelong glance. Zhou Clan returned it with a smile, completely unaware that he had already given himself away. Open the newbie gift pack, Mo Xuan silently commanded. Acquired divine ability minor wishful transformation art allows one's body to shrink to 1/10 its size. As the words faded, Mo Xuan felt his body tremble slightly. A new comprehension rose within his heart. He could control the size of his body at will. This was truly timely. Mo Xuan sighed. With this, even if he followed Zhou Clan into the human world, he would not appear overly conspicuous. Cough cough. Brother Snake, might we enter into a pact? Fearing that Mo Xuan might misunderstand, he quickly added, a mutual and equal covenant. He then retrieved a scroll from the storage pouch at his waist and glanced at Mo Xuan with palpable trepidation. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan snapped back to awareness, fixed his gaze upon Zhou Clan, and reflected inwardly. His conduct is cautious, commendable. Only the prudent endure long on the Tao path. Overjoyed, Zhou Clan instantly shed his anxiety. Had Mo Xuan refused, he would have been forced to abandon the agreement entirely. Unrolling the scroll, he inscribed their mutual pledge and several precise stipulations onto its surface. After confirming Mo Xuan's assent, he imprinted his spiritual signature upon the scroll with focused intent. Mo Xuan, observing closely, replicated the act without hesitation. Mo Xuan harbored no fear of deception. After all, the system stood as an unassailable guarantee. The moment both signatures were sealed, the scroll split cleanly in two, dissolving into twin streams of luminous energy that surged toward their foreheads and vanished into their respective sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, a subtle resonance bloomed between them, a silent bridge of shared awareness enabling direct mental communion beyond the limits of gesture or sound. Ordinarily, a demonic beast must attain foundation establishment before refining the ossified bone in its throat to speak human tongue. But this covenant bypassed such constraints, forging a channel for pure consciousness-to-consciousness dialogue. Brother Snake, can you hear me? Zhou Clan projected his voice directly into Mo Xuan's mind. Clearly, this development had fallen precisely within his expectations. Mo Xuan paused, startled, then swiftly comprehended. A quiet, complex emotion stirred within him. For the first time in decades since crossing into this world, I commune with a human, not as prey nor master, but as peer. Call me Mo Xuan, he replied telepathically. Zhou Clan considered briefly, then said, I shall address you as Elder Brother Mo. Elder Brother Mo, I propose we rest here several days to recover my wounds before journeying onward to Qingyuan town. Mo Xuan nodded silently, no objection. Indeed, matters awaited his attention below the Blackwater pool. With a brief, courteous bow, he excused himself and descended into the abyssal depths. The pool's dark embrace concealed treasures amassed over years, glittering spirit stones gathered one by one. More crucially, the system had just activated, and his ancestral fortune points remained untouched, kindling a quiet thrill within him. At the pool's bottom, Mo Xuan summoned the system interface. His gaze lingered upon the symbols beside abilities and cultivation realm. Ancestral fortune points shatter the shackles of innate bloodline limits, raising my ceiling beyond what fate ordained. Cultivation pace had never troubled him. Unburdened by bloodline constraints, he would naturally ascend to the peak of chi refinement given time. Yet departing his ancestral lair for the human cultivation realms demanded greater self-reliance, greater security. With resolve, he focused his consciousness upon the beside cultivation realm. Azure empower me. A fleeting echo of past life novels surfaced, an indulgent, almost boyish flourish. Instantly, the interface blurred, the faded, and his ancestral fortune points dropped from 8 to 2. 6 points expended. Mo Xuan mused as something deep within his body began to stir, like ancient chains straining to break. His awareness dimmed, drawn inexorably into slumber. 2 days later. For 2 days the Blackwater pool had lain still, until now. Mo Xuan's consciousness stirred awake, enveloped by immense, all-pervading pressure. He felt no alarm, only quiet anticipation. With a surge of cranial force, he shattered the constriction. A serpent head, larger than before, burst forth from the old skin, followed by his entire body. His length swelled from 3 zhang to 4, limbs unfurling with luxuriant grace. A wave of pure, unadulterated exhilaration washed over him. He swam freely for a time, acclimating to his new form, then turned his attention inward, to the system interface. Name, Mo Xuan. Species, Blackwater Mystic Serpent. Bloodline, Common Demonic Beast. Lifespan, 50,250 years. Innate talent, Hydrokinesis. Abilities, Water Orb, solidify water into arrows, minor shape-shifting art. Cultivation realm, latest stage, Chi refinement. Clan-bound system, Zhou Clan Patriarch, Zhou Clan. Ancestral fortune points 2. As expected, his realm had ascended from mid-stage to latest stage Chi refinement, and only 2 ancestral fortune points remained. Yet, his eyes brightened, the beside abilities still gleamed. Ding, congratulations. As this is your first expenditure of ancestral fortune points, the system grants 1 complementary ability insight. A chime resonated within his mind. Ah, I see. Not that abilities are cheap, but rather a welcome system boon. Truly an exemplary system. Mo Xuan beamed. Concentrating deeply, he willed it to vanish. And from the marrow of his bloodline rose an ineffable, profound understanding. Minor concealment, art drastically suppresses one's aura, undetectable beyond 10 meters, to cultivators of equal or lower realm. Excellent, excellent indeed. This is precisely the art of the vigilant, the patient, the subtly formidable, the perfect companion for one such as I. His heart swelled with quiet delight. After lingering a while, he swallowed every glowing stone from the pool's floor in a single sweep, leaving his discarded husk behind. A final tender glance cast upon the home where he had dwelt for decades. Without further hesitation, he rose silently to the surface and sought out Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan sat cross-legged, immersed in healing meditation. Since Mo Xuan's departure, he had ingested several recovery pills. Their essence had now fully diffused, restoring his injuries to near completion and his strength to 5th layer of qi refinement. Sensing Mo Xuan's return, Zhou Clan opened his eyes, rose, and bowed with a warm smile. Elder brother Mo, you've advanced again. Most auspicious. Mo Xuan inclined his head. With the system-bound candor replaced caution, only through mutual trust could true synergy unfold. Zhou Clan continued, might I inquire, precisely which stage have you attained? Just now transcended into latest stage qi refinement. Zhou Clan blinked, startled. The sheer potency of Mo Xuan's nascent latest stage aura rivaled that of 8th layer cultivators he'd once encountered. A pang of envy stirred within him. At 38 he remained stalled at 5th layer, wondering not for the first time whether Foundation establishment would ever grace his destiny. He sighed inwardly, steadied his thoughts, and proposed, shall we depart, now elder brother Mo? Though, his gaze flickered over Mo Xuan's forging frame, hesitant. To travel with so imposing a beast commands respect, but also invites peril. Such conspicuous power would awaken covetous hearts. A demonic beast was a treasure trove, its flesh, blood, and bones coveted by countless. Thus open threats could be met, hidden daggers evaded. Zhou Clan chided himself. Why hadn't he prepared a spirit beast pouch? A standard tool for beast tamers sustaining creatures in suspended vitality. Yet beast tamers ruled absolutely. Life and death entrusted wholly to their whim. To broach such a device now would risk fracturing the fragile trust they'd just forged. Mo Xuan sensed Zhou Clan's unspoken concern. Before he'd possessed no solution, but now the matter resolved itself effortlessly. With a subtle ripple of will, his forging body contracted, shrinking swiftly into a slender serpent barely 4 qi long. A flash of obsidian light arced across the air, sliding seamlessly into Zhou Clan's sleeve, coiling gently around his forearm, its presence fading to near invisibility. Zhou Clan flexed his left hand, feeling Mo Xuan's gentle coil, yet sensing no discomfort whatsoever. After a brief adjustment, the sensation became imperceptible. From his storage pouch, he withdrew 2 talismans, murmured an incantation, and affixed one to his thigh, another to his back. Both flared with soft, steady light. Having completed the ritual, he set his course outward from the Xianxia mountains, and explained to Mo Xuan nestled within his sleeve, these are first-rank inferior spirit stride talismans and first-rank inferior iron armor talismans. Spirit stride talismans were indispensable for qi refinement cultivators, whose bodies lacked the power to soar unaided, relying instead on talismans to amplify speed across land. The iron armor talisman conferred defensive resilience, withstanding multiple strikes from 3rd layer cultivators or enduring a brief barrage from mid-stage practitioners. In ambush, those fleeting moments of protection meant the difference between life and oblivion. Mo Xuan pondered in silence. Human bodies were frail. Even infused with spiritual energy, their physical fortitude paled beside the raw might of demonic beasts. Turning to Zhou Clan, he asked, I have dwelt secluded in these mountains for ages, knowing little of the human cultivation world. Might you enlighten me? Gladly. I intended to do just that. Zhou Clan spoke while hurrying along the road, sharing some fundamental knowledge. In cultivation, wealth, companions, methods, and the environment are undoubtedly of paramount importance, but in my opinion, the most crucial factor is to possess the aptitude for cultivation first. It is often said that heaven does not completely cut off a person's path. Cultivators also go against the heavens, vying for their lives from the heavens, but without aptitude one cannot embark on the path of cultivation. With a sigh he continued. Mo Xuan listened, but felt little resonance. After all, he was in the form of a beast, and possessed a system, so he naturally could not relate. I was born into a family of mortals, a scholarly household which could be considered quite affluent, living a fulfilling life. At the age of 14, I accidentally fell into the water and received a legacy of the qi refinement stage along with several pills, stumbling onto the path of cultivation. It is not to mock you, brother Mo, but back then I also believed I was a person of destiny, endowed with fortune, destined to achieve great things. Only later did I realize that the dry water technique I obtained was merely common stuff, widely circulated, and worth only a few spirit stones. I passed the dry water technique to my parents, but to my dismay, they could not even grasp the basics. After several years, they fell ill and passed away. At that time, I was merely a small cultivator at the first layer of chi refinement, and no matter how hard I tried, I was powerless to save them. I sold my family estate, left my hometown, and became a wandering cultivator. It is difficult for a wandering cultivator. Without resources, heritage, or support, it is hard to achieve great success. My talent is only average. Relying on boldness and meticulousness, I dared to venture and fight, experiencing life and death crises several times. After years of accumulation, I finally reached the 5th layer of chi refinement. Zhou Clan spoke in a calm tone, recounting his experiences without any resentment over the unfairness he faced as a wandering cultivator. Mo Xuan nodded inwardly. Such a mindset was indeed extraordinary. Ahem, I've digressed too far. Zhou Clan felt a bit embarrassed. How did it come to discussing himself? Without waiting for Mo Xuan to respond, Zhou Clan continued. The realms of cultivators are generally divided into Chi Refinement Foundation, Establishment, Golden Core, and Nascent Soul. Among them, Chi Refinement is further divided into 9 layers, which differs somewhat from Brother Mo, as you being a demon race only categorize Chi Refinement into early, mid, and late stages. However, the differences are not substantial. The 1st to 3rd layers are considered early stage, the 4th to 6th layers are mid stage, and the 7th to 9th layers are late stage. Mo Xuan nodded. Most Chi Refinement cultivators practice techniques using first-grade talismans and magical artifacts as their primary means of defense. Talismans are consumables relatively inexpensive compared to magical artifacts. While I am not very familiar with the methods used by great cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. The myriad arts of cultivation, such as alchemy, artifact forging, talisman, crafting, array drawing, beast taming, and spirit planting, are all paths to establish oneself. Learning any one of these arts can sustain a family and benefit future generations, preventing one from risking their life to venture into the Xianxia mountain range for resources, as I have done. Saying this, he felt a wave of fear. If he hadn't encountered Mo Xuan, he would have truly perished this time. Zhou Clan was about to say more when Mo Xuan interrupted him. Stop for a moment, something's going on. Hearing this, Zhou Clan immediately halted, his left hand forming seals, while his right hand retrieved several talismans from his storage bag, preparing for action. Zhou Clan's magical artifact had long been shattered while resisting the thousand-eyed worm, so he could only rely on the few remaining talismans for protection. He held the talismans in his hand, using his consciousness to sense the surroundings. At this moment, a gray-clad man dressed as a scholar approached, his appearance quite extraordinary, and his aura was roughly similar to Zhou Clan's around the 5th layer of Chi Refinement. As he walked, he said, "Brother, this is my first time venturing into the Xianxia mountain range. Unfortunately, I was unprepared and got lost. I hope you can allow me to accompany you." He clasped his hands, signaling that he held no weapon, but the gray-clad man smiled on the surface, while scolding Zhou Clan inwardly. This bastard suddenly stopped. If he had just gone a little further, he would have entered their encirclement, and at that point, even a deity would find it hard to escape. Now he could only go out alone to lure the enemy, creating many unpredictable variables, but the arrow was on the string and must be released. The gray-clad man's pace was neither fast nor slow, quickly closing the distance to Zhou Clan by several meters. Zhou Clan was about to speak to stop him. After all, it was best to stay away from unknown paths. A mysterious light shot out from Zhou Clan's sleeve, and in the blink of an eye arrived before the gray-clad man. The gray-clad man was horrified, unsure of what this was, but instinctively sensed danger. He hurriedly formed a seal with his hand, managing to summon a green light shield in front of him. As he was about to retreat, he saw the green light shield shatter almost instantaneously under the mysterious light, not even holding for a breath. The mysterious light suddenly expanded, transforming into a 4-hanglong bull-thick black serpent, its shape hideous and terrifying. The black serpent coiled around the gray-clad man, tightening its grip. The gray-clad man felt despair in his heart, his face reddening, as he felt his internal power surging, trying to break free from the black serpent's grasp, but it was futile. The black serpent raised its head, opening its mouth as a black sphere the size of a head condensed water element bomb. The black serpent lowered its body, and the black sphere fell directly onto the gray-clad man. "My life is over," flashed through the gray-clad man's mind before the water element bomb exploded, obliterating him. Only a storage bag fell to the ground, a result of Mo Xuan's intentional control. In the span of a single breath, the gray-clad man lost his life. As the gray-clad man's death occurred, 3 auras rose not far away, escaping into the distance. Mo Xuan declared, "Leave no future troubles behind." As the 3 auras ascended into the distance, Zhou Clan had already reacted, his power surging as he activated the spirit movement talisman with all his might, chasing after one of them. Seeing this, Mo Xuan did not hesitate, flying out with incredible speed, which was an advantage of snake-type demon beasts. At the same time, a thought stirred within him, conjuring over a dozen water arrows to envelop the 2 fleeing figures. The water arrows were swift and fierce, causing the other two to change their expressions, drastically forcing them to turn back and resist. One person threw a small dark shield into the air, which transformed in the wind, the shield's surface, swirling with dark light, continuously blocking all the incoming water arrows. Although the dark light dimmed slightly, it was of no consequence. Before this person could catch their breath, Mo Xuan had already closed the distance to several zhang away. The snake's tail swept towards this person with immense force, leaving a trail of destruction through the surrounding forest. This person was merely at the 4th layer of chi refinement. If they were hit by Mo Xuan's blow, they would surely be close to death. This person showed a grim expression, knowing there was no way to avoid it. They could only muster all their strength to counter the small shield's dark light swirling again, protecting their front, as several talismans activated, forming layers of protective light. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the snake's tail collided with the small shield. The shield shattered under the immense force, sending the person reeling back along with the protective light formed by the talismans. This person's complexion turned pale as they spat blood, being knocked back. Mo Xuan felt a difference. This small shield was quite extraordinary, having blocked most of his power while remaining largely intact. Thinking this, he did not slow down, and the snake's tail swept again with even greater force. This person was filled with horror, their eyes showing despair, yet they did not give up, pouring all remaining power into the small shield. The small shield regained some power, but compared to the beginning, it was far from enough. The snake's tail came crashing down. Bang! The small shield shattered upon impact, and the snake's tail relentless struck this person, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices, their breath waning, indicating they were unlikely to survive. Mo Xuan sensed for a moment, and then supplemented with another water element bomb before pursuing the other person. Seeing his companion lose his life within just a few rounds, the other person was filled with horror, and instead of fleeing further, rushed towards Mo Xuan, ready to fight to the death. In the midst of action, a pill appeared in their hand, and with a fierce expression they swallowed it. Their aura surged dramatically, going from merely the 4th layer of chi refinement to nearly the 5th layer. At the same time, a long red whip materialized in their hand, and the red energy surged into the whip, turning it fiery bright, as if bringing forth a sea of flames. Mo Xuan's power surged, spreading throughout his body. The long whip lashed out, aiming straight for Mo Xuan's vital spots. Mo Xuan smirked. Striking the vital spots was an age-old tactic known to him from his past life. Now in this world, how could he be unprepared for his weaknesses? The areas of his body with the thickest power and the hardest scales were precisely where Mo Xuan's vital spots were located. Mo Xuan did not evade, but met the long whip heat in, feeling it scrape against his scales, igniting a shower of sparks. Mo Xuan's form paused slightly, a mild pain shooting through, yet he was not injured. Seeing that his full-strength strike had failed to injure Mo Xuan, despair filled the person's heart. The long whip fell from their hand, their gaze empty, as they ceased resistance, unsure if regret lingered in their heart. However, Mo Xuan was not one to show mercy, so he employed the same tactics to kill this person, leaving behind their storage bag and the fiery long whip. By this time, 3 of the 4 ambushers had already fallen. Zhou Clan felt frustrated. He had seen Mo Xuan kill the man in gray in an instant, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, he noticed that several auras surged away from the gray-clad man upon his death, realizing he had encountered a deadly scheme. Without waiting for Mo Xuan to finish speaking, he charged towards the nearest person. That person's aura fluctuated, revealing a mere cultivation of the 4th layer of chi refinement, weaker than his own. Moreover, he practiced the Kushiju, a common technique, yet it still possessed the general characteristics of water-type techniques, profound magical power. He thought that their first battle should be swift, so that Mo Xuan wouldn't underestimate him. However, the person seemed to be nimble like a monkey. Though his cultivation was low, his movements were extremely agile and unpredictable. Time and again his attacks were dodged due to the opponent's nimbleness, causing Zhou Clan's heart to bleed. Those talismans were spirit stones. He could see his supplies dwindling, and his heart grew fierce. He shouted, "Dare to rob me? Why are you running so fast now? Stop and fight me for 300 rounds." The man ignored him, refusing to respond, and kept sprinting, inwardly cursing, "You old schemer, are hiding a latest-stage chi refinement beast, pretending to be a harmless pig. If I had known you had such a beast by your side, who would dare to provoke you?" He then thought, "My elder brother has already fallen at the first encounter. I only hope the other 2 brothers can hold on a bit longer. If I can escape this calamity, I will surely erect a shrine for my brothers." Mystical light surged into his feet, illuminating his boots with magical power, creating a gentle breeze that increased his speed significantly. He also threw out several red talismans infused with magical power, which ignited and transformed into fireballs, launching them towards the man behind. Seeing that words had no effect, Zhou Clan felt frustrated but helpless. He noticed that the man ahead had again sped up, realizing that he must have relied on his magical boots to evade his attacks. With several fireballs approaching, he did not dare to be careless, quickly flipping his left hand to apply another iron armor talisman to himself, as the previous one was nearly exhausted. With a slight pause, he dodged the incoming fireballs. Thanks to the protection of the iron armor talisman, even when the fireballs exploded, he suffered no significant harm. However, this brief interruption widened the distance between them once again. If another 2 rounds went by, the man would likely escape Zhou Clan's clutches. This was unacceptable to Zhou Clan. If he let the man escape, not only could it lead to future troubles, but it would also diminish his standing in Mo Xuan's eyes. Zhou Clan took out several qi recovery pills and swallowed them all without regard for the time needed for their effects to take place, frantically urging his magical power while ignoring the pain in his meridians. Overexerting his magical power caused considerable harm to his body, but the effect was notable as the distance between them continued to shrink. The man could feel the tremendous pressure approaching from behind, without looking back, knowing that the person behind was starting to go all out. He was greatly confused, thinking, shouldn't I be the one who is desperate? His heart grew fierce as he pushed all his magical power to the limit, flooding it into his magical boots. The boots emitted a buzzing sound, and his speed surged once again. He pulled out several talismans again, intending to use the same tactic, but he heard the man behind shout, "Mo Xuan, leave those boots." His face filled with confusion, and before he could gather his thoughts, a massive black snake tail loomed larger in his sight, until it obscured the entire sky. "Brothers, you have misled me." As he thought this, the snake tail struck him, and the mystical light on his body shattered. A tremendous force surged through him, sending him flying several dozen feet faster than when he had fully activated the wind spirit boots. How ironic. This was the result of Mo Xuan reducing his strength after hearing Zhou Clan's words. Seeing that the man was doomed, Zhou Clan felt relieved and took out some healing pills to gradually restore his aching meridians. He sincerely thanked Mo Xuan, saying, "Once again, I owe my life to you, Brother Mo. I cannot express my gratitude, but I will surely repay you in the future." Mo Xuan nodded slightly, not taking it to heart. It was merely a matter of convenience. If he had encountered a formidable Foundation establishment cultivator, he might have fled long ago. Then Zhou Clan approached the fallen man, took his storage bag and magical boots, and searched him thoroughly, ensuring he was entirely cleaned out before stopping. He then took out a burning talisman to erase the evidence. Zhou Clan handed the storage bag and wind spirit boots to Mo Xuan, saying, "Brother Mo, how should we handle this?" "How can that be? These are all spoils of war for you." Zhou Clan hurriedly interjected, "Enough, I have no need for these. Do not speak further." After that, he ignored him and walked straight towards the location where the other 3 had perished. Zhou Clan searched the other 3 as well, giving each a burning talisman as a sign of respect. He then found a place to begin counting his losses and gains. Zhou Clan sequentially erased the marks on the storage bags of the 4 men, opening them one by one to inspect. There were a total of 380 low-grade spirit stones and a first-tier mid-grade magic sword, which he found in the storage bag of the gray-clad man at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. There was also a first-tier low-grade magical boot wind spirit boots, a first-tier low-grade long whip fire dragon whip, a first-tier mid-grade turtle spirit shield fragment, several bottles of Qi refinement pills, and dozens of talismans. Additionally, he found a fire attribute Qi refinement technique, Qing Yanju. Zhou Clan had only lost a few talismans and several pills, which seemed insignificant compared to his gains. What a bountiful harvest. What a bountiful harvest. Zhou Clan beamed with joy, looking at the pile of items before him, displaying a look that could only be seen on Mo Xuan's face among those nouveau riche. Mo Xuan inwardly scoffed, intending to mock him a little, but then realized it might not fit his aloof persona, so he decided against it, and simply watched Zhou Clan grin foolishly. After a long while, Zhou Clan stored the techniques, mid-grade magic sword, boots, spirit stones, pills, talismans, and the 3 storage bags in his own waist storage bag, while the fire dragon whip and other miscellaneous items went into the remaining storage bag. "Brother Mo, I want to sell this for spirit stones. How does that sound?" Zhou Clan pointed at one of the storage bags. Mo Xuan had no objections, since there was nothing he needed. It was no concern of his. He then transformed into a small snake and slipped into Zhou Clan's sleeve to take a nap. Feeling his injuries recovering somewhat, Zhou Clan tidied up his belongings, not wasting any more time, and hastened out of the mountain. After nightfall, he barely exited the Xianxia mountain range. Zhou Clan took out a map, found a direction, and proceeded at a steady pace. Outside the Xianxia mountain range, various black markets dotted the area, all established to provide trading places for cultivators entering the Xianxia mountain range. These black markets only ensured basic order. They did not concern themselves with anything else. Therefore, even items obtained through murder and theft could be sold here without anyone caring. As the moon shone dimly, Zhou Clan arrived at a valley, letting out a sigh of relief. He took out a straw hat to cover his face and swallowed a voice-changing pill before strolling into the valley. Zhou Clan had to remain cautious. The black market only guaranteed the safety of individuals within it, and once outside, it was entirely up to one's own skills and luck. Entering the valley, he found it was not as bustling as he had imagined. Most people concealed their faces and were taciturn, occasionally inquiring and engaging in brief transactions, making it hard to guess their identities. Inside the valley, there were various stalls offering pills, talismans, magical tools, and techniques, all quite comprehensive. Zhou Clan found a stall that bought magical tools, inquiring about the price of the long whip before leaving without further conversation. After asking several stalls, he finally chose the one that offered the highest price, selling that pile of items along with the long whip and storage bag, receiving 40 low-grade spirit stones. With the transaction completed, Zhou Clan felt relieved. The 40 spirit stones he sold, coupled with the 380 spirit stones he had obtained along with his original stash, brought him close to 500 spirit stones. Zhou Clan felt both exhilarated and anxious. 500 spirit stones were undoubtedly a fortune. If discovered, it could lead to significant trouble. After handling the items in his hands, Zhou Clan relaxed his mind and did not rush to leave leisurely. Previously, Zhou Clan had visited the black market several times, but at that time, he only had a few dozen low-grade spirit stones which he needed to ensure his own cultivation resources while also covering family expenses. As a result, he would often just buy some urgently needed items and leave quickly, not daring to look around too much. However, this time was different. With money in his pocket, he could purchase freely without worrying about balancing expenses. Zhou Clan arrived at a stall selling pills and found that the vendor offered a wide range of them. The low-grade Qi condensation pill was primarily used by Qi refinement stage cultivators for daily practice, slightly increasing their cultivation speed. The low-grade recovery pill was necessary for Qi refinement stage cultivators to restore their magical power. The mid-grade detoxification pill could resolve most poisons encountered during the Qi refinement stage. The mid-grade healing pill was used by Qi refinement stage cultivators for healing. The upper-grade breaking delusion pill was generally used by later-stage Qi refinement cultivators to dispel illusions in their minds and enhance their mental state, alleviating the suffering of those who fell into demonic paths. The upper-grade breaking barrier pill could increase the chances of breaking through bottlenecks during the Qi refinement stage. Upon seeing the breaking barrier pill, Zhou Clan was momentarily stunned, his expression turning serious. This was indeed a valuable item. Having the breaking barrier pill meant he wouldn't have to struggle at the bottleneck wondering when he could break through. However, the price was shockingly high. For a total of 2 pills, the marked price was 30 low-grade spirit stones, each which was beyond the means of an ordinary loose cultivator. Most low-grade pills were priced at 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones each. Mid-grade pills typically cost several tens of low-grade spirit stones each, while upper-grade pills usually required dozens. The distinction between low, mid, and upper-grade pills comes from their effectiveness, the required raw materials, and the difficulty of their refinement. The varying prices of the same pill often stem from the differences in alchemists, as different alchemists result in different impurities and pill toxins. If it weren't for his recent windfall, Zhou Clan would have only been able to sigh in vain. After some thought, he made up his mind and took out 60 low-grade spirit stones to buy 2 breaking barrier pills. He then took out another 20 spirit stones to purchase some Qi condensation pills and recovery pills. After all, it's better to be prepared. Having completed his purchases, Zhou Clan appeared calm on the surface, while his inner vigilance was heightened. Spending 80 low-grade spirit stones at once was no small fortune and might have already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Zhou Clan decided not to linger, blending into the crowd and quietly making his way out of the valley. Around him, eyes flicked over Zhou Clan, but he remained calm. First, he was in the black market, and 80 spirit stones were not enough to make someone risk breaking the market rules. Secondly, sensing the drowsy Mo Xuan in his sleeve, Zhou Clan felt much more at ease and casually surveyed his surroundings. A black stall by the roadside caught his attention. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a rugged appearance, long beard, and a scar across his face, who was resting with his eyes closed, showing no signs of any disguise. He appeared either to be a naive fool or extremely confident in his own strength. On the stall there was nothing but a jade slip labeled first-grade spirit plant inheritance. Zhou Clan's heart trembled as he scanned it again, confirming that it indeed said spirit plant inheritance. Zhou Clan let out a breath and walked toward the stall of the middle-aged man. Mastering even one of the myriad arts of cultivation could serve as the foundation for a clan benefiting future generations. This was the essence of family inheritance. Now, with several hundred spirit stones still on him, if he missed this opportunity, he might not get another chance. After all, techniques and inheritances were the core secrets of various clans and sects, making them hard to obtain. Zhou Clan stepped up to the stall, steadied his thoughts, and hoarsely asked, "Is this jade slip truly the spirit plant inheritance?" The middle-aged man opened his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Absolutely authentic." After speaking, he took a moment to assess Zhou Clan, feeling that his aura was somewhat strange, and as he approached, a sense of danger arose. After his appraisal, the vendor paid little more attention and continued, "If you want to buy, then buy. Oh, if not, then leave." His tone was straightforward and unpolished. No wonder there were not many customers at this stall, with such an attitude, who would want to do business with him. Zhou Clan silently complained, but did not move his feet. Putting on a forced smile, he said, "I want to buy. May I ask what the price is?" The man's expression turned slightly serious, his tone softening as he replied, 400 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining. Even though Zhou Clan was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by this price. No wonder there were no inquiries here. It wasn't just the vendor's bad temper. The price likely scared many off. Zhou Clan's eyelids twitched as he asked, why is it so expensive? This spirit plant inheritance not only includes the basic knowledge for cultivating first-grade flowers and trees, but more importantly, it contains a secret recipe for cultivating star origin fruits, which are key ingredients for refining chi condensation pills. Now tell me, is it worth that price? Without this secret recipe, if you want to cultivate star origin fruits, not to mention whether you can keep them alive, even if you succeed, the star origin tree takes 20 years to mature and another 20 years to bear fruit, yielding once every 20 years. The costs involved far exceed the fruits themselves. However, with this recipe, you could grow them into trees in a year and bear fruit once a year. How about that? After listening, Zhou Clan nodded slightly. If it were merely some basic knowledge, even if he learned it, he could only attempt to plant low-value items like spirit rice or spirit millet. If he wanted to cultivate more valuable spirit herbs, the time, spirit stones, and resources required for experimentation would be incomparable, and success was not guaranteed. In this light, this inheritance was indeed worth the price. Seeing Zhou Clan deep in thought, yet not leaving, the man added, if you buy it, I'll also give you 5 seeds of the star origin tree. The vendor was also in a tight spot. Having waited so long, he finally encountered someone who seemed willing to buy. If he couldn't sell it now, he would have to go to a larger city, but in that case the price would undoubtedly drop significantly, the man thought. After hearing this, Zhou Clan's eyes lit up. He no longer hesitated, pulling out a storage bag with some pain and handing it over. Spending 400 spirit stones left him broke again. The man took the storage bag, swept his divine sense over it, confirmed it contained 400 spirit stones, and then handed over the jade slip. Zhou Clan took it, pressed it to his forehead, scanned it, and roughly confirmed the inheritance was genuine, nodding at the vendor. At this point, the vendor handed over another storage bag, saying, this is the 5 seeds of the star origin tree. Zhou Clan put down the jade slip into the storage bag, received the bag with the seeds, and scanned it. Indeed, there were 5 seedlings. However, Zhou Clan had never seen what the star origin tree seeds looked like, so he could only nod discreetly, indicating there was no problem, while closely observing the vendor's expression for any signs of deceit, but found none. Zhou Clan reviewed everything again and found nothing amiss. He decided not to linger any longer, thanked the vendor, and turned to leave. Zhou Clan's actions caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. As he left, several figures in the black market quietly vanished. Once out of the valley, Zhou Clan took out a movement talisman and stuck it to himself, activating his magical power. Tonight's harvest was substantial. Although his spirit stones were depleted, what he exchanged for was far more valuable. Several miles away, Zhou Clan felt a tightening in his expression as several faint malicious intentions trailed behind him. He knew he had attracted some looters. In his sleeve, Mo Xuan had already awakened. Originally intending to use Zhou Clan to lure out 1 or 2 fish, he didn't expect that among the shadowy pursuers were 2 latest-stage chi refinement cultivators. Although Mo Xuan was not afraid of them, there were many eyes here, and in case of a mishap, it would not bode well. It was better to play it safe. Thus, he slightly relaxed the operation of the concealment technique, and a powerful aura from the latest-stage chi refinement erupted from Zhou Clan. This person is hiding his cultivation level. In the shadows, the several figures contemplated, feeling trapped. The 2 latest-stage chi refinement cultivators changed their expression slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, one quietly retreated. Clearly, the concerns of Mo Xuan mirrored those of this person. Upon seeing one retreat, the others, uncertain of Zhou Clan's depth, also ceased their pursuit and vanished into the shadows. Feeling the malicious intent behind him dissipate, Zhou Clan sighed in relief. He knew that the pressure exerted by Mo Xuan had scared them off. He then thanked Mo Xuan and left calmly. Half a month later, Zhou Clan felt mentally exhausted after traveling for half a month, and at last they were nearing their destination. In his sleeve, Mo Xuan was bored. During this half-month, aside from daily cultivation, he mostly dozed off. The little breathing technique was continuously in operation. The world outside was filled with powerful beings, and over the past 10 days he occasionally spotted Foundation establishment cultivators flying overhead, openly displaying themselves. Fortunately, they had not encountered any ruthless demons who kill for pleasure. Otherwise, Mo Xuan's first outing could have ended in disaster. Brother Mo, we are almost at Qingyuan town ahead, Zhou Clan's voice called out, waking the drowsy Mo Xuan. As they continued onward, the surroundings changed, and the population gradually thickened. Common folk were working in the fields. Upon seeing the mysterious light swirling around Zhou Clan, they paused their labor to bow, referring to him as Immortal Master. Zhou Clan remained calm, accustomed to such treatment, nodding slightly, without stopping or lingering, proceeding directly forward. Mo Xuan, witnessing this, clicked his tongue in wonder and asked, there are actually mortals living here. Wasn't it said that immortals and mortals are distinct? According to the fantasy novels he read in his past life, most depicted cultivators as aloof beings detached from the mortal realm. Mortals would spend their entire lives without ever glimpsing an immortal's visage, let alone finding any chance for immortal fate. Zhou Clan chuckled lightly, understanding that as a demonic beast, Mo Xuan was unaware of human affairs. He self-deprecatingly remarked, "What does a Qi refinement cultivator know about being an immortal?" Qi refinement cultivators live for 2 cycles of the zodiac, but few can reach the end of their lifespan. They perish when their time is up. Compared to mortals, Qi refinement cultivators merely enjoy slightly longer lifespans and possess greater power. Moreover, although cultivators have a higher chance of producing offspring with cultivation talent, not every descendant in every family possesses the talent to embark on the path of cultivation. Additionally, extraordinary gifted individuals can emerge among mortals as well. Thus, while there is a distinction between cultivators and mortals, it is not as deep as an abyss. Mo Xuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in this. At this point, they had already entered the territory. Zhou Clan paused briefly and introduced to Mo Xuan. The entire Qingyuan town is built around Qingyuan Lake, spanning hundreds of miles. The Liu family, a foundation establishment clan, controls the entire Qingyuan region. The Liu family boasts 2 major foundation establishment cultivators with a long-standing heritage, being an established clan. It is said that foundation establishment cultivators can live for 4 cycles of the zodiac, enjoying a long lifespan, able to ride the winds and soar through the skies, consuming mist and dew and wielding vast powers. As he spoke, a look of envy appeared on Zhou Clan's face, but he was only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, making these aspirations still somewhat distant for him. Mo Xuan listened thoughtfully, beginning to envision a bit of the immortal aspect. Zhou Clan seemed to recall something, and with the envy fading, he spoke seriously to Mo Xuan. The Liu family is renowned for their beast taming. To oppose them would be like facing 2 against 1. Their battle prowess is formidable and quite troublesome. They have always been interested in extraordinary beasts, so you'll have to conceal your presence to avoid detection by the Liu. Mo Xuan contemplated for a moment before agreeing. He didn't want to attract the attention of foundation establishment cultivators too early, putting himself in an uncertain position. Seeing Mo Xuan agree, Zhou Clan sighed in relief and continued, "Aside from the Liu family, there are 5 other notable families in the Qingyuan region. These 5 families each have latest-stage Qi refinement cultivators stationed, each with their unique traits. The remaining ones are scattered Qi refinement cultivators, or small families in the early to mid-Qi refinement stages. These small families have few cultivators, low cultivation levels, and any minor incident could lead to their destruction. Currently the Zhou family is also one of these insignificant small families." Zhou Clan said, feeling a bit awkward, completely lacking the composure he had when he was trying to impress Mo Xuan. In fact, compared to scattered cultivators and other small families, the Zhou family was in a slightly better situation. Zhou Clan was at the 5th layer of Qi refinement and had accumulated some resources in his earlier years, establishing a foundation on Feiyue Peak. Seeing Mo Xuan just listening without any reaction, Zhou Clan felt his anxious heart calm down. Mo Xuan had already learned about Zhou Clan's background through the system, so he was not surprised. The lands of each family are mostly located around the various peaks surrounding Qingyuan Lake, with the foot of the mountains primarily serving as living areas for commoners affiliated with the families. Speaking of which, Zhou Clan felt a pang of regret. To rent this Feiyue Peak, he had to pay a considerable amount of spirit stones to the Liu family. The other families had similar situations, and just the rental of the mountain peaks was enough to yield a large income for the Liu family. While he spoke, Zhou Clan did not stop his steps. As they continued forward, after some time a mountain peak appeared before them. As the saying goes, it takes a horse to see a mountain. After walking for a while longer, they finally reached the foot of the mountain. There were also signs of human habitation at the foot of the mountain, but not many. After all, the Zhou family had only recently established itself, so the gathering of mortals was relatively sparse. The mountain was tall, and for mortals from the halfway point up, the entire peak was shrouded in a thick mist obscuring clear visibility, giving it an air of a celestial mountain. "Brother Mo, this is the Feiyue Peak where my family resides," Zhou Clan introduced to Mo Xuan. Upon finishing, a look of relaxation appeared on his face. This outing had been too thrilling, with emotions fluctuating wildly. Now, he could finally settle down. They ascended further, reaching the mountain's midway point where the thick mist enveloped them, rendering them invisible. Zhou Clan was unfazed, making a hand gesture and entering the mist. As Zhou Clan entered, the mist dispersed, revealing a path. It turned out that this mist was merely the protective array of the Zhou family. Within the array, mortals who entered would lose their direction, exiting from the same spot they entered. This was set up to prevent mortals from entering at will. Although they would face some hardships if they entered without permission, they would ultimately find their way out safely. However, if a cultivator were to forcefully enter without permission, the consequences would not be as simple as just losing direction. The Zhou family was located at the foot of the peak, and Mo Xuan's consciousness had already imprinted Feiyue Peak deeply. The Zhou family's residence was built at 3/4 of the way up with few inhabitants. A beautiful woman at around the 3rd layer of Qi refinement and 4 children, all quite young along with a few elderly mortals. The woman and children were presumably Zhou Clan's wife and children. With just these few people, Mo Xuan lamented in his heart, wondering when his family luck would start to rise. Suddenly he darted out and said to Zhou Clan, "Old Zhou, do you know what is most important for a family?" Seeing Mo Xuan suddenly fly out, Zhou Clan stopped and thought for a moment, shaking his head and honestly replying, "I don't know." He wore a smile, waiting for Mo Xuan to enlighten him, while secretly thinking, what would a giant snake understand about family? Mo Xuan, noticing this, spoke earnestly to Zhou Clan, "Old Zhou, you should have more children." After saying this, he flicked his tail and playfully tapped Zhou Clan's shoulder, his gaze curious. Zhou Clan's smile froze, his mouth slightly twisted, and his face even turned slightly red. "Great, I'm almost 40, yet I'm still so innocent." Without waiting for Zhou Clan to respond, he continued, "Alright, I'm leaving. If you need anything, come find me at the mountaintop." As a single snake, Mo Xuan had no desire to linger around Zhou Clan as a third wheel, feeling quite awkward watching their affectionate interactions. Thus, as soon as he entered the array, he chose a spot. After speaking with a flash of mysterious light, Mo Xuan vanished from Zhou Clan's sight. Atop the mountain, Mo Xuan halted, and seeing the pleasant surroundings, revealed his true form. Using the small wish transformation technique, a several-meter-long black snake appeared fierce, yet beautiful, though its aura was faint and extremely weak. Stretching his body, he wandered around the area a few times, marking it with his own scent. Only then did Mo Xuan choose the largest tree coiling around it and transforming it into his preferred shape before finally drifting off to sleep. Seeing Mo Xuan leave, Zhou Clan slightly opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Mo Xuan was already too quick and had vanished. Zhou Clan was left with a baffled expression, pondering that he seemed to have just been teased by a snake, feeling an inexplicable sense of shame that lingered in his heart. After a brief pause, he finally calmed his fluctuating emotions, made a hand gesture for a cleansing spell, straightened his clothes, ensuring he looked presentable before heading home. Before reaching home, Zhou Clan spotted a charming woman standing outside, cradling a baby in her arms. It was his wife, Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan was originally a collateral member of a Qi cultivation family in Donglan town. Due to her poor talent, she was not valued in her clan, but after meeting Zhou Clan, they developed feelings, and she followed him to Qingyuan town. As soon as Zhou Clan entered the formation, Mo Xuan sensed his return through the formation's permissions, which prompted her to tidy up and come to greet him. Seeing his wife, Zhou Clan hurried over to Mo Xuan in just a few quick steps. Before he could say anything, Mo Xuan buried her entire body into Zhou Clan's chest. He extended his arms gently around her, careful not to wake the sleeping baby in her arms. 1,000 words were conveyed in this embrace. After a long moment of warmth, Zhou Clan finally spoke softly, asking, "Where are Chang'er and the others?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan lifted her head and playfully scolded, "Where else would they be? They are out having fun." At 34 years old, Mo Xuan still looked like she was in her 20s, and her playful tone made Zhou Clan's heart flutter. Since Zhou Clan arrived in Qingyuan town and established a foundation on Feiyue Peak, more than 6 years had passed. He and Mo Xuan shared a deep affection and had 3 sons and a daughter. Zhou Clan set down the family tree with the characters for propriety, music, cultivation, enlightenment, and determination, along with the names of their descendants Xiang, Nantai, Yunxing, and Chuan, among others. The eldest son, Zhou Liqing, was not yet 6 years old. The second son, Zhou Liye, was 4, and the third child, Zhou Liyue, was a pair of twins born simultaneously with the second, while the youngest, Zhou Lihai, was still an infant. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan smiled and did not press further for details. Young children were at their most mischievous, and having them out of sight brought a sense of peace. He embraced Mo Xuan as they entered the house. After placing the youngest in the cradle and seeing him sleep soundly, he decided not to disturb him. Zhou Clan recounted all the events from his outing to Mo Xuan, downplaying the dangers he faced, yet even so Mo Xuan was filled with fear. He detailed his encounter with Mo Xuan, who had saved him, letting Mo Xuan know that with Mo Xuan stationed at Feiyue Peak, she could rest assured, and he reminded her to keep the secret and not let the children disturb Mo Xuan at the mountaintop. Mo Xuan understood the importance of discretion and silently noted Mo Xuan's life-saving grace, nodding seriously. After sharing these matters, Zhou Clan took out his spoils and introduced them to Mo Xuan. Both of them were all smiles, especially over the first-tier spiritual plant inheritance. He handed Mo Xuan the first-tier inferior wind spirit boots. Given her lower cultivation level, having the wind spirit boots would increase her chances of turning danger into safety. Mo Xuan did not decline. Over the years, she had come to understand Zhou Clan's temperament well and knew she could not refuse him, which made her heart feel sweet. He also took out 2 jade vials containing barrier-breaking pills and handed them over. Mo Xuan accepted them, uncapped one, but did not recognize the type of pill. She simply felt that the fragrance made her spiritual power seem a bit more agile. Confused, Mo Xuan asked, "What kind of pill is this?" "Barrier-breaking pill." Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan quickly sealed the jade vial and pushed it back into Zhou Clan's hand, saying, "My talent is too poor. Even with this barrier-breaking pill, I might not be able to break through to the 4th layer of qi refining. Even if I do, it will be hard to make further progress. She shook her head as she spoke, her tone firm. Then she added, only when you become stronger can our family be safer, so these 2 barrier-breaking pills are better used to enhance your strength. Zhou Clan felt helpless knowing it was futile to rush this matter, so he had to take back the pills for now and plan to address it later. After putting most of his gains into the family treasury, which although small was complete with everything. Having done all this, Zhou Clan then stepped outside to search for his 3 playful children. Half a month later. During these days, aside from listening to Mo Xuan's advice and sharing warmth with Mo Xuan each night, Zhou Clan was immersed in comprehending the first-tier spiritual plan inheritance he received from that strong man. At last he had thoroughly understood everything. Besides the general knowledge of cultivating flowers, plants, and trees, the most valuable thing was the cultivation formula for the star element fruit tree. Following the formula's guidance, Zhou Clan prepared many spiritual liquids and went to a spot on the back mountain where he opened up a plot of land that was neither too big nor too small, designated as the growing area for the 5-star element fruit trees. He watered the prepared soil with the specially formulated spiritual liquid, waiting for it to seep in completely, then watered it again, repeating this process several times until the soil was transformed into an environment suitable for the growth of the star element fruit trees, after which he transplanted the 5 seeds. In the following days, Zhou Clan watered the trees with the spiritual liquid once each day. Once the 5 seedlings sprouted new leaves, he then replaced the spiritual liquid with another type of nutrient according to the formula. Simultaneously, every night at the hour of the pig during the brightest time of the stars, he practiced the star attraction secret technique. The star element fruit trees grew well. Although they had not yet borne fruit, Zhou Clan felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. The transaction with the strong man had already posed great risks, especially since Zhou Clan had been unaware of these matters before and could only rely on the strong man's character. Now everything was as described in the inheritance, indicating that the strong man was indeed trustworthy. Half a month later. Today marked the 6th birthday of Zhou Clan's eldest son, Zhou Liqing, and it was also the day for Zhou Liqing to measure his spiritual aptitude. Upon reaching 6 years old, one could use methods to detect whether a person had the qualifications for cultivation, known as measuring spiritual aptitude. In ancient times, this was also referred to as ascending to immortality, with the Ascension Conference opening the Dragon Gate, bringing joy to some and sorrow to others. At this moment, Zhou Liqing held a peculiar round plate in his hands surrounded by 9 colorless gemstones with a protruding jade base that fit perfectly in a single hand, giving it an ancient appearance. Zhou Liqing looked somewhat bewildered. He had merely teased his younger sister, yet he was pulled into the ancestral hall by Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan, who handed him the plate and looked at him with serious expressions. What have I done? Zhou Liqing thought back to every wrong thing he had done since he could remember, nearly bursting into tears. Calm down and place your hand on the jade stone at the bottom of the plate. Zhou Clan's voice interrupted Zhou Liqing's frantic thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liqing hurriedly complied, feeling a warm sensation drilling into his palm and swirling through his body, causing a slight itch. Soon a yellowish light emanated from the plate, rich in hue. The yellow light illuminated 4 of the gemstones embedded in the plate. Seeing the lit-up plate, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy, and then they retracted the spiritual measuring plate, sending the still bewildered Zhou Liqing out. This left Zhou Liqing feeling as lost as a monk, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A talent slightly below average with an earth attribute, not too bad. Mo Xuan, holding on to Zhou Clan, said happily. The spiritual measuring plate determined whether one had cultivation qualifications based on the emitted light. The color of the light indicated the dominant attribute. The number of illuminated gemstones determined the quality. Zhou Clan nodded in response, pondering. Since Chang'er has the qualifications for cultivation, then it's time to start preparing for some matters. The bewildered Zhou Liqing was still unaware that his joyful life was about to come to an end. Early the next morning, Zhou Liqing was awakened by Mo Xuan, sleepily beginning his studies in literacy. In the morning, Mo Xuan taught him literacy, while in the afternoon Zhou Clan instructed him in the understanding of scriptures and meridians. In the evening, he had to review what he learned that day, which left Zhou Liqing feeling utterly overwhelmed. Even with talent for cultivation, it was not something that could be achieved overnight. Without knowledge of characters, one could not comprehend the incantations. Without understanding the meridians, one could not channel energy. Moreover, even the simplest techniques for cultivating qi were filled with a plethora of specialized terminology, leading to confusion and bewilderment. At the age of 14, Zhou Clan had stumbled upon the dry water technique. Even being from a scholarly family and receiving the aid of elixirs, it took him a long time to grasp the basics. Afterward, he had wandered many detours, but now with the guidance of Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan, the second generation of the Zhou family children was undoubtedly on a smoother path. Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan played their roles, one being the stern figure, and the other the lenient one, ensuring that Zhou Liqing, who often wished to escape and slack off, remained obedient. As the saying goes, since one has boarded the ship of life, one might as well be a happy pirate. Zhou Liqing came to this realization, diligently completing his daily tasks with unexpectedly high efficiency, and gradually matured, beginning to embody the demeanor of an older brother. 2 years later, Zhou Liqing had already started his cultivation over a month ago, though he had not yet entered the stage of condensing qi. However, he was not in a hurry. Under the guidance and encouragement of Zhou Clan and his wife over the past 2 years, Zhou Liqing had learned much, understanding the principle that haste makes waste. The more so, he needed to calm his mind and avoid impatience. Zhou Liqing practiced the thick earth technique, grasping the profound meaning of the earth element's stability and weightiness with 3 spells for the qi condensation stage: Mud Quagmire, Earth Spike, and Earth Spirit Armor. These spells were designed for trapping enemies attacking and defending, forming a trinity that could be considered superior techniques for the qi condensation stage. In order to find a superior earth technique for Zhou Liqing, Zhou Clan ventured alone multiple times into the Xianxia mountain range, braving dangers, to collect various spiritual herbs and elixirs, exchanging them for spirit stones. Having learned from his previous dangerous encounters, Zhou Clan was much more cautious this time, avoiding greed and rashness, thus no accidents occurred. He then scoured several nearby regions, finally acquiring this technique at a small auction. The cost was not small, but it was worth it. Zhou Lai and Zhou Liue had also turned 6 and had undergone a spirit assessment ritual. Zhou Liue ignited 6 gems radiating black mysterious light, indicating a mid to high talent with a water affinity. However, Zhou Lai was unable to ignite any gems, and naturally there was no light emitted, indicating a lack of cultivation talent. While teaching Zhou Liqing, Zhou Lai and Zhou Liue, though too young to sit still, nonetheless learned quite a bit alongside. They naturally understood what it meant to be unable to ignite the spirit assessment plate. Zhou Clan and his wife were unwilling to accept this, trying several times with Zhou Lai, but it was all in vain, and they could only accept the reality. This is also quite good. The world of cultivation is far too dangerous. Perhaps living as a mortal for a lifetime is not a bad choice. Moreover, with you and me protecting him, we won't let Yair encounter any danger. Lin Muwan comforted. Zhou Clan could only nod in resignation, sending someone to the mortal realm to gather various martial arts teachings to instruct Zhou Lai, hoping to strengthen his body and keep him free from illness and disaster. However, since that day, Zhou Lai had not returned to his previous lively and agile self, becoming silent and withdrawn. He also gradually grew distant from Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liue. Zhou Clan observed this and understood the reason behind it, but the laws of heaven were cruel. He could only provide secret care, hoping that time would heal all wounds. Zhou Liue, with a water affinity, had long been set to follow Lin Muwan to cultivate the jade practice technique, but she could only begin after learning to read and write. This technique was specially sought by Lin Muwan's parents for their only daughter. It was not a family heirloom of the Lin family and could be passed on. The jade practice technique is suitable for female cultivators with gentle and prolonged magical energy and includes a spell, Silk Satin, which combines offense and defense and is good at transformation. It is undoubtedly superior to Zhou Clan's dry water technique. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. If not for her exceptional talent, the time lost in dispersing and recultivating would be unbearable. Thus, even though Zhou Clan had gained sufficient insight later on, he had no intention of changing the cultivation technique. 2 years is not much for a cultivator, especially for the long-lived demonic beasts. Mo Xuan remained asleep at the mountaintop, unbothered, occasionally chatting with Zhou Clan when he came to visit. Every time Zhou Clan ascended the mountain, he brought many cooked dishes in his storage bag. Zhou Clan inadvertently discovered that Mo Xuan seemed to have a keen interest in cooked food, so he began to visit Mo Xuan regularly, bringing along a generous supply of cooked dishes. Mo Xuan lamented inwardly, if not for the lack of conditions, who would want to eat raw food. He often got fur all over his mouth, which made him quite irritable, as he had some cleanliness issues. Having arrived at the Zhou family and having a helper, Mo Xuan subtly employed his methods, allowing Zhou Clan to discover his preferences. Fortunately, this kid was sensible. It was worth my efforts to save him several times, Mo Xuan reflected. At the back mountain in the spiritual herb garden, Zhou Clan would come here every night at the crack of dawn to perform the star summoning secret technique, allowing the drawn starlight to be absorbed by the star fruit trees. Now, after 2 years, he finally reaped some rewards. The 5 fruit trees were no longer the small saplings they once were. Each stood 2 to 3 zhang tall, with lush and verdant leaves. Among the leaves, one could see the shining fruits glimmering with starlight. The fruits were only the size of a fist, round and beautiful, exuding a fragrant aroma. After contemplating for a while, Zhou Clan recalled the descriptions in the inherited secret recipe and repeatedly confirmed the ripeness of the star fruits. Only then did he take out the prepared jade box, using his magical energy to carefully draw each star fruit down and place them into the jade box. The 5-star fruit trees yielded a total of 60 fruits, which was quite satisfactory considering it was only the first year of fruiting. As time goes on, the yield would gradually increase. However, the consumption was considerable. Not to mention the nightly demonstrations of the secret technique, just the spiritual liquid and nourishment over these 2 years had already used up more than 20 spirit stones. After sealing the jade box and storing it in his storage bag, Zhou Clan made his way to the mountaintop. Sensing Zhou Clan's arrival, Mo Xuan poked his head out from the branches, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Since Zhou Clan had just been here a few days ago. Upon seeing Mo Xuan, Zhou Clan greeted, "Brother Mo, may I ask if you can accompany me? I have now harvested the ripe star fruits and wish to sell them. However, several major families are present in the surrounding regions, and with so many eyes watching, my family is still weak, so I fear attracting envy. Therefore, I plan to visit Lingjun and Yingyang County this time." Lingyang County is adjacent to Huichuan County, while the town of Qingyuan, where the Zhou family is located, is merely one of the many towns under Huichuan County. Each county is dominated by powerful golden core sects. In Lingyang County, there is a force known as the Eternal Valley, which is guarded by a golden core real person and is famous for refining longevity elixirs, hence the name Eternal Valley. Though their words are grand, their influence is quite substantial, maintaining connections with many major forces. After all, the older demons fear death more than anyone. Moreover, the Eternal Valley occasionally sells foundation establishment pills, which are excellent medicinal aids for assisting chi condensation cultivators in establishing their foundations. They are always in high demand and quite valuable. Thus, Zhou Clan's choice to head to Lingyang County was not mere coincidence. He sought to sell the star fruits and gather intelligence to prepare for his family's future. For any chi condensation family, the greatest wish might be to have a foundation establishment, great cultivator. They would go to great lengths, sacrificing generations of effort, yet most families would vanish without a trace, leaving only a few to rise and soar. Each generation has its own long march. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan had not given it much thought, believing Zhou Clan was merely seeking assistance for safety. After contemplating, he nodded in agreement. Having slept here for so long, it was a perfect opportunity to stretch. Mo Xuan shrank his body and once again flew into Zhou Clan's sleeve, coiling around his arm. As Zhou Clan felt Mo Xuan in his sleeve, a long-lost sense of security arose from within, putting his heart at ease. He returned home, took some elixirs and talismans from the treasure vault, and checked on his 4 children before finding Mo Xuan to bid her farewell. With Mo Xuan's concern, he headed down the mountain. Zhou Clan left Feyue Mountain, avoiding the territories of the prominent families, changing directions several times as he sped along. After Zhou Clan's departure, everything at home was managed by Mo Xuan, as the two had developed a deep mutual understanding, allowing Zhou Clan to have no worries. Over a month later, beyond the mountains and fields, he had reached the border between 2 counties. Zhou Clan found a place, sat cross-legged, and began to restore the magical power he had consumed during his journey. Mo Xuan had been quite at ease, having rested in Zhou Clan's sleeve for over a month, occasionally coming out to admire the scenery of this strange world. However, after seeing so much, he had lost interest and was lazily searching for a stone to sit on in days off. Lost in thought, Mo Xuan suddenly felt a sense of urgency, quickly darting into Zhou Clan's sleeve, warning, "There is movement." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan sensed that his magical power had mostly recovered. He waved his hand, releasing his magic to erase the traces left behind, and hurriedly left. Zhou Clan did not want to complicate matters, so he chose to retreat without curiosity. It was the best choice. Unfortunately, trouble often seeks you out when you try to avoid it. "Friend, save me." The voice was soft and enchanting, carrying a hint of seduction. Though the person was not yet visible, the very sound seemed to convey the allure of its owner, evoking an irresistible urge to follow. Zhou Clan's heart wavered slightly, causing his speed to slow down. Mo Xuan, on the other hand, felt nothing, being a snake. He only found the voice grating. Sensing Zhou Clan's unusual reaction, a glimmer of mysterious light flew from Mo Xuan's body, entering Zhou Clan's meridians, instantly cooling his agitated heart. Zhou Clan regained his composure, feeling a slight sweat on his back, realizing he had unknowingly fallen for the trap, feeling slightly annoyed that this woman was not as innocent as she seemed. He exerted all his magical power, enhanced by a magical talisman, accelerating his speed even further. Lu Ruame felt a sense of urgency, as her enchanting voice had clearly taken effect, yet it was dispelled in less than a breath. Seeing Zhou Clan running faster, she recklessly pursued him. Lu Ruame was at her wits' end, having been chased for days by that madman. Her pills had long been exhausted. If she couldn't find a way out soon, she would likely meet her end here. "If you do not save me today, I fear I shall perish here." Before she could finish her words, her voice choked with emotion, sounding mournful and pitiful. It seemed a great sin not to heed her words. Zhou Clan remained deaf to her cries, having already sensed the trap. He would not be easily seduced again. As she cried, seeing Zhou Clan's lack of response, her tears quickly dried and her expression turned grim. Previously, when encountering a few people, Lu Ruame had only to softly call for help a few times, and those men had eagerly rushed to her aid. Of course Lu Ruomei was fully aware of their ulterior motives, yet she paid them no mind. Though those men were swiftly killed, they had bought her precious time, otherwise, even with her adept escape techniques, she would have met her demise. Upon seeing Zhou Clan, she had thought it was a stroke of luck, a chance for survival, intending to employ her old tricks, but unexpectedly, she had lost her grip. Ha ha, Demonis, you too have your off days. Those previous fools actually thought they could become heroes and save the beauty. They truly are ignorant of their limitations. Hand over what you have and I guarantee you a complete corpse. The speaker was a man wearing a wild grin, yet his face was fierce and menacing, bloodshot eyes glistening. Though he appeared aggressive, his condition was not good, indicating that Lu Ruomei's previous tactics had indeed affected him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruomei's already pale face grew even more desperate, not expecting to be pursued so quickly again. Her expression turned anxious and the pink mist swirling around her thickened. She rushed towards Zhou Clan, repeatedly shouting, "Friend, the person behind you is the infamous evil cultivator Tianyang Daoist, ruthless and merciless, killing without hesitation, with countless wronged souls perishing at his hands. Today, if this villain catches up with us, even if he kills me, you may find it difficult to escape alive. Why not join forces? There might be a slim chance of survival." Lu Ruomei spoke earnestly, her anxious demeanor making it seem as if everything she said was for Zhou Clan's benefit. The Tianyang Daoist claimed to be born of heaven and earth, without parents or kin, killing as casually as drinking water, indeed a vicious character. Listening to Lu Ruomei's words, Zhou Clan merely sneered, not allowing her to speak further, and loudly retorted, "Though I consider myself formidable, I am still no match for you. As a mere woman, your methods are not inferior to mine." Yet the Zhang brothers met a gruesome fate. Mentioning this, the Tianyang Daoist gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Lu Ruomei alive. Originally, the four had possessed information regarding the location of a Foundation establishment cultivator's cave, and only by combining their efforts could they find it. Thus, the four had agreed to explore the cave together. They established a pact that all treasures, pills, and talismans found within the cave would be divided equally, and each would be allowed to copy the cultivation methods with an agreement not to attack one another. Upon entering the cave, the four suffered considerable injuries, yet they found only a few pills and talismans and none of the coveted Foundation establishment techniques, except for a fragment that was carefully stored deep within the cave. Uncertain of its nature, they nonetheless understood that anything collected by a Foundation establishment cultivator must be extraordinary. Just as they were about to discuss how to divide it, Lu Ruomei unexpectedly activated all the prohibitive formations within the cave, seeking to use their power to eliminate the other three. She intended to monopolize that fragment. It was neither gold nor jade, neither leather nor cloth, but of a very unique material. Lu Ruomei was quite ruthless. Although she activated the formations, she remained within them, risking her own life if anything went wrong. Zhang Wen and Zhang Wu were caught off guard and swiftly perished. Had it not been for the Tianyang Daoist possessing a life-saving technique, he might have met the same fate as the two brothers. Even so, his magical tools and talismans were completely depleted, leaving him in a very sorry state. Thus, the Tianyang Daoist harbored an intense hatred for Lu Ruomei, pursuing her relentlessly for days. The Tianyang Daoist gritted his teeth in cold laughter, wondering how much longer she could run. Observing the two exposing each other's flaws, Zhou Clan felt a cold smile in his heart. It turned out neither of them was a good person. Yet his speed only increased without a thought of acting as a righteous hero. Lu Ruomei's thoughts raced as she took out a jade box, her expression conflicted, her reluctance apparent. After a moment's hesitation, she channeled her magic and threw the jade box toward Zhou Clan. Lu Ruomei's thoughts raced as she took out a jade box, her expression conflicted, her reluctance apparent. After a moment's hesitation, she channeled her magic and threw the jade box toward Zhou. "I will draw the Tianyang Daoist away now. You must flee and take care of yourself." Lu Ruomei spoke with righteous determination, exuding an air of self-sacrifice. After saying this, she truly no longer pursued Zhou Clan, but changed direction and sped away. Zhou Clan, upon hearing her words, did not even glance at the jade box she threw, believing not a word she said, and simply ran. Lu Ruomei, who had been closely monitoring Zhou Clan's movements, saw that he made no effort to retrieve the jade box, allowing it to fall to the ground, her expression growing even more sullen. Seeing that the Tianyang Daoist was also uninterested in the jade box and continued to pursue her, Lu Ruomei had no choice but to change direction again, chasing after Zhou Clan's path. Sensing that Lu Ruomei was pursuing him again, Zhou Clan felt a surge of determination, and she was intent on dragging him into her troubles. "Mo Xuan, how strong are the two behind us?" Zhou Clan felt the aura and had his suspicions, asking Mo Xuan for confirmation. Mo Xuan remained calm and unhurried, allowing Zhou Clan to act. Upon hearing Zhou Clan's inquiry, he finally spoke. "That woman is a 6-layer qi refinement cultivator with excellent escape techniques. The mist surrounding her should be her magical tool, which is rather strange. The man should be at the 7-layer qi refinement stage, but I haven't seen him use any magical tools. However, both of them have expended considerable strength and are not a major concern. Hearing this, Zhou Clan pondered for a moment and replied to Mo Xuan, "It seems I must act as a righteous hero today." And Mo Xuan didn't mind and let him go. With a determined plan in his heart, Zhou Clan would no longer flee, turning around and heading towards the rear. Zhou Clan felt a surge of determination. This female cultivator was so relentless in her pursuit that he would have no choice but to fight her. A talisman appeared in his hand, gathering power. Seeing Zhou Clan turn around, Lu Ruomei secretly felt pleased, thinking he was just a blockhead, but now he was obediently falling into her trap. However, several talismans activated and flew towards her, transforming into fireballs and ice spikes that surrounded her, while vines coiled around her feet. Lu Ruomei's expression changed drastically, her smugness turning into panic. She reacted quickly, channeling her power as a pink mist enveloped her, shielding her entire body. The fireballs, ice spikes, and vines all crashed against the mist. After a few contractions, the fireballs were extinguished, the ice spikes shattered, and the vines disappeared. Lu Ruomei's delicate and charming face was revealed, but it had paled several shades. In her prime, these minor tricks would have posed no threat to her, but now she was already injured. Lu Ruomei's eyes burned with a fierce hatred, her anger towards Zhou Clan surpassing even that for Tianyang Daoren. If Zhou Clan knew her true thoughts, he would be utterly astonished at such unreasonable hostility. Seeing his method thwarted by Lu Ruomei, Zhou Clan was not surprised. He made a gesture with his left hand, pointing his fingers in the air, and several droplets of water appeared crystal clear. Water wave technique. The droplets shot straight at Lu Ruomei, suddenly expanding into a massive wave that obscured her entire line of sight. Using the cover of the wave, Zhou Clan quietly accelerated, his mind focused, as his right hand retrieved a magical long sword named Fushang. This was a first-tier, mid-grade magical artifact that had been captured earlier. Infusing his power into the sword's hilt, he connected his consciousness, his hand transforming into a sword finger, moving the sword to hover silently behind him, concealed. In the chi refinement stage, one could control magical artifacts to attack, but the soul was relatively weak. The farther away, the less powerful it became. Meanwhile, he flipped his left hand, revealing two talismans, activating them to transform into ice spikes that vanished behind the wave. 3 layers of tactics were in place, with only the sword behind him being the lethal move. All these actions were completed in an instant, Zhou Clan's expression serious and cold. Seeing the massive wave approaching, Lu Ruomei waved her right hand, causing several peach blossoms to appear, radiant and dripping with color, floating before her and charging towards the wave. The peach blossoms met the wave with a resounding clash, blooming and spinning, scattering their petals towards the wave. The wave shattered, dissolving into flowing water, losing its might, while the peach blossoms transformed into pink light, dissipating. Before Lu Ruomei could catch her breath, as the wave broke apart, the ice spikes hidden behind remained unaffected. Zhou Clan, moving at high speed, was now directly exposed to Lu Ruomei's gaze. Lu Ruomei furrowed her brow slightly, dividing the mist into 2. One part transformed into a pink ribbon, sweeping towards Zhou Clan, while the other still protected her front, blocking the ice spikes, but weakened. As the mist split, Zhou Clan found the area where the mist's power was thin. With a flick of his finger, the Fushang sword shot out, moving at high speed. The Fushang sword, like a shooting star, pierced fiercely into the weak point of the mist, causing the pink mist to disperse, unable to stop the Fushang sword any longer. No! Lu Ruomei's eyes widened with fury as the Fushang sword broke through her defenses, piercing her left shoulder. The white ribbon lost control, immediately returning to mist and merging with the other part. With this blow, Lu Ruomei's injuries worsened. She coughed up blood and was sent flying, barely managing to control the mist to weakly protect her body. Seeing that his strike was effective, Zhou Clan intended to attack again with the Fushang sword, but noticed Tianyang Daoren chasing after him. Thus, with a slight shift of his mind, he recalled the Fushang sword, keeping it nearby in a defensive posture. Lu Ruomei felt despair and unease, her hatred intensifying, mixed with a hint of regret. If only she had acted differently before. Caught between the two, she felt like a sheep entering a tiger's den with no hope of escape. Tianyang Daoren, seeing the severely injured Lu Ruomei, paused and clasped his hands towards Zhou Clan, saying, "Good techniques, friend. You have dealt with this demoness in no time. I originally thought to take your lives after exiting the cave, but you all dare to lay hands on my treasures. But I didn't expect to be tricked by you, nearly losing my life. Well, that's impressive." With that, his smile vanished and his expression darkened instantly. "You nearly killed the person I wanted to eliminate. How should I repay you, friend?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out a gigantic hand, made of spiritual energy, aiming at Zhou Clan and Lu Ruomei. One chi capture technique. Zhou Clan's expression turned astonished. Although he had been wary of Tianyang Daoren for a long time, he was still somewhat taken aback by his sudden strike. He truly is a madman. Zhou Clan cursed inwardly, not wishing to engage with Tianyang Daoren despite the latter not being at his peak, and with Mo Xuan's assistance. However, Tianyang Dao Ren was indeed a Qi refinement stage cultivator, and it was unclear what hidden techniques he possessed. If he placed himself and Mo Xuan in danger, it would be extremely unwise. But now he had no choice but to strike back. Mo Xuan was also slightly taken aback, unable to comprehend this person's thought process, and prepared to move. Zhou Clan controlled the Fushang sword to fly forward, weaving back and forth, slicing through the enormous hand, but his face paled slightly. After his earlier conflict with Lu Ruomei, his power was now more than half depleted. Having been struck by Zhou Clan's sword, Lu Ruomei was already at her limit. Now struck by Tianyang Dao Ren's palm, her mist shattered upon contact, and she fell to the ground, losing consciousness, her life in question. Not caring about Lu Ruomei any longer, Zhou Clan broke through the spiritual hand seal, in one strike, advancing rather than retreating, with talismans appearing in his hand, launching them towards Tianyang Dao Ren. Tianyang Dao Ren laughed in disbelief, saying, "Such trivial methods cannot harm me." His power surged forth, dissipating the incoming talismans effortlessly. He conjured a massive golden magical axe in his hand, striking towards Zhou Clan. Giant axe technique. As Zhou Clan charged forward, he formed hand seals, his power surging as he quickly set up 3 layers of water mirror shields in front of him. The giant axe was powerful and heavy, sharper than the earlier spiritual hand seal. Upon contact, the 3 layers of water mirror shields shattered one after another, but this delay significantly weakened its might. Zhou Clan positioned the Fushang sword horizontally in front of him, and as they collided, Zhou Clan's forward momentum was halted. He coughed up blood, his power slightly chaotic, and his spirit agitated, the Fushang sword trembling, losing its agility. Yet he managed to block the giant axe. Zhou Clan spat out blood, exhaling the turbid air from his chest, feeling a bitter pang, as the gap between the mid and late Qi refinement stages was indeed vast. However, they were now closer together. Seeing Zhou Clan withstand his attack yet again, Tianyang Dao Ren's expression changed slightly, becoming more serious, as he prepared to strike once more to eliminate Zhou Clan. A streak of black mysterious light shot out from Zhou Clan, reaching just a short distance in front of him. Tianyang Dao Ren instinctively sensed danger and hurriedly dissipated his prepared attack. A golden light surged from his body, transforming into a golden armor that completely enveloped him. The black mysterious light morphed into a massive fierce snake, its tail sweeping towards Tianyang Dao Ren with incredible speed. Caught off guard, the golden armor he had conjured was not stable enough, and its defense greatly diminished. The snake's tail struck him, delivering a significant blow. Tianyang Dao Ren's internal organs trembled slightly, his power no longer flowing smoothly, with blood vessels in his eyes turning red. Clearly this blow had inflicted serious injuries. Tianyang Dao Ren's heart boiled with fury. He had just been tricked by Lu Ruomei and nearly lost his life. Now encountering this Qi refinement 5th layer brat, he found him equally treacherous. What kind of beast tamer uses themselves as bait? Most control demonic beasts to fight. Realizing he had struck true, Mo Xuan was relentless, the snake's body shrinking again as the mysterious light flickered, appearing behind Tianyang Dao Ren. Once more transforming back into its true form, it lashed out at Tianyang Dao Ren's back, scattering the magical power he had barely gathered. His body flew uncontrollably, sustaining more injuries, blood streaming from his mouth, looking disheveled, and no longer exuding the arrogance and aggression of before. If this continues today, there will be no way out for me, Tianyang Dao Ren thought anxiously. Seeing Mo Xuan successfully injure the Taoist Tianyang between 2 moves, Zhou Clan would not just stand by. He slightly calmed his internal injuries and wielded the Fushang sword to charge forward. The Taoist Tianyang glanced at Zhou Clan, who was also attacking, and instead of becoming angry, he laughed and said, Good. You are forcing my hand. Ignite the law." The Taoist Tianyang, filled with rage and gritted teeth, felt his magical power rapidly depleting as he executed the ignition law, yet his aura surged dramatically, becoming several times stronger than before. The ignition law was an accidental gain of the Taoist Tianyang, allowing him to obtain power beyond his limits at the cost of burning his own magical power. This was his ultimate life-risking technique. After using this technique, his body would weaken drastically and require years of nurturing to fully recover, potentially even causing a drop in his realm. The price was undeniably steep. The Taoist Tianyang, feeling the overwhelming power within him, did not consider the consequences of using. All he wanted was to slay the person and beast before him. Thinking this way, his heart filled with satisfaction, as if he could already envision the grim fate of Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan. The Taoist Tianyang raised the enormous golden axe in his hand, now several times larger than before, and smashed it fiercely towards Zhou Clan. Although he was burning with rage, he had not completely lost his rationality. Knowing that Mo Xuan, being a beast, had tough skin and quick speed, it would not be easy to kill him swiftly, so he could only strike at Zhou Clan. The Taoist Tianyang anticipated that Zhou Clan as a beast master would surely command the snake demon to protect him against this blow. This would greatly diminish Mo Xuan's speed advantage, leaving him to passively endure the attack. Little did the Taoist Tianyang know that Zhou Clan was merely a facade and not a true beastmaster at all. Facing the giant axe that resembled a mountain, Zhou Clan was filled with terror. He initially intended to take advantage of the situation to claim the Taoist's life, but now it seemed he might lose his own. At this moment, it was too late to retreat. Zhou Clan could only fight desperately, using all the defensive talismans remaining in his storage pouch on himself. His magical power surged wildly and numerous water mirror shields rapidly coalesced. However, his meridians were already severely damaged under such violent magical power. But Zhou Clan disregarded it all, his face twisted in a grimace. The giant axe suddenly descended, and several mirror shields were shattered instantaneously, as if they were mere illusions. The talismans activated and shattered, unable to stop even a fraction of the blow. Zhou Clan, filled with despair, stopped struggling. A multitude of images flashed through his mind, leaving only a faint longing for Fei Yu Peak. Bang! A loud crash interrupted Zhou Clan's final memories. Seeing the Taoist Tianyang relentlessly attacking him, Mo Xuan could only helplessly abandon the idea of launching another attack. Mo Xuan truly could not just watch Zhou Clan die before him. Even if it were for no other reason, Zhou Clan was the first friend he had made in this world, and they had gotten along well. By a twist of fate, he had fallen victim to the Taoist Tianyang's scheme. The giant axe struck the snake's scales, creating a shower of sparks. Mo Xuan felt pain, hissed in agony, and bit down hard on the edge of the axe, while his tail whipped out, flinging Zhou Clan dozens of meters away. With a fierce heart, Mo Xuan's injuries stimulated the primal beast instinct deep within his bloodline. His mouth exerted force, shattering the giant axe, his snake eyes blood red, and his aura soared as he charged towards the Taoist Tianyang. The Taoist Tianyang was slightly taken aback when he saw Mo Xuan shatter the giant axe he had conjured. Seeing Mo Xuan approaching, he flew back, and while forming hand seals, summoned dozens of golden magical swords that filled the air, all shooting towards Mo Xuan. The primal instinct from the depths of his bloodline caused Mo Xuan to lose a bit of rationality, not dodging or evading the golden swords. The swords pierced through his snake body, leaving marks of blood, and Mo Xuan roared, becoming even more agitated with every injury. As the Taoist Tianyang retreated, while forming long swords to attack, he looked at Mo Xuan's reckless behavior with disdain in his heart. A beast is still a beast, controlled by its own ferocity, truly seeking its own demise. With ferocity surging, Mo Xuan's speed increased severalfold, and in just a few breaths he caught up to the retreating Taoist Tianyang, opening his mouth to bite. Mo Xuan's speed surged instantly. The Taoist Tianyang once again executed the golden light armor, transforming into a giant clad in golden armor. This time, with preparation time, the golden light armor was stable, and the Taoist Tianyang was full of confidence. Seeing Mo Xuan bite down, he seemed to foresee the scene of Mo Xuan's teeth being shattered. Mo Xuan's ferocity erupted, and his speed, strength, and magical power surged, with his sharp fangs piercing deep into the golden armor, shattering it in one blow. As the golden armor shattered, the Taoist Tianyang was left utterly stunned with no time to react. He felt a wave of immense pain before losing consciousness. Mo Xuan bit down on the corpse of the Taoist Tianyang, confirmed that his breath had faded, then shook his head and casually tossed the Taoist's body aside. As the ferocity in his blood receded, Mo Xuan felt exhausted, every wound aching with a hint of fear. This primal instinct, stirred by his bloodline, was a double-edged sword capable of killing others while also harming himself. Losing his rationality turned him into a reckless beast, which Mo Xuan could not accept. This served as a reminder for him to pay more attention to his mental cultivation in the future, so as not to be controlled by his primal instincts. Human cultivators are truly cunning and treacherous, employing numerous schemes. I must be more cautious in the future, Mo Xuan sighed inwardly. Seeing that Mo Xuan had killed the Taoist Tianyang, Zhou Clan hurried over and quickly took out healing elixirs to hand to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir along with the jade vial, then transmitted to Zhou Clan, "You handle the rest yourself." After saying this, his snake body shook and shrank, flying into Zhou Clan's sleeve, falling asleep. Zhou Clan opened his mouth to thank him, but couldn't say anything. After all, Mo Xuan had saved him several times, yet he had nothing to repay. Feeling bitter, he blamed his low cultivation. Many times he not only failed to help, but also became a burden to Mo Xuan. Sigh. He sighed softly, no longer dwelling on it, but his resolve deepened. After thoroughly checking the corpse of the Taoist Tianyang, Zhou Clan felt gloomy, almost wanting to spit blood. Aside from some spirit stones, there were no other magical artifacts, talismans, or elixirs. This time, he truly suffered a great loss. What a madman. Zhou Clan cursed again. If this person weren't mentally unstable, how could he have ended up like that? Not only did he endanger his own life, but he also caused Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan to suffer serious injuries, truly harming both himself and others. Fortunately, there was still a technique in the storage pouch called the ignition law. Zhou Clan skimmed through it, confirming that this was the reason for the Taoist Tian Yang's sudden surge in cultivation. After examining the secret technique repeatedly, he couldn't help but feel delighted, dispelling much of his earlier gloom. Although this technique inflicted great harm on the body, it was indeed an excellent life-saving method perfectly suited to enrich his family's treasury and enhance their foundation. However, apart from this secret technique, the Taoist Tian Yang had no other cultivation techniques or spells. The Taoist Tian Yang's strength was evident, and the techniques he cultivated were highly coveted by Zhou Clan. Yet after searching through the storage pouch, he found nothing. After giving a burning talisman to the Taoist Tian Yang, Zhou Clan went to Lu Ruomei. He picked up the scattered smoke mist. Though the magical artifact was severely damaged, Zhou Clan had no idea how to repair it. But he could still sell it for some spirit stones. He then opened Lu Ruomei's storage pouch. Aside from some women's items, he found the Peach Blossom Heart Captivation technique she practiced. Flipping through the Peach Blossom Heart Captivation technique, he found that although it came with several spells, one of which was an excellent escape technique, it was quite remarkable. However, Zhou Clan felt a bit helpless as this technique was associated with evil intentions, absorbing yang to replenish yin. It was not a proper cultivation method, making it unusable for his family. He could only find an opportunity to sell it. Aside from these, only a peculiar fragment caught Zhou Clan's attention. The fragment was neither metal nor jade, about the size of a palm with some strange patterns. Zhou Clan speculated that perhaps this was the item the Taoist Tian Yang sought. After searching for a long time with no gains, he could only store it in his storage pouch for later. These two were not simple characters, yet they fought to the death over this fragment. Perhaps many others had died. Although he was unclear about what this item was, it piqued Zhou Clan's interest. He thought to investigate further in the future, hoping to uncover some clues. After dealing with some unnecessary items, Zhou Clan then counted the talismans and pills he had consumed. Only then did he concentrate on feeling the injuries within his body, having pushed his internal power to the limit to resist the attack from the Tianyang Taoist. Such turbulent power had naturally ravaged his meridians terribly. Zhou Clan smiled wryly. In this state, even a cultivator at the early stage of chi refinement could take his life. The commotion here was so great that it was not suitable to linger. He could only seek another place to heal. Enduring the pain in his meridians, Zhou Clan slightly activated his power and set off in a direction. Several hours later, Zhou Clan stopped. He was far enough away now, and it seemed unlikely to attract others. After observing the surrounding environment and seeing no signs of people coming and going, he finally sighed in relief. He found a secluded spot and flipped his hand to reveal 3 gray flags. Infusing power into the flags, he planted them in 3 different locations, connecting them to create a faint azure light that enveloped the area within a dozen meters around Zhou Clan. This small sand yuan formation served merely to ward off insects and wild beasts, and to provide some alertness. Its defensive capabilities were not very strong. Zhou Clan undertook this act merely as an additional precaution. He took out a pill and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged, slowly feeling the pressure dissipating and repairing his damaged meridians. Days later, Zhou Clan opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and felt his meridians slightly satisfied. The days of recuperation had nurtured his injured meridians back to health, and his internal power had returned to its peak state, his aura steady and no longer in a state of disarray. Zhou Clan stood up, casually formed a hand sign to cleanse himself, and then waved his hand to summon back the 3 formation flags, storing them in his bag. Feeling the ink black Xuan still asleep in his sleeve, and seeing that it was in good condition, he chose not to disturb it. He took out a map and glanced at it, heading toward the direction of the Changxing Valley. 2 months later, looking at the massive city before him, Zhou Clan let out a long sigh. He had finally arrived. Due to the unforeseen disasters he had suffered earlier, Zhou Clan had kept his guard up along the way, and at this moment, he finally relaxed. Fortunately, he had not encountered any troublesome matters in these past 2 months. It was just that the long journey had left him somewhat fatigued. The great city was named Xianxia, solely controlled and managed by the Changxing Valley, serving as the gateway for trade between the Changxing Valley and the outside world, where many transactions for golden core elixirs and spiritual herbs took place. Not far from Xianxia City, one could find the entrance to the Changxing Valley. As a sect under the protection of a golden core master, those wishing to join the Changxing Valley flocked here daily, which kept the population in Xianxia City constantly high. However, the sect where the golden core master resided was not so easily accessed. Without above-average talent, aspiring to become a disciple of the Changxing Valley was merely a fool's dream. Of course, if one possessed extraordinary cultivation, they would be welcomed as a guest elder in the Changxing Valley. The entire Xianxia city was enveloped by a second-tier high-grade formation, making it impossible even for Foundation establishment masters to fly. When the formation was fully activated, it could likely withstand even a golden core master for a moment. Thus, in Xianxia city, even walking on the ground, one might encounter Foundation establishment masters. A careless mistake could potentially sow the seeds of disaster, leading to one's demise. Zhou Clan had already gathered this information before arriving, resolving to act cautiously here and to avoid. As he approached the city gate, the towering walls grew increasingly imposing as he drew nearer. Zhou Clan found it puzzling that there were so many people entering the city. Even such a massive entrance had formed a long queue. However, although many were queuing, none dared to complain. Without a strong background to back them, they would only meet a dead end, and those with a powerful background wouldn't need to queue here at all. Zhou Clan found a kind-looking middle-aged cultivator to ask, "Friend, are there always so many people entering Xianxia city every day?" The middle-aged cultivator, surprised by the question, replied, "You must have come from afar." "Indeed, friend, your insight is remarkable. Well, I admire it," Zhou Clan said, slightly taken aback. However, he felt a bit wary, unsure where he had revealed a flaw that exposed his background. It's not a difficult matter. The Chongqing Valley released news a month ago that they would auction a second-tier top-grade longevity pill, the Yangji Zhuangxing Dan, this month. This pill is reputed to be top-grade and can extend the life of a foundation establishment cultivator by half a century. How precious it is. Why do cultivators toil daily? It is for longevity. Such a precious pill that can extend life by half a century undoubtedly attracts many elder practitioners to come. This information is no secret, so the middle-aged cultivator was happy to share it with Zhou Clan. He then added, "However, this precious pill will only be contested among the foundation establishment masters. It has little to do with us. Most cultivators in the Qi refinement stage are here for the several foundation establishment pills being auctioned together with the Chongqing Valley." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan's mind stirred, nearly betraying his changing emotions on his face. No matter how precious the longevity pill was, it had no bearing on Zhou Clan, as he still had decades left before reaching the limit of his lifespan. However, the foundation establishment pill was a different matter. It was likely the most desired item for every Qi refinement cultivator. If given the chance to obtain one, they would not hesitate to spend all their savings. Zhou Clan was momentarily stunned before regaining his senses and thanking the middle-aged cultivator. "Thank you for clearing my doubts." "No need for thanks," the middle-aged cultivator waved his hand, casually indicating it was a trivial matter. Having obtained the information he sought, Zhou Clan no longer troubled the middle-aged cultivator and silently continued to queue. However, his emotional fluctuations remained unknown to others. After a long time, Zhou Clan exhaled, making an effort to drive away his desires from his heart. Putting aside whether he could win the auction, even if he did, he might not survive to bring the foundation establishment pill back. Forget it. This was merely an opportunity to broaden his horizons, Zhou Clan tried to persuade himself. Finally, Zhou Clan exchanged 2 spirit stones for a jade token and entered the city. Compared to the outside of the city, the inside was a whole different world. There were stalls set up by cultivators on both sides of the roads, making Zhou Clan almost think he had entered a black market. The city was filled with a dazzling array of items, overwhelming the senses with towering buildings and radiant. The fragrances of pills, the glimmers of treasures, and the aura of talismans wafted into his consciousness, enticing him to step inside. If he was not careful, his spirit stones would likely dwindle to almost nothing. Zhou Clan dared not look too long. He quickly scanned the area, memorizing the layout and route, which had become a habit for him. Whenever he arrived in an unfamiliar place, he would always familiarize himself with his surroundings and ensure a safe exit, just in case. After a long while, Zhou Clan finally had a rough understanding of Xianxia city. The city was distributed in a fan shape around the massive auction house in the center, with different items being traded in various areas, relatively concentrated. The items Zhou Clan intended to deal with included not only the Xingyuan fruits, but also the magical artifact the Yanluo Zhang obtained from Lu Rome, and its accompanying technique, the Taohua Huoxinju, along with some miscellaneous items of various types. Having sold these assorted items one by one, Zhou Clan finally arrived at the Spirit Herb Pavilion, which had several branches in the city. This pavilion was the place where the Chongqing Valley traded spirit herbs with the outside world, allowing for both buying and selling, and it had a relatively rich variety of herbs. After much consideration, Zhou Clan chose this location. First, although the prices at the Spirit Herb Pavilion might be slightly lower, it was a major power with guaranteed credibility. Second, the Xingyuan fruit tree only bore fruit once a year, so Zhou Clan needed to select a more stable selling channel. As Zhou Clan stepped inside, a young maid approached and asked, "Elder, what do you need?" "I would like to sell some Xingyuan fruit." "Please follow me," said the maid, leading the way to the second floor. The Spirit Herb Pavilion had several floors with a large number of medicinal materials displayed in cabinets on the first floor for people to choose from. It seemed that the second floor was where the Spirit Herb Pavilion acquired spirit herbs. Zhou Clan thought to himself as he followed the maid to a small pavilion on the second floor. The small pavilion was not large, and there sat an elderly man, his cultivation at only the early stage of Qi refinement, yet the maid's attitude was very respectful. "This is our pavilion's appraiser, Old Li. Elder, you can take out the items you wish to sell for Old Li to examine." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan was not surprised. This was the customary procedure. He flipped his hand and took out a jade box, opening it and gently placing it before the elderly man. When Zhou Clan and the others entered, Old Li only glanced up and then returned to his tasks, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Zhou Cating's greeting. Zhou Cating was not offended. He maintained a composed and respectful demeanor. Opening the jade box, Elderly used his magical power to extract a star essence fruit from within, bringing it before his eyes to examine it carefully, then waved his hand beside the fruit, inhaling its fragrant aroma. After some time, he thoroughly inspected the star essence fruits in the jade box before nodding to Zhou Cating, who was waiting nearby, and said, "Indeed, the quality is excellent, well preserved, and the medicinal effects are intact. There are a total of 60 star essence fruits here, priced at 66 low-grade spirit stones. What do you say?" Hearing this, Zhou Cating pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing Zhou Cating's nod, Elderly instructed the maid beside him, "Go fetch 66 low-grade spirit stones for this esteemed friend." While the maid went to retrieve the spirit stones, Zhou Cating contemplated and asked a question that had been on his mind. "Elderly, can the star essence fruit be stored for long periods?" This was not mentioned in the secret recipe he had received. Elderly, hearing the question, thought that since he had already made a deal with this person, it wouldn't hurt to offer a small, unimportant piece of information for free. Thus he smiled and said, "Of course, as long as the star essence fruit is kept hidden within this jade box, its medicinal effects can be preserved for several years. However, if the storage time is too long, its value will naturally decrease somewhat." Zhou Cating felt relieved now. He wouldn't have to spend several months every year making a trip. After thanking Elderly, the maid returned with the spirit stones. Zhou Cating accepted the spirit stones, confirmed the quantity was correct with a sweep of his divine sense, and then left the small room with the maid. On the way out, Zhou Cating asked the maid, "Do you know about the auction happening in a few days? Are you curious about how to participate in this auction, senior?" The maid chuckled lightly. Caught off guard by the small maid's insight into his thoughts, Zhou Cating felt a bit embarrassed. Yet he couldn't deny it, since it was indeed what he wanted to ask. He could only nod. "You only need to make purchases at the stores under our sect's jurisdiction, and you will naturally receive a free invitation to the auction. Of course, that offer ends once the gifts are given." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cating was somewhat impressed. Such a measure would surely bring a substantial income of spirit stones to the Xianxia Valley. Slightly sighing, Zhou Cating expressed his gratitude again and exited the spirit medicine pavilion. Contemplating the maid's words, Zhou Cating felt conflicted. Over the past 2 years, a considerable amount of spirit stones had been spent to find a superior technique for Zhou leeching. Even though he had gone out several times during that period, which made up for some of the places where spirit stones were needed, were still too many. Additionally, the spirit pills and talismans consumed on the way here had to be accounted for. Considering the gains from this trip, he had barely made a profit of a few dozen spirit stones. Thinking it over, Zhou Cating felt a bit unwilling with such a grand occasion and the opportunity to see the Foundation establishment pill in person. What harm would there be in spending some spirit stones? In his mind, it felt as if two little figures were fighting, going back and forth, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It's all because of poverty that this trouble arises. After walking for a while, Zhou Cating stopped, his expression somewhat dazed. "I was overthinking. It was only said that purchases were needed, but there was no stipulation on how much to spend." Shaking his head with a smile, he felt enlightened. Finding a store that sold completed spirit pills, he inquired with the maid there and confirmed that it was true. He then took out a few spirit stones and bought several recovery pills. Calmly accepting the invitation letter handed to him by the maid under her curious gaze, he left with determination. Perhaps Zhou Cating had already become a legendary figure in the eyes of the maid. After leaving, Zhou Cating found an inexpensive inn to stay in. Although the inn was cheap, each room was equipped with a soundproof formation, making it quite comfortable and preventing disturbances. In the following days, Xianxia City became increasingly lively with young disciples, elders, Foundation establishment stage, great cultivators, and wandering cultivators from various major forces entering the city daily. Zhou Cating remained in the inn, not going out, contentedly practicing his qi refining every day, while Mo Xuan continued to be in a deep slumber. Zhou Cating found it strange. Although Mo Xuan often slept, it was not quite the same as the past few days. As for what was different, Zhou Cating couldn't quite put his finger on it. He only felt Mo Xuan's steady aura, which showed no signs of abnormality, even seeming slightly stronger than before. Having pondered without any conclusion, he could only wait for Mo Xuan to awaken before discussing it further. Setting aside his thoughts, Zhou Cating stepped out of his room and headed towards the central auction venue. Today was the day of the auction. Arriving at the auction venue, Zhou Cating handed the invitation letter in his hand to the attendant. After confirming everything was in order, an attendant came over to guide him, while also handing Zhou Cating a jade slip and a small jade talisman-like magical tool. The attendant introduced, "The jade slip contains the names and descriptions of the treasures being auctioned today. The jade talisman is forbidden. If you wish to participate, simply channel your magical power into this talisman." Weighing the talisman in his hand, Zhou Cating sighed. As expected of a major power, they truly think ahead. With such a large auction venue, it would be too inhumane to communicate solely through voice. Following the attendant into the hall, he found a seat and took a moment to survey the area. At this point, quite a few people had already arrived, most of whom were Qi refining stage cultivators. The second floor of the auction venue was for private boxes. It seemed that the great cultivators at the foundation establishment stage were all in those boxes. Taking out the jade slip, Zhou Clan previously only knew that there would be a top-grade longevity pill and several foundation establishment pills at this auction. He had no knowledge of anything else. It was unlikely that there would be only these two treasures at an auction. It was simply that these two had the greatest fame. Immersing himself in his thoughts, he began to read through it carefully. After a short while, Zhou Clan put down the jade slip with a complex expression and let out a long sigh. It was not that the treasures were lacking, it was that he wanted them all. The feeling of being presented with a mountain of treasures, yet being unable to take any, was truly distressing. Since he had resolved beforehand that this trip was merely for gaining experience, Zhou Clan's mood quickly calmed down, and he quietly gathered his thoughts, waiting for the auction to begin. A fleeting pressure from a foundation establishment expert passed by, followed by a deep and powerful voice ringing in Zhou Clan's ears. Today I have the honor of presiding over this auction. I hope all of you esteemed friends will show me some respect and refrain from causing any trouble. It turns out to be the city lord of Xianxia personally overseeing things, someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Clan recalled the information about the city lord of Xianxia, a late foundation establishment cultivator and elder of the Chongqing Valley, who had presided over Xianxia city for several decades and controlled the second-tier high-grade great formation within the city. He indeed had the qualifications to speak so bluntly. Once the city lord of Xianxia finished speaking, he no longer said anything further. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a slight silence until the auctioneer brought out the first treasure, breaking the silence as magical powers circulated and activated the jade talismans. Several treasures were auctioned off, all of which were first-tier high-grade items, including magical tools, pills, talismans, and techniques. The next treasure is a foundation establishment pill. I won't elaborate on the specifics. I'll let the bidding begin with a starting price of 500 low-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing about the foundation establishment pill, the eyes of many Qi refining stage cultivators in the audience lit up with fervor. However, upon hearing the starting price, 90% of the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts, a sense of despair. Zhou Clan shook his head, feeling the bleak atmosphere, and his heart resonated with it. They were all people struggling through the quagmire. In the end, this foundation establishment pill was sold for 900 spirit stones to a great cultivator in the second. The auction continued with each treasure's appearance and introduction sweeping away the previous sorrow, as the crowd's eyes filled with excitement. Caught up in this fervor, Zhou Clan forgot about his earlier resolution and made several bids his magical. Fortunately, he didn't have enough spirit stones on him to compete with others, otherwise he might have had to sleep under the stars tonight. The second foundation establishment pill was claimed by a burly man with a thick beard, who immediately stood up and left after winning the bid. Not long after this bearded guest departed, several figures quietly slipped away without drawing attention. The third foundation establishment pill was also won by a great cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, causing another wave of regret among the crowd. A total of 4 foundation establishment pills were up for auction, and now 3 had already been claimed, leaving the last one, which would likely see even more intense competition. Those who hesitated before would surely not let this last one go. Zhou Clan had awoken from his frenzy, cursing himself internally, sighing repeatedly. The air of calm he had before now completely vanished. Now observing everything with a cool gaze, he felt that the people before him were like ants struggling with all their might, yet unable to escape this small world, which was truly pitiful. The fourth foundation establishment pill was obtained by a female cultivator of the Qi refining stage, transacted for 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. All 4 foundation establishment pills were sold at prices exceeding 900 low-grade spirit stones, which deterred many Qi refining cultivators, leaving them to reluctantly accept their mediocre fates. Perhaps in the end, many cultivators would strive to achieve foundation establishment without the pill before turning 60. After 60, their bodies begin to age and their blood vitality starts to decline, making the probability of successful foundation establishment lower as time goes on. However, without exceptional talent, this endeavor would merely be a gamble with a 9 out of 10 chance of failure. The higher the talent, the greater the chance of success in foundation establishment without the pill, yet those with high talent often lack foundation establishment pills, while those who need them may exhaust their lives without obtaining a single one. By now, most cultivators who came for this reason began to gradually leave. The next item up for auction is the highlight of this event, the Yangji Rebirth Pill, which can extend the lifespan of foundation establishment cultivators by 30 years, exceptionally precious. This auction will have no reserve price. Alright, without further ado, let's begin the bidding. Finally, the main event of this auction commenced. The moment the Yangji Rebirth Pill was brought out, a surge of momentum erupted from various places on the second floor, clashing fiercely. The expressions of the Qi refining cultivators darkened, and the mere competitive atmosphere from the powerful foundation establishment cultivators was already overwhelming for them. Zhou Clan was no exception, his expression slightly changing. Just as everyone was feeling the pressure, a cold snort broke the tense standoff, scattering the fierce atmosphere. The Foundation establishment cultivators on the second floor changed their expressions and contained themselves. I bid 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Do I want this item? An elderly voice emerged, revealing a determined will with an underlying threat. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can exchange for 100 low-grade spirit stones, and yet they are rare in the market. What a joke, old ghost Mo from the Xianxia sect. Why bother showing your face? You think you can take this item with just 200 medium-grade spirit stones? If your ancestor were still alive, I might fear you a little, but now. The Xianxia sect was once a powerful sect rivaling the Chongqing Valley, but since the fall of their Golden Core ancestor, no Golden Core cultivators have been born, and they can only barely defend their mountain gate with their defensive formation. Their influence long diminished. The Foundation establishment cultivators' eyes flickered, each with their own thoughts. Old ghost Mo harbored deep resentment, wishing to swallow this person whole, yet he was powerless to do anything but watch the price soar. Behind old ghost Mo stood several individuals, all showing discontent, then shifted to a look of worry. Among them was a young man in splendid garments, striking and elegant with an extraordinary appearance. The young man's face flushed, and as he opened his mouth to say something, he was shot down by a gentle woman beside him. Old ghost Mo's expression changed, ultimately choosing to give up. The fierce clash among the Foundation establishment cultivators opened the eyes of the remaining chi refining cultivators, making their trip worthwhile. Ultimately, this item was obtained by a latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivator for 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This person did not wait for the auction to conclude and flew directly out using magic to wrap a storage bag and sending it to the auction stage. The auctioneer took it, glanced at it, and looked towards the Lord of Xianxia City, who nodded before handing the jade vial containing the Yangji rebirth pill to this person. Under everyone's gaze, this person merely glanced at it and swallowed the pill, then looked at the second floor before turning to leave. Zhou Clan witnessed this and sighed at the skillful maneuver, swallowing the pill on the spot, effectively dispelling certain individuals' ambitions. Otherwise, keeping it would surely bring disaster. Human strength is limited. Even Foundation establishment cultivators cannot act freely. As the auction concluded, Zhou Clan left with the crowd, having gained a great deal. He witnessed numerous treasures and precious spirit medicines, learning their uses and effects, ensuring he wouldn't be clueless the next time he encountered them. Upon returning to the inn, Zhou Clan did not prepare to leave immediately, as Mo Xuan had not yet awakened, leaving him somewhat anxious, so he decided to wait a little longer. A few days later, Zhou Clan awoke from his cultivation and left the inn, arriving at a tea house, ordering a pot of spirit tea, preparing to take a short break and balance work with rest. Cultivators, until they reach the Foundation establishment stage, cannot separate themselves from the world and cannot fast. They often need to eat some spirit rice and spirit millet to meet their bodily needs. Spirit tea, among other things, satisfies their cravings. At this time, the tea house was already filled with many cultivators, likely similar to Zhou Clan. He ordered a pot of jade spring Longjing tea, listening to the conversations around him, feeling quite at ease. Speaking of which, that fellow cultivator is truly pitiful, spending all his life savings to acquire a Foundation establishment pill, seeing Foundation establishment within reach, gaining over 200 years of lifespan, and yet. Sigh. Zhou Clan was stunned, unexpectedly overhearing someone discussing that auction, and focused intently to listen. The speaker did not intend to conceal anything, as if it were not a secret, but the conversation was somewhat quiet. Who says otherwise? Who knows who did it? Such audacity to kill and seize treasures, even in Xianxia. The conversation trailed off, without continuing, merely expressing a sentiment. Zhou Clan was listening attentively when it suddenly came to an end, feeling frustrated. After hesitating for a moment, he ordered another pot of spirit tea and approached the speakers. After a long while, Zhou Clan thanked them and left, returning to the inn with a somewhat complex expression. It turned out that after the auction concluded, the two chi refining cultivators who purchased the Foundation establishment pill, the man with the curly beard was found dead in an alley the next day, with only a piece of clothing left to cover his body. Zhou Clan had a deep impression of that bearded man. He was strong in momentum and profound in cultivation, and his actions reflected great confidence. Unexpectedly, he had fallen victim. It was said he died without a sound, and by the time the body was discovered, several hours had passed, long enough for the murderer to have fled. The Lord of Xianxia City was enraged and dispatched several Foundation establishment offerings to investigate this matter, but there has been no news so far. As for the female cultivator, she remained unharmed. The female cultivator, known as Bai Ling, was both beautiful and talented, so her reputation spread widely. She made some acquaintances among fellow practitioners and was guarded by several cultivators this time, thus remaining safe. However, it was reported yesterday that she had failed in her Foundation establishment, and although she survived due to the Foundation establishment pill, she would have no chance of attempting Foundation establishment again for several years. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether she will have the ability to obtain another Foundation establishment pill in the future. The fates of the two chi refining cultivators, one dead and one injured, are quite lamentable. There is no absolutely safe place in the world. One must be more cautious in the future, Zhou Clan sighed with emotion. As for the other two Foundation Establishment cultivators who acquired the Foundation Establishment pill, they had already secretly left the city that same day, likely preparing for their family's younger generation. However, the conflicts among families are equally fierce and cruel. One wonders what kind of storms they will face on their. This world is vast, and the life and death of one or two Foundation Establishment cultivators are utterly insignificant. Even as mere gossip over tea, it would only last a few days. Zhou Clan had already stayed in Xianxia city for more than half a month. On this day, Mo Xuan slowly awakened from his slumber, his consciousness somewhat hazy. What was supposed to be a simple, deep sleep for healing had taken so long, and unexpectedly, there were some unforeseen changes. Zhou Clan was in the midst of his cultivation when his awareness detected Mo Xuan's awakening. He quickly ceased his practice and tentatively asked Brother Mo. His tone was somewhat joyful, though after so many days he almost thought something unfortunate had befallen Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan flew out from his sleeve, nodding slightly at Zhou Clan. He moved lazily, his body unharmed, and even found slight improvements in his cultivation. Mo Xuan secretly nodded, feeling satisfied with himself. Brother Mo, did something happen? Nothing, instead I've gained some benefits. Mo Xuan shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan congratulated Mo Xuan, feeling greatly pleased in his heart. The stronger Mo Xuan became, the safer the Zhou family would be. He opened the system panel and looked at the Divine Abilities section. Divine Ability Transformation of the Beast Body awakens the beast intent deep within the bloodline, temporarily enhancing physical strength, speed, and magical power by 20%. Note, the stronger the beast intent, the greater the enhancement, but there is a risk of losing one's sanity. Isn't this just turning the previous passivity into proactivity? Mo Xuan pondered, not expecting that his previous injury would turn into a blessing. Sometimes life is just like this, one may lose a horse, but who knows if it is a blessing or a curse. However, a sudden surge of power comes with a cost. Thus, this divine ability can only last for half an hour and cannot be used consecutively, or else there will be a risk of damaging the bloodline origin. Damage to the bloodline origin would greatly decrease potential, and the cost is too high, so he must be cautious in the future. Mo Xuan thought, his heart eager to try it out. He glanced at Zhou Clan, who was secretly delighted, shook his head, and decided against it. His strength was too weak, making it easy to lose control. If he accidentally killed him, Mo Xuan would be left in tears with all his previous efforts wasted. Zhou Clan felt a chill as Mo Xuan glanced at him, a shiver running down his spine, making him uneasy. He carefully sensed around and found nothing unusual. Mo Xuan was somewhat suspicious. It was just a glance. When did this kid's perception become so sharp? So he quickly changed the topic. Has anything important happened these days? Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan finally put down his unease and recounted everything he had seen and heard during this time. Mo Xuan felt regretful for missing such a dramatic show, his heart filled with helplessness. After discussing with Mo Xuan, Zhou Clan decided to leave Xianxia city the next day. This trip had taken too long, and he felt uneasy about not returning home. However, Zhou Clan still had one more thing to do. Mo Xuan naturally had no objections. Since there was something to do, he would go along. Thus, he flew into Zhou Clan's sleeve, and they left the inn together, heading towards a place that sold magical artifacts. After inquiring at several shops, they found nothing that Zhou Clan was looking for, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Mo Xuan felt helpless. How could one find what they were looking for here? It was clearly a mismatch, a case of seeking the wrong remedy. Zhou Clan did not give up and arrived at a shop named Baoqi Pavilion. The shop was not very large and was somewhat simply decorated. Stepping into the shop, the walls were covered with various magical artifacts: swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks. The shop was small but had a complete variety, with only one shopkeeper present and no attendants. Seeing Zhou Clan enter, the shopkeeper asked, "What can I do for you, fellow cultivator?" His voice was gentle, instantly creating a good impression. It was hard to tell his exact age as he was dressed like a scholar. "Do you have any mundane weapons for sale here?" Zhou Clan scanned the shop and then spoke. "Oh, that's rare. I've been here for several years, and you're the first to ask about mundane weapons." The scholar was somewhat surprised, looking at Zhou Clan's imposing demeanor, realizing he must have some cultivation level, yet he was asking for mundane weapons. "To be honest, I'm looking for something for my junior." Zhou Clan smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, the scholar pondered for a moment, guessing that this person was quite sincere. "Please wait a moment. I actually have a few excellent weapons." After Zhou Clan nodded in agreement, he went to the back. Mo Xuan was slightly taken aback, surprised that he actually found something. Previously, when he learned that Zhou Clan was looking for a mundane weapon, he almost laughed. Buying a mundane item in a city full of cultivators was like finding a needle in a haystack. Unexpectedly, he was quickly proven wrong. The so-called excellent weapons were merely useless items that had been gathering dust in a corner. If Zhou Clan hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about them. It's a tearful story. When he first started doing business, he was swayed by others and ended up spending several spirit stones on a bunch of mundane items, only to sell not a single one. A few unsatisfactory items had long been disposed of, leaving only a few weapons piled up in this corner. He took out several weapons from the corner, used some magic to clean off the dust, and then brought them back to the shop. They're all here. If you were to go elsewhere, it would be hard to find. Zhou Clan nodded. It was indeed so, and began to carefully select weapons. In the end, Zhou Clan chose a long sword made of azure steel, 3 feet long, weighing over 40 pounds, with an exceptional appearance. If it weren't for the inability to infuse magical power, one might not even be able to distinguish it. Near the hilt, the words Song Hai were engraved. Song Hai sword. Zhou Clan murmured, performing a flourish with the sword. He thought for a moment, and said to the scholar, "I'll take this one." "What is the price?" The scholar, seeing Zhou Clan's fondness for it, his eyes flickering slightly, spoke confidently, "Fellow cultivator, this sword has a chilling gleam, made of fine materials and exquisite craftsmanship. If it weren't for the fact that the creator had no magical power, this would truly be a top-grade magical artifact. I had to go through great hardships and trials to find such a treasure." "Hey, fellow cultivator, please don't go, don't be hasty. Let me finish what I was saying. Although this treasure is incredibly rare, your heartfelt care for your junior is truly touching. Today, in honor of your noble intentions, this treasure is only sold for 2 spirit stones. No, just 1 spirit stone." As Zhou Clan was about to leave, the scholar hurriedly changed his tone, thinking, "Is it easy for me to do business?" Zhou Clan then looked at the scholar, feeling that the sword was quite good. If he were to give it to Year, she would surely like it. After all, what boy doesn't love swords? So he took out a spirit stone from his storage bag and handed it over, took the Song Hai sword, and asked the scholar for a scabbard before storing the sword in his bag and leaving the shop. Even the smallest mosquito leg is still meat. Making money is not embarrassing. The scholar found joy in his hardship. Today he made another sale. Who would he look for next? His thoughts drifted, and he began to revel in his success, his eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. After leaving the treasure artifact pavilion, Zhou Clan headed to the talisman vendor to replenish several of his own talismans. Tomorrow he would depart on a long journey, and preparedness was always prudent. He returned to his inn and rested through the night. The following morning, Zhou Clan rose, stepped out of the inn, passed through the city gate, and left Xianxia city behind. Mo Xuan, as usual, shrank himself into Zhou Clan's sleeve. Zhou Clan paused and glanced back. Waves of emotion surged within him, then hesitated briefly before hastening onward. After running for only a short while, he noticed a small group of cultivators gathered ahead. He gave them only a cursory glance, uninterested in idle curiosity, and prepared to veer off course to avoid the crowd. Zhou Clan halted mid-stride and transmitted his voice to Mo Xuan, "Brother Mo, could this be the same technique once employed by Tianyang Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan also turned his attention toward the scene. Through his spiritual sense, he discerned 2 figures standing at the front of the crowd. One was a young man clad in resplendent brocade robes, handsome, graceful, radiating an aura of rare treasures. Above his head hovered a palm-sized bronze bell, spinning steadily and emitting rippling waves of protective energy that enshrouded his entire body. A faint mocking smile played upon his lips as one hand coalesced a massive spirit energy palm print, which he sent hurtling toward the other figure. The very same one-chi grasping palm technique used by Tianyang Taoist. The other youth appeared ordinary. His hair disheveled, his face pale, his breath shallow and uneven. His posture was ragged golden light clinging to his body as he struggled desperately to withstand the descending palm print. Mo Xuan nodded, affirming Zhou Clan's suspicion. Zhou Clan's expression faltered, his heart churned with unease. Had the man he'd slain possessed such formidable lineage? If so, he had unwittingly sown a grave calamity for himself. "Let us go take a closer look," Mo Xuan interjected, cutting through Zhou Clan's hesitation. Since fate had brought them here, it was wise to observe, and perhaps gather vital intelligence, preparing for any contingency. Zhou Clan finally resolved his doubts and strode toward the confrontation. As he neared the 2 combatants, he slowed his pace, slipping unobtrusively into the ring of onlookers. No one around him found it unusual. Only then did he truly observe the duel. Both fighters wielded techniques strikingly reminiscent of Tianyang Taoists. Seeking clarity, Zhou Clan approached a kindly-faced young cultivator nearby. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, might you know the identities of these dueling practitioners?" The brocaded youth is Mo Xuan, the grandson of Mo Xuan, Grand Elder of the Xianxia sect. The young cultivator replied, glancing at Zhou Clan with mild surprise. The other, judging by his words, appears to be an outer sect disciple of the same sect. Zhou Clan's heart lurched violently. He'd only heard of the Xianxia sect during casual conversation among fellow cultivators at an auction. He recalled it was founded by a Golden Core Taoist. Though no Golden Core cultivator currently presided over the sect, its power remained formidable. A wave of dread washed over him. If Tianyang Taoist had indeed been a Xianxia sect disciple, word of his death at Zhou Clan's and Mo Xuan's hands could spell annihilation for the entire Zhou family. Though unsettled, Zhou Clan retained his composure and asked, puzzled, "Yet if both belong to the same sect, why do they fight here? This bears no resemblance to friendly sparring among peers." The young cultivator let out a soft, knowing chuckle, its resonance carrying subtle irony directly into Zhou Clan's ear. We must begin with Mo Xuan himself. Leveraging his grandfather's status as Grand Elder, he struts through the sect like a tyrant, bullying men, seducing women, arrogant, domineering, and insatiable lecherous. Rumors say he has defiled numerous young female disciples within the sect. So widespread is his depravity that resentment boils over. But who dares confront him inside the Xianxia sect? This outer sect disciple before us now bears profound humiliation. Surely he has suffered grievous indignity at Mo Xuan's hands. Thus, seizing Mo Xuan's departure from the sect, he tracked him here, lured him out of the city, and issued a Hearing this account, Zhou Clan's gaze upon Mo Xuan shifted, its former neutrality now laced with disdain. How grotesque that such a radiant exterior should conceal such vile corruption. He pressed further. Given Mo Xuan's immense influence within the sect, how could such scandals ever surface? Would not their exposure tarnish the Xianxia sect's prestige? The sect naturally strives to suppress such disgrace. Yet years ago, a prodigious inner sect disciple defected and publicly exposed every atrocity Mo Xuan committed, making them known beyond the sect's walls. Zhou Clan's mind flashed with sudden insight. The situation was less dire than he'd feared. If he was truly a treasured inner sect genius, why would he abandon his sect without cause? He feigned bewilderment, subtly questioning the narrative. This matter is nearly common knowledge. Mo Xuan, intoxicated during a mission, violated the inner sect disciple's cultivation partner, who, unable to bear the shame, took her own life. When the disciple returned and learned the truth, he stormed the sect headquarters, demanding Mo Xuan's life in recompense. Yet how could the Grand Elder's direct grandson possibly pay with his life? In the end, Mo Xuan received merely 6 months confinement, a hollow perfunctory punishment. What kind of world is this? The young cultivator sighed bitterly, his voice low and wary, fearful of drawing Mo Xuan's wrath. Later, enraged by the unjust verdict, the disciple sought vengeance, but failed. With no recourse left, he fled the sect, becoming a fugitive. Rumors claim the Xianxia sect dispatched numerous cultivators to eliminate him, but he evaded them all. Zhou Clan now confirmed Tianyang Daoist was none other than that defected inner sect prodigy. Mo Xuan fell silent, deeply affected. He had previously judged Tianyang Daoist as little more than a deranged madman, but now saw him instead as a man of fierce, unyielding integrity. No wonder he called himself naturally born and nurtured, parentless, kinless, utterly alone. In his heart, he must have long considered himself dead. Only hatred remained. No wonder his temperament was so volatile, his moods shifting like storm clouds. Beneath such madness lay a tragedy so profound that Zhou Clan knew, had it befallen him, he too might have chosen the same desperate path, to fight, to bleed, to exact vengeance at any cost. Zhou Clan's expression grew complex. His contempt for both the Xianxia sect and Mo Xuan deepened. He never imagined he and Mo Xuan had inadvertently eradicated a festering blight within the sect. Such an outcome was never his intent. Toward Mo Xuan, he felt not a shred of empathy. Tianyang Daoist's failure to slay him remained a profound regret. Yet since Tianyang Daoist had sought his death, his demise at Zhou Clan's hands was simply the inevitable consequence of his own hubris. With his questions answered and anxieties laid to rest, Zhou Clan felt a quiet certainty settle within him. He thanked the young cultivator and resumed watching, calm, composed, and utterly still. The outer sect disciple, merely at the 4th layer of chi refinement, wielding a low-grade first-tier magical weapon, was utterly no match for Mo Xuan, teetering on the brink of collapse. Mo Xuan at the 7th layer of chi refinement, although his magical power was superficial and his foundation unstable, it was evident that he had relied on resources to force his way up. Yet he was still beyond the capability of that outer sect disciple to withstand. Moreover, his attire, talismans, and magical tools were all of superior quality, and the cultivation techniques and spells he practiced were evidently much stronger. Zhou Clan shook his head, recognizing this as a self-destructive act, a display of utter arrogance. Indeed, blood trickled from the corner of that man's mouth. It seemed he was nearing his end. Mo Xuan felt a rush of satisfaction. This time, following Mo Xuan, he was under constant scrutiny from his mother, having no freedom whatsoever. Today, taking advantage of Mo Xuan's visit to the Valley of Eternal Life, he found an opportunity to slip away, accompanied only by a few disciples in the chi refinement stage. He had intended to find a place to enjoy himself, but was unexpectedly intercepted by a mere outer sect disciple on the street. This outer sect disciple, merely at the 4th layer of chi refinement, dared to boast that he would teach him a lesson. Mo Xuan could hardly tolerate this. Since he was so eager to seek death, he might as well oblige him. Thus, he ventured out of Xianxia city to engage in battle here. The scorn on Mo Xuan's face grew more pronounced as his attacks became increasingly ruthless. The onlookers, several cultivators, felt a twinge of sympathy, but did not dare to speak out to stop it. Wang Ming felt bitterness in his heart. Was the gap truly that vast? It seemed there was no other choice. His lips moved slightly as he swallowed a pill hidden beneath his tongue. The potency of the pill surged like a raging tide, instantly flooding his limbs and bones, blood racing wildly and his heart pounding. His aura suddenly multiplied several times, his hair standing on end, his entire body drenched in crimson. Transformed into a streak of red lightning, he reached Mo Xuan in the blink of an eye. He struck towards Mo Xuan's heart. The force shattered the copper bell's defense, landing squarely on Mo Xuan's chest. Wang Ming felt a flicker of joy in his heart, a smile appearing on his face. In an instant, that smile transformed into shock. Mo Xuan was enraged. He had almost died at the hands of this trash. A heart-protecting mirror shattered at his chest, falling away. Mo Xuan's expression twisted with rage as he seized Wang Ming by the neck, lifting him up. "You have some nerve, wasting a life-saving artifact of mine." In his heart, while he was furious, there was also a pang of fear. Had it not been for this heart-protecting mirror, he might very well have perished just now. Wang Ming's complexion turned ashen, his heart sinking rapidly. This pill was a forbidden substance, burning away all his life force to gain a single strike. Now, having exhausted everything, he had still failed to kill him. Wang Ming gasped for breath, spewing a mouthful of blood using the last of his strength. It splattered directly onto Mo Xuan's face. Then his energy dissipated, his eyes losing their luster, dimming. Mo Xuan discarded the corpse in his hand, his gaze vacant as he wiped the blood from his face. Looking at what was on his hand, the disgusting blood seemed to silently mock his humiliation, having been so thoroughly insulted by a mere insect-like character. Mo Xuan's expression twisted further, his inner fury rapidly coalescing as he glanced at the surrounding cultivators. His lips curled slightly, his demeanor terrifying. He gathered a massive handprint made of spiritual energy and slapped it towards the crowd. Zhou Clan felt helpless as this was yet another unprovoked disaster. The several cultivators naturally could not just stand by and wait for death. They each employed their methods to block the attack. Feeling that things were going awry, they exchanged glances and scattered in all directions. Mo Xuan's gaze flickered, but he did not pursue. He merely said coldly to the several qi refinement disciples who followed, "Leave none alive." Zhou Clan ran off, his expression unsettled. Indeed, curiosity could be deadly. Yet in such a situation, without clarity in his heart, it could lead to greater unrest. Shaking his head, he no longer thought about it, hoping to part ways and never encounter it again. Mo Xuan was also speechless, internally lamenting, could it be that old Zhou is truly the child of destiny? Wherever he went, trouble followed. After a short while of hurried travel, Zhou Clan stopped, a serious expression crossing his face as he turned back. He saw a young male cultivator swiftly closing in who, upon seeing Zhou Clan stop, also halted not far. Looking at the man's face, Zhou Clan felt a sense of foreboding. He recognized this person from earlier, likely one of the disciples from the Xianxia sect who followed Mo Xuan. "Are you planning to leave just like this?" The young cultivator spoke with a smile. Zhou Clan's heart sank, his expression darkening as he questioned, "Is the Xianxia sect truly so indiscriminate? Who told you to see what you shouldn't have seen?" Angering young Master Mo. "You brought this upon yourself." After saying this, he spoke no more, swiftly forming hand seals, causing golden magical swords to coalesce before him. The sword tips pointed directly at Zhou Clan, shooting forth. The Xianxia sect was renowned for its various gold element spells and magical techniques, and most of its disciples possessed innate talent in gold. This was too much. Mo Xuan was also enraged. He leapt out, his black mystical light instantly transforming into a several's hanglong serpent, blocking all the golden swords. Feeling slightly pressured, this person was several times stronger than the Taoist of heavenly nurturing. "You leave first, I will handle this." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan felt bitter, but knew he would not be of any help by staying. Seeing the black serpent appear, the young cultivator's expression turned serious. He had underestimated this person. The young cultivator flipped his hand and produced a golden wheel, channeling his magic into it. The golden wheel emitted dazzling light as it spun and flew around his body. This was the unique magical tool of the Xianxia sect, the Xianxia wheel, which, when paired with the Xianxia sect's techniques, could unleash extraordinary power. With a flick of his fingers, the golden wheel shot forth at incredible speed, aimed at Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan's body surged with magical energy. He did not dare to underestimate it, and hurriedly dodged. The serpent's mouth opened, conjuring a barrage of water arrows, all aimed at the young cultivator. Seeing this, the young cultivator did not dare to slacken his efforts, golden light erupting from his body as it transformed into a golden shield, blocking all the water arrows. They exchanged blows, neither sustaining any damage over several exchanges. Mo Xuan realized that these methods would not subdue the opponent and prepared to find an opportunity to engage in close combat. Seizing a chance, Mo Xuan whipped his tail, striking the side of the golden wheel and sending it flying, while internally, he activated his transformation technique. A red light enveloped him, greatly enhancing his power, ferocity spilling forth, yet his consciousness was only slightly affected. Taking advantage of the golden wheel's rotation, his speed surged as he charged towards the young cultivator. The suddenly increased speed disrupted the young cultivator's judgment. As he saw Mo Xuan arriving before him, he had no time to control the golden wheel to continue its attack. Golden armor coalesced, forming a giant armored figure, while in a sweeping motion a golden shield appeared in front of him, completely obscuring his form. In his right hand, he grasped a golden magical battle axe poised to strike. Mo Xuan, relying on the comprehensive enhancements brought by the transformation technique, steeled his resolve. He did not evade or dodge, recklessly crashing into the golden shield. The golden shield shattered, and a golden battle axe swung down towards Mo Xuan's head. With a single axe strike, Mo Xuan's entire body shimmered with dark light as his scales tightly interlocked, forming a complete and solid line of defense. The serpent's tail swept across with force. Clang! Bang! The axe and scales collided, sending Mo Xuan flying several zhang away, a distinct bright mark appearing on his scales. At the same time, Mo Xuan's serpent tail swept across, shattering the golden armor formed by the young man, who was knocked back, his face slightly pale. Mo Xuan had intended to swiftly resolve this opponent with the advantage of his physical strength and speed, but was surprised by the young man's tenacity. In close combat, both the man and the serpent sustained some light injuries. Attempting to exploit his own strength to attack the opponent's weaknesses only resulted in mutual damage, leaving Mo Xuan dissatisfied. The young man summoned the rotating golden wheel back to him, moving it around his body, while keeping a close eye on Mo Xuan, searching for a flaw. This individual was a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and a disciple of a major sect, proving to be formidable and tricky to deal with. Mo Xuan contemplated. Seizing the opportunity while Mo Xuan was deep in thought, the young man made a move, sending the golden wheel swiftly flying out. Attacking when the opponent was unprepared was the winning strategy the young practitioner had honed over the years. In a life-and-death struggle, there was never any fairness. The only righteous path was to exhaust all means to secure victory, for failure could mean the loss of one's own life. A golden arc swooped in, arriving at Mo Xuan's side in the blink of an eye. Coming back to his senses, Mo Xuan realized the golden wheel was attacking and found he could not evade it, having to take the blow directly. The golden wheel sliced through Mo Xuan's scales, scattering stars of light and leaving behind white marks. The serpent's scales retaliated with force, reflecting the golden wheel away. Under the young practitioner's control, the golden wheel returned again, exchanging blows back and forth. In an instant, Mo Xuan had endured several attacks from the golden wheel. Despite his tough scales and impressive defense, he had suffered significant damage from the continuous onslaught. At this rate, defeat seemed inevitable. It was time to take a risk. Mo Xuan formulated a plan in his mind, no longer attempting to dodge the extremely fast golden wheel. As the golden wheel attacked again, he disregarded caution and charged straight at the young man. Realizing that Mo Xuan had abandoned defense and was coming directly at him, the young man understood Mo Xuan's intentions. Are you trying to exchange injuries for a kill, eh? Then let's see if you have the capability for that. The golden armor gathered around him, flying backward with considerable speed, his left hand holding a shield, while his right directed the golden wheel, appearing quite at ease. Oomph! Mo Xuan grunted, a hint of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, clearly in discomfort, as the young man saw through his intentions and momentarily outran him. Mo Xuan's mind raced, shifting his strategy. As the golden wheel attacked his back once more, he abruptly stopped, turned his head, and with precise timing seized the spinning golden wheel in his mouth. The golden wheel struggled fiercely, attempting to free itself from Mo Xuan's grip. The young man unleashed all his will and magical power, trying to summon the golden wheel back. Thus a contest of strength ensued between man and beast. Feeling the golden wheel's violent spinning in his mouth, Mo Xuan sensed the timing was right. Using the momentum from the wheel's struggle, he flicked his serpent body rapidly, sending the golden wheel flying straight at the young man. At the same time, a fierce determination surged within him, further igniting his ferocity. The transformation of his beastly form enhanced his power even more. He charged full speed toward the young practitioner. Caught off guard, the young practitioner was unable to react in time as the golden wheel was flung out, receiving a backlash from his own magic and letting out a muffled grunt, his meridians aching, clearly injured. There was no time to tend to his internal wounds. The young practitioner struggled to regain control over the rapidly approaching golden wheel, managing to halt its momentum. At this moment, Mo Xuan had already arrived before him, exuding a formidable aura. The young practitioner had no choice but to place the golden wheel horizontally in front of him while raising the golden shield, making his armor more solid, bracing for defense. Mo Xuan's momentum did not wane. He tossed the golden wheel aside, his body smashing through the golden shield, taking advantage of the inertia to collide with the golden armor. The armor shook but did not shatter. Just as the young man sighed in relief, wanting to retreat, Mo Xuan's entire body crashed into him, the serpent tail already wrapped around him. This was a common hunting method for large serpents, directly constricting their prey to death. Mo Xuan's body slowly coiled around the young man. The golden armor was on the verge of collapse. The young man's expression changed drastically as he exerted all his magical power, but competing in strength with the beast was evidently unwise. Thus he had to find a way to break free from the external pressure. The young practitioner quickly discovered a solution. The golden wheel, under his utmost control, rushed towards him, aiming to slice through Mo Xuan's vital point. Mo Xuan ignored everything, only intensifying his grip, compressing further towards the young man. After several blows, Mo Xuan's scales shattered, yet he did not loosen his constriction, still tightly wrapped around the young man. The young man attempted to launch another attack, but unfortunately it was already too late. The golden armor shattered and the young man's entire body was directly imprisoned by the serpent's body, feeling as if he were at the edge of an abyss, with the weight of 1,000 stones pressing down on him and myriad serpents gnawing at his heart, his body, and soul, enduring excruciating pain. His meridians and blood vessels ruptured, his internal organs crushed, and he coughed out blood and fragments of his entrails. The young man's gaze gradually lost focus, realizing that he was about to meet death. Hatred welled up in his heart as he spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to say, "Mo Xuan will not let you go." After saying this, his breath faded, and his whole body went limp. The golden wheel trembled in the air, having long lost its offensive capability, falling down and losing all its luster. Seeing the young man's 7 orifices bleed, he had already lost his vitality. Only then did Mo Xuan relax, slowly loosening his body. The young man's corpse fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Clan rushed over anxiously, seeing Mo Xuan's grim state. His eyes reddened. It was because of him that Mo Xuan suffered such severe injuries. Seeing this, Mo Xuan knew he was feeling guilty and casually remarked, "It's just superficial wounds, it's nothing serious." However, what do you think about what this person said at the end? Zhou Clan, upon hearing this, suppressed all his worries and guilt, for there were still greater troubles left unresolved. Mo Xuan is narrow-minded and domineering, relying on the Xianxia sect. Now that we have killed this person, he will surely not let it go easily. Zhou Clan lamented that Mo Xuan was willing to slaughter the onlookers simply for having spat out a mouthful. If he discovers that we are not dead and that we have killed his men, who knows what kind of actions he might take next. Mo Xuan nodded at this, acknowledging the young man's truly vile character. Mo Xuan had never liked this person, and if he encountered him, he would surely not survive. A fierce glint spread in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he looked at Zhou Clan and said, "Let's decisively eliminate him to prevent future troubles." Mo Xuan's words were cold like a voice from hell. The battle between a man and a snake lasted no more than a moment. Taking advantage of the time limit of the divine ability, Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan rushed back at full speed. This time, Mo Xuan brought along 4 fellow disciples, and now the one with the highest cultivation, Xianxia, had already gone after Zhou Clan. The remaining 3 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators slaughtered all the onlookers before returning to report to Mo Xuan, waiting for Xianxia's return. At this moment, Mo Xuan was no longer in the previous state of disarray. Standing tall, he saw the 3 return, and his icy demeanor gradually softened. As for Zhou Clan, who had fled the fastest with Xianxia's intervention, it was surely an easy task. Thus no one would know of today's events. As for the disciples beside him, they certainly wouldn't dare to speak of it. A playful smirk appeared on Mo Xuan's face. Not everyone in this world has the right to watch a joke unfold. Finally, 2 figures appeared in the distance, heading straight for him. Mo Xuan's expression stiffened. Xianxia had not returned, which clearly indicated he had failed and was likely already dead. What a useless fool, losing his life to such trash. Mo Xuan's expression gradually darkened as he commanded, "Kill them." Without caring about the origins of that large snake, if it appeared beside the condemned, it should be killed along with them. The 3 behind him were shocked to find that even Xianxia hadn't managed to kill this person, feeling the gravity of the situation. However, if they disobeyed Mo Xuan's orders, their fate would likely be worse than death. Exchanging heavy glances, they made a resolute decision and prepared for a desperate fight. Mo Xuan remained indifferent, showing no concern for whether the few would die. They were merely servants of the Mo family, and their deaths meant nothing. The 3 dispersed, advancing towards Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan from 3 directions. They activated their magical artifacts, talismans, and techniques with all their might, hoping for a single fatal blow, as that was their only chance of survival. The 3 acted in perfect unison. Seeing the 3 attackers, Zhou Clan did not dare to be careless, splitting forces with Mo Xuan to confront one of them. Wave point technique. A gigantic wave surged forth, crashing against the golden seal conjured by the opponent. The wave and the golden seal exploded simultaneously, sending shockwaves sweeping across the surrounding ground like a tide. Falling Sorrow. Zhou Clan focused his mind, and the Falling Sorrow sword flew out, swirling around him. Go! The Falling Sorrow struck like a shooting star towards the opponent, who tossed a small shield that expanded in the wind. The Falling Sorrow sword struck the small shield, revealing a crack on its surface. The shield was only a low-grade artifact, and could not withstand the sword strikes. The opponent's face went pale, clearly suffering from it. Golden light flowed around him as several talismans activated. because the falling sorrow sword and the small shield were in a standoff. The distance between the two had already closed. Zhou Ding had prepared several talismans which shot forth. The two's talismans clashed, neither gaining the upper hand. However, the small shield ultimately could not withstand the assault, shattering and falling to the ground. The opponent spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ding attacked, recalling the falling sorrow, channeling his magic power, and taking advantage of the opponent's unstable state. The sword moved forward, and he followed behind, delivering a fatal palm strike to the opponent's chest. The opponent's eyes glazed over, revealing unwillingness as the gathered technique dispersed, and several talismans shattered into ashes, falling to the ground along with his body. Zhou Ding sighed in relief and looked over at Mo Xuan. The other two had also perished. In just a few breaths, all three were dead. Mo Xuan's face was as dark as water, his mood extremely unpleasant. A group of useless fools, he raged inwardly. Watching Mo Xuan and Zhou Ding kill all four he had brought, they showed no fear, no attempt to escape, leaving him wondering if they had some backing. You are quite audacious to kill all four of my Xianjin men disciples, Mo Xuan said coldly. As he spoke, he took out a second-tier talisman. The second-tier talisman was refined by Foundation Establishment cultivators, each containing the might of a Foundation Establishment strike, extremely precious. Even Mo Xuan, being the direct descendant of Mo Xuan, only possessed two. Magic power surged rapidly, and Mo Xuan's complexion gradually paled. The talisman glowed brilliantly, transforming into a massive golden finger, pressing down towards Mo Xuan and Zhou Ding. An overwhelming force of Foundation Establishment level bore down on the spirit. Not good. Zhou Ding's face changed dramatically. This power was beyond what a Qi refinement cultivator could withstand. Run! Zhou Ding shouted at Mo Xuan, rapidly retreating. Mo Xuan seemed to not have heard him, fixated on the incoming golden giant finger. When Mo Xuan activated the second-tier talisman, Mo Xuan had already realized that escape was futile. The coverage of this attack was beyond what a Qi refinement cultivator's speed could evade. Even Mo Xuan could not. Only by seeking survival amidst death. Mo Xuan's beastly instincts surged rapidly, his ferocity escalating, and his aura grew several times stronger, his mind teetering on the brink of losing control. Mo Xuan was merely a seventh-layer Qi refinement cultivator with an unstable foundation. Even with a second-tier talisman, he likely could not fully unleash its power or the complete might of the Foundation Establishment. Thus, there was still a chance for survival. Moreover, with Mo Xuan's magic power, he could probably only activate the second-tier talisman once. Mo Xuan advanced, instead of retreating, his aura stronger than ever. The snake body quickly coiled into a circle, protecting its head and heart within. The massive finger slammed down onto Mo Xuan, causing the scales of his serpent body to shatter, blood spraying, and the snake's mouth opened wide, emitting a painful roar. His aura rapidly declined. Fortunately, Mo Xuan's strength was lacking. If he had been even slightly stronger, Mo Xuan would have likely already perished. Although he suffered unprecedented injuries, he managed to preserve his life. As his consciousness blurred, sensing Zhou Ding's aura approaching swiftly, Mo Xuan used his last bit of awareness to weakly convey, "Quickly kill him." After saying this, his mind spun, and with a swift thought his snake form shrank to 4 feet in length before he. Seeing that this second-tier talisman had been blocked by the black snake, Mo Xuan felt his remaining magic power dwindling as he looked at Zhou Ding, who was rapidly closing in with the falling sorrow. He flipped his hand and took out another second-tier talisman, desperately pouring his remaining magic power into it. However, how could such a small amount of magic power activate the strength of the Foundation Establishment? The talisman merely flickered before dimming. Seeing he could not activate the talisman, Mo Xuan broke out in a cold sweat. The copper bell above his head glowed, forming a shield that enveloped his body. Yet Mo Xuan felt no sense of security in his heart. After all, he knew his own strength. It was merely due to countless pills that he had reached his current level of cultivation. Because of his status, he had never engaged in life-and-death combat with others. Looking at Zhou Ding, who had approached him, he shouted frantically, "You can't kill me. If you do, my grandfather won't. You can't kill." Before he could finish, he was pierced through the heart by Zhou Ding's sword and lost all breath. Although the copper bell was a high-grade magical artifact, Mo Xuan was already panicking. His magic power had been insufficient and was now in complete disarray due to his mental turmoil. Zhou Ding, channeling all his strength into a single strike, directly shattered the copper bell's protection and pierced through Mo Xuan's heart. Huff! Zhou Ding let out a long breath. Crack! A shattered jade talisman fell from Mo Xuan's hand. Zhou Ding's expression changed. In the Chongqing Valley, at the Qiyu Pavilion, Mo Xuan was traveling with another early Foundation Establishment elder from the sect, primarily for the Yangji rebirth pill. However, the Xianjin sect was no longer what it used to be, facing both internal and external troubles. The entire burden of the sect and family rested on him alone, which is why they had to give up the longevity pill. However, Mo Xuan did not leave directly. Instead, he decided to visit the Chongqing Valley personally after the auction concluded. He thought that if he could acquire another longevity elixir, even if its effectiveness was not as great as that of the Yangji rebirth pill, he could still achieve the purpose of his journey. This would grant more time for himself and his family. At this moment, Mo Xuan was waiting for a response from the Chongqing Valley in the Chuyu Pavilion. A woman rushed in, tears on her face and panic in her eyes, clutching a broken jade talisman. "Father Yuan, he's in trouble." Her voice choked, unable to form coherent sentences. The woman was indeed the mother of Mo Xuan, who had come to visit the Chongqing Valley with Mo Xuan. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan leaped into the air, taking the broken jade talisman in his hand and sensing its aura. "Good, what audacity! A mere ant in the Qi refining stage dares to kill my grandson. I will have his entire family pay in blood." The Xianxia sect had once been a large sect with a golden core master overseeing it. Although it had fallen, it still retained some heritage. Mo Xuan was Mo Xuan's most beloved grandson. The Xianxia sect had once been a large sect with a golden core master overseeing it. Although it had fallen, it still retained some heritage. Mo Xuan with the Xianxia sect had once been a large sect with a golden core master overseeing it. Although it had fallen, it still retained some heritage. Mo Xuan was Mo Xuan's most beloved grandson, so it was not surprising that he owned such a treasure. Mo Xuan's eyes burned with fury, his aura surging rapidly as he flew out of the Chuyu Pavilion in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the fallen jade talisman, Zhou Clan felt an ominous premonition wash over him, as if a powerful gaze had swept through his entire being. It sent chills down his spine, and his instinct told him that disaster was imminent. This strong sense of unease compelled Zhou Clan to flee the scene, without even searching for Mo Xuan's corpse. He hastily grabbed the unactivated second-tier talisman, not daring to linger for a moment. He quickly reached Mo Xuan's side, taking Mo Xuan into his sleeve. Zhou Clan ran away at the fastest speed of his life, a voice in his mind urging him, "Hurry, hurry, go faster." His spiritual sense was frantically alerting him, with his heart racing as his internal power surged wildly, trying to shake off that sense of dread. But the chilling gaze persisted, relentless, like a vengeful ghost seeking his soul. Zhou Clan's expression changed, his right hand forming a seal. As he tapped on himself several times, his momentum rose with each touch, and his speed increased correspondingly. In Xianxia City, while Mo Xuan fell into a deep slumber, Zhou Clan was not idle. He was learning the fiery techniques he obtained from the Tianyang Taoist. Though this technique dramatically increased his power, the cost was also quite high. If it were not necessary, Zhou Clan would have preferred never to use it. However, fate had other plans. Within just 2.5 months, he had to employ this technique. But Zhou Clan could not afford to think much about it now, as the feeling of danger was rapidly closing in. Even with the fiery techniques activated, Zhou Clan's speed increased significantly, yet he still could not shake off the threat, which was drawing ever closer. Zhou Clan's face turned pale as he guessed where the threat was coming from. He bitterly smiled to himself, realizing he had underestimated the major powers and the Foundation establishment masters. Now, with Mo Xuan severely injured and unconscious, he could not even escape with Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan flew with all his might, and in just a quarter of an hour following the talisman's guidance, he arrived at the place where Mo Xuan had died. Looking at the corpse pierced through the chest by a sword, he raised a hand and held Missouri Xuan close. "Yuan, Grandpa will send someone to accompany you. Do not worry. He won't escape. He will die. His family, friends, everything will die. Grandpa will make you witness it all and take revenge for you." Mo Xuan murmured softly, his expression turning calm, but the more calm he became, the more frightening it was. His divine sense spread out, marking down the direction in which Zhou Clan fled. Holding Mo Xuan, Mo Xuan soared into the air and waved his hand, unleashing a massive palm print from the sky that obliterated everything in the vicinity. As for the few disciples of the Xianxia sect who died here, he didn't even spare them a glance, leaving them with no complete corpse. Perhaps if they were given another chance, they might not meet the same fate. The furious Foundation establishment master had already alarmed the people in Xianxia City, but no one dared to get involved at this moment. Even those in the Foundation establishment stage would not seek unnecessary trouble. However, Mo Xuan's actions drew the attention of everyone. The speed of a Qi refining cultivator was incomparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Although Zhou Clan had exerted all his strength, even the surge in power from the fiery technique was rapidly declining. Yet Zhou Clan's heart was gradually sinking into despair as a tremendous aura had appeared behind him, locking onto him. Although the distance was still considerable, Zhou Clan knew he could not escape. His heart sank, deeper bitterness slowly transforming into madness. No matter how powerful the Foundation establishment was, he resolved to take a bite of flesh before dying, and Zhou Clan roared within. He actually stopped, took out the second-tier talisman left by Mo Xuan, and poured all his remaining power into it. The talisman began to glow, stirring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around like a hurricane rampaging, with Zhou Clan at its center. As the last trace of his power surged forth, finally the talisman was activated, transforming into a massive golden giant sword. Beneath the colossal sword, Zhou Clan felt as small as an ant at the foot of a mountain, insignificant as dust. Kill! Zhou Clan roared, his voice filled with hysteria, blossoming like a fleeting flower in a moment of eternity. The giant sword soared into the air, heading straight for the flying Mo Xuan, piercing through the clouds. Mo Xuan looked at the giant sword coming at him, smirking slightly, a mocking smile on his face, as if he were watching a fish on a hook struggling in vain. With a flick of his sleeve, Mo Xuan turned the giant sword into specks of dust, leaving no trace behind. The tempestuous aura just moments ago could not even touch his clothes. This gap could not be bridged merely through bravery and desperation, even with a second-tier talisman. How could it? Madness turned into bitterness, and Zhou Clan let out a bitter laugh. Mo Xuan was about to reduce Zhou Kai to a pulp when he suddenly halted, a grave expression on his face. The space around him surged like flowing water, and three figures abruptly appeared around him. They formed a triangular formation surrounding him in the center. A scroll materialized depicting mountains and rivers flowing with a bright moon hanging high, condensing into a scroll that landed in the hands of a middle-aged cultivator draped in purple robes, his demeanor imposing. The mountains and rivers, bright moon scroll, you actually brought this treasure out. Are you not afraid of your own sex instability? Mo Xuan had already prepared to retreat upon sensing something amiss, but ultimately, he was one step too late. This mountains and rivers bright moon scroll is the sect's most treasured artifact, the core of the defensive array of the mountain and river sect. Now the sect leader Yang Kaishan had taken this treasure out. If it were to be discovered, the sect would surely be in peril. Yang Kaishan chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that, old Mo. You should focus on your own problems instead. If it were not for the concealment provided by the mountains and rivers bright moon scroll, how could he possibly hide from Mo Xuan, who was at the late foundation establishment stage? Mo Xuan's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. He understood that his grandson's death was in fact a plot aimed at him. Today it seemed would be difficult to resolve peacefully. Zhu Qishou Shinsu, do your families also wish to wade into this murky water? Mo Xuan questioned with a heavy tone. Zhu and Shun exchanged glances before speaking. If you hadn't come to Chongqing Valley, we wouldn't have been so anxious to take action against you. The Xianxia sect has grown too strong for too long, suffocating us. Now you actually want to extend the lifespan of the Xianxia sect by decades. If you succeed, none of our families will have good days ahead. Do not blame us. Prosperity and decline are the natural laws, and defying the heavens leads to self-destruction. Mo Xuan scoffed, speaking grandly, yet ultimately for his own interests. Fellow Taoists, send Elder Mo on his way to avoid prolonged dreams of the night. Yang Kaishan's expression turned serious as the mountains and rivers scroll had already transformed into a circular array plate hovering in front of him. Form the array. Yang Kaishan gestured, his foundation establishment stage magic power flowing into the array plate. Zhu and Shun mirrored his actions. The three array plates resonated with each other, and array flags emerged from the ground, forming a grand array that enveloped the space around Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan's face was as dark as water as he stored Mo Xuan's corpse into a storage bag. He tossed it into the air, and a copper bell rapidly enlarged, floating above his head and emitting ripples. This was Mo Xuan's renowned spiritual artifact, a second-tier, high-grade mountain bell, which provided substantial defense against attacks. Mo Xuan's copper bell was merely a replica of this treasure. The array plates rotated, and the winds and clouds within the array shifted with heavenly fire, earth, water, and fierce winds, all assaulting Mo Xuan. Not daring to be negligent, he continuously executed hand seals, the mountain bell humming as it blocked the oncoming waves of water, fire, and wind. Indeed not easy to deal with. The three felt a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, they had the upper hand, otherwise they might not have been able to subdue him. Old Mo is not easy to kill, but do not rush and wear him down. Yang Kaishan spoke. Now that Mo Xuan was trapped, they could not act hastily lest unexpected changes arise. The two nodded in agreement, sitting cross-legged in the void to adjust their magic power and maintain the continuous operation of the array. All three were mid-foundation establishment cultivators, and individually their magic power was not as robust as Mo Xuan's. If they rushed for quick success and allowed the array's balance to collapse, they would suffer great losses. Several hours passed, and the faces of the three turned pale. They had consumed nearly half of their magic power. Mo Xuan's expression was also not good during these hours. He could only barely defend himself, originally intending to find a flaw to break the array. However, these three were not easy to handle. They intended to exhaust him through their magical power. The longer it dragged on, the more anxious Mo Xuan became. If it continued like this, he would eventually perish here. It would be better to risk everything. Mo Xuan's heart hardened as he formed a hand seal, and a mouthful of essence blood spurted out, being absorbed into the copper bell, which shone brilliantly. Open! Mo Xuan shouted loudly, separating his hands as the copper bell shot upwards, sacrificing a great deal of essence blood to unleash the final power of the mountain bell. Be careful, he's going all out. Zhu Qish's face turned grave as he warned. The mountain bell buzzed loudly, breaking a gap in the entire array before letting out a mournful cry, dimming in brilliance. Mo Xuan forced a breath as he chased after the gap created by the mountain bell, moving even faster than before. He was on the verge of escaping the array. Zhu and Shun's expressions changed drastically, pouring all their magic power into the array plate, trying to stop Mo Xuan. Yet the opportunity created by Mo Xuan's full power strike was not something so easily relinquished. Just as the two felt unwilling, Yang Kaishan snorted coldly, and a scroll suddenly unfolded covering that gap. It was indeed the Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon Scroll. Mo Xuan watched helplessly as the gap was replaced by the Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon, his eyes blazing with fury. Just a little more. Just a little more. Mo Xuan raged within. Sometimes just that little bit could cost him his life. Reluctant to give in, a spiritual artifact giant axe appeared in his hand, madly chopping towards the Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon Scroll. However, Mo Xuan had already consumed most of his magic power and lost a significant portion of his essence blood. His strength was greatly diminished. The giant axe was completely blocked by the scroll, creating waves of fluctuations, yet ultimately returning to calm. Taking advantage of Mo Xuan's frenzy, the three exerted their utmost effort to repair the array. Huff! They exhaled in relief, exchanging glances, having narrowly avoided failure. The array was fully restored. Mo Xuan, disheartened, did not resign to his fate. Attacks were continuously neutralized by him, but his strength was rapidly declining. Before long, he might not be able to hold on. Mo Xuan, deeply unwilling, blocked another round of attacks. Urgently addressing the three, he said, "I know what you want to spare me, and I will give you all the golden core inheritances and cultivation secrets from within the sect. How about it?" Faced with death, all thoughts of sect, family, and grandson were cast aside by Mo Xuan. As long as he survived, everything else would be fine. The three remained unfazed, their expressions calm and unperturbed. "Fellow Taoist Mo, it is time for you to embark on your journey, though after your death, we will personally visit the Xianxia sect." The three, being leaders of their respective sects and clans, and seasoned foundation establishment cultivators, could not be swayed by mere words. No longer listening to him, they sensed the timing was right and unleashed their full power. The array's might was fully unleashed to water, fire, and wind intertwined, transforming into a giant dragon that swallowed Mo Xuan whole. Unable to resist, he was devoured by the dragon, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. As the dragon dissipated, a broken body appeared, falling toward the ground. Confirming Mo Xuan's death, the three finally breathed a sigh of relief, retracting their magic power. The array plate's brilliance diminished and fell into their hands, while the Mountains and Rivers Bright Moon Scroll was also returned to Yang Kaishan, who stored it in his bag. Zhu Qisho smiled. If it weren't for that little refining stage cultivator accidentally killing Mo Xuan, this scheme might not have gone so smoothly. After all, Mo Xuan had been renowned for many years. It was not easy to plot against him without exposing even a slight flaw. Thus, the three merely allowed that outer sect disciple of the Xianxia sect to inadvertently obtain a pill, subtly pushing the situation along. Taking advantage of the auction in Xianxia City, they sought to use this person to eliminate Mo Xuan, thereby luring Mo Xuan out. However, there were flaws in this plan as well. Whether it would succeed was still uncertain, and the three were merely playing a casual game. Who would have thought that this person would mess up? Originally, the plan had already failed at this point, yet Mo Xuan had delivered himself to his own doom, dragging Mo Xuan and the entire Xianxia sect down with him. The demise of the Xianxia sect began today. The three discussed for a moment, settling on their next plan, carrying Mo Xuan's corpse and erasing their own traces before flying away. A ball of magical power flew from the horizon, enveloping a jade vial, and stopped not far from the buried Zhou Clan. The surroundings returned to the desolation and silence that should be present. A few days later, Mo Xuan struggled to open his eyes. He briefly checked his body and felt as if he had been shattered into countless pieces with no part of his body left unscathed. He realized he had acted too impulsively this time, driven by anger and recklessness, unaware of the opponent's formidable methods. He learned from experience that he must be more cautious in the future. Mo Xuan bitterly smiled to himself. He reached out with his consciousness to inquire about what happened to Zhou Clan after he lost consciousness, only to sense something was off. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness and an unsettling silence, with Zhou Clan's aura barely perceptible. Realizing there must have been an accident, Mo Xuan forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and slowly crawled out from his sleeve. After exhausting considerable effort, he finally understood the situation. Zhou Clan's entire body was buried in the earth, and if it weren't for the faint heartbeat, he would look like a corpse. Mo Xuan was alarmed and spent several hours pulling Zhou Clan from the soil. Looking at the bloodied and mangled Zhou Clan, he felt troubled, wondering how he was injured more severely than himself. Aside from Zhou Clan, there was only a jade vial not far away. Using his serpent tail, he coiled the jade vial over, opened the seal, and inside was a green jade-colored pill. A rich medicinal fragrance emanated from the pill, invading his mind and causing Mo Xuan to startle. Just one whiff seemed to ease his injuries a little. What a good treasure. Old Zhou actually had such a valuable item. He split the pill in half, giving one half to each of them. After feeding the half pill to Zhou Clan, Mo Xuan then activated the slight recovery of his magical energy to refine the medicinal power of the swallowed half. His injuries gradually improved. After a long while, Mo Xuan regained consciousness and looked at Zhou Clan, who, although still not awake, was already in much better condition than before. With his injuries somewhat healed, Mo Xuan finally had time to investigate their surroundings. There was an eerie sense of solitude with no signs of life. Finding a slightly better environment, Mo Xuan moved Zhou Clan there and continued to recover from his own injury. A month later, the long unconscious Zhou Clan finally awoke, his physical injuries nearly healed, but his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. After spending a long time confirming that he was not dead and was alive, Zhou Clan recounted the events of that day when asked by Mo Xuan. After listening, Mo Xuan remained silent for a long time, astonished that he had walked past the gates of the underworld twice. He felt a wave of fear, realizing how close he had come to losing his life. However, when the topic turned to the pill, Zhou Clan had no recollection of it. After all, he had fallen unconscious by the time Yang Kaishan and the others appeared. The man and serpent exchanged glances, deciding to let Zhou Clan recover for a few more days before returning to Xianxia City to gather information. After taking several healing pills over the next 2 days, Zhou Clan was able to move without issue, although his body still felt somewhat weak. This was the price of using the secret art of burning law. Although aided by the pill, the effects on his bodhi's vital energy were not so easily eliminated. It would still take some time. In Xianxia City, Zhou Clan had not expected to return here after such a short period. The news they uncovered shocked both of them. The events that transpired over the past month had already spread across several local areas. Mo Xuan, the only latest foundation establishment cultivator of the Xuanjin Gate, had perished, leading the 3 foundation establishment forces of the Xianhua sect, the Zhu family, and the Shen family to swiftly attack the Xuanjin Gate. Without Mo Xuan to hold the fort, and only a mid-stage and several early-stage foundation establishment cultivators left at the Xuanjin Gate, they naturally could not withstand the combined assault of the 3 families. In just a few days, the protective mountain formation was breached, signaling the demise of the Xuanjin Gate. As for the several Xuanjin Gate cultivators who had visited the Eternal Life Valley with Mo Xuan, they were ambushed while preparing to return to the sect after Mo Xuan failed to return for a long time, resulting in their complete annihilation. After hearing all this, Zhou Clan felt dazed. His impression of Mo Xuan still lingered on that day when he stood in the sky resembling a demonic god. Such a powerful figure had died so easily. Yet it was not surprising, for if Mo Xuan were not dead, both he and Mo Xuan might not have survived. He could not help but reflect on what it felt like to have an enemy die too quickly. The man and serpent pondered for a long time, both harboring suspicions. They feared they were merely pawns in a larger game. That pill should have been left behind by the one who killed Mo Xuan. In that moment, Zhou Clan found himself unsure whether to resent the deathly crisis brought upon him or to be grateful that he and Mo Xuan were saved. His expression was complex. Overthinking would be futile, as the power struggles of these factions were beyond their current capability to engage. Feeling a sense of loss, Zhou Clan cursed, inwardly lamenting that the only gain he had was that second-tier talisman, which had already been used. It could be said that this time he returned empty-handed, having even lost the benefits from selling the star fruit. Although his expression was grim, he still needed to purchase the necessary talismans and pills. Finally, the man and serpent set off on their journey home. 3 months later, Zhou Clan arrived back weary and haggard, but with an unintentional hint of joy in his eyes, as he had finally reached the borders of Qingyuan town. This time the journey was uneventful. If any more unexpected incidents occurred, Mo Xuan felt it would be best to escape early. Since activating this clan system, he had encountered more dangers in just 2 or 3 years than in the previous. This had made Mo Xuan somewhat anxious, worrying that he might gain nothing and instead lose his life. That would be too great a loss. Therefore, this time, Mo Xuan resolved to stay at Feiyue Mountain for several decades, determined not to venture out. After a period of recuperation, Zhou Clan had contemplated the remnants he obtained from Lu Romei for quite some time, yet ultimately found no results and had to temporarily set it aside, hiding it away in the family's treasury. He also checked on the progress of Zhou Liqing and the others. Although both Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liue had put in effort, their young age made many concepts difficult to grasp. Even with 2 years of foundational study, Zhou Liqing had yet to break into the realm of cultivation due to his limited talent. In contrast, Zhou Lai showed the most significant progress. Due to his lack of cultivation talent, Zhou Lai could only learn some general knowledge while gradually using herbs to nourish his body and practice some basic skills. To this end, Lin Mu Wan intentionally invited a martial arts expert from the mortal realm to teach Zhou Lai at Feiyu Mountain. Thus, although Zhou Lai was still growing and not fully developed, he gradually began to exhibit some different characteristics. In their playful scuffles, even the eldest Zhou Liqing was no match for them, let alone Zhou Lai. As a result, Zhou Lai's silence due to his lack of cultivation talent diminished somewhat. Zhou Cating thought of Zhou Lai and felt a bit relieved. Previously, he had feared that Lai would become despondent and introverted. Now it seemed that encouraging him to practice martial arts was indeed a good decision. However, once Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liu formally entered the realm of qi condensation, Zhou Lai would likely no longer be their opponent no matter how hard he practiced. Seizing an opportunity, Zhou Cating gave Zhou Lai the Tsang Hai sword which he had purchased with a spirit stone from Xianxia city. As expected, Zhou Lai treasured the sword as if it were a great treasure. Although he could barely lift it and could only awkwardly carry it, this did not affect his determination to stay inseparable from the sword. From then on, there was a small figure in the Zhou family staggering along while carrying a long sword. No matter how much Lin Mu Wan tried to persuade him, he remained stubborn. Lin Mu Wan, feeling helpless, could only secretly pinch Zhou Cating's flesh a few times around the waist. Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liu looked on enviously, but Zhou Cating had his own considerations and would not treat them unfairly. Once they broke through to the first level of qi refining, he would prepare a gift for them as well. Seeing everything in the house thriving, Zhou Cating felt comforted and his mood was quite joyful. This led to an increase in his visits to Mo Xuan. Every time Mo Xuan saw Zhou Cating coming, he was reluctant to pay him any attention, as Zhou Cating's smugness in his words irritated Mo Xuan, who privately rolled his eyes in disdain. Afterward, Mo Xuan simply pretended to be asleep, too lazy to engage. Once Zhou Cating noticed Mo Xuan's lack of interest in him, he stopped seeking to amuse himself. With Lin Mu Wan managing everything at home, he wasn't even allowed to water the Xingyuan fruit trees with spiritual liquid fertilizer, but was simply told to focus on his cultivation. This left Zhou Cating feeling helpless, and without tasks to do so, he complied with Lin Mu Wan's wishes and went into seclusion to cultivate. 2 months later, the door opened, and a much stronger aura emanated from him. Zhou Cating stood up, sensing the mana flowing within him, and after a moment of adjustment, he felt overjoyed. He had finally broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. From now on, with the breakthrough pill, he had already passed more than half of the obstacles to advancing to the late stage of qi refining. The rest would be a matter of mana accumulation and steady practice. The future looked bright. Perhaps in this life, he would have the opportunity to break into foundation establishment. Zhou Cating thought happily to himself. Having just broken through, there was no possibility of further advancement in the short term. Zhou Cating came up with an idea. While Lin Mu Wan was not paying attention, he secretly fed her the breakthrough pill. This made Lin Mu Wan angry, but it was too late to change what had happened. No matter how much she scolded him, Zhou Cating continued to respond with a grin. His shameless persistence eventually wore down Lin Mu Wan's temper, and she could only obediently work hard on her cultivation. If she wasted such a precious pill because of him, Lin Mu Wan felt she would be unable to forgive herself. Zhou Cating had once again taken charge of the Zhou family's affairs. However, this made Zhou Liqing and the others suffer greatly. After all, Zhou Cating was far stricter than Lin Mu Wan. Every day the three of them wore long faces, and Zhou Lai was no exception. He no longer carried his beloved sword. It wasn't that he didn't love it, but he simply couldn't bear the weight. Seeing that he had easily resolved a matter that Lin Mu Wan was unable to handle, Zhou Cating felt immense joy, his expression changing rapidly. If Zhou Lai heard his thoughts, he would surely be stunned, as he never expected his dignified and steady father to have such. A month later, Lin Mu Wan emerged from seclusion, having successfully broken through to the 4th level of qi refining, entering the mid-stage of qi refining. It must be said that Lin Mu Wan had indeed been stuck at the 3rd level for many years. Although her talent was limited, making it impossible to break through the bottleneck of early to mid-stage qi refining, after so many years of mana, honing her cultivation was already perfect. Thus, she could leverage the power of the pill to make a decisive breakthrough. Therefore, even with insufficient talent, one cannot give up easily. If an opportunity arises, and one is unprepared, it would surely lead to lifelong regret. Watching the family fortune points increase by 2, Mo Xuan felt like crying. After so long of hard work, he could finally see a glimmer of hope. This broken system had been stagnant since arriving at the Zhou family, but now it had finally increased by 2 points, a good omen. Mo Xuan comforted himself, telling himself that while they had bread, now milk would come eventually. There was no need to rush. Lin Mu Wan's breakthrough truly delighted Zhou Cating for a long time. It was even more gratifying than his. Thus, he often went to find Mo Xuan to chatter incessantly. Mo Xuan, feeling agitated, found that his momentary satisfaction was completely ruined by Zhou Cating. I shouldn't have paid him any attention. Mo Xuan inwardly cursed himself, wondering how he could be so easily tempted. It was just some roasted chicken, duck, fish, and meat. How could he be lured in by the aroma? Although his cravings were satisfied, the damage to his spirit was indeed significant. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he had gained or lost. Mo Xuan was alarmed. Could it be that becoming a demon beast made him lose his wits? Startled by this thought, Mo Xuan struggled with it for a long time before finally pinpointing the cause, attributing everything to Zhou Clan. Mo Xuan resolved that even if Zhou Clan brought even more delicious food, next time, Mo Xuan, the Blackwater Xian snake, would not yield. A few days later, this steamed lamb is really good. Mo Xuan marveled, devouring a small lamb, his mouth dripping with grease. Ever since acquiring that first-tier spiritual plant inheritance, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan had not been idle. Instead, they began to try cultivating some spiritual rice and spiritual millet based on the recorded basic knowledge. This spiritual rice and millet could guarantee the energy needed for daily life, as they had not yet reached foundation establishment and could not survive on air and dew alone. They still needed to eat. Ordinary mortal rice and millet could no longer sustain the needs of cultivators, so this spiritual rice and millet had become a necessity. Although the price was not high, it had a wide market. If they could cultivate it successfully, it would be an additional source of income for the Zhou family. However, at present, although there were some prospects, they were far from achieving success. As time passed, everything progressed in an orderly manner, calm and peaceful. If they could maintain this state, it would be quite nice. Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan's breakthrough was not widely publicized, as the Zhou family's strength was currently too weak. Drawing attention was not a good thing. The two only celebrated privately, naturally sharing some affectionate moments and couples anecdotes. A year later, Mo Xuan gave birth to a daughter named Zhou Linhua. Thus, the second generation of the Zhou family had grown to 3 sons and 2 daughters. The youngest, Zhou Lihai, was nearly 4 years old, his talents yet to manifest, enjoying a carefree childhood. In the past year, counting the days since Zhou Clan left, nearly 2 years had passed. The Xingyuan fruit trees had matured twice more, yielding 130 spirit fruits. 10 of these were taken out and given to Mo Xuan, while the rest were consumed by Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan. They couldn't have cultivated the Xingyuan fruit for so many years without knowing its taste. Consuming it directly could slightly increase their qi refining speed. However, compared to refining it into qi condensing pills, this was undoubtedly inefficient and wasteful. It could only be regarded as a taste test. Mo Xuan felt nothing, as the energy contained in the Xingyuan fruit was too minimal, even slower than absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth daily, so he considered it merely a fruit. Nonetheless, it was Zhou Clan's heartfelt gesture, and they enjoyed eating it. After properly storing the remaining Xingyuan fruits, Zhou Clan planned to sell them together every 5 years. Given the high demand for qi condensing pills, there was no worry about selling them later. With the experience of cultivating Xingyuan fruits, the Zhou family quickly advanced in experimenting with spirit rice, trying to concoct various types of spiritual liquids, taking some rice seeds and planting them, waiting for maturation. Time flew, and soon 2 years had passed. This year, Zhou Clan was 44 years old. After 3 years of accumulation, his qi refining at the 6th level was nearing perfection, and if all went well, he would enter the 7th level in another year or 2. He would become a cultivator at the late stage of qi refining. Thus, the Zhou family would qualify to formally enter the sites of the major cultivation families in Xingyuan town. After 4 years of diligent practice, Zhou Liqing successfully stepped into the path of cultivation. He became the 3rd cultivator in the Zhou family besides Mo Xuan, albeit at the 1st level of qi refining, but he had already acquired some magical power. The earthy yellow magical power was thick and pure, best suited for defense, which made Zhou Clan and his wife very happy. Even with cultivation talent, spells, and guidance, not everyone could succeed. This was closely related to the effort one was willing to put in, the resources one could access, and one's understanding. Shortly after Zhou Liqing's breakthrough, Zhou Liua also successfully broke through to the 1st level of qi refining. Although she was 2 years younger than Zhou Liqing, her speed was not slow at all, and was even quite fast. After all, Zhou Liua had a significantly higher talent, so it was not surprising that she caught up to Zhou Liqing in such a short time. Mo Xuan watched as the family luck points increased again, feeling delighted. The momentum was booming and his spirits lifted considerably. However, not long after, he was somewhat disturbed by Zhou Clan's proud demeanor. Well, from now on, he might as well just focus on eating and sleeping, pretending not to see or hear anything else. Zhou Clan had already prepared 2 sets of 1st-grade low-tier talismans, giving each of them a set which included defensive, offensive, entrapment, and escape talismans, making for a decent combination. As for magical artifacts, they were much more expensive, and the two had just reached the 1st level of qi refining. Even with magical artifacts, they would only have a few strikes of power. After a few strikes, their magical power would be depleted, and if it failed to work, their situation would be quite dangerous, making escape impossible. It was far less consuming than the talismans. Since the two broke through to the 1st level of qi refining, Zhou Liu had ceased to be their opponent. Although both of them had intentionally let him win many times, there were wins and losses. However, their actions were glaringly obvious to Zhou Liu, who had just broken through and was still young. With a keen eye, he could easily discern their techniques. Knowing that they meant well, Zhou Liu still felt bitter inside. Over the years, he had worked hard and learned most of the skills from the martial arts expert invited by Mo Xuan. He had originally held on to hope, believing that even without talent he could carve out another path through hard work. But reality was cruel. The difference between Qi refining and mortals was indeed vast. Even as a newly advanced first level of Qi refining, Zhou Liu felt hopeless. Even if he practiced for another 10 years, he might not be able to match the two. The gap between immortals and mortals was so despairing. Holding a sword, he thrust, slashed, punctured, and swept. The Zhonghai sword glimmered coldly, performing a set of sword techniques fluidly. Over the years, with regular medicinal baths and training, Zhou Liu's body had become much stronger, no longer resembling a child of about 10. The Zhonghai sword could now create a gust of wind, and he was no longer the child who staggered while carrying a sword. However, such great progress could not compare to Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liue, who were previously not as capable, leaving Zhou Liu feeling unwilling. In this vast world, there was always a way out, and it seemed a seed had sprouted in Zhou Liu's heart, absorbing nourishment and growing robustly. In the past 2 years, aside from managing family affairs, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan spent most of their time next to the spirit herb garden in the back mountain. A vast area had already been cleared, planted with numerous golden spirit rice. They initially thought cultivating spirit rice would progress smoothly, but the final steps consumed much time. Fortunately, they finally achieved some results. It was now the time for the spirit rice to sprout lush and green. Each type of spirit rice, besides providing basic energy, had its own unique characteristics. For instance, the 5 elements spirit rice, when consumed over the years, could slightly increase affinity with the 5 elements spiritual energy, benefiting both cultivation and spellcasting. However, this is a long-term process, not something that could be achieved overnight. The rice seeds cultivated by the Zhou family had long diverged from the original varieties through numerous experiments and explorations. With prolonged consumption, it could slightly enhance physical strength. Human cultivators are inherently weak, far from the bodies of demon beasts. Thus, if they could enhance their physical strength, their self-protective abilities would also increase. Although it could not produce immediate effects, spirit rice was something commonly needed, and this particular effect was quite unique in Qingyuan town. Therefore, it should also have a good market. Zhou Clan named it Qingling rice. He planned to rent a shop in the market on the heart island of Qingyuan Lake after it matured to sell this Qingling rice. In the future, when their strength was sufficient, they could also sell Qingyuan fruits there. The Heart Island Market was established collectively by the prominent families in Qingyuan town, led by the Lu family of the foundation establishment stage, serving as a trading place for countless families and loose cultivators in the area. Even cultivators from neighboring towns came here to trade. This would also add a new source of income for the family. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Clan's 4th son, Zhou Lihai, had turned 6 years old. Now it was time for the spirit test. On this day in the ancestral hall of the Zhou family, Zhou Clan and his wife stood side by side, holding little Zhou Lino, while Zhou Liqing and his 3 siblings stood outside watching. Inside the ancestral hall, Zhou Lihai felt a bit nervous, having often followed his elder brothers before. He already understood what this represented. Holding the spiritisting plate, a wave of crimson light flushed his small face under Zhou Lihai's anxious heart. The gems lit up one by one, stabilizing only after the 5th gem shone. Zhou Clan and his wife exchanged glances, joy evident in their eyes, silently praising the heavens for blessing the Zhou family with another individual possessing talent for cultivation. Moreover, the talent was quite good, slightly inferior to Zhou Liue, but superior to Zhou Liqing. Seeing his younger brother blessed with such good cultivation talent, Zhou Liue felt happy for him and the family, yet his heart inevitably darkened further. Why was it that he himself could not cultivate? Zhou Liue forced a smile, unwilling to dampen everyone's spirits on such a joyous day. Zhou Lihai's talent was the same as Zhou Clan's, however, he was of the fire element, making fire attribute cultivation techniques the most suitable for him. Thus, the previously acquired Qingyan technique was perfect for him. Zhou Clan and his wife were already well-versed in the nurturing methods following the spirit test with ample experience. Moreover, with his elder brothers and second sister as examples, Zhou Lihai did not resist and learned rapidly, progressing step by step. On this day, Zhou Clan was teaching Zhou Lihai to recognize scriptures and meridians when a voice came through the protective mountain formation, drawing everyone's attention. Yang Huayuan from Qiji Peak requests an audience. Zhou Clan pondered internally, not recognizing this person, nor having heard of him in Qingyuan town, unsure of his intentions. Shaking his head, he decided not to think further. He would understand upon meeting. After giving Zhou Lihai a few instructions, Zhou Clan stepped out of the room and headed towards the mountainside. On the way, he encountered Mo Xuan, who had just finished taking care of Zhou Lino. She too had come out to find Zhou Clan because of that voice. Neither of them knew this person, and after discussing for a moment, they thought it would not be good to directly refuse him at the door, so they decided to take a look first. Upon reaching the mountainside, they indeed saw a person standing outside the formation through the thick mist. The visitor appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, looking somewhat similar to Zhou Clan. His demeanor was kind, and his sincere gaze made one feel a natural affinity. Sensing that there was indeed only this person around, Zhou Clan and his wife then opened a gap in the formation, revealing their figures. Seeing the formation open and the couple appearing, Yang Huayuan's eyes lit up as he understood. With a smile he greeted, "You must be the head of the Zhou family and his wife from Feiyue Peak. I am Yang Huayuan from Qiji Peak, pleased to meet you both fellow Taoists." Zhou Clan and his wife exchanged a glance. Seeing his demeanor was reasonable and respectful, confident, yet humble, they lowered their guard slightly. They returned the greeting saying, "Zhou Clan Lin Mu Wan greet Taoist Yang." They then welcomed him in closing the formation behind them, and the three proceeded to the Zhou family's guest hall. Along the way, Yang Huayuan expressed his purpose for visiting. It turned out that he and his family had only arrived in Qingyuan town a year prior, renting Qiji Peak and establishing their business. Since Qiji Peak was not far from Feiyue Peak, after settling down, Yang Huayuan thought to visit the surrounding family. This would help him integrate into the area, solidify his foundation, and also gather information about the local situation. With his intentions made clear, Zhou Clan and his wife finally felt at ease and conversed happily with Yang Huayuan. They introduced the situation of the various families in the area. After all, the Zhou family had been established here for many years and knew much more than Yang Huayuan, who had just arrived. Yang Huayuan listened to the introductions, nodding from time to time, thinking to himself that this visit was indeed worth it. The information shared during his previous visits, combined with what he learned from the Zhou family, provided him with a clear understanding of the entire Qingyuan town. None of this information was secret. Zhou Clan was happy to do a favor. After all, this person was not weak in cultivation, but just a brief interaction revealed that he was on par with Zhou Clan, although specific details were not inquired about. Yang Huayuan stayed at the Zhou family for about an hour before rising to take his leave. Zhou Clan and his wife felt it inappropriate to insist on keeping him, as they had only just met. Although they had a good impression of him, it was essential to remain vigilant, knowing a person's face, but not their heart. As he was leaving, Yang Huayuan took out a jade box and handed it to Lin Mu Wan. He claimed it was a token of apology for his abrupt visit, containing several first-grade middle-quality talismans drawn by himself. Seeing his firm attitude, the couple accepted it with thanks. After Yang Huayuan left, the couple discussed, and Zhou Clan said, "This person seems quite decent. We might as well maintain contact with the Yang family, observing his character for future interactions. Moreover, this person is a talisman master and can draw first-grade middle-quality talismans. We will likely have dealings with him in the future." Lin Mu Wan nodded in agreement, having a good impression of him as well. They placed the talismans into the family treasury and moved on to other matters. Yang Huayuan's visit was merely a small episode for the Zhou family. Finally, after a few months, after harvesting all the Qingling rice, they set aside the seeds, processing the remaining ones by removing the husks and skins, which took considerable effort before everything was completed. As early as a month prior, Zhou Clan had already found a shop in the Huaxian Island market. Although the location was not ideal, the rent was inexpensive. Since this Qingling rice was unique, it did not require a prime location to compete with other large families. A few sales would suffice to promote its efficacy, ensuring a healthy turnover. They kept what the family needed and set aside a small portion of the remaining spiritual rice to take to the market to test the waters. Thus, a shop named Qingling Pavilion quietly opened in the Huaxian Island market. This shop was peculiar as it sold only one item. The Zhou family had been in Qingyuan town for years. Although they usually kept a low profile, they were not completely unknown. Now that the Zhou family had suddenly taken action, everyone naturally wanted to know what the Zhou family was up to, wondering if it would affect their own interests, thus allowing them to prepare countermeasures in advance. Therefore, even though Zhou Clan did not promote it, there were still many cultivators coming to inquire and purchase. Among them were many from surrounding families. Zhou Clan did not mind, as there was no conflict of interest, so he let them be. On the contrary, other cultivators became quite interested after learning about the efficacy of Qingling rice. Surprisingly, the first batch sold out in just over a month due to this unexpected success. This turned out to be a delightful surprise. Zhou Clan traveled between Feiyue Peak and the market on Lake Hard Island, while Lin Mu Wan managed the household, with Zhou Licheng assisting in the affairs. Zhou Liyu was unable to help, focusing solely on his training, which made Lin Mu Wan deeply concerned, yet he paid no heed to her worries, leaving her with no choice. As for Mo Xuan, he spent each day on the peak of Feiyue absorbing spiritual energy and resting, occasionally feasting on the food brought by Zhou Clan, living quite comfortably. Such a carefree and leisurely life made Zhou Clan quite envious. Mo Xuan privately scoffed, "If you don't marry and have children, you can live like this too." During this time, he frequently interacted with Yang Huayuan from Qiji Peak, exchanging talismans, and Qingling rice, establishing a close relationship between their families. Zhou Clan had visited Qiji Peak several times, which helped him establish connections. The Yang family was not large in number, which was somewhat similar to the Zhou family. Through their interactions, Zhou Clan and Lin Mu Wan gained considerable understanding of the Yang family, finding that the members' characters were all quite good. Yang Huayuan also held a favorable impression of Zhou Clan and his wife, leading to a much closer relationship over time. Thus, after a year, the reputation of the Qingling rice sold by Qingling Pavilion on Lake Heart Island had spread. This helped Qingling Pavilion establish a foothold in the market. Aside from Qingyuan town, even cultivators from nearby towns came specifically to purchase some, whether for personal use or for sale remains unknown. One day, Zhou Clan was stationed at Qingling Pavilion. He felt puzzled, as it seemed something unusual had occurred in the market over the past few days, creating a strange atmosphere. However, when Zhou Clan tried to discreetly inquire, he couldn't discern anything out of the ordinary. He felt quite uneasy, yet there was nothing he could do. The Zhou family temporarily lacked their own sources of information, often learning about events belatedly. This was also due to their small numbers, with Zhou Licheng and others yet to mature. Moreover, their interactions with other families weren't particularly close. If it were trivial matters, they could easily inquire about them, but once it involved something more secretive, they could only rely on guesswork. Finding no effective information, Zhou Clan decided to close Qingling Pavilion and head to Qiji Peak. As a talisman master, Yang Huayuan was much more in the know than Zhou Clan. However, Zhou Clan was merely trying his luck, unable to guarantee that Yang Huayuan would have the information he sought. At Qiji Peak, in the Yang family's living room, Yang Huayuan poured some spiritual tea and asked, "Brother Zhou, have you come for something?" "Indeed, I have some confusion, but I wonder if Brother Yang is aware of it." Zhou Clan pondered for a moment before speaking openly, without concealing his intentions. He continued, "Recently, the atmosphere in the market seems a bit unusual, which prompted me to come and ask Brother Yang if anything extraordinary has occurred." "Brother Zhou, you don't know?" Yang Huayuan responded, slightly surprised. "I thought you were well informed in the market and would have known about this matter long ago." Yang Huayuan expressed his surprise without any mocking intent. Zhou Clan smiled wryly and shook his head, acknowledging his oversight. Seeing Zhou Clan shake his head, Yang Huayuan no longer dwelled on the matter. He took a sip of tea before speaking. "It is rumored that over a month ago, Lu Min, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator from the Lu family, returned heavily injured after summoning the ancestral elder. I'm afraid." Zhou Clan's expression changed drastically as he stood up, his thoughts in turmoil. After a long pause, he managed to calm down, sitting back down to sip his tea. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope Brother Yang doesn't take offense," Zhou Clan said. Yang Huayuan waved his hand, indicating it was no trouble, saying, "When I first learned this news, I was no better off than you. How could such a secretive matter have leaked from the Lu family?" Zhou Clan pondered for a long time before voicing, "It wasn't that the Lu family wanted to keep it hidden, but when the ancestral elder returned, he could no longer conceal his appearance and aura, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives, which led to the information spreading. To be injured to such an extent." Zhou Clan reflected. The Lu family originally had 2 foundation establishment cultivators guarding them, establishing a solid power base that dominated the entire Qingyuan town, making them quite formidable. However, now that Lu Min, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, was suddenly injured, if he were to perish, the remaining early foundation establishment cultivator Lu Wenin might not be able to stabilize the situation. A storm is about to arise. Zhou Clan sighed, feeling helpless. After years of stability, he thought they could develop smoothly, but unfortunately fate had other plans. Yang Huayuan also showed concern. Aside from the Lu family, the other 5 major families in Qingyuan town were powerful. Although they lacked foundation establishment cultivators, they had several late Qi refinement cultivators among them. After so many years, they likely had already plotted to achieve foundation establishment. Now that such a change had occurred, all families would not let this golden opportunity slip by. Under normal circumstances, even if someone succeeded in foundation establishment, the Lu family had 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and one of them was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, which would be sufficient to maintain stability. However, if the Lu family's strength were to be significantly weakened, such immense benefits would certainly attract covetous eyes. Consequently, this would inevitably lead to turmoil throughout Qingyuan town, and how could the Zhou family remain uninvolved in this situation? Zhou Clan, feeling anxious and troubled, contemplated leaving to return home and discuss countermeasures with Lin Muwan. "Brother Zhou, don't be in a hurry. I have a proposal that I wonder how you feel about." Yang Huayuan, seeing Zhou Clan's intent to leave, spoke up. "I believe Li Cheng has matured and is quite composed, resembling you, Brother Zhou. You have also seen my daughter Yang Linxi. Her character and appearance are quite commendable as well. Since they are of similar age, why don't we arrange a match between our families?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan paused for a moment before replying, "I have indeed met Linxi. She is exceptionally talented, and I hold her in high regard." He then paused. "However, they are both still quite young, and such lifelong matters should be discussed with their opinions in mind." Yang Huayuan smiled and explained, "That is certainly the case. I merely have this thought. The specifics depend on whether the two have a connection. Next time I visit Feiyue Peak, I will bring Linxi along and let them meet. If it doesn't work out, it won't affect the relationship between our 2 families." Zhou Clan nodded in agreement. Yang Huayuan had his own considerations. The Zhou family had only recently established themselves with a simple member structure, lacking the petty intrigues of larger families. If Yang Linshi were to marry into the Zhou family, she would not suffer. Moreover, with the changing circumstances, Zhou Cating's strength was not weak and a union between their families would be beneficial for both. On the way back, Zhou Cating contemplated Yang Huayuan's proposal. Though he felt moved, he still needed to discuss it with Lin Muwan and see Zhou Liqing's wishes. One cannot force what cannot be. Zhou Cating returned home and discussed for a long time with Lin Muwan. As for the matter concerning the Lu family, there were no good countermeasures, so they could only observe the situation for now and strengthen their own power. Lin Muwan was quite in favor of Yang Huayuan's proposal, but did not go to speak with Zhou Liqing in advance. After all, she knew Zhou Liqing's character and was afraid that mentioning it would force him due to family reasons. Whether the two families had such a fate would depend on the two individuals' fortunes. The sudden changes instilled a sense of urgency in Zhou Cating. At this time, only his own strength could bring him peace of mind. Thus, after returning home, he no longer went to the market. Although this would result in some loss of spirit stones, it would be unwise to lose more for the sake of small gains. He decided to build a retreat at the top of Feiyue Peak not far from Mo Xuan, where he would occasionally go to meditate and strive to break through to the later stage of qi refinement as soon as possible. Mo Xuan was internally resistant, but seeing the numerous new dishes Zhou Cating had brought, he reluctantly accepted. As time passed, rumors began to circulate throughout Qingyuan town. Whether someone was fanning the flames or not, news of the severely injured mid-foundation establishment cultivator of the Lu family was spreading wildly. What was once a secret has now become a topic of conversation over tea and meals. Even if Zhou Cating did not seek out Yang Huayuan, he would eventually learn of this news, albeit a little later. As the news spread, the seriously injured ancestor of the Lu family was gradually claimed to have already perished. This left Zhou Cating and the others both amused and exasperated. The mastermind behind this was quite clever. By subtly leaking some information, bold and reckless individuals would take the lead to test the Lu family's strength. A few days later, Yang Huayuan came to visit Feiyue Mountain. However, this time, he was not alone. He brought along a young girl in her teens. The girl had bright eyes and pearly teeth, a charming smile, and wore a simple yet radiant green glass dress devoid of any accessories, which added to her allure. Yang Linshi followed Yang Huayuan along the way, filled with a sense of curiosity. She knew her father was visiting the Zhou family, but he had always gone alone before. This time, however, he had brought her along and was secretive about the purpose of the visit. Nonetheless, she was quite curious about the Zhou family. Not to mention her parents often spoke of them. She had also met Zhou Liqing a few times, and his demeanor and eloquence were quite exceptional. So even though Yang Huayuan did not mention the purpose of the visit, she was not averse to it. Rather, she found it quite interesting. Arriving at the foot of Feiyue Mountain, looking at the thick fog enveloping the peak, she thought that it was indeed different from her home. As they reached the mountainside, a figure was already waiting to greet them, none other than Zhou Cating. Before Yang Huayuan could speak, Yang Linshi stepped forward, bowed, and greeted him, prompting a broad smile on Zhou Cating's face. After the greeting, she followed behind the two and did not interrupt, merely listening quietly. Her curiosity remained unabated as she looked around, but she could not discern much, for aside from the path up the mountain, other areas were shrouded in dense fog. In the Zhou family's living room, Zhou Liqing was waiting at the door, having brewed tea as per Zhou Cating's instructions. He too was puzzled. After all, Yang Huayuan frequently visited here, and they were already familiar with one another, so such formalities were unnecessary. While he was deep in thought, he saw Zhou Cating and Yang Huayuan approaching and quickly went to welcome them. As he approached and completed his greeting, he looked up only to find that behind the two a young girl was peering at him with a lively expression. The girl was quite beautiful, and upon seeing her eyes, Zhou Liqing was momentarily stunned. With just one glance, her image was imprinted in his heart. Ahem. Zhou Cating cleared his throat, interrupting Zhou Liqing's daydreaming, cursing inwardly that this inexperienced young man was about to embarrass himself further. He quickly shifted the topic. This is your uncle Yang's daughter Linshi, who is the same age as you. Zhou Liqing hurriedly returned to his senses and greeted her again, saying, I've met Sister Linshi. Unbeknownst to him, there was an unexpected tension this time that even Zhou Liqing did not realize. Yang Linshi smiled, inwardly complaining, just now Uncle Zhou said we are the same age, so how did it turn into a sister now? While thinking this, she did not show it on her face and slightly bowed, saying Linshi has met Brother Zhou. Zhou Liqing hurriedly gestured for her not to be so formal, his movements somewhat flustered. Zhou Cating watched this scene and felt he had misjudged the young man. There was nothing of the previous demeanor of a Zhou family elder. However, seeing this situation, Yang Huayuan's earlier proposal seemed to have a genuine chance of success. He glanced at Yang Huayuan, who was smiling and slightly nodding. Thus he instructed Zhou Liqing, I need to discuss some matters with your uncle Yang. Linshi is new here, you should take her around. Zhou Liqing was taken aback. Although it was a bit sudden, he felt nothing wrong about it. He nodded in agreement, but suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Only Yang Linshi shot a resentful glare at Yang Huayuan, realizing at this point what her father was planning. I'll settle the score with you later. Yang Linshi huffed silently, but her face bore a sweet smile. Slightly shy, she said, then I'll trouble Brother Zhou. Yang Huayuan felt somewhat awkward under her glare. His smile stiffened, knowing his precious daughter had never been afraid of him. He would have to face the consequences later. Zhou Clan watched this with amusement, never expecting the dignified and exceptional Yang Huayuan to have such a side. Truly, one should not judge a person by their appearance. At this moment, Zhou Clan had already chosen to selectively ignore Zhou Liqing's foolish expression earlier. As the two of them left, Yang Huayuan finally let out a sigh of relief, glancing at the teasing Zhou Clan. With a wry smile, he said, "I didn't mean to embarrass you, brother Zhou." "Ha ha ha, it's nothing, it's nothing." Zhou Clan replied with a beaming smile as he walked in alongside Yang Huayuan. "I thought brother Yang had already discussed this matter with your daughter." "Well, but this is also good. If it had been mentioned earlier, there might have been preconceived notions. Now this way they are just right, and whether it works out will depend on them." Yang Huayuan nodded repeatedly, thinking along similar lines. Although Yang Linqi was still young, she was quite opinionated and mature for her age. He had originally resolved not to interfere in his daughter's marriage, wanting her to meet and choose on her own. However, now that they had become acquainted with the Zhou family, who were very compatible, and Zhou Liqing was mature, steady, and reliable, he was indeed a rare find. Moreover, given the current turmoil, he had actively proposed this suggestion, which went against his original wishes. Yet this was still a father's thoughtful consideration. After spending several hours at Feiyue Peak, Yang Huayuan bid farewell to Yang Linqi. Zhou Clan and Yang Huayuan, on the other hand, were leisurely enjoying their time, exchanging insights on cultivation while savoring spiritual tea and discussing trivial matters. During this time, Zhou Liqing took Yang Linqi on a tour of nearly every place that could be visited on Feiyue Mountain. They intentionally avoided his younger siblings, but at this time, everyone was generally focused on their own cultivation. As for Lin Mubin, she was primarily taking care of Zhou Linao. Thus, there was no fear of being caught. Zhou Liqing was puzzled by this feeling of guilt, as if he were a thief, though he could not pinpoint its origin. Feiyue Peak was where Zhou Liqing had grown up, familiar with every blade of grass and tree. He initially thought this visit would be just like any other, lacking in interest. However, he did not expect that a place he had long regarded as commonplace would take on a different charm now that he was accompanied by someone. As the two became slightly more familiar, Zhou Liqing was no longer as flustered as he had been at first. He regained his usual composure and confidence, speaking eloquently to Yang Linqi, his spirits soaring. Yang Linqi was also a talkative person. The two conversed about family matters, cultivation, life, and the world, discussing the present and the future, and surprisingly found themselves in sync. The unusual feelings he had upon first meeting Yang Linqi gradually transformed into mutual admiration. If Yang Linqi were not a girl, Zhou Liqing might have already suggested they become sworn brothers. Unbeknownst to him, his dear father and Uncle Yang had already arranged for him and Yang Linqi to be together. He lamented not having accompanied Zhou Clan to visit the Yang family earlier, which would have allowed him to meet Yang Linqi sooner. If Zhou Clan were to learn of his thoughts, he would likely be dumbfounded that things had progressed to this point. Yang Linqi, however, was much more perceptive and had already grasped Yang Huayuan's intentions the moment she saw Zhou Liqing. After this interaction, she had greatly changed her impression of him, though discussing other matters would still be premature. "Cici, how did you find your time with them today?" On the road, noticing that his daughter was ignoring him, Yang Huayuan steeled himself to ask. "Oomph." Yang Linqi ignored him, quickening her pace in an attempt to shake him off. But with her cultivation only at the first layer of qi refining, it was impossible for her to escape. Seeing that she was ignoring him, Yang Huayuan felt awkward, but was not angry, and he followed her back to Qiji Peak. At the Zhou family, seeing Zhou Liqing in high spirits, as if the words, "I am very happy," were written on his face, Zhou Clan felt a surge of anger. He looked down upon Zhou Liqing in his heart, thinking he lacked the style of his youth. Yet he forgot that he himself might have been even less than Zhou Liqing back then. If he knew that Zhou Liqing was thinking of swearing brotherhood with Yang Linqi, he would likely be even more enraged. A month later, Zhou Clan looked at the news in his hand and exchanged a glance with Lin Mubin, both feeling a bit taken aback. Though interests can sway the heart, one must also act within their means, or else they are only seeking their own demise. A few days prior, a small mining vein controlled by the Liu family was raided, and the defending clan members were killed. There were indeed desperate criminals who dared to carry out such acts based merely on rumors. Even if Liu Min summoned the situation, the Liu family still had a foundation establishment cultivator stationed there, not to mention over a dozen elders at the later stages of qi refining. Furious, the Liu family heard that Liu Wenyun, the ancestral elder, personally went to investigate, capturing several traces of energy. Subsequently, around 10 cultivators from the Liu family were dispatched. All of them were at least mid-stage qi refining cultivators. They traveled day and night, and within a week they had slain all the offending rogue cultivators. They spared not even a single one of their family members, bringing their heads back to the site of the small mining vein to honor the deceased clan members. Afterward, the Liu family launched several more operations, capturing several individuals who spread the rumors, executing them without a care for their desperate pleas. This series of aggressive actions seemed to declare the strength of the Liu family. The atmosphere in Qingyuan town became tense with each family ceasing their activities afraid to provoke the Lu family's wrath. In recent days there had been no discussions about this matter among the cultivators or in the market. Zhou Clan silently observed everything, realizing that while this series of actions had temporarily stabilized the situation. However, if Lu Min really sustained severe injuries and perished, such small tactics would not intimidate those people. In these two actions, only some insignificant figures had died. Shaking his head, he decided to disregard these matters. After chatting a few words with Lin Mubin, he went to the mountain peak for secluded cultivation. At Sanqing Peak Lu family. In a hidden chamber, Lu Wenyun looked at the elder lying on the crystal stone bed, his expression heavy. The elder was Lu Minzhao, the mid-stage foundation establishment ancestor of the Lu family. By generational standards, Lu Minzhao was Lu Wenyun's great-uncle and the oldest member of the entire Lu family. Had it not been for this mishap, according to the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator, he still had several decades left to live. However, in search of a beast-controlling inheritance for the Lu family, he returned severely injured. Not only did he fail to obtain the inheritance, but he was also gravely wounded, a significant loss. Despite having consumed several precious pills and utilizing the crystal stone bed, it was uncertain whether he could safely pass this trial. This crystal stone bed was also a rare treasure obtained by the ancestors of the Lu family. Even a dying person could preserve a breath of life using it. However, it could only be used 3 times, and this was the final opportunity. If not for this, Lu Minzhao might have already perished. After watching for a long time, without any sign of movement, Lu Wenyun felt it was not surprising he would come here every few days to check on the situation and had grown accustomed to it. It should be noted that Lu Wenyun's ability to establish a foundation was entirely due to the foundation establishment pills brought back by Lu Minzhao. Moreover, Lu Wenyun was originally a branch cultivator not taken seriously. Had it not been for Lu Minzhao's strong advocacy and support, he might have long since turned to dust. Thus, Lu Wenyun held great respect for Lu Minzhao. Seeing him injured, he had no intention of concerning himself with external matters, yet some insignificant beings dared to offend the Lu family, challenging the dignity of the foundation establishment. They truly did not know how to value their lives. Lu Wenyun turned and exited the chamber. Someone was waiting outside. Upon seeing Lu Minzhao come out, they hurriedly said, "Ancestor, those who spread the rumors have all been dealt with, but the mastermind behind this. Although we have uncovered some clues, we lack evidence." Before the words were finished, Lu Wenyun coldly interrupted, "When has the Lu family ever needed evidence?" After saying this, he left directly. Having received Lu Wenyun's words, the person immediately returned to the Lu family's assembly hall where all the elders and the family head were present. The Lu family did not hide the actions of several latest-stage qi refinement elders at all. Several elders from the Lu family also showed no reservations their latest-stage qi refinement aura surging as they led several Lu clan members out of the Canopus Peak. One day later, 2 qi refinement families were destroyed, and a direct descendant of the Li family took his own life. Qingyuan town was suddenly filled with panic, and everyone felt on edge. These 2 qi refinement families were not weak. Although they did not have latest-stage qi refinement cultivators, they had several mid-stage qi refinement cultivators. However, they failed to save a single bloodline. The Li family was one of the 6 major families in Qingyuan town, with several latest-stage qi refinement cultivators in their ranks, making them powerful. Yet in front of the Lu family, they couldn't even protect their own members. Whether these people were secretly spreading the news had long since ceased to matter. The Lu family aimed to demonstrate their strength, using the situation to intimidate others. This move indeed had a remarkable effect, causing many cultivators to fall silent and privately lament that Qingyuan town was still under the Lu family's domain. Shortly after the news spread, Qingyuan town returned to its previous calm. Many Lu's cultivators flocked to the ruins of the 2 destroyed qi refinement families, hoping to find some treasures amidst the wreckage. As for whether they found anything, that remains unknown. Zhou Clan had a complex expression. Although he was not very familiar with the people from those 2 families, he had dealt with them in the market. He never expected them to become the departed so soon. For a moment, he felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen. Without power, life and death were entirely controlled by others. He gained a new understanding of the Lu family's ruthless dominance. Feeling somewhat emotional but increasingly urgent in his heart, Zhou Clan set aside all trivial matters after this incident. He entrusted all household affairs to Lin Weiner and focused solely on closed-door cultivation at the peak of Feiyue Mountain. Months later, at the peak's secret chamber, Zhou Clan opened his eyes, sensing the condition of his body. His qi refinement was at the 6th layer, fully rounded, yet a thick barrier seemed to block his path forward. This barrier trapped Zhou Clan at the 6th layer of qi refinement. It was a bottleneck encountered by everyone in the mid to late stages of qi refinement. The higher the talent, the thinner the bottleneck. For those with great talent, this bottleneck was merely a paper-thin wall, easily broken. For those with poor talent, it was a thick fortress with no telling when they might successfully break through. Sensing that barrier, Zhou Clan no longer hesitated. He took out the barrier-breaking pill he had obtained earlier, adjusted his state, and swallowed it in one gulp. Although Zhou Clan was not exceptionally talented, he was not too poor either. Even without this pill, after refining for several more years, he would still be able to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. However, the time taken was far too long. As the pill dissolved, Zhou Clan let out a muffled groan. Amidst the surging medicinal power, he was feeling quite uncomfortable. Break. Zhou Clan's entire body surged with mana fueled by the power of the pill. He charged forward, crashing through the barrier. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, indicating that Zhou Clan was also feeling the strain. Seeing that his efforts were effective, he did not have time to catch his breath and diligently controlled his mana, surging it repeatedly. Finally, with a sound like a silver bottle shattering, the barrier crumbled. With his mana growth unimpeded, Zhou Clan finally stepped into the 7th layer of qi refinement. Phew! Zhou Clan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping his forehead. Had he hesitated even slightly, this advancement would have failed. Indeed, it was a bit forced. After all, this breakthrough was somewhat rushed and lacked sufficient accumulation. Fortunately, he succeeded in the end. Zhou Clan thought to himself. Mo Xuan peeked out, sensing the aura emanating not far away. Nodding in his heart, although the aura had yet to stabilize, he had at least broken through the most difficult part. The next step was to quietly stabilize his realm through further cultivation. Opening the panel, he indeed saw that his clan's luck points had increased by 1, now totaling 7 points. Seeing that Zhou Clan had not emerged, Mo Xuan observed for a while before ignoring it. Days later, Zhou Clan emerged from his seclusion. After conversing with Mo Xuan for a bit, he returned home. Upon seeing him emerge, everyone greeted him with joy, their spirits high. Lin Weiner knew that Zhou Clan had successfully broken through. A smile crept onto her face, and she quickened her pace, leaping into Zhou Clan's embrace. Feeling Lin Weiner's joy, Zhou Clan's heart was at peace. To have someone in this world rejoice for him was the very meaning of his efforts to grow stronger to protect those who cared for him. At 46, Zhou Clan stepped into latest stage qi refinement, making the Zhou family the 7th family in Qingyuan town to have a latest stage qi refinement cultivator in residence. The two of them shared a long, tender moment before Lin Weiner finally released Zhou Clan, circling around him a few times. Seeing him in good health, she felt relieved. Zhou Clan couldn't help but smile inwardly. He had merely been in closed-door cultivation, not going off to fight life and death. How could he possibly come out missing limbs? However, while he thought this in his heart, he said nothing aloud, allowing her to look to her heart's content. Although Zhou Clan had already broken through to latest stage qi refinement, he had no intention of boasting about it. Given the current situation, keeping a low profile was the best choice. However, he did not deliberately hide it. Firstly, he had no methods to conceal his cultivation, and secondly, appropriately revealing his strength could also reduce many troubles. One day, Lin Weiner organized a family banquet for the Zhou family. It was no different from usual, just slightly more lavish, with spiritual rice, spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and beast meat, everything one could wish for. Zhou Liqing and others already knew the news of Zhou Clan's successful breakthrough and were happy for him. They all congratulated him, even little Zhou Linua, just 4 years old, imitating them in a childish voice, making everyone laugh. As for Mo Xuan's share, Zhou Clan had delivered it to the mountain peak before the banquet began. Over a month later, the Zhou family had already returned to calm, each focusing on their cultivation. Inspired by their father Zhou Clan, Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liua practiced even harder. Zhou Liua, other than the time spent sleeping and eating, was basically in the training room practicing. Zhou Lihai had also begun to practice the Qingyan technique. Only Zhou Linua had nothing much to do, with his older brother and sister busy cultivating. No one was around to play with him, so he could only cling to Lin Weiner every day. As for Zhou Clan, the time had come again for the star essence fruit to ripen. It had been 5 years since he last went to sell star essence fruit. In these 5 years, the star essence fruit ripened once each year, sealed in specially made jade boxes by Zhou Clan for storage. After this ripening, Zhou Clan planned to take these star essence fruits to Xianxia city to sell. In the spirit herb garden behind the Zhou family, he placed about 70 star essence fruits into a jade box and stored them in a storage bag. Zhou Clan then went to the treasure house and placed 4 similar jade boxes into the storage bag. He also took some pills and talismans with him. Zhou Clan found Lin Weiner, chatted for a while, glanced at Zhou Liqing and the others, and then left Feiyue Mountain again, setting off for Xianxia city. However, this time, Mo Xuan did not follow. After Zhou Clan left Feiyue Peak, a figure appeared not far from there. This person had an ordinary appearance and a weak aura, blending in among the mortals without drawing any attention. Watching Zhou Clan's silhouette descend from Feiyue Peak and leave directly, this person's expression changed slightly, showing some hesitation. After a short while, he made up his mind and quietly followed, keeping his distance and not getting too close. After following for a little while, fearing detection by Zhou Clan, he considered giving up and returning to Feiyue Peak to rethink his plans. However, seeing Zhou Clan head towards the direction outside Qingyuan town, he finally sighed in relief, abandoning the pursuit and not returning to Feiyue Peak. He left quietly, found a secluded spot, removed his disguise, and a fireball turned the discarded clothes. At the same time, he waved his hand, changing his appearance completely, making him look entirely different from before. His aura gradually grew stronger, reaching the level of foundation establishment as he departed in the opposite direction. In a valley within Qingyuan town, the area was rarely visited, desolate, and devoid of human presence, with thin spiritual energy and treacherous terrain. Usually no mortals came here, nor did any cultivators use this place for practice. However, in the once desolate and quiet valley, several figures were now present, seemingly waiting for something. Outside the valley, a figure emerged and retrieved a token from his storage bag. The token was ancient and intricately designed, covered in blue patterns. This person channeled his power into the token, causing it to levitate and silently merge into the void before him. As the token vanished, a blue portal appeared. The person glanced at it and stepped inside. As he entered, the portal disappeared and the token reappeared in his hand. Outside the valley, there were no traces left behind, and this person vanished. At the moment he retrieved the token, the 4 individuals who had been meditating in the valley opened their eyes. Fifth brother has returned. One of the middle-aged cultivators among the 4 retrieved a disc which had a red dot flashing upon it. The other 3 nodded and looked towards the direction outside the valley. Before long, a figure appeared in sight, unmistakably the person who had just been near Feiyue Mountain. Fifth brother, another rough-looking man asked in a deep voice. The Zhou family member has left Feiyue Peak, but I did not dare to follow for too long. I only saw him heading towards the direction outside Qingyuan town. He should not be able to return anytime soon. Fifth brother glanced at the leader among them and replied. The leader, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, turned to the quiet second brother after hearing fifth brother's words and asked, "So what do you think? Is it time to take action?" Second brother, dressed like a strategist and sporting a distinct mustache, had yet to reply when the rough man third brother carelessly said, "Elder brother, this Zhou family head is merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Even if he is here, what can he do? If he returns with all 5 of us here, we can easily deal with him." Third brother, what has allowed us to remain safe until today? It is precisely our caution. Second brother stroked his mustache and spoke steadily. You really need to change your temperament, otherwise one day you will suffer the consequences. Don't blame your brothers for not warning you then. Fourth brother put the disc back into his storage bag and joined in agreement. Third brother, hearing their words, flushed with anger and was about to retort when the leader eldest brother interrupted. All right, let's hear what second brother has to say first. We have been here for nearly 3 months, and we have a general understanding of the situation in Qingyuan town. Second brother's eyes brightened as he slowly continued, pausing before adding. The wealthiest in Qingyuan town belongs to the 6 great families, but with our strength, targeting them would be like striking a stone with an egg. Other smaller families, though their strength is weak, have scarce resources and are not worth the effort. We only have one chance to strike. Regardless of success or failure, we must retreat quickly. Upon hearing this, the other 4 nodded in agreement, as this was indeed the rule they had all set together. Therefore, our target should be a family that is not strong, but has substantial resources. The Zhou family has only been here for a few years, with very few cultivators, the strongest of whom is merely at mid-stage foundation establishment, making their foundation unstable. In recent years, the Zhou family's Qingling rice has gained fame in surrounding towns, so they must have accumulated quite a few spirit stones. This is why we have set our sights on the Zhou family. However, the Zhou family has a great formation for protection. If the family head is present personally, the formation's power will undoubtedly increase. Even with fourth brother's presence, it may not be easy to gain an advantage. Now that the family head is away and Feiyue Peak is unguarded, it is indeed an opportune time to strike. In that case, we should act sooner rather than later. Tonight at midnight, we will breach the formation and assault the mountain. Eldest brother spoke, making a decisive declaration. The 5 of them called themselves the 5 Immortals of Flowing Wind, meaning they were like the flowing wind, unpredictable. Such a graceful title, yet they specialized in robbery. They had gained some notoriety among low-level cultivators, but it was all for their infamous deeds. Each of them only acted once in each place, thus, while they occasionally encountered setbacks, they remained unscathed. Eldest brother had the highest cultivation at the 7th level of foundation establishment, while second brother, though only at the 4th level, was the strategist among them, responsible for schemes. Every operation was basically planned by second brother, who analyzed the pros and cons and chose the targets, while the others carried out the actions. As for third brother, though he was a rough man, impulsive and reckless, he practiced wood-type techniques, being poor in combat, but excelling in healing. Fourth brother was a formation master. His skills in formations were considerable. The success of their numerous operations was due not only to second brother's planning and eldest brother's strength, but also to his significant contributions. Understanding formations enabled him to enter and break them from within. This was how they managed to act subtly without drawing attention. Without fourth brother, they would have to forcefully break the formation. In that case, it was likely that the formation would be detected by nearby cultivators before they could break it, forcing them to. As for fifth brother, he had the lowest cultivation merely at the third level of foundation establishment, but his skills in disguise were quite remarkable. He was usually in charge of tailing and gathering intelligence. A few months ago, the 5 of them arrived at Qingyuan town, and the resources they had seized last time had nearly been exhausted. Thus, the 5 of them had been hiding in this desolate place for months, thoroughly gathering information about the various forces in Qingyuan town. They decided to make a significant haul here, acquiring spirit stones and other cultivation resources. After weighing their options, they chose the Zhou family as the target for their next operation. Although the Zhou family had been sufficiently low-key in recent years, it was still impossible to guard against the greed of the human heart. If they could rob the Zhou family, they expected to gain considerable rewards. At the hour of Z beneath Feiyue Peak, 5 figures emerged silently, unnoticed by any soul. Avoiding the main mountain path, they followed a leader into a dense thicket of towering trees. Spiritual energy surged through each of them, clearing obstacles from their path as they advanced unimpeded. Soon they reached the mountainside where before them the night air thickened into an impenetrable veil of mist, a spectral barrier dividing the world beyond from the realm within. Halting before the mist-shrouded formation, the 5 suppressed their spiritual energy and silence reclaimed the night. After a moment's careful observation, their leader whispered quiet instructions to his companions. No sooner had he spoken than one stepped forward, flipped his palm, and withdrew a circular disc. With swift hand seals, the disc emitted a soft, pulsing glow. Then 5 slender banners, emerald and azure, rose from his storage pouch. Bathed in verdant light, the banners hovered above the disc, rotating in precise, harmonious orbit. Chanting incantations, the cultivator wove intricate gestures until the 5 banners converged into a single radiant sigil. Go, he commanded softly. The banner shot forth like a streak of dawnlight, striking the mountain guarding formation. Ripples trembled across its surface, the mist within churned violently. The banner drifted up and down, emitting resonant pulses that echoed the formation's own rhythm. His spiritual energy poured forth relentlessly, the disc vibrated fiercely in his grasp, his face paling under the strain. When the banner stalled against the formation's resistance, he clenched his teeth, bit deep into his tongue, and spat a jet of vital blood, splashing directly onto the disc. Instantly, the disc shuddered with renewed power, and the banner blazed with ethereal brilliance. Had it not been for the dense forest cloaking Feiyue Peak, that radiance would surely have pierced the night. Gradually, the banner's oscillation synchronized perfectly with the formation's frequency. Shoo! The banner vanished into the formation. A portal, barely taller than a man, materialized abruptly. Hurry inside. The discwielder urged urgently. The gateway flickered, impermanent and fleeting. Though the breach appeared, the other 4 did not move at once. Only after his command did they file swiftly one after another through the threshold. Once all had entered, he thrust the disc forward. It hovered steadily within the aperture, then gathered his strength and leapt through. The instant he crossed, the disc dissolved into a streak of light, returning to his control. Unmoored, the shrinking rift collapsed into nothingness. Inside the formation, the 5 banners reappeared and retracted into his storage pouch. Yet one remained behind, not entering, but watching the others vanish into silence, then melting into the shadows of the forest. Within the formation, thick mist swirled endlessly. 4 figures stood motionless. 4th brother, you've done well, praised the eldest of the Lu Feng 5 immortals. The 4th brother merely nodded, drawing slow, measured breaths to steady his turbulent chi. Though the deception had seemed effortless, its cost had been steep. This mountain guarding formation would activate instantly upon sensing foreign spiritual energy. Only temporary resonance could open a passage without triggering its defenses. Though they now stood within the mist was absolute, directionless, disorienting. The 3 held still, waiting patiently for the 4th brother to recover fully. After a long pause, he exhaled a heavy breath of turbid chi and settled his aura. Reading their expectant gazes, he knew they awaited his next move. This is a maze confusion formation, distorting the 5 senses, warping perception, trapping intruders until exhaustion claims them. But to me, it poses no true challenge. He spoke calmly, explaining the mist's nature, while already casting the formation disc upward where it hung, suspended above them all. I shall now deploy the Xianming Clearwind formation to dispel this fog. With a flick of his wrist, 3 more formation banners appeared, each landing precisely in the hands of the others. Having collaborated countless times, the 3 needed no prompting. They channeled their spiritual energy into the banners at once. Their patterns flared to life, linking seamlessly with the hovering disc. The 4th brother's right hand shifted into a new seal. The disc spun violently. With his left, he slashed forward and roared, "Wind, arise." A spiraling vortex of cerulean wind erupted around them, sweeping the mist away in a single sweeping gale. The suffocating fog vanished. Though midnight reigned, cultivators' eyes pierced darkness effortlessly, and once the sensory distortion was broken, mere night offered no hindrance to their advance. The fourth brother led the way, the disc gliding before him. The others followed closely, each holding aloft their banners, pouring steady streams of spiritual energy into the formation. As they marched onward, vortices of clear wind coiled about them, scattering every trace of lingering mist. Nothing more than this. He guided the disc with relaxed mastery. Save for the mental toll of breaching the outer formation, this misty maze was trivial, unworthy of note. A quiet pride stirred within him, until a sharp, dissonant tremor ran through the disc, snapping his focus back with jarring disbelief. He turned, only to find third brother, ever impulsive and brash, had ceased channeling energy altogether. His banner, deprived of support, had slipped from his grasp and fallen silently to the ground. Third brother, what is wrong? The fourth brother hissed low. The eldest, his face lined with 60 years of cultivation, also noticed the anomaly and fixed third brother with a stern, displeased gaze. Only second brother, the strategist clad in scholarly robes, lagged behind in awareness. Only when he heard the fourth brother's voice did he finally glance over. Yet neither the sharp rebuke nor the elder's scrutiny stirred third brother in the least. He stood utterly still, eyes vacant, unblinking, unresponsive. Alarmed, the three flared their spiritual energy, shifting instantly into defensive stances. The fourth brother rushed to third brother's side, finding no wound, no sign of harm, only profound bewilderment. As he raised a hand to shake him, reality shattered. His brothers vanished. Before him rose a hazy celestial palace. Jade light shimmered everywhere, spiritual energy saturated the air. Ethereal maidens danced, auspicious cranes circled overhead. No, this is illusion. He bit his tongue hard. Pain lanced through his mind, jolting him back to clarity. The illusory palace dissolved. He stood again within the mist-wrapped slopes of Feyue Peak. As a master formationist, his spirit was formidable. He'd awakened the moment illusion took hold. Second brother, however, possessed only modest cultivation. Even before the fourth brother fell into trance, he had already succumbed, lagging behind third brother by but a heartbeat. The eldest, cultivated to the 7th layer of chi refinement, remained untouched. Now he stood before the dazed second brother, examining him closely. This is a heart phantom formation, breakable with a purifying mind talisman. The fourth brother mused aloud to the elder, then drew forth a talisman imbued with truth-revealing power. He pressed the talisman to third brother's chest and infused it with spiritual energy. Third brother's gaze slowly sharpened, focusing on the fourth brother inches away, and grumbled, "Fourth brother, where'd you send my celestial maiden? Give her back now." Upon hearing this, Lao Si flared with indignation. Truly a dim-witted oaf. He dismissed Lao San with disdain. Shielded by the calm mind talisman, he was unlikely to fall into the illusory heart array again. He turned his gaze elsewhere after Lao Si's warning. De Gu had already retrieved the calm mind talisman, and now Ergu had also regained full awareness. Seeing both unharmed, Lao Si exhaled in relief, and spoke bitterly. The Zhou family is indeed treacherous and cunning, having laid not one but 2 arrays. Fortunately, this grand array is currently only passively triggered. Were the Zhou clan to discover intruders and actively command it, its power would surge exponentially. Hearing this, Lao San finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His face paled with lingering dread. Unaware he had already succumbed to the array's illusion. His earlier resentment toward Lao Si dissolved entirely. After all, it was Lao Si who had saved him. Focus your consciousness, sharpen your vigilance. The Zhou family possesses formidable arts, and let us not founder in this very fog like ships capsizing in a shallow ditch. The Gu swept his gaze across the mist-shrouded surroundings and spoke gravely to the 3. All 3 grew markedly more solemn, nodding in silent assent. With the Xianming Qingfeng array no longer active, thick fog rolled back in swallowing direction and distance alike. Lao Si reignited the formation disk. The other 3 likewise channeled spiritual energy into the formation banners before them, dispersing the encroaching mist with a gust of azure force. Having unwittingly fallen prey to illusion moments before, Ergu and Lao San now remained sharply alert, fortified by the calm mind talismans guarding their minds. Neither slipped again into delusive visions. The 4 pressed forward once more, heading toward the Zhou family's domain. Meanwhile, as the 2 men were ensnared in illusion, Lin Muan, seated in serene meditation within the Zhou family's quiet chamber, abruptly opened her eyes. With a flick of her right hand, she drew forth a formation disc from her storage pouch. It glowed faintly, bearing a single pulsing crimson dot, the control disc for the Zhou family's mountain protection array. During meditation, Lin Yuan's spiritual sense had suddenly stirred. Following that instinctive resonance, her consciousness linked seamlessly with the control disc. That faintly blinking crimson dot signified an intrusion at that location. Ordinarily, if ordinary mortals wandered in and fell under the array's illusion, the grand formation would detect them, and Lin Yuan would guide them safely back along their original path. Prolonged immersion in illusion inevitably damaged the mind. Should one become utterly lost within illusory realms, unable to break free, madness or catatonia would soon follow. Such incidents had grown exceedingly rare since the Zhou family's establishment, and in recent years none had occurred at all. Yet tonight, deep in the midnight stillness, intruders had breached the veil. A chill tightened Lin Yuan's chest, a foreboding premonition. She infused spiritual energy into the formation disk and sank her consciousness deeper, sensing turbulent fluctuations rippling through the array itself. This disturbance could not be caused by mortals alone, Lin Yuan mused grimly. The intruders meant harm. Yet she could not fathom who dared strike now in Zhou Kaiding's absence. For years in Qingyuan town, the Zhou family had maintained profound discretion. Even their Azure Spirit Pavilion operated with benevolence, occasionally offering generous concessions. They held no grudges against anyone, those who had crossed Zhou Kaiding were long dead. Even as these thoughts raced through her mind, her hands moved without pause. She sent a voice message to Zhou Licheng and Zhou Liyue. Hasten to the main hall. She strode out of the quiet chamber, formation disc in hand. The Zhou family's main hall. Zhou Licheng and Zhou Liyu arrived breathlessly. Both had been cultivating in their respective chambers when Lin Yuan's urgent transmission reached them. Bewildered, they opened their mouths to inquire, only to be silenced instantly. Cultivators have breached the array. Cheng'er, you shall station yourself here, anchoring its core. With a wave of her hand, the ethereal silhouette of Feiyue Peak shimmered into view. She tapped a precise location upon it. Zhou Licheng's face blanched. He had never before witnessed cultivators assaulting the mountain protection array, nor such hostile intent. Without time for questions, he memorized the coordinates and shot away. Yue, you shall hold this node. She tapped another point, highlighting it vividly. Zhou Liyu suppressed her rising panic and rushed off. Both locations served as critical nodes of the grand array. Though Zhou Licheng and Zhou Liyu were merely at the first tier of qi refinement, with meager spiritual energy, they could still sustain the array's operation and amplify its potency, however slightly. Once the two were dispatched, Lin Yuan breathed slightly easier. She seated herself cross-legged in the main hall, levitating the formation disc before her with her left hand, while her right swiftly wove intricate seals. Spiritual energy surged into the disc. With a sweep of her sleeve, the entire array manifested as a luminous, translucent projection. In the southwest quadrant, a crimson dot rapidly expanded, revealing 4 minuscule, tightly clustered points, the intruders. Around them, swirling mist recoiled violently, carving out a vacuum-like void. Mist of misdirection, converge. Lin Yuan sealed the incantation and pointed toward the crimson cluster. At her command, the entire array roared to life. Billowing fog surged forward like a living tide, hurtling straight toward the 4 intruders. Illusion of delusion, awaken. Fully activating the mist array, Lin Yuan clasped her hands midair. Within the formation disk, a dark-hued wheel began to rotate, its engraved patterns radiating ominous obsidian light, signaling the simultaneous full activation of the illusory heart array. Upon completing this, Lin Yuan's face paled, her breath ragged and uneven. She withdrew a pill, swallowed it whole, and watched the shifting projection of the array as she guided its essence inward, restoring depleted spiritual energy and calming her frayed spiritual sense. After all, Lin Yuan stood only at the 4th tier of qi refinement. Fully activating this dual array system exacted a tremendous toll on both her spiritual energy and mental fortitude. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Lu Feng 5 Immortal sect had been advancing steadily beneath the protection of the Xianming Qingfeng array. Suddenly, the Zhou family's grand array shuddered violently. The dispersed mist coalesced with terrifying speed, growing denser, heavier, until it shattered the wind array's containment and plunged the 4 back into boundless, suffocating fog. Bad. Our presence has been detected. Lao Si roared at the sudden shift, gripping the formation disc before him and flipping it upside down. He poured spiritual energy into it recklessly, without restraint. With a flick of his wrist, several more formation banners shot forth, embedding themselves around the 4, linking seamlessly to form a shimmering azure barrier that enveloped them completely. Where dense fog met azure light, a cacophony of sizzling, crackling sounds erupted. The barrier trembled, threatening rupture, yet held firm. Then he affixed several more calm-mind talismans over his heart. Only then did he exhale, glancing at the others. Ergu and Laos, and having seen their talismans burn away in seconds, had already slapped fresh ones onto their bodies. As for Daigu, though Lin Yuan had fully activated the illusory heart array, it posed no tangible threat to him. Lao Si dared not slacken his flow of spiritual energy. Maintaining the azure barrier demanded unwavering focus. This was a defensive formation. The moment Lao Si saw the fog coalescing with unnatural haste, he knew the mist array had been fully awakened by an unseen master. Relying solely on the Xianming Qingfeng array was no longer viable. In a flash of intuition, he switched formations, replacing it with the azure light formation. Fortunately, he had prepared for precisely such a contingency. Lao Si allowed himself a quiet, inward sigh of relief. Were they truly trapped within this dual array nexus, only De Ge might emerge unscathed. To resist an entire grand array single-handedly, even with Lin Yuan's comparatively modest cultivation level, was no trivial feat for Lao Si. Yet with even a brief reprieve, and a Gu ready to act guided by his own tactical command, breaking the array would merely demand additional time and exertion. So Lao Si thought resolve hardening in his heart. At that moment, the dual grand formation surged to full power. Fourth brother gripped the formation disc, tightly straining to hold the line. His consciousness sank deep into the disc, tracing the formation runes outward with his spiritual sense. The blazing formation patterns, luminous and intricate, flared vividly within fourth brother's mind. His face paled further, yet his gaze sharpened with unwavering intensity. To shatter the formation, one must locate either its vital nodes or its weakest points. In stillness, such flaws would remain elusive, but now with the formation roaring at peak output, they stood starkly revealed. Moments later, fourth brother's spirit stirred, their perception alighting upon a nexus where multiple formation runes converged. Found it. A jolt of triumph surged through him. Joy flickered across his face as he turned to elder brother and declared, East-Southeast Sector, 30 Zhang. Elder brother, who had watched fourth brother intently, instantly formed arcane hand seals. Chi roared forth, coalescing into a colossal flaming palm. Blazing palm, go. With a surge of will, elder brother thrust both hands forward. The fiery palm shot toward the designated position, 30 Zhang in the east-southeast sector, ripping through the thick mist like a comet cleaving fog. It struck a critical formation node Hedon. Flame erupted outward with a thunderous boom. The entire formation trembled violently. Dense mist churned wildly. Its once coordinated advance toward the four cultivators, now fractured and chaotic. In the Zhou family's ancestral hall, Lin Yuan staggered slightly as the illusory formation projection before her flickered faintly. Her face drained of color, yet her fingers moved swiftly, seals flashing as she channeled more chi into the formation disk to stabilize the faltering array. An array master, among them. A subtle weight settled upon Lin Yuan's heart, but no panic surfaced. The formation's flaw had been exposed. Fourth brother's expression burned with fervor as his spiritual sense, riding the turbulence of the disrupted mist, probed deeper into the breach. Two additional weak nodes flared into his awareness. Without hesitation, he called out again, Southwest Sector, 25 Zhang. Northwest Sector, 50 Zhang. Elder brother clapped his palms together, chi colliding violently, then wrenched them apart. Two fist-sized fireballs ignited between his hands. They orbited each other like twin stars, searing the air with blistering heat. The very atmosphere warped and shimmered under their incandescent fury. Go! With a sharp motion, elder brother sent the orbs flying, each veering along a precise trajectory, one hurtling toward the southwest sector, the other toward the northwest. Both detonated precisely on target. Though less devastating than the blazing palm, their concussive force was formidable, further scattering the already disordered mist. With three pivotal nodes shattered, the maze-like mist could no longer coalesce or converge. Relieved of its suffocating pressure, fourth brother finally drew a long, steadying breath. The swaying, azure-like formation stabilized at last. No longer pouring chi relentlessly into its maintenance, fourth brother eased the flow, conserving strength while sustaining equilibrium. Since the mist-weaving formation had been temporarily broken, and with its 5-sense reversing fog dispelled, the second formation, the illusion heart array, would now yield effortlessly. He glanced back. Second and third brothers stood locked in fierce concentration, fending off illusionary assaults. Though aided by purifying heart talismans, they remained vigilant bodies, taut with mental strain. Seeing them momentarily secure, fourth brother refrained from immediately hunting for the illusion heart array's nodes. His reserves were dangerously depleted, spirit consciousness and chi all taxed to the brink. One misstep and endurance would collapse. In a swift motion, he withdrew several pills from his storage ring, swallowed them whole, without inspection, and focused inward, hastily refining their potency. Observing fourth brother's recovery, elder brother held his ground, standing guard beside the trio, while calming his own turbulent chi. The moment the mist-weaving formation faltered, Lin Yuan's chi surged chaotically, her formation disk trembling on the verge of collapse. They breached the first formation, so swiftly. A flash of astonishment crossed her face, followed by grim resolve and quiet inner conflict. Her decision crystallized in an instant. Very well. Today I shall test this formation's true might. Once resolved, she hesitated no longer. She tossed a pill into her mouth and swallowed. Then every ounce of her chi surged forth, flooding the formation disk until it blazed with intensified radiance. Golden runes spiraled upward, coalescing into a luminous ring that hovered above the disk. 10,000 sword formation, activate. As the command left her lips, her chi poured out in a torrent, leaving her nearly drained. Were she not at cultivation base establishment level, for she could never have activated all 3 layers of this formation in a single burst. Even now, Lin Yuan estimated she possessed only enough strength for a single decisive strike. This mountain protection formation had consumed over half the spirit stones amassed by Zhou Caoding in his early cultivation years. Supplemented by resources gifted by Lin Yuan's parents to the couple, the formation had evolved into its present formidable configuration: 3 interlocking arrays. Mist weaving to entrap, illusion heart to bewilder, the spirit 10,000 sword to annihilate foes. Had Zhou Chaoting. Cultivation base establishment level 7. Been presiding, even the Lu Feng 5 immortals augmented by several more level 7 cultivators would likely fail to breach the Zhou estate. Yet these 3 arrays remained merely mid-tier first-rank formations. Their power, however refined, inherently bounded. As Lin Yuan emptied her final reserves, the suspended formation disk erupted in blinding light, bathing the entire ancestral hall in golden radiance. Within the towering formation projection, countless swords materialized, forged from pure spiritual energy, appearing as if conjured from thin air. Lin Yuan's fingers danced through rapid seals, formation runes intertwined like living serpents across the disk. 10,000 swords returned to the origin, converge. At her decree, the ethereal blades rushed together, each fusion lengthening the blade and amplifying its aura exponentially. Though named the 10,000 sword formation, the assembled blades numbered scarcely 100, far short of the titular 10,000. When the final convergence completed, the once 3-foot-long spirit blade had expanded into a colossal 3-hang-long greatsword, hovering midair, radiating oppressive authority that verged on surpassing the mid-cultivation base establishment realm. Having completed the ritual, Lin Yuan's face turned deathly pale, her breathing grew shallow, her chi reduced to a faint whisper. Clearly this feat had exacted a grievous toll. Raising both arms high, Lin Yuan grasped the greatsword in her mind's eye, as if lifting its immense weight with bare hands, then brought it down with ruthless precision upon the crimson target point within the formation projection. Guided by her, the greatsword streaked like a falling star, slicing through the mist with a searing luminous gash, carving a brilliant corridor of clarity through the gloom. Its passage shook the heavens. Fourth brother, still seated in recovery, felt his eyelids spasm violently, his innate spiritual intuition shrieking urgent warnings. Second and third brothers reacted likewise, panic flaring across their faces. In that fatal lapse of focus, illusions slipped past their defenses. At this critical juncture, they were ensnared anew by illusion. Before fourth brother's eyes loomed the 3-zhang greatsword, radiating overwhelming, world-shattering might. Terror seized him. The Zhou family has truly lost all restraint. They possess yet another formation. This was beyond his capacity to withstand. Fourth brother whipped his gaze toward elder brother. At the greatsword's appearance, elder brother's expression hardened instantly. He surged forward, placing himself squarely before the others, shielding them with his body. Fourth brother whipped his gaze toward elder brother. At the greatsword's appearance, elder brother's expression hardened instantly. He surged forward, The words had barely left his lips when his chi ignited, bursting outward in a conflagration that swelled to encompass dozens of zhang, forming a vast roiling sea of fire that enfolded all 4 within its incandescent embrace. Undeterred, the greatsword plunged forward, slamming headlong into the heart of the sea of flame. The sea of flames roared, blocking the incoming giant sword. The ocean-like obstacle diminished the sword's might. As the giant sword traversed the fire, the flames that were parted quickly regrouped, binding the sword once more. Finally, after a difficult approach to the 4 in front of him, the giant sword's power waned, and it came to a halt. The giant sword transformed into spiritual light, scattering atop Feiyue Peak. The leader's breath weakened slightly, his expression sour. He did not expect such power from the formation without the presence of the Zhou family master. Had they heeded the reckless suggestion of the third brother to charge in directly, it was likely that all 4 of them would have perished here today. The leader cast a dissatisfied glance at the third brother, who appeared dazed, lost in an illusion, which only fueled his anger further. With a swift movement, he appeared before the third brother and slapped him across the face. The fourth brother, seeing the giant sword dissipate, finally sighed in relief, grateful to have the leader present, otherwise they would have been in real danger. However, he noticed the leader's expression darken further as he slapped the third brother away. A hint of confusion crossed his mind, but he quickly understood the situation. Choosing not to intervene, he wore a gloating smile as he approached the second brother, using a calming talisman to awaken him. Upon waking and seeing that everyone was unharmed, the second brother realized that the formidable giant sword had been dealt with by the leader. After a few moments, the third brother slowly regained consciousness, feeling a sharp pain in his face, confused about what had happened. He dared not ask too much upon seeing the leader's grim expression. In the Zhou family hall, as the giant sword dissipated, Lin Mo Xuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura weakened. The array plate's brilliance diminished sharply, the array patterns faded, and it fell into Lin Mo Xuan's hands. Lin Mo Xuan contemplated deeply, having gained a sufficient understanding of the power of the 10,000 sword array. She stored the array plate in her storage pouch and walked towards the outside. This attack had not produced its intended effect, and her mana was insufficient to support another such strike, so she decided to let them in. In the past, Lin Mu Wan would have likely already fled with the Zhou family members, but now, oomph. Lin Mu Wan sneered inwardly, filled with anticipation instead. At this moment, Zhou Licheng and Zhou Liyu had also returned to the hall, but their faces were pale and their expressions anxious. They had sensed the clash between the two sides and rushed over. Mother, hurry and take the younger siblings to escape from the back mountain. I will stay here to hold them off for a moment. Zhou Licheng's voice was hoarse and heavy. The Zhou family was at the brink of life and death, and it was time for him, the eldest brother, to make a sacrifice. Zhou Licheng resolved within himself, vowing to buy time for his mother and younger siblings to escape. Though Zhou Liyu remained silent, her stillness indicated her fear, yet her eyes were resolute, clearly having made her own decision. Lin Mu Wan looked at the two, touched, and gently said, "It's already too late. The incoming people are at the late stage of qi refinement. There's no escaping them. However, who will escape is still uncertain." Zhou Licheng and Zhou Liyu exchanged glances, seeing each other's confusion. Could it be that there were hidden powers within the family? Though puzzled, they did not question further. Since their mother had said so, there must be her reason. Upon hearing this, the fear on their faces lessened significantly. After all, this was their first experience with such a situation, and their reactions were already commendable. The three arrived outside the Zhou family, awaiting the intruders' arrival. Before the intruders arrived, Zhou Liyi and Zhou Lihai had already arrived at the scene. The earlier commotion had evidently alerted them. Only Zhou Li Nua, being young, was sound asleep and remained undisturbed amidst the chaos. The two approached Lin Mu Wan, and upon seeing her, and the three with disordered breaths and pale faces, their expressions changed drastically. Just as they were about to inquire, Lin Mu Wan stopped them. After the third brother awakened, the five from Lufeng realized that no further attacks were forthcoming, indicating that the master of the array had become incapable of posing a threat. To prevent the Zhou family from escaping, they neglected to restore their mana and rushed towards the Zhou family's location. From a distance, they saw Lin Mu Wan and the others standing in a clearing, seemingly waiting for them. The group suddenly halted, puzzled. The Zhou family members were not escaping, but were waiting here for them. Was it a trap? The leader was also filled with uncertainty. The earlier attack from the giant sword had made him extremely wary. Now, seeing this situation, he hesitated to advance. Extending his consciousness, he scanned the surroundings, but found nothing that could pose a threat to him. After a slight hesitation, he steeled his resolve. They were already here. How could they be deterred by this fictitious formation? Without further delay, he swiftly approached. The three behind him exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and upon seeing the leader move, they gritted their teeth and followed suit. "What brings you to visit so late at night, uninvited? Do you think the Zhou family is defenseless?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Mu Wan, though not powerful in aura, still maintained an imposing presence as she questioned loudly. Zhou Liyi and Zhou Lihai finally understood the situation. Their faces were anxious, yet they did not flee alone, but stood firmly beside Lin Mu Wan. Zhou Liyi trembled slightly, but the grip on his sword tightened. The four looked at the group's demeanor and felt skeptical. They had expected hidden trump cards, but found only bluster, which only served to invite ridicule. The leader did not wish to speak further, fearing prolonged discussions would lead to complications. He turned to the three and said, "Attack." After saying this, he quickly formed hand seals. His mana surged, flames appeared, and a fiery hand condensed, aiming directly at Lin Mu Wan and the others. Upon hearing this, the three did not hesitate. 3 beams of light appeared from each of them, converging into 3 different attacks that followed the fiery hand's assault. Before the Zhou family could react, a black mystical light suddenly appeared between the two sides. In the blink of an eye, the black mystical light transformed into a massive black serpent several yards long, its scales chilling tail coiled, and its body standing upright. As it faced the incoming attacks, its mouth opened wide, condensing a black orb the size of a head. With a thought, it shot out and collided with the fiery hand, exploding violently and blocking all 4 attacks. As the 4 breached the formation, the slumbering Mo Xuan at the mountain peak had already awakened. Watching Lin Mu Wan and the others engage in battle, it did not rush to act. However, if these individuals were to attempt to kill, they would not be allowed to proceed. Mo Xuan's sudden appearance with its massive serpent body and fierce head exuded an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating it was a great demon at the late stage of qi refinement. Not only did the 5 from Lufeng change their expressions in shock, but even Zhou Licheng and the others couldn't hide their disbelief. However, seeing Lin Mu Wan's unfazed countenance, they finally understood the meaning behind her earlier words. The leader and the others were left with a single thought: the Zhou family is truly treacherous and cunning. Mo Xuan scoffed inwardly. These individuals were too weak. Even the strongest among them, the leader, displayed less might than Zhou Kai Ding, who had just broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Had Zhou Kai Ding been present, there would have been no need for Mo Xuan to intervene. These individuals would not have even reached this point. Losing interest, Mo Xuan's body flickered, transforming into an afterimage, and in an instant it was not far from them. The leader was the first to react, quickly forming hand seals, conjuring an ocean of flames that enveloped the 4. Anxiety filled his heart as he hoped the opponent would not be too strong. Mo Xuan's speed did not diminish, its entire mana transformed into flowing water enveloping its body as it dove into the sea of flames. The once unstoppable technique of the Ocean of Flames failed this time, as in a moment Mo Xuan's massive form shattered it into pieces. Like a swimming dragon as the sea of flames broke apart, Mo Xuan coiled around the four, wrapping them directly. The other three had just begun to defend themselves when they were entirely ensnared by Mo Xuan, and in a mere moment they lost their breath, leaving only the leader. The leader frantically circulated his internal mana, the flames on his body expanding rapidly, but under the constriction and pressure of Mo Xuan's body, it suddenly shrank. After several rounds, the leader's aura faded to gray, no longer exhibiting the might of a latest-stage chi refinement practitioner. After chasing the wild geese all day, I was pecked in the eye by one. The Zhou family is truly insidious. Left with nothing but resentment and unwillingness, the leader ultimately could not escape Mo Xuan's binding. His breath extinguished, and he died atop Feyue Peak. Feeling that all four had perished, Mo Xuan slowly released its grip, allowing the four to fall to the ground. In just a moment, the once fierce four had become corpses. Zhou Licheng and the others stared in shock, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Lin Muwan sighed in relief. Although Zhou Kai-ding had informed her of Mo Xuan's existence beforehand, warning her that it would act in times of danger, still she felt anxious until Mo Xuan appeared. Had it not been for her trust in Zhou Kai-ding, she might have already sought a way to escape with the others upon sensing the attack from the latest-stage chi refinement practitioner. Lin Muwan flew forward, wanting to thank Mo Xuan, but saw it merely nod at her before transforming into a dark light and heading down the mountain. Lin Muwan stood there in a daze while Zhou Licheng and the others finally regained their senses, looking at the corpses with mixed feelings of relief and complexity. As Zhou Licheng and the others sighed, Mo Xuan transformed into a streak of light, and his consciousness spread out, arriving at the place where the others were challenging the formation in no time. Mo Xuan naturally had the authority to enter and exit the Zhou family's great formation without restrictions. Even without it, the formation posed no threat to him. After a brief pause, Mo Xuan exited the great formation and swiftly appeared before the fifth brother, who was hidden in the shadows, waiting and observing the surroundings to prevent any surprises. Suddenly there was nothing but a massive, menacing black snake head before him, its mouth wide open, gazing at him with a chilling stare. The fifth brother had traveled far and wide with the others, and had seen many things, even having hunted beasts before. But he had never encountered a scene like this, with the snake rearing up, its sharp fangs menacingly displayed, looming over him. A sense of terror surged from the depths of his heart, paralyzing him to the point where he couldn't even move. Karma has come. He stood frozen, watching helplessly as the snake's head descended, its enormous fangs piercing through him. The intense pain finally overwhelmed the fear, and he regained control of his body, but it was too late to escape. His blood quickly congealed, and his spiritual energy began to dissipate, leaving only pain and terror in his eyes, transforming him into a human-shaped sculpture. Mo Xuan released his grip, feeling puzzled as to why this person did not flee. Looking at the fifth brother, who had merely been lightly bitten, yet met his end, he shook his head slightly, no longer pondering, and rolled up his body, heading towards the Zhou family. In front of the Zhou family's main hall, a mysterious light suddenly appeared before everyone, and Mo Xuan released the rolled-up corpse, nodding towards Lin Muwan. Even though they knew Mo Xuan meant them no harm, standing so close to him still instilled fear in Zhou Licheng and the others, causing their hair to stand on end and their bodies to freeze in place. Seeing this, Mo Xuan thought to himself that their mental fortitude was still lacking. When Zhou Kai-ding first met him, he had cried and laughed. Lin Muwan realized that Mo Xuan had brought another person, indicating that these individuals had accomplices. If Mo Xuan had not noticed, it could have left a hidden danger. "Thank you, Senior Mo, for saving my life." Lin Muwan expressed her gratitude, her tone respectful. Upon hearing this, Mo Xuan nodded. If he could speak, having refined the bone in his throat, he would have replied, "There is no need for such formalities, junior sister." However, for now, he could only nod in acknowledgement, hoping Lin Muwan would understand his meaning. Mo Xuan thought, "This is a close friend of your father who has saved his life several times. You must remember this. You may call him Uncle Xuan." Lin Muwan continued, addressing Zhou Licheng and the others, though her gaze ultimately landed on Mo Xuan. This was a request for Mo Xuan's opinion. Mo Xuan had no objections to this title, it was merely a form of address. Yet he suddenly thought, if Zhou Licheng and the others called him Uncle Xuan, would that mean he would eventually become their ancestor Xuan? Mo Xuan's mind wandered, finding the title quite pleasant, and his heart filled with joy. Seeing that he did not object, Lin Muwan glanced at Zhou Licheng and the others. This was also the first formal meeting between Mo Xuan and the rest of the Zhou family. Although Lin Muwan knew of his existence, she had never been introduced before. The younger members of the Zhou family had no knowledge of him, but Mo Xuan had watched them grow up. Zhou Licheng, being the eldest, reacted more quickly. As Lin Mu Wan looked over, he immediately stepped forward to bow, saying, "Liqing greets Uncle Xian." The other three, realizing the situation, afterward followed Zhou Liqing in greeting. Mo Xuan nodded in acknowledgement to each of them. His aura already reigned anew, otherwise Zhou Liqing and the others would likely have been unable to approach at all. Mo Xuan was quite satisfied with his first formal appearance in the Zhou family. After acknowledging them, he did not linger and nodded to Lin Mu Wan before vanishing into a streak of light before everyone. Once Mo Xuan left Zhou Liqing and the others finally relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Zhou Li's hand, which gripped the sword, had turned blue and purple clearly due to his inner tension and now with a clang, the Songhai sword fell to the ground, marking the first time Zhou Li allowed his sword to drop. Zhou Lihai, the youngest, had not yet stepped into the realm of refining qi and was utterly exhausted, leaning entirely against Zhou Liqing, feeling weak. Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liyue fared much better, having their cultivation to support them. Observing their condition, Lin Mu Wan did not blame them, for even she had been intimidated by that overwhelming presence, leading her to respect Zhou Kading even more. After all, Zhou Kading had shared how he had encountered Mo Xuan and the agreement they reached with Lin Mu Wan. "Do not speak of Uncle Xian outside for now," Lin Mu Wan instructed the others. Zhou Liqing understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. After speaking, Lin Mu Wan approached the 5 Windflow Immortals, searching through their storage bags. As Zhou Liqing and the others gradually regained their composure, they also came to help, displaying considerable courage despite their pale faces showing no sign of fear. This was Lin Mu Wan's intention, as she wanted to gauge their courage. After all, in this world, conflict, killing, and death were inevitable. They had basically found all the valuable items. Lin Mu Wan instructed the others to step back, took out several talismans, and ignited them, turning the 5 Windflow Immortals into a sea of flames, leaving no trace. Returning home, Zhou Liqing and the others found it difficult to calm their agitated minds after the shock they had experienced. They chose to follow Lin Mu Wan to the main hall to check their recent gains. They opened the storage bags one by one, taking out various talismans, pills, and miscellaneous items, categorizing them into different piles. There were also several techniques, but they were all ordinary spells. However, there was a greenwood technique, a wood-based skill which was absent in the Zhou family and was quite valuable. Then there were several fire-based spells used by the leader of the Windflow Immortals, and surprisingly, there were jade slips left behind which would greatly enrich the Zhou family's technique heritage. Formation inheritance. Zhou Liyue exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to her. She handed the jade slip in her hand to Lin Mu Wan, saying, "It seems to record a formation inheritance." After a long while, Lin Weiner came back to her senses, her expression somewhat complicated. Looking at Zhou Liyue and the others who were eagerly gazing at her, she smiled and said, "This indeed is a legacy of a formation technique." Upon hearing this, the group brightened up, as mastering even one of the myriad arts of cultivation could serve as the foundation for establishing a clan. However, this formation is not something just anyone can cultivate. Without the requisite talent, one might find themselves unable to enter the door. Lin Weiner shifted her tone, dousing the group's excitement with a cold splash of reality. This first-tier formation legacy contained extensive content covering all aspects of formation cultivation in great detail, making it suitable for beginners. It mentioned that without innate talent in formations, one could spend years or even decades without making any progress. This talent includes the strength of one's innate soul perception of formation patterns and the ability to draw formation flags, as well as understanding the changes in all things and the forces of heaven and earth. Formation techniques manipulate the forces of heaven and earth using formation plates, flags, and patterns to confront enemies. There is much to learn, and while the power may be considerable, lacking the talent for it would merely result in a waste of one's lifespan. This is not a problem. Since the legacy is in our family, there will surely be talented individuals who can emerge. Zhou Liqing, however, was quite happy and did not feel disheartened by Lin Weiner's words. Lin Weiner was momentarily taken aback. She realized she had not seen things as clearly as her son. She chuckled softly as Zhou Liaqing's words dispelled the complexity in her heart. Zhou Liyue and the other two nodded in agreement, supporting Zhou Liaqing's view. After securing the jade slip, they continued. Once they had sorted through the 5 storage bags, Lin Weiner instructed Zhou Liqing to take out the useless items for disposal. The remaining useful items were stored in the family's treasury. With this haul, the family treasury finally showed some signs of vitality, especially the several technique spells and a few low-grade first-tier magical artifacts. As for the formation plates and flags in the 4th storage bag, they were also included in the treasury. They would wait until someone at home could cultivate this formation legacy before handing it over. After sorting everything out, the group dispersed, and Lin Weiner returned to her room to restore her magical power and regulate her breath. A month later, Zhou Liqing, with a gloomy expression, set down the jade slip in his hand. Throughout this month, both Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liyue had been pondering over this formation legacy. As for Zhou Liyue, lacking any cultivation, he could not comprehend it for now. To this day, Zhou Luqing had gained nothing, and many of the concepts described left him feeling confused, particularly regarding the formation patterns and the forces of heaven and earth, which he understood even less. Zhou Luqing finally accepted the fact that he was not suited to be a formation master. He mused, this is for the best, my innate talent is insufficient, and if I were to divide my focus on formation cultivation, my own progress would likely be even slower. Zhou Luqing stood up, left the room, and handed the jade slip to Zhou Luiyue. His expression was somewhat relieved. Although he could not do it, Zhou Luiyue still had a chance. During this month, Zhou Luiyue had already gained some insights, as she had more time to comprehend than Zhou Luqing. According to the legacy's description, this was the benefit of having a strong, innate soul. Zhou Luiyue took the jade slip, and seeing Zhou Liaqing's expression knew he had failed again. Her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't know what to say as she was not good at comforting others. Zhou Luqing shook his head and smiled, saying, I don't need your comfort. It's your turn next. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luiyue decisively closed her mouth, nodding, feeling a bit impatient. After chatting a bit with Zhou Liaqing, she hurriedly took the jade slip to contemplate it. Zhou Liaqing, speechless, wanted to say something more, but saw that she had already left. While he should go back to his own cultivation, he couldn't fall too far behind. After all, as the elder brother, he still held a sense of pride within. A few days later, Yang Huayuan brought Yang Linqi to visit. With Zhou Kading not at home, Lin Weiner had to greet them personally and called out Zhou Liaqing, who was in the midst of hard training. Zhou Luqing was quite happy to see Yang Linqi again. He had initially planned to wait for Zhou Kading to return before visiting the Yang family, but unexpectedly Yang Linqi arrived first. The two exchanged greetings. Zhou Luqing grinned foolishly, while Yang Linqi was less poised than last time and appeared somewhat shy. Zhou Luqing was greatly puzzled, unsure what had changed. Taking a sip of spiritual tea, Yang Huayuan addressed Lin Weiner and Zhou Liaqing, saying, recently, there have been rumors of a group calling themselves the 5 Immortals of the Flowing Wind who have been rampaging through the surrounding areas. I hope Lin Daoist will exercise caution. Although Yang Huayuan knew Lin Weiner with Zhou Kading absent, he referred to her as Daoist. After finishing, he continued, if you encounter any situation, you can send me a message, and I will rush over immediately. Lin Weiner listened, exchanged glances with Zhou Liaqing, and with a smile, stood up to thank Yang Huayuan. Thank you, Yang Daoist, for informing me of this matter. I will be careful. However, she thought to herself that these 5 would likely never appear again. Yang Huayuan's visit was not only to inform the Zhou family of this news, but also to facilitate more communication between Zhou Luqing and Yang Linqi. Last time they returned to Qiji Peak, Yang Linqi couldn't withstand Yang Huayuan's persistent prodding and expressed her thoughts about Zhou Luqing. Seeing that his daughter did not dislike Zhou Luqing, but rather had a good impression of him, Yang Huayuan was very pleased. Had it not been for the advice of Yang Huayuan's partner, she likely would have come to Feiyue Peak shortly after returning to finalize matters between the two. This left Yang Linqi feeling quite embarrassed, which was why she appeared shy when meeting Zhou Luqing just now. However, Zhou Luqing was unsure how to interpret this slight shyness. Lin Weiner observed the two, finding it quite amusing. Due to Zhou Kading being away, Yang Huayuan could not stay long, and after having a cup of tea, he took Yang Linqi and left the Zhou family. Lin Weiner accompanied Zhou Luqing to see them off. Once she saw that Yang Huayuan and the others had already left, she turned to Zhou Luqing and asked, what do you think of Linqi? Zhou Luqing was taken aback upon hearing this, unsure why his mother suddenly asked such a question. After pondering for a moment, he answered honestly, Linqi is truly wonderful. She is refined and elegant, knowledgeable and talented, and quite well-traveled, which I admire greatly. He paused and added, I wish I had met her sooner. If she were not a girl, I would genuinely want to be sworn brothers with her. Zhou Liaqing's tone carried a hint of regret, as if not being able to be sworn brothers with Yang Linqi was a significant loss. Lin Weiner nearly stumbled and fell to the ground, filled with a profound sense of shock, which soon turned into self-doubt. Did I mean that? Zhou Luqing appeared confused, having merely expressed his true feelings, wondering what was wrong. After half a cup of tea, Lin Weiner managed to calm her emotions. She said irritably to Zhou Liaqing, what I meant was, if you were to become Dao partners with Linqi, would you have any objections? Oh, Dao partners. Dao partners. Zhou Luqing exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide open, frozen in place. This. Zhou Liqing stammered, utterly at a loss for words. Accused so abruptly by Lin Muan, his heart churned like an inextricable tangle of threads. Impossible to sever, impossible to sort. At that moment, Yang Linqi's delicate smile and faint blush, just moments earlier, floated back into his turbulent mind, now imbued with an unexpectedly poignant resonance. Shaking his head, Zhou Liqing dispelled the chaotic thoughts swirling within him and addressed Lin Muan with solemn composure. I am still young and have met Sister Linqi only twice. I believe it far too premature to speak of such matters. Moreover, it is ultimately Sister Linqi's own will that must be honored. Hearing this, Lin Muan nodded gently. Linqi is a fine girl. I find her truly admirable. You must consider this matter with utmost gravity. Seeing that her son held firm opinions of his own, Lin Muan could only offer these words. Indeed, I understand fully. Zhou Liqing replied, swiftly bowing his head in assent the moment he sensed his mother would press no further. Yet deep within the quietest corner of Zhou Liqing's heart, an unfamiliar emotion stirred, tender at first, then swiftly unfurling like a vine in fertile soil. When the two returned home, the Zhou residence settled once more into tranquil stillness. As for Mo Xuan, after appearing that night, he withdrew again to the mountain peak, spending his days in serene breathwork and deep slumber, living a life both comfortable and carefree. No one else in the Zhou household dared disturb him casually, only Lin Yuan visited occasionally bringing delicacies, a duty entrusted to her by Zhou Clan before his departure. Mo Xuan inwardly mused that old Zhou had indeed thought things through. Xianxia City. Zhou Clan paused, glancing back at the colossal city walls before turning toward Feiyue Peak. Mo Xuan inwardly mused that old Zhou had indeed thought things through. Xianxia City. Zhou Clan paused, glancing back at the colossal. Recalling the sudden ambush he'd encountered on his previous trek, Zhou Clan traveled with heightened vigilance, steering clear of crowds from afar. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and his transactions within the city proceeded smoothly, easing his tension considerably. That elderly had not deceived him, though the star essence fruits, sealed away for several years, sold at a slightly reduced price, every last one found a buyer. The cost of traveling here once every few years proved vastly lower than making the trip annually. Zhou Clan felt deeply satisfied. He inspected the contents of his storage pouch. Every essential item for cultivation had been acquired. With 2 new Qi refinement level 1 cultivators and 1 nascent cultivator, now residing in the Zhou household, resource demands had surged significantly. Most of the proceeds from this sale were spent accordingly. Yet Zhou Clan harbored no resentment. His family's standing already surpassed that of countless minor clans in Qingyuan town by a wide margin. Leaving Xianxia City, Zhou Clan sped toward Qingyuan town. 1.5 months later, his figure emerged at the town's outer boundary. His swift advance halted abruptly. Esteemed fellow cultivator ahead, why do you await me here? Zhou Clan's voice resonated low and steady as he addressed the dense thicket before him. Oh, you've detected us. Brother Zhou truly possesses remarkable perception, came a light chuckle from within the woods, as if his awareness had genuinely surprised them. As the laughter faded, 3 figures stepped forth from the undergrowth, each spaced dozens of zhang apart, facing Zhou Clan across the open ground. Their faces were veiled, their voices deliberately deepened and indistinct. Their furtive demeanor heightened Zhou Clan's wariness. Behind his back, his hands subtly wove a hidden incantation. We've long admired the Zhou family's renown. My brothers and I humbly request a modest loan of spirit stones. What say you, Patriarch Zhou? Zhou Clan let out a cold, disdainful snort. The central figure spoke with a mocking smile, his tone laced with insolence, as though holding Zhou Clan in utter contempt. Since they bore ill intent, he would show no mercy. If you seek spirit stones, ask first whether my sword can send. No sooner had the words left his lips than spiritual energy surged violently through his meridians, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a latest-stage Qi refiner. His hands swept forward from behind his back, forming a complete arcane seal. Water prison cage. Zhou Clan intoned sharply. A colossal torrent erupted at his command, instantly ensnaring the 3 unprepared cultivators within its churning currents. Over the years, Zhou Clan had not idled. He had mastered several additional water affinity techniques beyond mere breakthroughs. The trio's faces paled. Zhou Clan's cultivation level, latest-stage Qi refinement, was grossly inconsistent with their intelligence. They had no time to ponder how his cultivation had surged so dramatically. Instead, spiritual energy roared through their bodies as all 3 unleashed desperate force, shattering the watery restraints. 2 were merely Qi refinement level 5, the 3rd level 6. Against Zhou Clan's former self, they would have triumphed effortlessly. Now, however, even breaking free from Zhou Clan's improvised cage drained considerable spiritual energy in precious seconds. As the technique completed, Fu Shang's sword gleamed with lethal frostlight, circling him in silent readiness. Zhou Clan channeled spiritual energy into his feet. The earth exploded beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside one of the 3. That cultivator had just shattered the cage, turning to flee, only to find Zhou Clan already looming nearby. Terror flooded his expression, his mouth gaped open in supplication. Before Zhou Clan drove Fu Shang's sword clean through his chest. Mercy! Blood gushed forth, drowning his plea before it could fully form. Zhou Clan withdrew the blade, then vaporized the blood upon its surface with a pulse of spiritual energy, leaving it pristine. He spared the corpse no further glance. Instead, his gaze snapped toward the remaining 2, who the instant their comrade fell had already fled at full speed. Watching their retreating forms, Zhou Clan's fingers flickered in rapid sequence. Fu Shang's sword shot forth, guided by his will alone. Go! He pointed forward, consciousness threading seamlessly into the blade as it streaked skyward. Blind with panic, the 2 fugitives exposed their backs entirely. Fu Shang's sword blazed like a comet. Amplified by latest-stage Qi refinement energy, its velocity doubled. Within mere heartbeats, it overtook one. Frantically, he hurled forth a banner. It unfurled midair, enveloping his entire body in shimmering defense. Multiple talismans flared simultaneously across his person. Yet Fu Shang's sword did not falter, piercing the banner with unstoppable force, tearing a jagged rent through its fabric. Inside, the cultivator's face turned ashen. He spat a gout of crimson blood. Seizing the opening, Zhou Clan directed the sword to strike again and again, until the banner dimmed, crumbled into lifeless shreds, and revealed the ghastly, pallid figure within. Bitter despair hollowed his eyes. Death's stillness had already claimed his soul. Fu Shang's sword pierced him once more. His talismans disintegrated into ash, scattering silently on the wind. Fu Shang's sword veered toward the final fugitive. Zhou Clan sprinted after it. Though his latest chi refinement cultivation vastly extended his sword control range, precision demanded proximity. The last man fared even worse, decapitated outright by Fu Shang's sword's merciless strike. Had the trio not been stunned into panicked flight by Zhou Clan's overwhelming latest aura, their coordinated assault might have made victory far less certain. Zhou Clan approached the second man, the highest ranked among them, chi refinement level 6, who remained alive though grievously wounded. "Speak, who are you? Why lie in wait for me?" Zhou Clan stood above him, voice calm, detached. The man's eyes were vacant. No flicker of response crossed his features. Realizing no answers would come, Zhou Clan granted him a swift, merciful end. Stripping away the veil masking his face, Zhou Clan studied the corpse and recognized him instantly. "So, the Xianxia Alliance," he murmured inwardly. The Xianxia Alliance was a loose coalition of rogue cultivators operating along Qingyuan town's periphery, comprising 4 members in total. With 3 slain here, the 4th surely remained at their base. Zhou Clan had encountered them before, at the lakeside market island where brief transactions had passed between them. Clearly, they had been watching him closely. This journey had offered them the perfect opportunity to ambush him. Such was his quiet analysis. He recalled rumors of their shadowy dealings, though until now those whispers had never touched his own path. Now it seemed the rumors held grim truth. Mulling over the implications, Zhou Clan gathered their storage pouches, then cleansed the battlefield with precise bursts of spiritual energy. Restoring his reserves, he chose a direction and vanished into the distance. Days later, word spread the Xianxia Alliance had been eradicated. Zhou Clan of the Zhou family had ascended to latest chi refinement. A gossip monger declared, "The Zhou family shall henceforth rank as Qingyuan town's 7th great clan." At a time when rumors were rampant outside, Zhou Clan had already returned to Feiyue Peak. After spending a long time with Lin Yuan, they began to share the events that had transpired at home and during the journey. Although he knew that with Mo Xuan around nothing would happen to the family, he was still alarmed to find that someone had intruded into the Zhou family while he was away. Zhou Clan felt a deep sense of fear in his heart. If something had happened to his family, he feared he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. His gratitude towards Mo Xuan grew even stronger, and he increasingly felt fortunate for having invited Mo Xuan to Feiyue Peak. This time, by showcasing his strength, he should be able to deter some ill-intentioned individuals. It was with this thought in mind that Zhou Clan, after eliminating those from the Righteous Alliance, went to the Righteous Alliance in a high-profile manner, destroying it and showcasing his own strength. After all, in the eyes of the outside world, the Zhou family, due to their dealings with Qingling rice, was already considered quite affluent. Without sufficient strength, showing off wealth would naturally attract envy. The two discussed for a long time, also mentioning the inheritance of the formation and the arrival of Yang Huayuan. However, when Zhou Liqing was brought up, Lin Yuan's expression became somewhat peculiar. The Zhou family acquired another inheritance, which greatly pleased Zhou Clan. However, he did not intend to pursue the study of this formation inheritance, as it would undoubtedly require a lot of time, and he might not even have the talent for it. Moreover, the family still had Qingling rice and Xingyuan fruit trees to tend to, and he couldn't place all the burden on Lin Yuan. The next day, Zhou Clan went out and brought back a variety of food, heading to the peak of Feiyue. He sincerely thanked Mo Xuan and recounted the events that had occurred during his outing. Mo Xuan had no objections, feeling that although he was not afraid of petty individuals, having less trouble was certainly better. A month later, Zhou Clan took Zhou Liqing to Qiji Peak for a visit. Zhou Liqing's expression was somewhat unusual, as he couldn't help but recall the image of Yang Linshi during this period. However, today, when he was about to visit the Yang family, he felt a bit shy and uneasy. Sighing, Zhou Liqing couldn't help but wonder if he had developed some sort of issue. Zhou Clan, however, did not complicate matters as Zhou Liqing did. Last time, when Yang Huayuan came looking for him, he happened to be away. Now that he was back home, it was only right to pay a visit. At the same time, it was also to express gratitude for Yang Huayuan's reminder. At Qiji Peak, seeing Zhou Liqing's somewhat shy demeanor, Yang Linshi couldn't help but chuckle. She found Zhou Liqing's appearance quite amusing, as she had never seen him display any shyness before. Yang Huayuan shot her a glance which made her suppress her laughter and return to her usual composure. Zhou Liqing felt a bit awkward. Ever since Lin Yuan pointed out the matter of partners, he had been unsure of how to face Yang Linshi. He had originally intended to make an excuse to avoid going to the Yang family, but alas, Zhou Clan had brought him along. Congratulations, Brother Zhou, on breaking through to the late stage of qi refinement. Your foundation establishment is promising. After Yang Huayuan had Yang Linshi take Zhou Liqing on a tour of Qiji Peak, he spoke to Zhou Clan with a tone. When they first met, Zhou Clan's cultivation level was similar to his own, yet now he had already managed to break through to the late stage of qi refinement ahead of him. It was merely luck. Zhou Clan waved his hand, dismissively admitting that this breakthrough was indeed due to good fortune, as he had almost failed. Yang Huayuan only thought Zhou Clan was being modest, smiling casually, without dwelling on it. This breakthrough is timely. It seems that waves are about to rise in Qingyuan town. Yang Huayuan sighed. What do you mean by that? Zhou Clan asked, his expression becoming serious. Not long ago from Shangming Peak, the seventh elder of the Wang family, Wang Xian, came to this place. He mentioned that he has a grandson over 16 who is still unmarried. Hearing that my Linshi is of a similar age, beautiful and intelligent, he suggested that our families could be joined in marriage if willing. However, I rejected him. Yang Huayuan explained, pausing before continuing, if it were just that it wouldn't be a big deal. However, during my discussions with other like-minded individuals, I found out that they too have been visited by the Wang family or other families. Most were practitioners at the mid-stage of qi refinement or above. After listening, Zhou Clan pondered deeply, as if he had grasped something. Thank you, Brother Yang, for informing me. Coming back to his senses, Zhou Clan expressed his gratitude to Yang Huayuan. Yang Huayuan waved his hand, casually indicating that there was no need for excessive courtesy. I'm afraid that in a few days they will seek you out as well. You should prepare yourself. The Zhou family is but a small household. Being caught up in this vortex, it would be hard to extricate ourselves, so it's better to avoid it if possible. Yang Huayuan nodded in agreement, having thought the same, which was why he directly rejected Wang Xian's proposal. However, it was also largely due to Zhou Liqing's reasons. After chatting for a long time, Zhou Clan finally sought out. Zhou Liqing stood up to take his leave and departed from the Yang family. Zhou Liqing wore a smile, having completely lost the shyness he had when he arrived. It seemed the two had developed a very good rapport. Noticing this, Zhou Clan said nothing, for it appeared that Zhou Liqing had opened up. However, it was also largely due to Zhou Liqing's reasons. After chatting for a long time, Zhou Clan finally sought out. Zhou Liqing stood up to take his leave and departed from the Yang family. Apart from the Lu family of foundation establishment in Qingyuan town, there were also the 5 prominent families of Li Wang, Feng Wu, and Sun. While these families did not have foundation establishment cultivators stationed, they had plenty of latest-stage qi refinement practitioners boasting deep roots and powerful strength. This time, the Wu family sought to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou family, hoping to marry their daughter over. Zhou Clan declined the proposal, citing that he wouldn't interfere in his children's marriage matters. This time, the Wu family sought to form a marriage alliance with the Zhou family, hoping to marry their daughter over. Zhou Clan declined the proposal, citing that he wouldn't interfere in his children's marriage matter. After saying this, he flicked his sleeve and departed. Zhou Clan's expression darkened slightly, yet he said nothing. After rejecting the Wu family's overtures, no one else came to disturb them. Thanks to Zhou Clan, the Zhou family's reputation had become much more prominent than before. The mortals gathering under Feiyue Peak were also increasing, and this place had gained the title of Feiyue Gathering. Although Yang Huayuan mentioned that waves were about to rise in Qingyuan town, it still remained relatively stable for now. Thus another year passed. At this time, Zhou Liqing was already 16 years old. Although his cultivation was still at the first layer of qi refinement, a breakthrough was not far off. During this time, Zhou Liqing took the initiative to visit Qiji Peak several times, and his relationship with Yang Linshi gradually deepened. With both families intending to matchmake and the two of them having compatible temperaments and appearances, they naturally grew closer. Zhou Liuan, now 14, had already broken through to the second layer of qi refinement and made progress in his formation studies, being able to set up a simple dust-removing formation. Mo Xuan's clan luck had also returned to 8 points. As for Zhou Lihai, he had yet to step into the first layer of qi refinement. On this day, Zhou Liue hurried over and handed a letter she was holding to Zhou Clan. Father, Zhou Liue is missing. Zhou Liu's face was anxious as she saw Zhou Clan, and without waiting for him to ask, she spoke urgently. Saying this, she handed the letter she was holding to Zhou Clan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan's expression changed, and he immediately took the letter into his hands and opened it. Father, Mother, upon reading this letter, when you see these words, I have already departed. Please forgive your unfilial child for leaving without saying goodbye. In these past few years, I have diligently practiced day and night, refining my body and honing my sword skills without any slackness. Yet even so, I can feel my strength has begun to stagnate. My master told me that human potential has limits. Without the talent for cultivation, one cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Even if one practices for a lifetime, one would still be inferior to an early-stage cultivator. Though I agree with my master's words, I cannot resign myself to this fate. I cannot accept that a lifetime of effort is still less than a few years of cultivation by others. I refuse to spend my life hiding behind you, and I am even less willing to live such a miserable existence. I do not wish for my life and death to be controlled by others. I want to take charge of my own destiny. The books say that heaven does not completely cut off a person's path. The great Tao has 50, and heaven takes away 49, leaving one to escape. I believe this vast and boundless world must harbor a sliver of hope. I will find another path, a path that does not require talent, yet allows one to grow stronger continuously. Therefore I have left. Do not worry, do not search. Liye remains. As he dispersed his consciousness, it was indeed true that Zhou Liye was no longer in the Zhou family. Although Zhou Liye had become somewhat withdrawn since his spirit test in these past years, aside from training harder, he had shown no signs of wanting to run away. Now he suddenly left this letter and vanished without a word, which Zhou Clan found hard to believe. Go find your elder brother. Pushing away the myriad thoughts in his mind, Zhou Clan instructed Zhou Liye. Now he suddenly left this letter and vanished without a word, which Zhou Clan found hard to believe. Go find your elder brother. Pushing away, he handed the letter to Lin Muan and said Liye has left. Lin Muan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Zhou Clan's meaning, but still took the letter. After reading it, Lin Muan's expression changed drastically, feeling as if a stone had pressed down on her heart, making it hard to breathe. Seeing Lin Muan's unusual state, Zhou Clan said urgently, do not panic. Liye must have left while we were resting at night. After all, he has no cultivation, and it has only been a day. If we search separately, we may still have time. Yes, we still have time. Upon hearing this, Lin Muan seemed to find her anchor, and her spirits lifted slightly. Taking Lin Muan with him, they arrived in the main hall, where Zhou Liye and Zhou Liqing were already waiting. Zhou Liqing also knew the situation and appeared anxious. Seeing the two, Zhou Clan wasted no time. He waved his right hand, and a phantom formed from spiritual energy appeared. It was the appearance of Feiyue Peak. From Feiyue Peak, there were 4 main directions. One path leads to the market on Lake Hard Island, which can be ruled out. Another goes to Hanyan Town. The third heads to Yingyang County. And the last one goes to Qima Valley. You two go seek in the direction of Hanyan Town. If you do not find any trace by nightfall, return immediately. Originally, the two had too low cultivation to feel at ease even though they were nearby, but now they could not afford to worry about that anymore. Upon hearing this, the two did not hesitate and set off immediately. Wait a moment. Lin Muan suddenly spoke up, stopping the two. Be careful, Lin Muan said to the two. The two nodded in agreement, each taking out a movement talisman, sticking it to their legs, channeling their magic power, and heading down from Feiyue Peak. Wainer, you go search towards Qima Valley. Seeing the two leave, Zhou Clan spoke to Lin Muan. As for the remaining direction towards Yingyang County, Zhou Clan had traveled there several times and was familiar with the route, so it was best for him to go. The two hurried out of the Zhou family, descending Feiyue Peak with no time to even say a word to Mo Xuan. However, with Mo Xuan present, they did not need to worry about Zhou Li Hai and Zhou Li Nua at home. The two reached the foot of the mountain, dispersed, and began to channel their magic power, rushing away. Zhou Liqing followed the road ahead, his consciousness spreading out to explore the surroundings. He was constantly pondering where Zhou Liye might have gone. Unfortunately, the letter did not leave behind any. As time passed, Zhou Clan's heart sank further. Along the way, he had checked through the commoners, but there was simply no sign of Zhou Liye. At dusk, Zhou Clan looked down the endless road, his expression complex. There was no need to proceed any further. With his 7th layer of qi cultivation, he had already covered a distance that would take ordinary people a month to traverse. Searching further would only deplete his magic power. Just as Zhou Clan and his family were leaving Feiyue Peak. At the peak of Feiyue, a boy around 14 years old carrying a package and holding a precious sword stood under a giant tree, bowing to a large black snake coiling around it, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Xian, for your assistance." The black snake extended its fierce head and nodded. This person was indeed Zhou Liye, who had left the letter and already departed. The boy bore a strong resemblance to Lin Muan, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, though he appeared somewhat silent. Yet the boy's gaze was resolute, his eyes shining with light, seemingly burning with an indomitable flame. Zhou Liye knew that on his own, even if he could evade his parents and descend the peak with his ordinary body, he could not compare to Zhou Liqing, let alone the more powerful Lin Muan and Zhou Clan. He feared that he would soon be found. Thus Zhou Liye devised this plan to draw the tiger away from the mountain. However, to implement this strategy, he needed someone to help cover his tracks. Moreover, the helper's cultivation must not be lower than Zhou Clan's. Zhou Liye had only come to the peak to test Mo Xuan. He was not entirely confident, as Mo Xuan was a close friend of his father. To his surprise, Mo Xuan agreed to help. "Uncle Xian, then I shall take my leave. If I achieve success in the future, I will certainly come back to thank you." Mo Xuan nodded, and just as Zhou Liye turned to leave, he suddenly came down from the giant tree and approached. Zhou Li's heart sank, thinking Mo Xuan had changed his mind. He sighed internally, believing he would have to find another. Mo Xuan channeled his magic power, his body shaking as a black scale detached from his body, controlled by his power, and sent to Zhou Liye. Zhou Liye then realized he had misjudged Mo Xuan. Feeling somewhat apologetic, he quickly accepted the scale. The scale bore mysterious patterns resembling a dark flower. Mo Xuan's tail flicked, pointing at the scale, and then at Zhou Li's chest. Zhou Lia understood and placed the scale against his chest before bowing to Mo Xuan and turning to leave. Mo Xuan watched Zhou Li's departing figure. He sighed slightly in his heart, unsure if this action was right or wrong for Zhou Lia. He felt a sense of guilt towards Zhou Clan and his wife. Yet Zhou Li's determination was resolute, his goal unwavering, embodying the spirit of many who have defied fate in his past life. Mo Xuan ultimately chose to lend him a helping hand. Zhou Clan sighed in confusion, searching everywhere in vain, and could only helplessly give up. His heart was filled with worry for Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liua, so he returned to Feiyue Peak as night fell. Upon returning to Feiyue Peak, Lin Yuan and her brother, Zhou Liqing, had not yet returned. Zhou Clan felt a bit anxious, but considering their lower cultivation levels and slower pace, he suppressed his unease and waited. Fortunately, after about half an hour, Zhou Clan finally spotted Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liu's figures at the foot of the mountain and hurried to greet them. Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liu's breathing was weak, clearly having exhausted themselves. Upon seeing Zhou Clan, they said, "We searched along the way and did not see any sign of second brother." Zhou Clan had already guessed this outcome upon seeing only the two of them return, but hearing Zhou Liqing's words still darkened his heart. "You two should go home and rest well," Zhou Clan said, looking at their pale faces with a somewhat fatigued tone. Clearly the day's search had not been easy for him either. However, Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liua had no intention of doing as told. Instead, they stood by Zhou Clan's side waiting. This wait extended for another hour. The sky had long since darkened, and Zhou Clan saw that Lin Yuan had still not returned. He became increasingly uneasy and could no longer wait. He instructed Zhou Liqing and Zhou Liua to hurry home while he went to search for Lin Yuan. Zhou Liqing initially wanted to go with him, but was interrupted by Zhou Liua, who pulled him back up to Feiyue Peak. "In our current state, going would only hold father back. We would just be a hindrance," Zhou Liua said to Zhou Liqing. Zhou Liqing could only silently nod, allowing Zhou Liua to lead him. He understood this reasoning, but was anxious and lost judgment in the moment. Zhou Clan activated his spiritual power and quickly hurried towards Qianma Valley. Feeling somewhat anxious, he urged his spiritual power even more vigorously, moving faster than before. Finally, after several hours, he saw Lin Yuan's figure returning. Lin Yuan looked dim and haggard, clearly having not found Zhou Lia. She had been unwilling to accept defeat and had searched longer into the darkness, which caused her to be delayed. Seeing Lin Yuan safe and sound, Zhou Clan let out a long sigh of relief. However, his heart felt even more helpless. Zhou Clan accompanied Lin Yuan and searched the surroundings for a long time until the next day. They had searched all the necessary places, yet still found no trace. Zhou Clan felt both puzzled and the confusion stemmed from not knowing how Zhou Lia had managed to evade them. A mortal body could move so swift. As for the comfort, it was the realization that if even a latest-stage qi refinement practitioner like himself could not do anything about him, it meant that Zhou Lia possessed a good ability for self-preservation. Thus, even if he was alone outside, Zhou Clan felt much more at ease. After that, the four members of the Zhou family still did not lose heart and searched for several more days, almost digging 3 feet into the ground around them. Unfortunately, when a person deliberately wanted to avoid detection, there were indeed many ways to not be found, especially when it came to those who knew you best. A month later, Zhou Clan and his wife finally gave up. During these past few days, Lin Yuan had read that note over and over again. She sighed repeatedly, knowing that even if they found Zhou Lia this time and forced him to stay, he probably would not be. That would be fine too. All they hoped was that he could protect himself while alone outside. As parents, their greatest desire was likely for their children's safety and health. During this time, Zhou Clan had been comforting Lin Yuan, feeling not only worried for Zhou Lia, but also angry. To leave without saying goodbye like this was surely to make one's family worry and be sad. How could that be the behavior of a man? However, there was perhaps also a hint of relief for Zhou Lia within. It was hard to explain and articulate. The Zhou family felt no different without Zhou Lia. After all, the world continued to operate as it always did, without anyone missing. However, occasionally seeing Lin Yuan staring blankly at the note, or Zhou Liqing showing signs of worry, it was clear that missing any one person had an impact on the Zhou family. A month later, the star yuan fruit ripened again, yielding a total of 70 fruits. This time, Zhou Clan did not intend to store them away or sell them in Xianxia City. Instead, he chose to sell them at the market on Lake Heart Island in the Qingling Pavilion established by the Zhou family. Now, Zhou Clan also had the cultivation of the 7th layer of qi refinement, and Feiyue Peak was under the protection of Mo Xuan. He felt a certain confidence both for himself and Mo Xuan. He believed that given the current strength of the Zhou family, even if they exposed their ability to cultivate star yuan fruit, it would not attract the covetous eyes of petty thieves. If truly there were such reckless individuals, then it would be regarded as a gift from heaven and earth. Little did they know that the 6 major families of Qingyuan town all had their own means of making a living, and no one had any designs on them. Ultimately, it was the lack of strength that caused the trouble. From then on at the Lake Heart Island Market, the Zhou family's Qingling Pavilion not only had Qingling rice, but also added a new spiritual item. The star yuan fruit was quite popular after all, whether bought for personal use to refine into pills or as a secondary vendor to sell far away, it was a good choice. Therefore, it did not take long for this year's star yuan fruit to sell out. With good sales, Zhou Clan had a new idea. If he could plant a few more star yuan fruit trees, that would be even better. However, although he had been paying attention in recent years, there were no families in the vicinity capable of cultivating star yuan fruit, so naturally, he could not buy seeds. Thus, he could only try to cultivate it himself, but it required more exploration. After selling the star yuan fruit, Zhou Clan replenished some Qingling rice. Most of the Qingling rice apart from personal use had been sold, and its reputation had always been good. Zhou Clan traveled back and forth between the market and Feiyue Peak. The rest of the Zhou family went about their business as usual. However, compared to the tranquility of the Zhou family, Qingyuan town was much livelier. In the market, news about various families forming alliances and marriages could be heard from time to time. There were also several invitations sent to the Zhou family. Originally, Zhou Clan did not need to attend such occasions, but now Zhou Liqing and the others were too low in cultivation, so only Zhou Clan could attend. Zhou Clan had gone several times, each time having to part with some spirit stones which made him quite pained. However, after a few visits he lost interest. These marriage alliances likely involved more calculations than genuine intentions toward the engaged parties. Underneath Qingyuan town, currents of intrigue flowed. Months later, a piece of news spread, causing a sudden surge of turmoil in Qingyuan town. The ancestor of the Liu family, Liu Min, who was at the mid-foundation establishment stage, fell due to severe injuries. The news of the fall of the Liu family's latest foundation establishment ancestor quickly spread throughout Qingyuan town. At Qiji Peak in the Yang family, Zhou Clan sat across from Yang Huayuan with a tea set placed between them. With a wave of his right hand, Yang Huayuan conjured a flame beneath the tea set, causing the spirit water in the heating the kettle, placing the tea, warming the cups. After a complete set of processes, the high-quality spirit tea, combined with Yang Huayuan's brewing skills, released an enchanting aroma that filled the air, tantalizing Zhou Clan's senses. Zhou Clan, feeling helpless, said, "Brother Yang, how can you still have the mind to brew tea so leisurely after such a major incident?" Hearing this, Yang Huayuan paused his actions. He then resumed his actions, unfazed, saying, "What do these storms have to do with us? Since we have decided to remain uninvolved, why should we trouble ourselves unnecessarily?" Yang Huayuan smiled lightly, exuding an air of a transcendent being. This demeanor left Zhou Clan puzzled, wondering if Brother Yang had taken the wrong pill while cultivating. Seeing Zhou Clan's incredulous expression, Yang Huayuan could only smile wryly. The Liu family has actually taken the initiative to announce the news of Liu Minzhao's death. There must be their own considerations behind this. Although we are in the midst of it all, we remain oblivious to the Liu family's intentions. After all, our two families lack a strong foundation and have no reliable connections within the Liu family to inquire. Thus, we can only respond to changes with constancy. Let us hope that the Liu family's schemes do not involve us as well. After finally finishing brewing a pot of tea, Yang Huayuan extinguished the flame, lifted the teapot, and poured a cup into the teacup in front of Zhou Clan, sighing as he spoke to him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and pondered. He too was taken aback by the sudden news released by the Liu family. He hurried to seek Yang Huayuan, wanting to ask for his views and opinions. After all, Yang Huayuan was more informed than the Zhou family. However, now, even Yang Huayuan could only observe the situation, leaving Zhou Clan at a loss for what to do. They could only keep an eye on the news from Qingyuan town to stay informed of any developments. The Liu Wang and other 5 families reacted similarly upon receiving this news, unsure of the Liu family's intentions. "Go investigate." Voices called from among the families, and someone took the order and left. Days later, those sent to gather information returned and confirmed that Liu Minzhao had indeed fallen. After confirming the news, the 5 family heads were filled with various thoughts. In the following days, members from the 5 families stealthily met, avoiding attention. A month later, the Liu family held a funeral for Liu Minzhao. Zhou Clan brought Zhou Liqing along to attend the ceremony at Sanxing Peak with Yang Huayuan. Zhou Liqing was brought along because he was the eldest son of the Zhou family, the oldest, and had to bear responsibilities. Thus, this opportunity was taken to introduce him to various peers in Qingyuan town. During the journey, Zhou Clan and Yang Huayuan discussed the news from the past month. There were mixed opinions in Qingyuan town, some worried while others were distressed, yet the 5 families seemed oblivious to the news. They remained completely silent, not revealing what they were contemplating. At Sanxing Peak, the Liu family was draped in white mourning garments. The Liu family members wore black clothing and headscarves, their expressions grave, and the usual spirit birds and exotic beasts were nowhere to be seen. The atmosphere was somber, far from the prestige and demeanor of a foundation establishment family in the past. The Liu family's reception, disciples with sorrowful faces welcomed Zhou Clan and the others into a grand hall. At this moment, many had already gathered in the hall, all fellow cultivators from various backgrounds in Qingyuan town. Upon seeing Zhou Clan and Yang Huayuan arrive, they nodded in greeting. After all, both had considerable reputations and were acquaintances with many of the others. Members from the Li and Wang families were also present, led by an elder followed by a young cultivator. These young disciples were likely the promising youths of their families, brought to broaden their horizons and to showcase the strength of their respective families. Though these young cultivators were not very old, their cultivation levels were notable, indicating a promising future. The elders of the 5 families all wore expressions of deep sorrow, their faces heavy as if the deceased was a close friend. This scene caused Zhou Liqing to smirk inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of the pretense involved. There was no sign of discord between the two parties. As the funeral began, families took turns to pay their respects, gazing at the figure in the coffin, confirming it was indeed the appearance of Lu Minzhao, devoid of all vitality, breath extinguished. Everyone present witnessed this, further verifying Lu Minzhao's demise. Zhou Clan's expression grew complex, deepening his confusion about the implications. After the funeral, Lu Minzhao was interred in the Lu family ancestral grounds, his memorial tablet placed in the ancestral hall, adding another page to the family genealogy. Once the funeral concluded, Zhou Clan returned to the Zhou family with Zhou Liqing. Zhou Liqing gained much insight from this trip. It turned out that those seeking immortality were not much different from ordinary people engaging in pretense and playing along. A month later, Zhou Clan was at the market on Lake Heart Island, stationed at Qingling Pavilion. A sudden commotion drew Zhou Clan's attention. Zhou Clan stepped outside Qingling Pavilion and noticed that others around him were similarly curious, gathering outside their shops to investigate. Xiao Daio, do you know what happened? I heard someone attacked a shop belonging to the Wang family and stole many spirit stones. What? Zhou Clan and the nearby shop owners reacted in unison, disbelief evident on their faces. This market was under the Lu family's direct control, with a Lu family elder of the 9th layer of Qi refinement stationed there year-round. Ever since the Zhou family established themselves here, no cultivator had dared to act so brazenly within the market. Indeed, moments later, several figures exited the market. These were the Lu family's stationed cultivators. Most were above the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The leader with white hair and a commanding presence was the Lu family's 2nd elder, currently overseeing the market. Zhou Clan had only met this 2nd elder a few times and was not well acquainted with him. After a while, the Lu family members returned carrying 3 bloodied heads, fear evident in their eyes. A Lu family cultivator hung the 3 heads outside the market. They also returned the stolen spirit stones to the Wang family. The matter was essentially resolved at this point. However, days later, the Wang family released a statement. They expressed their outrage that such a heinous event occurred within a market controlled by the Lu family. They deemed it a provocation and disrespect towards the Lu family and all the families in Qingyuan town, their tone filled with righteous anger. Then they shifted their tone to express concern over such incidents, stating that while this time it was manageable and only a shop was damaged, if next time there were to be killings and robbing of cultivators, how could the safety of their fellow cultivators be guaranteed? How could the market maintain its standing in the surrounding regions? Once this statement was released, many families responded with concern. Upon hearing this news and learning more about those families, Zhou Clan could not help but chuckle. It turned out that this was their intention. Zhou Clan thought to himself. Sure enough, a few days later, the Li Wufeng and Sun families also began to voice their concerns. The entire Qingyuan town was abuzz with this news. Even the number of cultivators in the Lake Heart Island market decreased significantly. Only then did the Wang family head reappear, proposing a meeting with all fellow cultivators to discuss this matter, which was communicated to the Lu family. Bang! Such audacity. At Sanxiu Peak in the Lu family's conference hall, a long table stretching several feet was flanked by numerous figures. The elders of the Lu family had disheveled hair, their faces flushed with anger and a cold demeanor, each voicing their thoughts. Ancestor, why not take action to eliminate one family and see if they still have the audacity? At the lower end, a relatively young elder at the 7th level of Qi refining addressed the figure on the main seat, who had his eyes closed in meditation. Indeed, it has only been 2 months since our ancestor passed, and these people dare to jump out wanting to take a share. Are they not treating my Lu family as easy to bully? Another elder chimed in agreement. The remaining elders also expressed their anger, filling the conference hall with a cacophony. Enough. Since they wish to interfere in the market, let them do so. It is merely conceding a portion of profit. The person at the head was Lu Wenyin, who opened his previously closed eyes and spoke in a deep voice, interrupting the various elders' discussions. Upon hearing his words, the elders' expressions changed, and they involuntarily turned to look at Lu Wenyin. One elder attempted to say something more, but was stopped by the grand elder of the Lu family seated to the upper left. Since the ancestor has spoken, we shall do as instructed and refrain from further words. Hearing this, the elders suppressed what they were about to say. Lu Wenyin stood up, nodded at the grand elder, and left the place. Just a mere ant, I will endure for now. With a cold expression, Lu Wenyin snorted and returned to his cave dwelling. A few days later, the Liu family sent an elder to participate in the market discussions proposed by various family cultivators. On this day, all 6 prominent families of Qingyuan town gathered. They also invited Zhou Clan and other family heads to witness. Afterward, the Liu family agreed to jointly control the market of Lake Heart Island with the Wang Li and 3 other families, each sending a 9th-level qi refining cultivator to oversee this place and maintain the market's rules. However, since they dispatched cultivators to guard this market, naturally the profits from the market must also be shared with the 5 families. This was the primary objective of the 5 families. After a round of verbal sparring, the Liu family agreed to concede 30%. The spiritual stones and various resources obtained from the market would see Liu family taking 70%, while Wang Li and the other 3 families would share 30%. This outcome left Zhou Clan somewhat astonished. The Liu family had made such concessions so easily. This was a stark contrast to their previously hardline approach. This so-called attack on the Wang family shop was likely staged by the Wang family themselves. Zhou Clan returned to Feiyue Peak. He recalled when the elder from the Wu family came to his home desiring a marriage alliance between the 2 families, only to be forcefully rejected by Zhou Clan. Among the families responding to this matter, most were relatives of the 5 major families drawn in by the 5 families. This time, with the 5 families taking a share from the Liu family, it was likely that these families would also gain considerable benefits. Zhou Clan was not concerned that the Zhou family had not gained any benefits from this matter. After all, every gift comes at a price. The 3 cultivators who attacked the Wang family shop likely paid the price with their lives. Zhou Clan chose not to dwell on such matters any further. Both sides were colossal entities for the Zhou family at present. With only himself and Mo Xuan, they could not gain any advantage from this situation. Therefore, the current priority was to restrain their greed and develop quietly. Months later, the changes in the market of Lake Heart Island had settled down. Currently, the market was essentially divided into 2. 70% of the area remained under Liu family control, with the Liu family alternating the dispatch of 9th-level qi refining elders to oversee it. The remaining 30% was controlled by the Wang Li and 3 other families, each sending several cultivators to form a law enforcement team and taking turns dispatching 9th-level qi refining elders to be responsible. For a time, the market seemed to have become 2 distinctly separated. Unfortunately, the Zhou family's Qingling Pavilion was situated within the area controlled by the 5 families. Zhou Clan felt helpless, recalling the words of the Wu family elder from that day, fearing that he would inevitably be targeted. Indeed, in the past few months, business at Qingling Pavilion had dwindled significantly. Fortunately, with the previous good reputation supporting it, they had not gone completely dry. Most of the Qingling rice was purchased by the Liu family. This surprised Zhou Clan. Since Qingling Pavilion opened, the Liu family had always been a major client. It seemed the Liu family had a particular fondness for this Qingling rice. However, aside from slightly enhancing physical strength with long-term consumption, this Qingling rice had no other effects. Zhou Clan speculated that this might be related to the Liu family's beast taming. With insufficient strength, Zhou Clan could only endure for the time being. However, if they truly pushed too hard, he would have to breach the contract, abandon this place, and find another. One day, Zhou Clan was cultivating diligently at Feiyue Peak. Yang Huayuan came to visit, but Yang Linshi did not follow. Zhou Clan finished his training and welcomed Yang Huayuan to Feiyue Peak. Noticing he came alone and with an unusual expression, Zhou Clan realized something must have happened. "Brother Yang, is there something wrong?" At the stream in front of Feiyue Peak, Zhou Clan asked as he walked alongside Yang Huayuan. Hearing this, Yang Huayuan looked at the flowing stream before him, pondering for a moment. "Brother Zhou, do you know what actions the Wang Li and other 5 families have taken?" Zhou Clan hesitated inwardly. Due to being targeted in the market, he had greatly reduced his visits there in the past few months. Most of his time had been spent in cultivation on Feiyue Peak, and aside from the changes in the market, he truly had no idea what the 5 families had done. Seeing Zhou Clan hesitate, Yang Huayuan no longer kept him in suspense. These 5 families have actually extended their hands to the Liu family's Xianxia mine. Yang Huayuan let out a sigh of indeterminate meaning and spoke to Zhou Clan. "What?" Zhou Clan was stunned, exclaiming in surprise. This Xianxia mine was a large vein controlled by the Liu family, and the Xianxia iron produced was a primary material for first-grade magical tools, quite precious. The Liu family could sustain the cultivation needs of 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Aside from the market, it relied heavily on this Xianxia mine. This was fundamentally the Liu family's lifeline. How could they tolerate outsiders meddling? Wasn't that seeking their own doom? They dare to push their luck. Do they really think the Liu family is a soft persimmon? Zhou Clan's expression changed as he spoke in a low voice, countering. Upon hearing this, Yang Huayuan wore a perplexed look, his tone complex. "But they not only did this, they succeeded. I heard that the 5 families each sent several cultivators to guard that Xianxia mine. It seems they have achieved it." Finally, Zhou Clan understood why Yang Huayuan had such a peculiar expression when he first arrived. Since Liu Min's house fall, how had the Liu family's demeanor changed so drastically? After all, without Lu Minzhao, the Lu family still had Lu Wenyin, a major cultivator in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Even if the 5 families joined forces, how could they force him to make such significant concessions? Zhou Clan and Yang Huayuan exchanged glances, both feeling utterly perplexed. Zhou Clan anticipated the expected upheaval did not occur. He thought that with the 5 families pushing their luck by taking a piece from the Lu family would surely retaliate. However, unexpectedly, there was no further movement. Both sides remained inactive. Qingyuan town fell back into a calm amidst this strange atmosphere. Yet it was uncertain how long this tranquility would last. Although the Lu family lost considerable prestige in these 2 confrontations, their control over the entire Qingyuan town diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the Lu family remained the only Foundation establishment force in Qingyuan town, being the first family there. Unless other families gave rise to Foundation establishment cultivators, they could not replace the Lu family. Otherwise, the 5 families would not need to unite to carve a share from the Lu family. Thus, breaking through to Foundation establishment must be the immediate priority for all the families. However, breaking through to Foundation establishment requires not only resources, but also the inheritance of Foundation establishment techniques. Without inheritance and understanding the nuances, even with Foundation establishment pills, breaking through would be a distant dream. Unless fate is on one side, failure in breaking through is inevitable. Zhou Clan pondered whether any of the 5 families possessed the inheritance for Foundation establishment. Not only the 5 families needed it, but all the qi refining families in Qingyuan town probably desired a share of Foundation establishment techniques. This included the Zhou family as well. Though Zhou Clan was only at the 7th layer of qi refining, he harbored ambitions and had been keeping an eye on the news regarding Foundation establishment techniques. However, he had not gained any information thus far. Even if he obtained news with the current strength of the Zhou family, it was unlikely they could compete for it. Zhou Clan shook his head, suppressing his thoughts. Overthinking was futile. Only by becoming stronger could he have time passed. Half a year later, Zhou Lihai, at 11 years old, finally broke through, entering the 1st layer of qi refining, becoming another cultivator in the Zhou family. Zhou Lihai practiced the Qingyan technique, a fire-based technique that was explosive with swift and powerful attacks. The Zhou family also acquired several fire spells from the leader of the Lufeng 5 Immortals. Thus, after breaking through to the 1st layer of qi refining, Zhou Lihai focused on solidifying his cultivation while also practicing these spells that he could currently learn to enhance his power. Zhou Liue, besides refining spiritual energy and accumulating mana, had also mastered 2 variations of a spell called Lingluo Satin, which accompanied the Yulian technique. Additionally, she was utterly focused on comprehending the array inheritance to the point of neglecting sleep and food, spending almost all her time in closed-door meditation. By now, she had achieved some results, crafting a 1st-tier low-grade array plate, marking it with her own imprint. She also inscribed 2 1st-tier low-grade array patterns on the plate, which, when paired with array flags, could set up these 2 arrays. Seeing his sister practice so diligently, Zhou Lihai, who had also broken through to the 1st layer of qi refining and caught up to him, felt a surge of pressure in his heart. Now he too remained at home, diligently cultivating day and night. As for Zhou Clan and Lin Weiner, besides their cultivation, they also had to manage the family's spiritual fields and medicinal gardens. Limited by her own talent, Lin Weiner had seen little improvement by now, so she could only shift her focus to the family. Most matters at home were handled by Lin Weiner, and the reason Zhou Lihai and the others could cultivate so peacefully was largely due to her efforts. Zhou Clan initially wanted to share the burden with Lin Weiner, but she refused him every time. Zhou Clan knew this was for his own good, wanting him to spend more time on cultivation. The feelings between the two were deepened by their mutual understanding and consideration for one another. Therefore, aside from being responsible for guiding the starlight to nourish the star source fruit tree, Zhou Clan rarely interfered with other matters, leaving them all to Lin Weiner. Zhou Clan did not disappoint Lin Weiner. Although he was still far from breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refining, his mana had improved much stronger than when he first broke through. In addition to the point wave technique, water mirror shield, and water prison cage, he had also learned a wave, overlapping palm, and turbulent step. With this combination of close combat and movement techniques, he had a complete set of offense and defense, significantly increasing his strength. As for some of the previous minor spells, they could no longer meet the demands of the late stage of qi refining. However, these techniques were also quite costly, consuming many spirit stones, causing Zhou Clan a fair amount of distress. With his greatly improved strength, Zhou Clan felt eager to find someone to test his skills. However, among the Zhou family, his cultivation was the highest, and his friend Yang Huayuan was only at the 6th layer of qi refining, a significant gap in power. Thus, Zhou Clan could only set his sights on Mo Xuan. Over the years, Mo Xuan had absorbed and cultivated, making considerable progress into the late stage of qi refining. If he were to encounter that young cultivator from the Xianxia sect again, now at the 8th layer of qi refining, he feared he could defeat him without having to unleash his beastly essence. However, having not battled any cultivators at the 9th layer of qi refining, he was unsure if there would still be a gap, but Mo Xuan felt the strengthening power within his body, confident that he should be able to match them. At the peak of Feiyue Mountain, Mo Xuan stood upright facing Zhou Clan, whose mana surged as he formed seals with his hands ready to strike. Water prison cage. Zhou Clan's heart stirred. A massive flow of water began to coil around Mo Xuan's upright figure. Feeling the pressure of the water flow, Mo Xuan tightened his serpent scales, exerting his physical strength to counteract the pressure, yet he made no excessive movements, allowing his body to be trapped by the water flow. Turbulent step. Zhou Clan did not pause. His footwork and mana operated seamlessly, his figure moving like a rushing waterfall, barely a movement, and he had vanished from his original position, appearing behind Mo Xuan. Concentrating his mana, a mysterious light enveloped Zhou Clan as he reached out, imprinting his hand upon Mo Xuan's serpent body. The wave overlapping palm drew from the concept of surging tides capable of containing 9 layers of power. However, Zhou Clan had only mastered 3 layers at present. The 3 layers of force surged against Mo Xuan's dark, cold serpent scales, the immense recoil, sending Zhou Clan flying several zhang away. Mo Xuan acknowledged the recent palm technique, thinking it was not bad, although it failed to break his defenses, it at least caused him a slight sensation of pain. Mo Xuan shook his body, breaking free from the water prison, and his serpent tail was about to strike towards Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan hurriedly released his mana and waved his hand at Mo Xuan, saying, "No more fighting, no more fighting." An all-out strike couldn't even break through Brother Mo's defenses. Continuing would only be self-inflicted suffering. Zhou Clan smiled wryly, his expression filled with defeat. Mo Xuan felt a slight sense of pride within him. Once again, he had helped an arrogant person regain their senses. He then relaxed his efforts and leisurely remarked, "These few moves are quite good, keep up the effort." Not bothering with the downcast Zhou Clan any longer, he thought to himself that in a few more years his strength would likely reach a point where there would be no further progress to be made. He wondered how much fortune would need to accumulate to break through the limitations of his bloodline. Although Zhou Clan felt a sense of defeat after this loss, he had known from the beginning that he would not be a match for Mo Xuan. Thus he only felt slightly dispirited and quickly recovered. After all, Mo Xuan's strength was something he understood better than anyone besides those who had fallen to Mo Xuan. 1 year later, Zhou Li officially broke through to the 2nd layer of qi refinement at the age of 18. He felt a slight satisfaction in his heart, finally catching up to Zhou Li while leaving Zhou Li high behind. However, this sense of pride was shattered within a month. Zhou Li broke through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement at the age of 16, becoming the fastest among the Zhou family's practitioners. Zhou Li Cheng felt bittersweet, yet proud. His sister truly was remarkable. Not only was her talent exceptional, but her dedication to cultivation was equally impressive. He shook his head and sighed. At the peak of Feiyue Mountain, Mo Xuan had spent another year in meditation, the energy within his body now stronger than before. With Zhou Li's breakthrough, he activated the system panel, and the clan's fortune points had increased to 11. After surpassing 10 clan fortune points, Mo Xuan had a premonition that he was not far from breaking the limitations of his bloodline. The breakthroughs of Zhou Li Cheng and Zhou Liu filled Zhou Kai Ding and his wife with great joy. They felt that if this continued, it would be quite good. However, not long after this, tranquility was disrupted. In Qingyuan town, a cave suddenly appeared in the It is said that a woodcutter, while cutting firewood in the mountains, accidentally fell off a cliff, triggering a mechanism that caused the entire Qilian mountain to tremble, illuminated by radiant light. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of nearby cultivators. Some entered the mountains to investigate, discovering a cave faintly visible within the cliff. The cave radiated profound Tao essence, seemingly a cultivation site for foundation establishment practice. Those cultivators initially thought luck had come their way and fought amongst themselves. In the end, only one practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refinement, the most scheming of them all, was left standing. This person, feeling aggrieved, had killed several, including one of his friends, but gained nothing in the end. Unwilling to accept this, he charged into the formation and met his demise. In all his strength, he could not. This person, feeling aggrieved, had killed several, including one of his friends, but gained nothing in the end. Unwilling to accept this, he charged into the formation and met his demise. Such a fate was indeed lamentable. However, Zhou Kai Ding had no time to pity this person at that moment. Upon learning this news, he immediately sought out Mo Xuan, waking him from his slumber. Seeing Zhou Kai Ding's grave expression, Mo Xuan asked, "What has happened?" "A cave resembling that of a foundation establishment practitioner has appeared in the Qilian mountain." Zhou Kai Ding did not waste time and spoke directly. "A foundation establishment cave." Mo Xuan was taken aback. If it truly was a foundation establishment cave, it likely contained the legacy of foundation establishment techniques. If they could obtain it, although Mo Xuan himself did not need it, it would be of great significance to the Zhou family. However, was it not a bit too coincidental? Mo Xuan pondered and asked, "What do you plan to do?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai Ding hesitated, ultimately sighing and shaking his head. Let's first see how the situation unfolds before making plans. After saying this, he smiled wryly. The cave is right in front of us. If we don't take a look, I will feel quite unsatisfied. I will trouble brother Mo to accompany me on this journey. Mo Xuan knew that Zhou Clan had a plan in mind when he came to find him, so accompanying him was no trouble. It would also help prevent Zhou Clan from being blinded by desire. Mo Xuan glanced at the indecisive Zhou Clan and nodded. Having made a decision, Mo Xuan transformed into a small black snake, a flash of mysterious light, and slipped into Zhou Clan's sleeve. Zhou Clan found Mo Xuan and gave her a few instructions before leaving Feiyu Mountain. However, instead of heading directly to Qilian Mountain, he first went to the Yang family to seek out Yang Huayuan. At Qiji Peak, the Yang family, Yang Huayuan welcomed Zhou Clan inside, saying as they walked, "Brother Zhou, I know why you have come, but I have no intention of wading into this murky water." Yang Huayuan spoke casually, then continued, "Even if this foundation establishment cave is real, the benefits will not fall into our hands. Why should we seek trouble? It's better to pretend we don't know anything." Zhou Clan paused. This was quite clear. Not only was Yang Huayuan unwilling to go, but he was also advising Zhou Clan against it. Zhou Clan understood that he meant well, but he believed in his own strength and felt that with Mo Xuan by his side, there was a glimmer of hope. Since Yang Huayuan had made up his mind, Zhou Clan said nothing more. Time was pressing, so he bid farewell and left Qiji Peak. At Qilian Mountain, when Zhou Clan arrived in a rush, he found many figures gathered here. All were cultivators from the Qingyuan town region, including both loose cultivators and members of various families. However, these individuals were observing from a distance and did not dare to approach. Zhou Clan felt puzzled. Just as he was about to inquire, his gaze passed through the crowd and fell upon the source of the radiant light, realizing why they were all choosing to observe from afar. In front, there were clearly over a dozen figures blocking the way of the crowd. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be members of the 5 prominent families, Wang Li and others. All of them were at least mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Zhou Clan's heart sank, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Yet before he could ascertain the situation, he recalled a familiar cultivator and approached to greet him, asking, "Daoist Zhang, what is happening here?" When we arrived, this place had already been occupied by those from the 5 families, claiming that no one outside the 5 families is allowed to approach. The man gave a bitter laugh filled with helplessness and a hint of resentment. These 5 families were so domineering, yet lacking in strength, they could only swallow their pride. Zhou Clan's expression darkened as he realized the situation. His heart was filled with uncertainty. Just as he was contemplating whether to force his way in, a commotion startled him. In front, 5 figures came together, each followed by several cultivators, not hiding their auras at all. The elder of the Wang family, the elder of the Li family, the elder of the Feng family, the elder of the Wu family, the elder of the Sun family. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, growing restless. The 5 leading figures were indeed the elders of the 5 prominent families. Senior practitioners at the 9th layer of qi refinement, they had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Had it not been for the absence of foundation establishment techniques, perhaps someone among them would have already broken through to that stage. It was understandable. Compared to the Zhou family, these 5 families were the most eager to obtain the foundation establishment legacy. Thus, upon hearing the news of a suspected foundation establishment cave appearing, they could not suppress their desire. Fearing that this news of the foundation establishment cave might be false, leading them into a trap, they were cautious not to let their guard down, hence they delayed and came together. With these 5 working together, accompanied by several mid to late-stage qi refinement practitioners, they had a certain degree of self-defense, even if they encountered Lu Wenyin, a great practitioner, at the early foundation establishment stage. The 5 elders of the Wang family arrived, moving past the crowd to stand before the shimmering glow. As they gazed at the resplendent cave, excitement surged within them. It felt as if the family's generations-long pursuit was finally within their grasp. The elder of the Li family surveyed the surroundings and asked a Li family disciple stationed there, "Has no one from the Lu family arrived?" Before the disciple could respond, several figures appeared outside the Qilian Mountains. They were indeed the members of the Lu family that the elder of the Li family mentioned. "The Lu family has only sent you alone. Oh, where is your elder Yin?" The speaker was none other than the elder of the Li family. The representative from the Lu family was merely the 2nd elder Lu Kai, whom Zhou Clan had met a few times, accompanied only by a few mid-stage qi refinement cultivators. As for Lu Wenyuan and the other elders of the Lu family, none had come at all. What does it matter whether our ancestor comes or not to you? The 2nd elder of the Lu family, known for his fiery temper, harbored a deep-seated hatred for the actions of the 5 families, thus he showed no good will towards them. With a cold snort, he ignored the group and focused intently on examining the radiant formation before him. The elder of the Li family, stung by the snub, lost the desire to inquire further. "Since everyone is here, let's break the formation and venture inside," suggested the elder of the Feng family, dressed in casual attire. The elders of the Wang, Li, and other families had already reached an agreement on their way here. If this was truly a Foundation establishment cave, each family would record a copy of the techniques obtained, while for spirit stones, magical artifacts, pills, and talismans, they would rely on their respective means. The primary goal of the five was the inheritance of the Foundation establishment phase. Everything else was merely extraneous, thus, they did not concern themselves with it. The alliance of the five was initially to guard against the Liu family, but now with only the second elder having come, it seemed that the authenticity of the cave was still uncertain. Moreover, the Liu family already possessed a Foundation establishment inheritance, so their enthusiasm was not as high. Unlike the five families who would not let slip any glimmer of hope, this was actually beneficial for them, significantly increasing their chances of success. The five exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Zhou Clan saw the elders of the five families along with the second elder of the Liu family advancing. He already knew they were preparing to break the formation. His expression shifted constantly before finally setting, gritting his teeth, he was about to step forward. Old Zhou, with these people present, you and I forcing our way and may not be wise. He continued, moreover, your refusal of the Wu family's invitation last time means that even if you are only accompanying for a look, they probably won't agree. Why not let them explore first? If they truly gain something, we can then make plans. As long as the treasures remain in this Jinyuan town, we will surely have our day to obtain them. It will just take a bit more time and effort. Seeing Zhou Clan intent on taking action, Mo Xuan hurriedly interjected, attempting to dissuade him. With 6 9th level Qi refinement cultivators present, even if the disciples of each family teamed up, Zhou Clan would not stand a chance. Such rash actions would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary suffering. Zhou Clan, upon hearing this, halted his steps, fell into silence for a moment, and retreated back into the crowd. Mo Xuan noticed this and felt a bit relieved. Thankfully, he could still heed advice. He was genuinely worried that Zhou Clan would lose his rationality over this Foundation establishment cave. If it truly came to that, the best course of action might be to knock Zhou Clan unconscious and carry him home. Among the cultivators present, many had similar thoughts, but the 6 families were too powerful, leaving them utterly helpless. Initially, upon seeing Zhou Clan arrive, they thought that if he, a latest Qi refinement cultivator, spoke up, they might also have a slim chance to follow him. However, now that Zhou Clan had made no move, the crowd was greatly disappointed. Their resentment towards the 6 families deepened, and they also felt some bitterness towards Zhou Clan. Before the radiant glow, the 6 peak Qi refinement cultivators from the Wang, Li, Lu, and other families stepped forward, forming a semicircle. Their combined magical power surged, creating an imposing presence that seemed to divide the space into 6 distinct sections. Each of the 6 performed hand seals, conjuring spells in their hands. Attack, commanded the elder of the Wu family to the other 5. With a flick of his fingertip, a spell shot forth, crashing into the radiant formation. Simultaneously, the spells from the other 5 also arrived, striking the same point. The 6 spells exploded, releasing a powerful wave of energy. The radiant formation trembled, and even the entire Qilian mountain seemed to shake. The glow dimmed, but ultimately it did not shatter. Observing this, the elder of the Wang family spoke, "Stop testing, unleash your full power." Hearing this, all 5 nodded. Each summoned their magical artifacts, unleashing a torrent of brilliant light that filled the sky with an overwhelming might. The 6 controlled their artifacts and launched a combined attack. The radiant formation shattered with a thunderous roar. The elders of the 5 families rejoiced at the sight. As the formation broke apart, several figures from each family stepped forward, standing behind their respective elders. Among them were elite cultivators from the mid-stage Qi refinement, as well as additional elders in the later stages. Only the Liu family had just the second elder, with no other Liu family members moving from their positions. The 5 felt a bit puzzled, but they did not have time to dwell on it. Gazing at the cave before them, their hearts surged with excitement. After a brief exchange, they all moved towards the cave. The second elder of the Liu family was similarly poised. The cave opened wide, and everyone craned their necks to look, and yet they could not see its entirety. As the cave door closed, the 6 families vanished from the eyes of the onlookers. Inside the cave, as soon as the group entered, they cautiously spread out. It resembled a grand hall, likely a reception area, furnished with several tables and chairs, all covered in dust. The group carefully examined the area, but found nothing of value, leading to some disappointment. Could it be that this is not a Foundation establishment cave? The group, unwilling to give up, decided to venture further inside. They crossed the grand hall and discovered several rooms within. Opening them one by one, they found a few first-tier magical artifacts and pills, but the brilliance had faded and the medicinal properties were lost. The 5 elders of the Wang family searched around as well. The cave was quite simple, lacking any protective formations except for the outer protective array. Thus, they slightly relaxed their tense hearts. In one of the rooms, there were numerous bookshelves filled with various books and jade slips. The elder of the Wang family was the first to find this place and felt delighted. He hurried forward and flipped through the books, but upon seeing that most were tales of travel and adventure, he lost interest. He picked up several jade slips to examine. After looking through them, the elder's expression grew increasingly grim. Most of these jade slips contain techniques and spells for chi refinement. While these would undoubtedly be precious to the smaller families outside, they were utterly useless to him. The elder of the Wang family maintained a stern expression and continued to check each one. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a particular jade slip. There are 3 barriers to foundation establishment, namely the method, body, and spirit. The elder of the Wang family brightened at the sight, for this seemed to be the very item he sought. He hurriedly set aside the other jade slips in his hand and focused his mind on this particular slip. However, as the contents of the jade slip gradually imprinted themselves into his consciousness, the joy on the Wang elder's face faded, replaced by a heavy gloom. This jade slip contained only a single useful sentence. The rest was a jumble of nonsensical words that made no sense. The Wang elder felt gloomy within, realizing the personality of the owner of this cave must be extremely vile. It was as if he anticipated visitors deliberately leaving this jade slip to raise their hopes, only to let them plummet into despair, toying with him. At this time the other elders arrived at the scene, and noticing his sullen expression, were about to inquire. The Wang elder handed the jade slip to the 4 of them. The 4 took it in turn to investigate. Their expressions mirrored that of the Wang elder. After a moment, the elder of the Sun family spoke. With this single sentence we can prove that this cave is indeed owned by a foundation establishment cultivator. Since there is none here, let us search elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the gloom on their faces dissipated, and they nodded in agreement. They then checked the remaining jade slips before leaving the place. As they stepped out, someone shouted, "Elder, there is a secret chamber here." Hearing this, the 5 quickly followed the voice and departed from the area. Deep within the cave, in front of a stone door, stood several cultivators. The voice just now came from one of the cultivators. Seeing the 5 arrive, he stepped forward and said, "Elder, this stone chamber should be a place of closed-door cultivation. We dared not open it without permission. Step aside." The elder of the Li family commanded in a low voice. The 5 approached the stone door, carefully inspecting it, and found no traps, exchanging glances. The elder of the Li family stepped forward, channeling his power to push the stone door open. The other 4 remained vigilant, readying their defenses. The anticipated danger did not arise. It was only when the stone door fully opened that the 5 finally felt at ease. This stone chamber was not large, but it was very spacious inside. Only at the farthest end against the wall was there a bed that appeared to be made of crystal. A withered figure sat cross-legged upon it, shrouded in a black cloak that obscured his face in darkness. On the figure's lap rested a jade slip. As the 5 discerned the items in the chamber, their spirits stirred once more, and excitement surged within them. This withered figure was likely the owner of this cave, but seeing that his aura was completely absent, he had probably been dead for many years. The jade slip was placed upon him, so solemnly indicating it was this person's legacy. The 5 exchanged glances and stepped forward, yet did not let down their guard. Each one channeled their power, forming hand seals poised for action. As the 5 approached, nothing changed, and they finally relaxed a little. The elder of the Wang family stepped ahead, arriving in front of the crystal bed, bowing to the figure. "Predecessor, I apologize for the intrusion." After speaking, he reached out his hand to carefully take the jade slip from the withered figure's lap. Just as the elder of the Wang family attempted to retrieve the jade slip, a dry hand grasped his arm that held the slip. The elder's expression changed dramatically, and his power surged wildly in an attempt to break free from the figure's grip. Yet the withered hand felt as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, firmly locking him in place. At that moment, the emaciated figure raised its head, gazing at the 5. "Is it you? You are still alive." Not only the elder of the Wang family, but the other 4 also turned pale, instinctively channeling their power and retreating towards the stone door. As for the elder of the Wang family, he wore a face of deathly stillness, with no one rushing to save him. However, before the 4 could escape, the stone door slammed shut with a thunderous sound. The 4 channeled their power, unleashing various magical artifacts against the stone door. However, the door merely trembled slightly. Their faces turned ashen, filled with despair and reluctance. "Do not waste your efforts. Oh, once you enter here, you shall not leave again." The withered figure spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone indifferent. "At this moment, the entire cave is sealed, and none of those you brought can escape. Are you going to kill your own Lu family members as well?" The elder of the Wang family thought quickly, seeming to find a glimmer of hope. "Heh." The figure chuckled lightly, but did not respond. The other 4 were startled, realizing that since entering this cave, they had not seen the second elder of the Lu family. "Lu Minzhao, you are deeply calculating." This withered figure was none other than the supposedly deceased ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Minzhao. "I merely employed a small trick. If you had not been blinded by your own greed, how could you have come to this place? In the end, it is simply seeking your own demise." Lu Minzhao chuckled lightly. He had returned severely injured, with little time left. Were it not for this extraordinary treasure in his home sustaining his life, he would have perished long ago. However, this extraordinary treasure could not bring him back to life. It could only prolong his existence for a short while. He could not even leave this crystal bed. If not for this, he would not have gone to such lengths to set up traps here, leading the 5 elders into this place. Although you are all juniors, at least you are old acquaintances. On this road to the Yellow Springs, having so many of you as company will not make it so lonely. Although Lu Minzhao said this, his face was filled with desolation. Who in the world does not wish to live? Were it not for the fear of his own demise, relying solely on Lu Wenyang alone could not suppress these ambitious individuals, he would not have resorted to such extremes. As he suspected, news of his death spread in just a month, and these people could no longer wait to emerge. It was not a death without reason. Kill him. Just as Lu Minzhao finished speaking, the five acted simultaneously, intending to slay Lu Minzhao here. Killing Lu Minzhao would naturally provide them with a path to survival. Lu Minzhao was not surprised by their actions. Seeking life amidst death was human instinct. Explode. Lu Minzhao thought to himself with some reluctance. Boom. The entire cave shook violently, causing the entire Chilean mountain to tremble. As the cave collapsed, massive stones fell and the radiance exploded. All living things within the cave were turned to ashes by this overwhelming force. Lu Minzhao himself was no exception. Outside the cave, Mo Xuan noticed that the Lu family members had quietly retreated after the others entered the cave. His intuition grew increasingly uneasy. As expected, not long after, the entire Chilean mountain began to shake. The expressions of the people outside changed and they all retreated in a frenzy. Then a thunderous sound erupted and the entire Chilean mountain was reduced to rubble, a cloud of dust engulfing the sky. The remaining members of the five families, witnessing this sudden change, were filled with alarm, a sense of unease washing over them. A single cave had buried half of the elite from the five major families, along with several elders at the late stage of qi refining and the strongest members of each family. From this point on, the five families were gravely weakened. The Chilean mountains were in turmoil, and by the time everything calmed down, the five families had already swiftly made their way to the ruins. The cultivators present gazed at the figures of the five families, their expressions shifting, lost in their own thoughts. Zhou Clan was filled with a sense of dread. Had it not been for Mo Xuan's warning earlier, he too would have likely been buried beneath the ruins by this calamity. Such power, perhaps even a great cultivator in the foundation establishment stage would struggle to survive. After a long while, he finally managed to calm his anxious heart. At this moment, Zhou Clan seemed to realize something was amiss. After all, when one is embroiled in a situation, they can be blinded to the truth, while an observer can see clearly. Among these people, there wasn't a single cultivator from the Lu family. Mo, brother, did you notice something was off beforehand? Zhou Clan communicated with Mo Xuan. I'm not certain, just felt there were some coincidences, Mo Xuan replied truthfully. Mo Xuan answered honestly. Initially, he too was unaware that this cave dwelling was a trap. However, given the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly the work of the Lu family. Zhou Clan also grasped the critical point. A chill ran through him. Indeed, the Lu family's methods were ruthless. Unbeknownst to everyone, they had knocked the five families off their pedestal, and from this day forth, the five families would no longer have the strength to contend with the Lu family. As for the benefits they had previously gained, if they did not return them in double, they would likely face the calamity of extermination. Zhou Clan's expression shifted as he sighed deeply. He took one last glance towards the foundation establishment cave, his eyes still filled with reluctance, but ultimately with this deep sigh, he buried his thoughts. Zhou Clan did not linger any longer withdrawing. However, he did not return directly to Feiyue Peak, but instead went to find Yang Huayuan, recounting everything that had transpired that day. Although it wouldn't be long before the news spread far and wide, Zhou Clan still made the effort to come in person. He did not stay long at the Yang family, and soon took his leave, returning to Feiyue Peak. Mo Xuan's azure light flashed as he departed directly to the summit of Feiyue Peak. The events of today made him much more vigilant. After all, it was still a matter of insufficient strength. If he were strong enough, why would he need to be concerned about such schemes? Mo Xuan's body stretched out, coiling around a giant tree, his serpentine scales relaxing and contracting, breathing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, hastening his own growth, eager to reach the pinnacle of his lineage. Days later, news of the five families suffering heavy losses in their exploration of the foundation establishment cave spread throughout the entire Qingyuan town. Even the neighboring territories were aware of this matter. It unexpectedly attracted many cultivators to the Chilean mountains in search of valuable treasures. Before the five families could recover from their grief, the market on Huxin Island was attacked again, having been assaulted twice in just a few years. In this attack, the cultivators guarding the market from the five families were all killed by these marauding cultivators. This incident caused a significant uproar. The Lu family solemnly declared that such provocations against the dignity of the various families in Qingyuan town would not go unpunished. The Lu family, like a sleeping lion, awakened suddenly from years of silence. With a fierce momentum, they vowed to avenge the fallen from the five families. Days later, an elder from the Lu family returned, bringing back dozens of severed heads, bloodied and unrecognizable. These heads were hung in front of the market, a shocking sight. Upon seeing these severed heads, members of the five families turned pale, fear evident on their faces. Although these faces were all destroyed beyond recognition, those familiar with them could still discern some details upon closer inspection. A few of them bore a striking resemblance to the cultivators sent by the 5 families to guard the Xian iron or vein. This revelation caused many to change their expressions drastically. Yet even though they understood the underlying issues, no one dared to step forward and speak out. Instead, days later, each of the 5 families sent out elders bringing substantial resources to the Liu family, claiming that the Liu family had avenged the fallen from the 5 families, and each family expressed their gratitude. Furthermore, as the Liu family upheld the dignity of many families in Qingyuan town, they represented each family by offering a portion of spirit stones as a gesture of respect. The Liu family's prestige surged, their influence undeniable. Meanwhile, the 5 families fell into a state of silence, suffering a severe blow to their dignity. The allied families were also dragged down, unable to regain their former status. With the 5 families' strength drastically reduced, the Zhou family's reputation, on the contrary, continued to rise. The number of commoners gathering at the foot of Feiyue Peak gradually increased, in stark contrast to the 5 families. However, the Zhou family chose to remain indifferent to these matters for the time being. This was because Zhou Clan and Yang Linshi had finally set a marriage agreement, and the 2 families were soon to become in-laws. Although cultivators do not place much importance on mundane ceremonies, Zhou Clan came from a mortal background, a scholarly family, and thus valued the marriage greatly. Therefore, the Zhou family had been busy with preparations. The Feiyue Peak was adorned with red clouds, lanterns, and festive decorations, creating a joyous atmosphere. Zhou Liqing was somewhat dazed as his parents and younger brother were all busy with their own affairs. Even the youngest Zhou Lina was involved. Only he, the groom, was left with nothing to do, which troubled him greatly. He thought about becoming partners with Yang Linshi, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. After all, it was his first time the maiden on the bridal sedan, the very first time. Zhou Clan looked at Zhou Liqing's reaction with amusement, completely forgetting that he had once been in the same position. The day of the agreement arrived. Although neither the Zhou family nor the Yang family intended to make a grand affair of it, only inviting a few closely acquainted families, the current status of the Zhou family in Qingyuan town was vastly different, and Yang Huan's connections were extensive. On the day of the wedding, many families sent representatives. Had it not been for the Yang family's support, the few members of the Zhou family would have been overwhelmed. Auspicious clouds surrounded the house and joyous energy filled the entrance. At this moment, Zhou Liqing could only see the graceful figure in red approaching. She was like a spirit among the flowers, a star in the sky, every smile and frown radiant with beauty. Zhou Liqing looked at the shy and lively girl who was about to become his partner for life, his heart filled with eagerness and excitement. The two exchanged smiles, and the memories of their time together flooded back, everything unspoken yet understood. They offered their respects to heaven and earth and paid homage to their parents, completing the ceremony. At the peak, as Zhou Liqing and Yang Linshi completed their ceremony, Mo Xuan's heart surged, and he called up the name Mo Xuan, a race Blackwater mystic serpent, bloodline common beast, lifespan 62,250 years, talent water control, divine powers water element, bullet condensing water into arrows, minor wish transformation technique, minor concealment technique, beast body transformation, realm late stage, chi refinement, clan system, binding Zhou family, head of family, Zhou Clan. Clan luck points, 13 Yang Linshi with her chi refinement level 2 cultivation became partners with Zhou Liqing, bringing Mo Xuan 2 clan luck points. Looking at the sign behind the bloodline section, Mo Xuan felt a surge of excitement. The time has come. However, Mo Xuan had a premonition that this breakthrough from the bloodline restrictions would require a long slumber. The next day, Mo Xuan approached Zhou Clan to inform him about his impending deep sleep, not going into specifics, but clearly stating that this slumber might last a long time, leaving Zhou Clan to manage on his own. Zhou Clan nodded in agreement. With Mo Xuan's serious demeanor, this slumber was undoubtedly of great importance. Once the matter was settled, Mo Xuan hesitated no longer. With a flicker of mystical light, he returned to the peak of Feiyue Mountain. Mo Xuan called up the system panel, focusing his consciousness on the sign after the bloodline. With a thought, the sign disappeared, and the clan fortune points rapidly diminished until only one remained. As the clan fortune points vanished, Mo Xuan's aura gradually became ethereal, as though something was being nurtured, sprouting and unbinding within his bloodline. Mo Xuan's mind sank into darkness, the sounds of the outside world fading away. A hazy glow like a dream appeared within his consciousness. Here celestial spirits danced, scales, feathered creatures and beasts filled the skies, an ancient and powerful aura striking at the heart. This was the primordial world. Following the instinct within his heart, Mo Xuan transformed into a stream of light and immersed himself as his bloodline began to undergo metamorphosis. As Mo Xuan fell into slumber, Zhou Clan arrived at the peak of Feiyue Mountain to guard him, preventing any unforeseen occurrences. As time passed, Zhou Clan occasionally sensed Mo Xuan's condition, but Mo Xuan's aura remained elusive and difficult to gauge with no signs of activity. Gradually, Zhou Clan began to ease his worries. In Qingyuan town, the Liu family regained control, and the market was once again under their management. Since the attack, the 5 families had voluntarily withdrawn from the market, claiming their capabilities were insufficient to ensure its safety, leaving behind only a few shops. With the 5 families retreating and no longer contending with the Liu family, Qingyuan town returned to tranquility. The Zhou family's Qingling pavilion, free from the 5 families' covert targeting, managed to thrive. However, Zhou Clan did not remain at the helm. After Zhou Liqing and Yang Linshi became partners, Zhou Liqing felt he had matured significantly and took over the responsibilities of managing the market. Yang Linshi followed closely by Zhou Liqing's side, the two going in and out together, their affection evident. Considering the recent stability, although Zhou Clan and his wife had some concerns, they ultimately agreed to let the two proceed. After all, fledglings must grow. Although there were initial awkwardness and some losses of spirit stones, as time passed their operations became increasingly orderly, rivaling Zhou Clan. 1 year later, Zhou Clan sensed Mo Xuan's aura. Aside from becoming more ethereal, there were still no Zhou Clan's heart began to feel uneasy again. Although Mo Xuan had informed him previously, he did not expect the slumber to last so long with no signs, even after a year. During this year, the Zhou family's reputation grew, gradually solidifying their position as the 7th prominent family in Qingyuan town, largely due to the 5 families' weakened state. On this day, Zhou Liqing and Yang Linshi returned from the market looking somewhat worried. Zhou Liqing arrived at the peak seeking out Zhou Clan's father. There have been rumors of demonic cultivators appearing nearby. I fear. Zhou Clan pondered for a moment before replying, "For now, avoid the market and stay home." Zhou Liqing nodded in agreement. After discussing the recent accounts with Zhou Clan, he left the area. A few days later, a qi refining family was annihilated, with over 10 cultivators perishing. The various families in Qingyuan town were shocked. After all, the family that was destroyed had a mid-stage qi refining expert and protective formations, yet not a single bloodline was left behind. The families were filled with panic, urgently seeking help from the Liu family and the 5 families. Even the Zhou family received many messages pleading for Zhou Clan to take action against the demonic cultivator. Zhou Clan felt helpless. He was the only one in the Zhou family with the highest cultivation level, while the strongest among the rest was Mo Xuan at the 4th layer of qi refining. If a mid-stage qi refining family could be so easily destroyed, Zhou Clan dared not leave Feiyu at peak, feeling powerless to assist those seeking help. Fortunately, the Liu family responded, and the previously dormant 5 families became active again, aligning with the Liu family. Many families breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as the Liu family and the 5 families dispatched cultivators to investigate, the demonic cultivator seemed to vanish without a trace. A month later, they could only return empty-handed. Although they had not captured anyone, the families still felt uneasy, but there was nothing they could do, hoping the demonic cultivator had already retreated. However, contrary to their wishes, a few days later, another qi refining family was wiped out, with all its members dead and all resources gone. Upon investigation, fragments of clothing resembling those of the Liu family were found at the scene. This discovery shocked everyone. However, some cultivators reasoned that this was surely a method of framing and urged caution against being deceived. Everyone pondered this, agreeing it was likely, but they couldn't help but grow a bit wary of the Liu family. In the Wu family, someone sneered, "These people are truly easy to fool." "Old Fifth, I know you hold a grudge against the Liu family, but such petty tricks won't affect them." "Of course I know. It's just planting a seed. Oh, as for what kind of flower it will bloom, that remains uncertain." Old Fifth was the 5th elder of the Wu family. The last time the cave incident occurred, the Wu family suffered the heaviest losses. Not only did they lose their 9th layer qi refining elder, but only 3 of the 8 elders remained. This was because during the attack on the market, the Wu family's elder was stationed there, while other families only lost some mid-stage qi refining disciples. Only the Wu family had the most losses among mid-stage qi refining disciples, with even the 2 stationed elders perishing. One of the elders was quite close to the 5th elder. Along with the elder stationed at the Xian iron mine, the Wu family lost 5 elders in total. Although they knew the Liu family was behind it, the Wu family could not seek revenge and had to provide even more resources to the Liu family. This was because the Wu family was currently the weakest. If the Liu family wanted to make an example, the Wu family was the best target. Hence, after that incident, the Wu family had to bear the burden, and the 3 elders devised a strategy to harm others while benefiting themselves. This time, disguised as demonic cultivators, they annihilated 2 families, gaining substantial rewards. That Zhou family is quite detestable. While all our families suffered greatly, the Zhou family continues to thrive. Let us choose the Zhou family as our next target. The 5th elder's eyes glinted as he looked at the 2 sitting near. The 3rd elder and 7th elder instinctively tapped their fingers. Seeing the hesitation of the 2 elder, Wu quickly continued. The Zhou family can cultivate star origin fruits and Xingling rice. If we can bring these 2 inheritances back to our Wu family, our foundation will surely deepen even further. The resources accumulated by the Zhou family must be considerable. Eliminating them will allow our family to recover our vitality more quickly. Moreover, Zhou Clan is only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement and comes from a scattered cultivation background. Without a solid inheritance, the three of us can act together to achieve a swift victory. Elder San and Elder Qi exchanged glances upon hearing this, their hearts already swayed. Elder San had the highest cultivation, nearing the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while Elder Wu was at the 8th layer and Elder Qi at the 7th layer. Elder San spoke in a deep voice. Then this time the three of us will act together to eradicate the Zhou family. Elder Wu wore a smile, thinking, Zhou Clan, when you rejected me back, then did you ever consider that it would bring your family to the brink of annihilation? Elder Wu's heart grew ever more elated, as if he could already see the people of the Zhou family meeting a tragic end at his hands. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted within the Wu family. Now with 2 families in Qingyuan town destroyed, the remaining families were in a state of panic. The Lu family and Wu family again dispatched personnel, vowing to eliminate the demonic cultivators completely. The Wu family also sent Elder Qi and the remaining 4 families to act together. However, how could they catch the true culprit when they were the ones shouting to catch thieves? The demonic cultivators were quiet, disappearing without a trace once more. The crowd was helpless, yet it was impossible to stay on guard day after day. After 2 months with no leads on the demonic cultivators, the people of the Lu and Wu families gradually returned. Every family hoped this would be the last time. Many families had even fled Qingyuan town, spending spirit stones to hire several cultivators for protection along the way. Elder Wu returned to the clan and found Elder San and Elder Qi. The two had been paying attention to the movements outside, and now that all the clan cultivators had returned home, it was a good time to act. At night, the three stealthily left the Wu family. They found a place to change their attire, donning specially made masks and cloaks to conceal their faces and figures. After changing locations several times, they headed towards Feiyue Peak. At midnight, during the hour of the rat, 3 figures appeared beneath the peak. What should we do? Attack Hedon. The 3 quickly arrived outside the Great Formation. Since none of them were formation masters, they could only forcefully breach the formation from outside. The magic power surged violently within the 3 of them. In a swift motion, they each took out their magical artifacts: a first-grade superior grade sword, a first-grade superior grade alluring bell, and a first-grade middle grade golden bracelet. The 3 magical artifacts radiated brilliant light, the might of their latest stage, Qi refinement, unabashedly revealed. At the peak of Feiyue, Zhou Clan's expression changed drastically as the powerful auras outside the formation jolted him awake. Before he could react, the formation shook violently, clearly under attack. Zhou Clan quickly took out the formation plate, which trembled as he exerted all his strength into it. Holding the formation plate, Zhou Clan rapidly descended from the peak to the main hall of the Zhou family. Lin Mo Xuan was also disturbed by this aura and was struggling to maintain the formation. However, her cultivation base was too low and she had already been injured by the backlash. The Zhou family's great formation was only of a first-grade middle grade level. Even with Zhou Clan as the main formation master, it was insufficient to withstand 2 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivators and 1 7th-layer. After just a few strikes, the formation plate in Zhou Clan's hand shattered, and the great formation collapsed with a resounding crash. The grand formation that had protected the Zhou family for so many years was now destroyed. Zhou Clan's face turned pale as he shouted at Lin Mo Xuan, "Run!" After saying that, he felt the 3 rising auras behind him and charged forward to meet them. "What about you?" Lin Mo Xuan shouted from behind. However, Zhou Clan did not respond. If he could not hold off these 3, Lin Mo Xuan and the others would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, Mo Xuan was still asleep at the peak. How could he abandon Mo Xuan and flee alone? Zhou Clan's heart was already set on death, yet he felt no fear. Soon Zhou Clan saw the 3 who had broken the formation. They were all clad in cloaks and wore masks, making it impossible to recognize their identities. 3 of you as guests should adhere to the way of hospitality. Forcing your way in is not the way of guests. Zhou Clan's voice was somewhat heavy as he questioned them, wanting to delay for some time. No need to waste words with him. The 3 did not respond to Zhou Clan's words, and the 3 magical artifacts beside them shone brightly. A ringing sound spread out, ethereal and seemingly from another realm, bewildering the mind. Zhou Clan's consciousness was ensnared by this bell sound, causing his magic power to momentarily halt. Not good. Zhou Clan bit his tongue sharply, the pain jolting him awake, cold sweat already pouring down his back. Just as he regained his senses, a sword over 10 feet long and a buzzing golden bracelet charged towards him. Zhou Clan hurriedly formed a hand seal, managing to create a water mirror shield in front of himself. Crack! The water mirror shattered, and the sword's momentum did not lessen, crashing into Zhou Clan's body, causing several talismans to break and fall. The golden bracelet was blocked by the water mirror, its power greatly reduced, causing less damage. Struck by both the sword and the bracelet, Zhou Clan was sent flying, his face pale as blood gushed from his mouth. In a brief encounter, Zhou Clan was severely injured by the 3. The 3 were familiar with one another, having cooperated multiple times, so this outcome was not unexpected. They were only somewhat surprised that Zhou Clan could withstand an attack from all three, seeming stronger than they had imagined. The fifth elder's alluring bell rang again, another wave of mesmerizing sound invading Zhou Clan's mind. Having experienced it once, Zhou Clan was not caught off guard by the ringing this time. He maintained his focus and activated the torrent step, stabilizing his momentum. As he executed the torrent step repeatedly, he swiftly avoided the incoming golden bracelet and sword. Zhou Clan formed a hand seal surrounding the three with a stream of water. Trivial techniques. Elder Sin struck out with his palm, breaking the stream of water. Seeing Zhou Clan's footwork was strange, the three exchanged glances and quickly spread out, changing their strategy to encircle him. Zhou Clan's heart sank. Facing three opponents, he had no advantage at all. His footwork was slightly superior, but now surrounded by the three, even that advantage was lost. Kill. Elder Wu spoke in a deep voice. The ringing of the alluring bell echoed, charging straight at Zhou Clan. Freeze. Elder Qi shouted loudly, and the flying golden bracelet shot out a red beam of light, momentarily freezing Zhou Clan's figure. At the same time as the sound of the alluring bell intensified, the closer it got, the stronger the illusion became, and Zhou Clan's gaze gradually dulled. A sword over 10 feet long charged towards Zhou Clan's heart as the golden bracelet and alluring bell immobilized him, launched by Elder San's full force. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Clan had 1 foot stepping onto the path of the underworld. The intense sensation of death pulled him back from the illusory realm, but it was already too late, and he was powerless to turn back. Mo Xuan. The last thought in his heart lingered. Oomph. A heavy cold snort, seeming far, yet near, clearly echoed in the minds of the four. Everything seemed to freeze like time itself. The sword, the alluring bell, the golden bracelet, and the movements of the four were all crystallized, becoming sculptures. A black mystical light suddenly appeared around Zhou Clan, circling him, and faintly emitting magic power, causing the three and their magical artifacts to shatter. The expressions of the three changed drastically, their auras chaotic, and their magical artifacts fell to the ground, their brilliance dimmed, losing their former might. A foundation establishment period. Great demon. Elder San exclaimed in fear, his consciousness short-circuiting, unable to comprehend how an insignificant Zhou family could have a great demon of the foundation establishment period as a protector. It's over. Myriad transformations. Sword rang. A deep voice resonated, calm, yet as thunderous as a storm, shaking the minds of the few. Countless droplets of water condensed from thin air, merging, scattering, and transforming into numerous small swords, blocking out the sky. Fall. As the swords rained down, the three were pierced through by the myriad swords, stepping into reincarnation first. Brother Mo, have you broken through to foundation establishment? At that moment, Zhou Clan finally snapped back to reality from the brink of death, looking at the mystical light. The mystical light flashed, transforming into a 20-foot-long black giant snake swimming through the air like a black dragon. Flying in the air was indeed a mark of being in the foundation establishment period. Mo Xuan stretched his body and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, a great demon of the foundation establishment period had refined its skeletal structure and could now speak. These three are from the Wu family, Mo Xuan said to Zhou Clan. With mere first-grade magical artifacts, they could no longer withstand the divine sense formed after entering the foundation establishment period. Mo Xuan merely swept his divine sense and already knew the three's backgrounds. What should we do? The Wu family must be eradicated. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan knew the three were from the Wu family and spoke in anguish, bowing to Mo Xuan. Please assist me, Brother Mo. He did not refer to Mo Xuan as senior, but still addressed him as Brother Mo. Mo Xuan felt pleased, as Zhou Clan was his only friend in this world, and he was delighted that Zhou Clan did not distance himself due to his superior cultivation. Good. Mo Xuan, like a black dragon, swirled upwards, breaking through the air at great speed, wrapping Zhou Clan in a surge of magic power and pulling him beside him. Mo Xuan reveled in his power, exuding the might of the foundation establishment period. Many families in Qingyuan town were stirred by this aura. In front of the Wu family's mountain gate, Mo Xuan hovered in the air, with Zhou Clan looking down at the location of the Wu family. The immense pressure had already thrown the Wu family into chaos, the faces of many cultivators turning pale, unsure of what was happening. Today, a Wu family member has intruded upon the Zhou family without cause. The Zhou family is a clan I protect. You shall be punished. Mo Xuan's deep voice spread in all directions, echoing powerfully. Waters of the heavens, heed my command, torrential winds and rains, all are my form. Surge. Mo Xuan's water manipulation talent was showcased to the fullest. The magic power of the foundation establishment period connected with the heavens, causing the entire Qingyuan lake to churn restlessly, the waters surging into towering waves, crashing towards the Wu family's mountain gate. Mo Xuan plunged into the surging waves, the colossal waves wrapping around him, transforming into a giant snake of 10,000 feet, like a pillar supporting the sky. In the despairing and silent gazes of the Wu family cultivators, he charged downwards. Boom. The ground shook and the mountain of Qianling Peak, where the Wu family resided, collapsed with a thunderous roar, erasing the entire Wu family. Only a black snake over several dozen feet long soared into the sky, its form swaying heading towards the horizon. Volume 2 Blood Sea Turmoil. That night Qingyuan town was destined to be sleepless. The momentum carrying vast waters turned the entire Qianling Peak into ruins. Such was the calamity of heaven and earth. Zhou Clan floated in the air, witnessing the complete destruction of the Wu family, his expression a mix of indifference and astonishment. Although he knew that Mo Xuan would undoubtedly gain immense power after advancing to foundation establishment, seeing such a spectacle in person still left him deeply astonished, and his heart could not help but yearn for such strength. Mo Xuan leisurely flew to Zhou Clan's side, feeling quite satisfied with his strike. However, the overwhelming power of this attack stemmed not only from Mo Xuan being a great demon of the foundation establishment stage, but also from the advantage of the terrain. After reaching foundation establishment, Mo Xuan's water manipulation talent significantly enhanced, allowing him to harness the waters of Qingyuan Lake to achieve such a feat. Originally, Mo Xuan did not need to go to such lengths. The Wu family had lost 3 elders in the Qi refinement stage, leaving only the remaining Qi refinement clan members. Even with their decades of cultivation, their formation could not withstand Mo Xuan's assault. The reason for making such a great commotion was to thoroughly display his might, a lesson to others. Let's go, Mo. Zhou Clan nodded in response, casting one last glance at the Wu family before departing. They brought this upon them. A man and a snake flew towards Feiyue Peak. At the Zhou family estate, Lin Yuan and Zhou Liqing anxiously awaited at the mountain gate. When Zhou Clan went to intercept the 3 elders of the Wu family, Zhou Liqing and the others were already awakened by the commotion. They hurried to the main hall and found Lin Yuan, but she did not follow Zhou Clan's instructions. Lin Yuan initially wanted Zhou Liqing and his wife to lead their siblings to escape from the back mountain, while she waited here for Zhou Clan's return, if he did not come back. But before she could do anything, a powerful aura surged from the summit. Lin Yuan was both shocked and delighted, her heart filled with speculation. Without bothering to instruct the others, she hurried toward the location of the forced confrontation. But when she arrived, all she saw was chaos and 3 corpses. Lin Yuan's heart tightened. After a quick inspection, she finally felt relieved. The 3 should be the intruders from today. Zhou Liqing and the others followed closely behind, seeking information from Lin Yuan, then waited at the spot. Before long, they heard a distant rumble. The group exchanged glances, uncertain of their thoughts. When Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan returned to Feiyue Peak, they saw the members of the Zhou family waiting outside. Mo Xuan's body shrank, still measuring 4 zhang in length, to avoid scaring the others. The man and the snake landed before the crowd. Lin Yuan spotted them from a distance and rushed over, inspecting Zhou Clan carefully. Seeing that he was merely injured and his aura was chaotic, but not seriously harmed, she felt relieved. She hurriedly bowed to Mo Xuan, her tone slightly apologetic. "Thank you, Senior Mo, for saving my life." She had been overly concerned about Zhou Clan's safety and had momentarily neglected Mo Xuan, which was indeed inappropriate. "It's nothing," Mo Xuan replied in a deep voice. Noticing Lin Yuan's expression, he understood her embarrassment and did not mind. "Just a trivial matter. Greetings, Uncle Xuan." Zhou Liqing and the others stepped forward in unison, their expressions respectful. Zhou Liqing and the others had lost the fear and unease they felt when they first met Mo Xuan. Although their emotions were still tumultuous, they managed to remain calm. Only Yang Linqi was seeing Mo Xuan for the first time. Although Zhou Liqing had mentioned Mo Xuan's existence after marrying her, she had never met him, as Mo Xuan had fallen into a deep sleep afterward. As Mo Xuan approached with Zhou Clan, Yang Linxi's mind went blank. The aura he emanated was strikingly different from what she had imagined. Her heart raced, palms sweating her expression. After Zhou Liqing pulled her forward to greet, she gradually regained her composure and quietly reached out her left hand, giving Zhou Liqing's waist a fierce twist. Caught off guard, Zhou Liqing felt a sharp pain in his waist. Just as he was about to speak, he turned to see Yang Linxi's dangerous gaze, and he wisely chose to keep quiet, maintaining a calm demeanor though his eyes twitched slightly. Mo Xuan sensed the small actions of the two, with his spiritual sense finding it quite amusing. He thought to himself that it was fortunate he was a snake. He did not eat dog food. Having survived a catastrophe, Zhou Clan and his wife surely had much to discuss. Not wanting to linger, Mo Xuan casually spoke a few words and then vanished in a flash, flying to the peak. Returning to the giant tree, Mo Xuan skillfully circled the trunk. This place is still quite comfortable. Ding! Mo Xuan opened the system. Name: Mo Xuan, species black water mysterious snake, bloodline exotic beast, lifespan 63,500 years, talent water manipulation, divine abilities water form transformation, wishful change technique, breath concealment technique, 2 transformations of the demon body, realm early foundation establishment, family system, bound Zhou family, head, Zhou Clan, clan luck points 1. Mo Xuan focused his attention. Exotic beast bloodline can cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. Breaking through the previous bloodline restrictions, now Mo Xuan only needed to breathe and cultivate step by step to naturally grow to the peak of foundation establishment. The original water element bullet and water solidification arrow divine abilities disappeared and merged into this water form transformation technique. With a thought, Mo Xuan conjured a water sphere the size of a human head directly from the air. The water sphere transformed, sometimes becoming a 3-foot-long sword, sometimes morphing into a curtain of water, and at other times shifting into armor, exhibiting various features. Endlessly changeable. This reminded Mo Xuan of what he learned in his past life. Water has no fixed shape, but changes with the shape of its container. However, now it was not dependent on a container, but transformed according to Mo Xuan's thoughts. Wishful change technique allows the body to shrink to 1/50th of its size. Not bad. Mo Xuan thought to himself that having broken through foundation establishment, his body had directly increased 5-fold. When he fully revealed his true form, he transformed into a 20-zhang-long, thick-bodied black snake. Fortunately, this divine ability had also changed from 1/10th to 1/50th. Breath concealment technique greatly reduces one's aura, making it difficult for anyone below the golden core stage to detect from 10 meters away. 2 transformations of the demon body stimulate the beastly intent within the depths of the bloodline, temporarily enhancing physical strength, speed, and magical power by 50%. Note, the stronger the beastly intent, the greater the enhancement, but there is a risk of losing control of one's mind. Truly an all-around enhancement. Mo Xuan mused, feeling quite satisfied with his own strength. Now he finally had some degree of self-protection. However, this level of power was still nothing in this vast world. This world is too large. The Qingyuan town where he resided was merely a drop in the ocean, a mere tip. Mo Xuan shook his head, dispelling the slight sense of self-satisfaction in his heart. With his mouth slightly open, he breathed in and out, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in, forming a tide of qi that surrounded him. Seeing Mo Xuan leave, the members of the Zhou family exhaled in relief. It was not surprising, as the pressure of standing before Mo Xuan was indeed overwhelming. Although Mo Xuan had transformed into a size of 4 zhang upon his arrival, similar to before, the rest of the Zhou family members, except for Zhou Clan, were all at the initial to mid stages of qi refinement. Thus their performance could be considered quite remarkable. Has Senior Mo already broken through to foundation establishment? After exhaling in relief, Mo Xuan leaned against Zhou Clan, entwining her arm with his, and asked with a hint of confusion. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liqing and the others also looked at Zhou Clan, their eyes shimmering with wonder. Indeed, Zhou Clan nodded, his tone filled with admiration and excitement. Receiving a confirmed answer, the group exchanged glances, joy evident on their faces. Although they had already suspected it, and had witnessed Mo Xuan flying in the air with Zhou Clan, they could not help but feel shocked and amazed at Zhou Clan's affirmation. What merits does my Zhou family possess? Mo Xuan's expression turned complex, her tone somewhat desolate. Indeed, over the years, if it weren't for Mo Xuan, how could the Zhou family have remained stable until now? Yet what had the Zhou family truly offered to Mo Xuan? The boastful promises made back then had turned out to be merely trivial and worthless food. Zhou Clan sighed inwardly, feeling an indescribable guilt towards Mo Xuan. Let's discuss this further at home. Zhou Clan tidied up his emotions and brought Zhou Liqing and the others back from their joy and amazement. After storing away the storage bags and magical artifacts of the 3 elders from the Wu family and disposing of their bodies, the group returned home. As for the shattered formation, it would have to remain as it was for now. Zhou Liu's cultivation had yet to reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, and her formation skills were merely at the first tier of inferior quality, making it unlikely for her to repair the 3 major formations. Storage bags. Zhou Clan suddenly halted, his face showing regret. After the annihilation of the Wu family, he wondered how he had come back without retrieving the many resources of the Wu family, which were now buried in the ruins. Although that devastating strike had surely destroyed many artifacts, talismans, and pills, there should still be plenty of spirit stones left. Though the Wu family had suffered greatly over the past 2 years, a dead camel is bigger than a horse. The more Zhou Clan thought about it, the more regretful he became. After all, a small profit was insignificant compared to the safety of the Zhou family. Zhou Clan forced himself to comfort his thoughts as he embraced Mo Xuan and returned home. Just as Mo Xuan flew back to Feiyue Peak with Zhou Clan, the nearby families were filled with shock upon hearing Mo Xuan's voice and sensing the aura of foundation establishment. They were all puzzled yet relieved about the Zhou family having a foundation establishment, great demon stationed there. They were puzzled because the Zhou family, despite having Zhou Clan as a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator, how could they possibly attract a high-level cultivator at the foundation establishment? They were even more relieved that they had not offended the Zhou family. Once Mo Xuan had left, the nearby cultivators cautiously approached the Wu family to investigate. Looking at what had become of Qianling Peak, their expressions were complex, and they silently thought to themselves that there were many people they could have provoked, but they had to provoke the Zhou family. From then on, the Wu family had become a part of history, a stepping stone for the rise of the Zhou family. Yet looking at the Wu family buried beneath the ruins, no one dared to take any action. After a long time, the heads of several families conferred for a while before returning to their respective families. After a while, they each brought their clan's disciples back to this place, channeling their magical power to begin excavating. The next day, news of the Wu family's destruction and the Zhou family having a foundation establishment, great demon, spread throughout the entire Qingyuan town. The destruction of the Wu family left the Wang Li Feng and Sun families in disbelief, as these 5 families were interconnected, standing together against the Lu family. Although each family had their own conflicts, no one had expected that the Wu family would meet such a fate of total annihilation. The 4 families felt a shared sorrow, mourning the loss of their kind. Yet no family dared to speak out in support of the Wu family. The nearby towns were filled with astonishment, curious about the Zhou family and Mo Xuan. Meanwhile, everyone was eager to see how the Lu family would respond. At Sanqing Peak, in the Lu family's discussion hall, the elders gathered once again. Their meetings had become more frequent over the past few years than in the previous decade. The Lu family had originally been indifferent to the Wu family's destruction, but with the sudden emergence of a foundation establishment, great demon, they could not afford to ignore it. Previously, the 5 families had joined forces, and the Lu family had not been afraid, employing a few tricks to dismantle the alliance. However, the situation was different now. Another foundation establishment force had risen, inevitably leading to conflicts over interests. The elders of the Lu family spoke in a cacophony of differing opinions. The atmosphere was chaotic. As for Lu Wenyin, seated in the foremost position, he listened to the discussions with a fluctuating gaze, lost in thought. At Qiji Peak, the Yang family. When Yang Huayuan learned this news, he spat out the spiritual tea in his mouth. After a long while, he regained his senses, only to find that the tea in his cup had long since cooled. He repeatedly sighed, inwardly realizing that Zhou Clan had concealed his depths too well. Now it seemed that Yang Linqi marrying Zhou Liqing had indeed brought significant benefits to the Yang family. Yang Huayuan stood up, ready to leave, but upon reaching the door, he paused. If he went now, it would likely be difficult to interact with Zhou Clan as usual. It would be better to wait until the news calmed down before making plans. Moreover, given the relationship between the Zhou and Yang families, it was sufficient to know that the Zhou family was safe. Below Feiyue Peak, while some mortals were working, they noticed the thick fog that had shrouded Feiyue Peak for years had dissipated, surprising them, leaving them unaware of what had transpired. Although they were astonished, no one dared to investigate. After all, the high peak was home to the Zhou celestial clan. The members of the Zhou clan were like celestial beings possessing magical powers capable of capturing stars and moons. Dozens of miles away from Feiyue Peak, several figures rushed towards it. As they got closer, the 3 of them hesitated in their expressions, yet their footsteps did not falter, channeling their magical power until they soon reached the foot of Feiyue Peak. The 3 exchanged glances, slowing their pace and stopping outside the previous great formation. One person stepped forward, channeling their magical energy, and called out, "Zhang Chongwei Jiang Wenming and Han Peiquan, request to see the Zhou family head." The voice, amplified by magical power, was loud, yet not aggressive, rather somewhat cautious. Zhou Clan, who was inspecting his family's great formation, halted his actions upon hearing this, as did Zhou Liue beside him. Zhou Clan felt puzzled. These 3 were the heads of the Zhang Jiang and Han families, all at the mid-stage of qi refinement, and he had interacted with them a few times in the market. The 3 families' residences were not far from the Wu family's Qianling Peak. Zhou Clan wondered why these 3 had come together today. He briefly spoke with Zhou Liue before heading towards where the 3 were. Upon seeing Zhou Clan, the 3 hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Zhou family head." Zhou Clan returned the salutation one by one. At this moment, the 3 took out a storage bag and presented it to Zhou Clan, saying, "This is the item we found beneath Qianling Peak." Although the Zhou family head and that senior do not care for these, ignoring them and leaving them in place may provoke unnecessary conflicts. Thus, we took the liberty of retrieving them and returning them here, and we hope the Zhou family head will not take offense. Zhou Clan's expression brightened upon hearing this. He had been regretting not searching last night, and now these 3 had brought it to him, truly a boon from heaven. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, a thought struck him, and his expression grew serious as he said, "Thank you for the reminder. My negligence leading to conflict would indeed be my fault. In that case, I will accept it." Seeing that Zhou Clan had agreed, the 3 felt a surge of joy and expressed their admiration, saying, "Master Zhou's righteousness is truly exemplary, deserving our respect." This made Zhou Clan feel a bit embarrassed. Despite having developed a thick skin over the years, he still couldn't help but feel shy in comparison to the 3. However, today, compared to these 3, he felt like a small figure before a giant. Zhou Clan repeatedly waved his hands, accepting the 3 storage bags without inspecting them, quickly putting them away. After storing them, he cleared his throat to dispel his embarrassment. "Dear friends, please follow me. I will brew a pot of spiritual tea to entertain you." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, and in that moment they understood each other's thoughts. Their purpose for coming had been achieved, there was no need to push further, and a gradual approach was the best strategy. Han Peichuan, the head of the Han family, stepped forward with righteous indignation. How could the Wu family commit such acts? Fortunately, with Master Zhou and that senior intervening, this cancer has been eliminated, relieving our families of the hidden dangers. However, the fact that the Wu family has damaged the spiritual land of Feiyue Peak is a deep-seated grievance. Although we are willing to accompany Master Zhou to view the Feiyue Lingfeng, it may not be convenient today. We shall seek another day to pay our respects. After saying this, without waiting for Zhou Clan to retain them, the three cupped their hands in salute and took their leave. Zhou Clan watched the trio's retreating figures, chuckling softly. Indeed, they were remarkable individuals. Zhou Clan was clear about the trio's intentions. These three families were originally semi-dependent on the Wu family. Now that the Wu family had been destroyed by Zhou's family, they were naturally anxious and fearful of being implicated. Moreover, they likely had intentions of seeking to align themselves with Zhou's family. Zhou Clan took out the 3 storage bags and gave them a cursory glance. They contained quite a substantial amount. With such gains, Zhou's family resources had indeed become abundant. However, it was likely that there was more than just remnants of the Wu family among them. After some thought, Zhou Clan noted the 3 individuals, not dismissing their intentions. As Zhou's family developed to this point, with Mo Xuan stationed in the foundation establishment stage, dependence on other families was an inevitable process. Upon returning home, Zhou Clan handed the 3 storage bags to Lin Weiner, explaining the intentions of the 3 to her, so she would be well informed. Naturally, Lin Weiner understood the implications and categorized the items into the family treasury. As for Zhou Clan, he sought out Zhou Liyue, continuing to inspect the shattered Zhou family formation. A month later, as mortals began their labor at the foot of Feiyue Peak, they suddenly discovered that the Immortal Mountain was once again shrouded in mist, obscuring its peak, presenting an ethereal spectacle. The crowd felt a sense of wonder, as it seemed only fitting. Although it appeared similar to before, it was merely Zhou Liyue forcibly repairing a portion of the misty formation. The power was not restored, it merely reactivated the mist, which could only confine mortals and early-stage qi refining cultivators. Achieving this was already no small feat, and Zhou Clan did not push it further. One must break before they can establish. This was the perfect opportunity to acquire a high-level mountain protection formation. The previous mid-level formation, while layered, was already insufficient for the current Zhou family. Fortunately, with the resources sent by the 3, there should be no shortage of spirit stones. He hadn't expected them to come in handy so soon. One day, just as Zhou Clan was about to go out to purchase a formation, he sensed a powerful aura lingering outside Feiyue Peak. Feeling this aura, Zhou Clan was not surprised. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, they had arrived. "Friend, may I request an audience?" The voice rumbled, and the mist surged. The mere turbulence of the sound dispelled the thick fog of Zhou's mountain protection formation, impacting the hearts and minds of Zhou's family members. Humph. At the peak, Mo Xuan let out a slight cold snort, releasing his aura to neutralize the incoming presence. With a flash of light, he appeared beside Zhou Clan. "Come with me to meet them." Mo Xuan's deep voice resonated. Zhou Clan had no objections, nodding in agreement. Lin Weiner and the others had also been stirred by this voice, but did not panic. After all, they had previously discussed this, it was merely as expected. Mo Xuan utilized a portion of his magical power to lift Zhou Clan and flew towards the mountain's exterior. Outside the peak, a figure stood amidst the clouds with a mysterious bronze mirror undulating behind, radiating. The visitor appeared to be a young man clad in green-patterned purple robes with his black hair tied back, wearing an ancient jade bracelet, gazing down at Feiyue Peak. This person was none other than Lu Wenyan, the ancestor of the Lu family. The superficial formation naturally could not block his divine sense, but aside from his voice, he did not extend his divine sense further, as there were beings of his level present on this small Feiyue Peak. A black serpent 20 feet long emerged from the divine light, its foundation establishment might slowly radiating, clashing with Lu Wenyan's aura. Floating beside the black serpent was a man in his 40s or 50s, dignified, facing Lu Wenyan from a distance. Upon seeing Mo Xuan before him, Lu Wenyan felt a surge of heat in his heart, but in an instant he concealed this fervor and turned it into calmness. Mo Xuan sensed a shiver down his spine, spreading his divine sense, but found nothing unusual. "I am Lu Wenyan. May I ask how to address you, friend?" Lu Wenyan spoke first, his voice gentle, lacking the earlier imposing aura that had shaken Feiyue Peak, appearing as a modest gentleman. He indeed possesses a fine appearance. Mo Xuan thought to himself, from his perspective, Lu Wenyan exuded a gentle demeanor and handsome looks. However, after being a serpent for so many years, whether his judgment was still reliable was uncertain. Mo Xuan nodded in response. "Zhou Clan of the Zhou family pays his respects to Senior Lu." Zhou Clan also spoke, his expression respectful. This was a gesture of respect towards a powerful figure, showing no arrogance, even with Mo Xuan's assistance. Lu Wenyan merely glanced at Zhou Clan and did not pay him further attention, as he did not possess the qualification to engage in dialogue with him. Zhou Clan was unperturbed by this treatment, retreating to the side without a word. Mo, my friend, may we ascend to the heavens for a discussion? Lu Wenyan spoke. His purpose for this visit was to test Mo Xuan's strength. If he found Mo Xuan lacking, then the main topic had arrived. Zhou Clan thought to himself, glancing at Mo Xuan. Although the Lu family had deep roots and Lu Wenyan had been in foundation establishment for many years, he was still only in the early stage. Mo Xuan felt no fear. Very well. The figures of man and serpent blurred, transforming into afterimages, vanishing from Zhou Clan's sight. Zhou Clan felt a twinge of worry, staring blankly at the sky. Mo Xuan paused, sensing the height above the ground. They were already quite elevated. Moments later, Lu Wenyan's figure appeared, halting at a distance. His expression was somewhat grim. Although he hadn't exerted his full strength in terms of speed, he had already been outmatched. But considering that Mo Xuan was a demonic beast, speed was indeed his advantage, so it wasn't surprising. His thoughts shifted in an instant, and Lu Wenyan quickly regained his composure, addressing Mo Xuan, I would appreciate your guidance. As the words faded, Lu Wenyan struck without warning. Spiritual energy surging forth as the arcane bronze mirror behind him shimmered with fluctuating esoteric radiance. The mirror vanished from its place and reappeared before him, unleashing a searing mystic beam directly at Mo Xuan. Sunbright mirror, blazing sun. Na pillar of light tore across the heavens, scattering clouds like mist. Mo Xuan had long anticipated this assault, though undisturbed, he watched Lu Wenyan advance. 10,000 transformations, water shield. And before him, shimmering curtains of water coalesced into layered shields, 10 in all, interlocking like translucent walls. The blazing sunbeam collided with the water shields. One by one they shattered, each dissolution siphoning the beam's ferocity. Before the final shield dissolved, Mo Xuan blurred, vanishing behind the cascading veil of water. Sensing Mo Xuan's disappearance, Lu Wenyan instantly dispersed his divine sense, sweeping the battlefield for his opponent's location. In less than a breath, he detected Mo Xuan reappearing, left and slightly behind him. A chill ran through him. The speed was markedly swifter than before. With a flick of his serpentine tail, Mo Xuan swept sideways toward Lu Wenyan. Sunbright mirror, dying sun. Lu Wenyan hurled the bronze mirror skyward. It swelled instantly into a colossal reflective barrier over 10 zhang wide, suspended rigidly at his flank. Boom! The serpent's tail crashed against the mirror in a thunderous impact. Mo Xuan pressed forward with relentless force. The mirror trembled violently, humming with resonant strain. Humph! A cold snort echoed in Lu Wenyan's mind. His foundation establishment-level spiritual energy surged, channeling fiercely into the sunbright mirror, stabilizing its quaking surface. The collision unleashed shockwaves that scoured the surrounding air clean. Bolstered by Lu Wenyan's full power, the mirror held firm. Mo Xuan's repeated strikes failed to dislodge it. Unfazed, Mo Xuan shifted tactics, abandoning brute force. His form shrunk, reducing to a slender three-chi serpent, flickering faintly before vanishing again. Then, as if conjured from void, he reappeared behind Lu Wenyan, body swelling rapidly as he lashed out once more. Infernal prison. Too swift to redirect the mirror, Lu Wenyan snapped his left hand into a seal, spiritual energy coalescing into blazing chains of flame that coiled tightly around Mo Xuan's advancing serpentine form. Mo Xuan's momentum stalled, yet with a pulse of spiritual energy the fiery chains shattered like glass. He lunged forward anew. That brief delay granted Lu Wenyan the opening he needed. The mirror darted backward, interposing itself behind him. A colossal impact sent Lu Wenyan hurtling away, creating distance between them. He spun midair, facing Mo Xuan squarely. 10,000 transformations, watery marsh. Bind, and Mo Xuan's silent command resonated inward. Countless droplets condensed from the air, coalescing into a vast viscous marsh that seemed to ensnare the very sky. Lu Wenyan's flight faltered. He felt as though sinking into primordial mire, limbs dragging with unnatural weight. Break! He dared not hesitate. Having already witnessed Mo Xuan's terrifying velocity, entrapment within this marsh would render him immobile, a helpless target for relentless assault. The sunbright mirror flared anew, its blazing sun manifestation blazing like a miniature star. Heat soared. The mirror whirled fiercely about Lu Wenyan, evaporating the marsh in a roiling cascade of steam. Seizing the moment, Mo Xuan plunged headlong into the dissipating marsh, like a dragon returning to the sea. Fluid and sovereign, he wove through the aqueous chaos, drawing it into his form until he became a 50 zhang water dragon, roaring forward to strike Lu Wenyan. Faced with such overwhelming might, Lu Wenyan had no time to evade. He hurled the mirror skyward. Dying sun. Open. And sparing no spiritual energy, the sunbright mirror expanded once more, rising like a colossal wall, piercing the clouds, radiant and unyielding. Boom! And the water dragon exploded outward. The towering wall shuddered violently, its resonance echoing across the heavens. Lu Wenyan swiftly retreated. The wall contracted into a palm-sized mirror, zipping back like a streak of light into his grasp. His face paled faintly, clear evidence that these exchanges had yielded him no advantage. Mo Xuan rose upright, gazing at Lu Wenyan in the distance. Senior fellow Taoist Lu, why not release your spirit beast companion? A quiet curiosity stirred within him. The Lu clan was famed across the realm for spirit beast cultivation, often deploying 2 or even 3 beasts against a single foe, making them notoriously formidable in battle. As the clan's founding patriarch, Lu Wenyan surely possessed his own bound spirit beast, yet he showed no sign of summoning it, leaving Mo Xuan puzzled. Was this disdain, or something deeper? Lu Wenyan's expression remained placid, but inwardly Mo Xuan's words pierced like a needle. His divine sense sank into the spirit beast ring upon his finger, and there huddled trembling in a corner were 3 latest-stage Qi refinement spirit beasts cowering in abject fear. His face darkened. No need. And today I have duly witnessed senior fellow Taoist Mo's extraordinary artistry. Let us end this here. He then dissipated his spiritual energy entirely. The bronze mirror likewise dimmed its radiance, receding as it hovered silently behind him. Oh, very well. And Mo Xuan was mildly surprised that Lu Wenyan would withdraw so readily, but raised no objection. Nor had he ever intended mortal combat. Though he'd gained slight advantage in their exchange, Lu Wenyan had likely withheld his true strength. Even at full power, however, Mo Xuan judged he would still prevail in a life-or-death clash. Yet the Zhou clan's foundations remained shallow, its strength insufficient. Should the 2 clans escalate hostilities, only mutual ruin would follow, leaving others to reap the spoils. Mo Xuan shook his form, dispelling the watery marsh around him, his spiritual energy settling into calm neutrality. Seeing Mo Xuan's compliance and his deliberate de-escalation, Lu Wenyan glided forward, halting nearby. Man and serpent descended together from the heavens, returning to their original position. Zhou Clan, watching Mo Xuan's return and scathe, exhaled in quiet relief. Mo Xuan gave Zhou Clan a subtle nod, understanding passed wordlessly. Henceforth the Zhou clan shall hold half the market rights within the bazaar. Lu Wenyan addressed Mo Xuan directly. Mo Xuan offered no reply, instead turning his gaze to Zhou Clan. This matter belonged to the Zhou clan, let Zhou Clan speak for it. Zhou Clan met Mo Xuan's glance, then bowed respectfully to Lu Wenyan. Our clan's strength is modest. 3 will suffice. And oh. Lu Wenyan's brows lifted faintly, glancing at Zhou Clan anew, his estimation of the man rising subtly. If the Zhou clan declined further advantage, he welcomed the concession. I take my leave. And with no further words, he offered a formal salute to Mo Xuan, then transformed into a streak of light, vanishing beyond their sight. Mo Xuan watched the direction of Lu Wenyan's departure, then guided Zhou Clan back toward Feiyue Peak. The Lu clan's spirit beast cultivation lineage may harbor certain flaws. Back at the Zhou residence, Mo Xuan voiced his suspicions to Zhou Clan, who pondered them deeply, then nodded. Yet for now this concern bore no immediate weight. Indeed, they felt quietly relieved. Had the Lu clan been stronger, resolution might have proven impossible. From this day forth, the Zhou clan had firmly anchored itself in Qingyuan town. The following day, the Lu clan formally announced joint administration of the Lakeheart Island Bazaar with the Zhou clan. Across Qingyuan town, numerous clans expressed astonishment, having earlier speculated endlessly on how the Lu clan would respond, only to find resolution delivered with startling speed. Once again, the Lu clan had yielded ground. Clearly, the sudden emergence of a foundation establishment-level ancient serpent demon within the Zhou clan signaled extraordinary, perhaps even alarming power. The matter concluded, Zhou Clan went out as planned. After over a month, he returned and summoned Zhou Liue, who had been diligently cultivating, to help him arrange the first-grade superior formation they had acquired. For those who practice formations, this was undoubtedly a valuable opportunity for learning. This formation, known as the 5 elements rotation array, interlinked the 5 elements, perpetually thriving with formidable defenses. Once they completed the arrangement, the scale of this great formation was significantly larger than that of the Zhou family's previous first-grade intermediate formation, enveloping the entire Feiyue Peak in a continuous 5-colored glow. The atmosphere was extraordinary. As the Zhou family established a foothold in Qingyuan town, their reputation spread, and several neighboring regions became aware of them. Notably, several foundation establishment families sent their descendants to congratulate the Zhou family and establish connections. The name of Zhou family's ancestor Mo Xuan had become widely recognized. From then on, Qingyuan town had 2 foundation establishment-level powers residing there, effectively alleviating the impact caused by Lu Mint's fall. In the market of Lakeheart Island, the flow of cultivators gradually returned to its previous state. As the Zhou family occupied 30% of the market's profits, Zhou Clan could no longer devote himself entirely to cultivating on Feiyue Peak. He had to occasionally go to the market to oversee things. 2 years later, in the Zhou family's secret chamber, Zhou Clan stood up, gathering the momentum that had spilled over due to his recent breakthrough. Over the past 2 years, although his cultivation was delayed due to overseeing the market, his progress was not slow, and he finally broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement today. At this stage, it was time to start preparing for foundation establishment. However, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. There were 4 prominent families in Xingyuan town, yet none had obtained the lineage for foundation establishment in all these years. Some families suffered significant losses and had yet to recover. Human cultivators' training was unlike that of demon beasts. The latter only needed to continuously tap into the powers hidden within their bloodlines to grow stronger. Cultivators' training was far more complex, and thus Mo Xuan could not provide much help regarding foundation establishment. They could only remain vigilant for opportunities in the future. Putting aside his worries, having achieved a breakthrough and enhanced his strength was indeed a cause for celebration. He sought out Lin Yuan to celebrate together. Months later, Zhou Liue broke through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Shortly after, she also made a breakthrough in her formation skills and was able to arrange first-grade intermediate formations. She had mastered the Xianxia Ming Feng array from the Flowing Wind 5 Immortals and a defensive array, the Qingguang array. Now Zhou Liu's strength surpassed Lin Yuan's and was second only to Zhou Cating. Having reached the mid-stage of Qi refinement, Zhou Liue thought to ask Zhou Cating, "Father, I have now broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement and would like to venture out for some experience. I hope you will allow it." This had been Zhou Liu's long-held desire, but previously her strength was insufficient as she was still in the early stage of Qi refinement, and her young age meant that Zhou Cating and his wife would not agree. Thus, until today, having broken through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, Zhou Liue felt she had a certain level of self-protection, prompting her to make this request. Upon hearing this, Zhou Cating did not oppose. After all, one could not stay on Feiyue Peak for a lifetime. It was essential to experience the world personally to progress further. Moreover, Zhou Cating had started as a wandering cultivator. Now the conditions for Zhou Liue and others were undoubtedly several times better than his. Zhou Cating nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Have you decided on a route?" "I plan to go to the Yixin Gorge first, and then to the Tianshui mountain range." Yixin Gorge. Zhou Cating pondered. This gorge was one of many territories under the jurisdiction of Huichuan County. However, it was quite special, being a haven for wandering cultivators with many scattered practitioners gathering there. This was because a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator resided there, deterring other forces from coveting this. This latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator was known as Elder Qingshan, living in seclusion in Yixin Gorge. Though he sought the Tao wholeheartedly, he did not prohibit other cultivators from coming as long as they did not disturb him. However, despite Elder Qingshan's presence, he did not manage affairs, leading to some disorder in the area. "Why would you want to go to Yixin Gorge?" Zhou Cating shook his head with a wry smile. "There are many wandering cultivators in Yixin Gorge, making it an ideal place for experience." Zhou Cating was taken aback, realizing this was the reason, but he did not inquire further. He retrieved a red gold bracelet from the family treasury and handed it to Zhou Liue, also taking out a storage bag containing necessary talismans and pills. This red gold bracelet was a first-grade intermediate magic artifact obtained from an elder of the Wu family, and now that Zhou Liue had broken through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, she could use this treasure. After some thought, he also took out a heart confusion bell. Although with Zhou Liu's current cultivation, she could probably only unleash a single strike with it, and could not fully utilize its power, it would serve well as a trump card. After all, when venturing out for experience, one could never be sure what might happen. Zhou Liue did not refuse. After spending over a month refining these 2 magic artifacts and marking them with her seal, she familiarized herself with their powers before bidding farewell to Zhou Cating and his wife, leaving Feiyue Peak. Watching Zhou Liu's departing figure, Lin Yuan's worry was evident as she cast a slightly resentful glance at Zhou Cating. Zhou Cating could naturally sense Lin Yuan's slight resentment and reassured her, "Don't worry, she will be fine." Lin Yuan could only helplessly pray in silence. After watching Zhou Liu's figure disappear, Zhou Cating exchanged a few words with Lin Yuan before making his way to the summit of Feiyue Peak, where he sought out Mo Xuan for a conversation. He then left Feiyue Peak and quietly followed the direction Zhou Liue had taken. After Zhou Liue exited Feiyue Peak, she journeyed onward until she left Qingyuan town, seeking a deserted place. Transforming her appearance, she changed out of her ornate attire and donned a set of simple plain dark clothing. She also applied some makeup to conceal her delicate and refined features. At this moment, no one could associate Zhou Liue with the elegant and gentle Zhou Liue of the Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhou Cating, who was following at a distance, nodded secretly. One must have such awareness when venturing out to go further. During this journey, Zhou Liue occasionally changed her direction, and had Zhou Cating not been vigilant, he might have truly lost her. However, that would indeed be too embarrassing. After disguising herself, Zhou Liue waved her hand, and her figure reflected in the water mirror. She adjusted her appearance, slightly turning around a few times to observe before dissipating the water mirror. With a hand gesture, she channeled her spiritual energy to erase traces in the area, heading towards the direction of Yixin Gorge. Months later, Minghua Daoist friend, we will soon reach the Yixin Gorge. Four figures darted forward, swiftly wielding their magical powers. The four consisted of 2 men and 2 women. The speaker was a young man in his 20s with an ordinary appearance, frequently glancing at the female cultivator in plain dark robes among them. The female cultivator, named Minghua, smiled slightly at the 3, saying, "I am grateful to have met you 3 friends, otherwise this journey would not have been so smooth." Minghua is Zhou Liue, who encountered the 3 after leaving Qingyuan town in a mountain forest. After a little inquiry, she learned that they were scattered cultivators from Yixin Gorge, and they were out on a commission to seek specific spirit herbs. Zhou Liue calculated in her heart that the strongest among these 3 was merely at the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Their strength was not formidable, and they were familiar with Yixin Gorge. If she could travel with them, it would not only help her understand the specific information about Yixin Gorge, but also reduce. Thus Zhou Liue disguised herself as an ordinary person who had accidentally acquired a qi refinement technique, unintentionally stepping onto the path of cultivation. Hearing from other scattered cultivators by chance that Yixin Gorge was a sacred place in the hearts of many, she felt a longing to go there to seek the Tao, which led to her meeting with the 3. These statements were merely adaptations of Zhou Liu's father's first-hand experiences, naturally making them reasonable and convincing to the 3. With Zhou Liu's sincere attitude and being a young female cultivator, the 3's wariness diminished. After some exchanges, they found that Zhou Liue had a profound understanding of cultivation. Therefore, when Zhou Liue proposed to travel together, the 3 only pondered briefly before agreeing. Just as Zhou Liue finished speaking, the young man who had been talking waved his hands repeatedly, a slight blush on his face. "We merely pointed out the direction. It is the Minghua Daoist friend who has given us much guidance, making us..." Another male cultivator, who was the one at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, named Su Hongyuan, spoke up. He was the oldest among them and considered knowledgeable. The other 2 referred to him as Brother Su, and Zhou Liue readily accepted. "Brother Su is being too modest. This is merely my personal opinion and not worth mentioning." Zhou Liue spoke earnestly, as this was intentionally done, serving as a reward for the 3. Having been taught by Zhou Kading since childhood, she had developed a deep understanding of qi condensation, qi refinement, meridian flow, and the principles of cultivation. Compared to the 3, without a master, she naturally understood more. Moreover, having already reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, she could provide insights and opinions on many of the questions posed by the 3. The 3 greatly benefited from her insights, and their admiration for Zhou Liue deepened. Although Zhou Liue concealed her appearance and slightly altered her actions and demeanor, it was her first time traveling outside, and over time, she inadvertently radiated some of her own charm. The saying that one cannot meet overly stunning individuals in youth holds true for Qin Shuyun as well. While Zhou Liue spoke, Qin Shuyun's gaze had never left her, completely unaware that her demeanor had already caught Zhao Xianfang's eye. Zhao Xianfang felt a twinge of jealousy. Before meeting Zhou Liue, she had been the center of the 3, and Su Hongyuan and Qin Shuyun had taken good care of her. However, just over a month later, things had changed. Humph! Zhao Xianfang snorted softly, continuing her journey without listening to the 3's conversation. Su Hongyuan observed the changes in their expressions, feeling a bit helpless towards Qin Shuyun. He wanted to say something, but paused, thinking it best to wait for another opportunity to talk. After more than a month of interaction, Su Hongyuan had long begun to be suspicious of Zhou Liu's origins. However, Zhou Liue had not caused them any trouble. Instead, she had been a great help. If one were to judge, Zhou Liue could be considered a half-master to the 3. Thus, Su Hongyuan kept these thoughts to himself and did not expose Zhou Liue. Several hours later, the 4 stopped, gazing at the towering peak before them, which was split in 2 like a chasm. Zhou Liu's heart was astonished beyond measure. "Yixin Gorge." Zhou Liue instinctively murmured. "Minghua Daoist friend, it is said that a powerful cultivator battled here, resulting in the splitting of the heavens with a single sword." Qin Shuyun chuckled lightly, feeling slightly pleased. It seemed that even the calm, Minghua Daoist friend had a day when her mind was shaken. Qin Shuyun thought to herself, "Oh, there is such a saying." Upon hearing this, Zhou Liue finally regained her composure and looked at Qin Shuyun with curiosity in her eyes. Under Zhou Liu's gaze, Qin Shuyun, who had just been feeling smug, turned red, stammering for a long time without uttering a word. Su Hongyuan, watching from the side, sighed inwardly and said, "It is merely a rumor. At least in my years in Yixin Gorge, I have not found any traces of powerful cultivators." Right. Hearing Su Hongyuan speak, Qin Shuyun quickly nodded in agreement, her tone urgent. However, Zhou Liue showed no intention of mocking him, thanking the 2 instead. "Thank you both for the information." The 2 repeatedly returned the gesture, indicating it was no trouble. Zhao Xuanfang, watching from the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling slightly annoyed. "What are your plans next, Minghua Daoist friend? Do you have a destination?" Su Hongyuan asked. Zhou Liue pondered briefly and replied, "I have a keen interest in formations. Is there a place where I can find trading of formation inheritances?" This was merely Zhou Liu's excuse. Her purpose for traveling this time was to broaden her horizons through exploration. Over the past month as she traveled, she absorbed the myriad human experiences and the bustling world which could be considered a great harvest. Having traveled with Su Hanyuan and the others for over a month, she had also deeply understood the difficulties of scattered cultivators. She felt even more fortunate for the protection of the Mo Xuan family. Though it was an excuse if there were unexpected gains that would not be bad. In that case, Mingyue Daoist friend, why not temporarily stay with us and join the small valley gathering at the end of the month? You can try your luck at this gathering. Chen Shuyan spoke, repeatedly inviting Zhou Liyue. Su Hanyuan slightly opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately did not speak up. He had only meant to ask a couple of questions, yet Chen Shuyan took the initiative to extend the invitation. Feeling helpless, he thought it inappropriate to undermine Chen Shuyan's invitation. After all, they had known each other for many years, supporting each other and forming a deep bond. Moreover, Chen Shuyan was always reliable and would not act rashly. It was only after meeting Mingyue Daoist friend that she had lost her composure. This gathering is where we scattered cultivators exchange resources through barter. It is entirely voluntary, each taking what they need. Seeing Zhou Liyue's confusion, Su Hanyuan shot a glare at Chen Shuyan and explained, "In that case, I shall impose upon you then." Zhou Liyue's heart stirred, and she bowed to the three. The enormous peak which splits into two is the origin of the name for this narrow valley. However, the dwelling of Su Hanyuan and the others is not atop this great peak. Atop this great peak resides the elder Qingshan, thus no one dares to establish a cave dwelling here. Zhou Liyue followed the three, circumventing the giant peak, and after about an hour's journey they arrived at a small mountain peak. This place is called Xiaoxian Peak, which is where our cave dwelling is located. Su Hanyuan introduced to Zhou Liyue. Zhou Liyue nodded, surveying the mountain peak before him, which was only about 100 zhang high, unable to compare with the Zhou family's Feiyue Peak. There is a first-grade lower-tier formation enveloping it. With Zhou Liyue's current proficiency in formations, breaking this array would be as easy as lifting a finger. This place is also relatively remote within this narrow valley with sparse spiritual energy, offering no benefit to cultivation. However, Zhou Liyue held no disdain for the three. Were merely at the early stage of refining qi, and securing this stable cave dwelling was already quite a feat. Seeing that Zhou Liyue had no aversion, Chen Shuyun, who had been paying attention to her, felt a slight relaxation in her expression. Su Hanyuan no longer hesitated, taking out a token with a flick of his hand, infusing it with his magic power. The token glowed slightly, and a path opened in the formation enveloping Xiaoxian Peak. Zhao Xianfang entered first, not waiting for them, and went straight in. Su Hanyuan gestured to Zhou Liyue, making a gesture of invitation. Zhou Liyue smiled, lightly confident that this formation could not trap her. She then followed Chen Shuyun into Xiaoxian Peak. Once all three had entered, Su Hanyuan glanced around and stepped into the formation, which subsequently closed. Zhou Liyue followed behind Chen Shuyun, examining the surroundings of Xiaoxian Peak. Although small, it was quite exquisite under the care of the three. Upon arriving at the cave dwelling, Chen Shuyun tidied up a quiet room slightly and led Zhou Liyue there to temper. After settling Zhou Liyue, Su Hanyuan called out to Chen Shuyun and the others, taking the spiritual herbs they had gathered during this outing from their hands along with his portion to send it elsewhere. At the end of the month, during the hour of the rat at Zhou Liyue's residence, Chen Shuyun's voice sounded outside. "Friend Mingyue, the meeting time has arrived." Hearing this, Zhou Liyue opened her eyes, got up, set up a water mirror to assess her appearance, and then opened the door to go out. For the past few days, Zhou Liyue had been diligently cultivating in this quiet room. Upon going outside, Su Hanyuan and the others were already fully prepared. "Put this on," Su Hanyuan said to Zhou Liyue, handing her a black cloak. "Thank you, brother Su," Zhou Liyue replied, taking it. "Let's go," Su Hanyuan said, nonchalantly waving his hand dismissively as he led the way outside. The four exited Xiaoxian Peak, concealing their figures as they proceeded. Su Hanyuan halted, took out a black cloak, donned it, and enveloped his entire body in darkness, with the three following suit. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the outskirts of a small valley and stopped. "Do you have the token?" Two figures stood at the valley's entrance, addressing the four. Su Hanyuan took out a jade token and handed it over. The two took it, inspected it, and finding it satisfactory, opened the way. "Pleased." Su Hanyuan took the jade token back, nodded at the two, and led the three into the valley. This valley meeting was called together by a latest-stage refining qi cultivator within this narrow valley. Once inside, the valley was not large, with some light in the center. Before Su Hanyuan and the others arrived, about 10 figures had already gathered in the center of the valley, all cloaked and concealing their faces. Upon the arrival of the four, no one spoke, each sitting quietly in meditation. Su Hanyuan, seeing this, was not surprised and led the three to the center of the valley, finding an empty space to sit cross-legged and wait. Upholding the principle of speaking less and observing more, Zhou Liyue did not utter a word as they proceeded, merely following Su Hongyuan's movements. After some time, seeing no one else arrive, the leader spoke. "Since no one else is coming, let us begin." Saying this, he fell silent. "Then let me be the first to throw out a brick to attract jade." A hoarse, elderly voice sounded manipulating his magic to hold up an item in his palm. He continued, "This is a first-grade lower-tier Xian iron shield. I wish to exchange it for a stalk of Ceylon grass." The crowd looked at the Xian iron shield contemplating. After a moment, a voice emerged, "I will trade with you." As he spoke, he took out a jade box, opened the seal, revealing a glimpse of the spiritual herb within. The owner of the elderly voice's expression brightened quickly, sending the Xian iron shield flying towards that person. The man received it, briefly inspected it, and then tossed the jade box back. Seeing the two conclude their transaction, the other cultivators were not idle and began to speak one after another. "I wish to purchase a first-grade lower-tier fire attribute attack spell." Zhou Liue observed the bustling exchanges, finding the scene quite captivating even though she had no interest in the items being traded. Among those speaking, some completed transactions while others bargained, all of which Zhou Liue had never experienced atop Feiyue Peak. "I wish to exchange this treasure for a request." A young woman's voice emerged after the previous transaction was completed, holding an item wrapped in magic power. "Moi." Zhou Liue casually glanced over, her heart jolting, almost causing her to rise. The object in the young woman's hand was remarkably similar to a shard she had seen in her family's treasure vault. This shard had been explored by her for a period of time, however, apart from its unique material, there was nothing unusual about it. Yet upon hearing that this was an item sought from a Foundation establishment cave dwelling, she took it to heart, knowing that it must be an extraordinary treasure to be valued by a great cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage. However, she did not expect to see a similar object here again. Zhou Liue suppressed her inner agitation, maintaining a calm demeanor, and did not rush to speak. The cultivators looked at the palm-sized shard, their divine senses sweeping over it, yielding no results. "Little girl, what is this?" someone directly inquired. "This?" The female cultivator, hidden in a corner, cloaked and unseen, hesitated at the question. "I do not know, but this is my family's heirloom. It must be extraordinary." Her voice lacked conviction, but she emphasized the last sentence with great force. "Heh." Someone chuckled lightly, shaking his head and no longer looking. Seeing no one respond, the female cultivator grew anxious, repeatedly saying, "This must be a treasure. I just do not know its use." At this time, her voice was more assured than before. "Oh, what is your request? To kill a person? What is their cultivation level?" "Refining chi 6th layer." "Heh." The crowd could not help but chuckle at the young woman's request. Most of those present had cultivation levels only at the early stage of refining chi, with a few at the mid-stage. Asking them to kill someone of a higher cultivation level for an inconsequential treasure was akin to seeking their own demise. After a light laugh from the crowd, no one paid further attention. Xia Chuxue felt a heaviness in her heart. She had searched for months without finding anyone willing to help. Feeling unwilling, she was about to say something more when her words were interrupted by another cultivator. Xia Chuxue silently put away the fragment, since no one was willing to help. Staying here had lost its meaning. Quietly rising, she left the place alone, her figure lonely. Seeing Xia Chuxue depart, Zhou Liue felt a pang of urgency, recalling Xia Chuxue's earlier request. At the 6th layer of Qi refinement, Zhou Liue constantly calculated in her mind if she could set up a formation in advance and lay an ambush with the heart-confusing bell and the crimson gold bracelet, she might still have a fighting chance. This fragment had been in her home for so many years, and this time, she had finally found a chance to clear the clouds and see the sun. If she let it go now. Zhou Liu's thoughts raced, and in a moment, she made up her mind to stop this person first. Then she quietly rose and prepared to follow. "Mingyue, do you really want to?" Seeing Zhou Liue stand up and prepare to leave, Su Hongyuan and the others lowered their voices to ask. Zhou Liue nodded upon hearing this, cupping her hands to the three and saying, "This item is fated with me. I wish to give it a try." After saying this, she no longer spoke, bowed to the three, and quietly slipped away. "This?" Su Hongyuan and the others had changing expressions. Chen Shuyun revealed determination and was about to rise to follow Zhou Liue when Su Hongyuan held her back. "Mingyue, if you have your own means, we are only at the early stage of Qi refinement. How can we participate in this matter?" Su Hongyuan's voice was heavy as he advised Chen Shuyun, and Zhao Xianfang also echoed. "Aye." Chen Shuyun's expression changed as she saw Zhou Liu's figure had already vanished. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Big brother Xuanfang, you stay here. I'm just going to take a look, nothing will happen." After saying this, she broke free from Su Hongyuan's grasp and quietly slipped into the shadows, chasing after her. Sigh. Su Hongyuan felt helpless, yet he couldn't just abandon Chen Shuyun. Thus they exchanged a glance with Zhao Xianfang and left. Seeing the four depart, the crowd in the valley paid no heed. Some felt scornful in their hearts, truly seeking their own demise. After thinking this, they cast aside what had just happened and carefully examined whether there were any treasures they needed in the scene. Outside the valley, Zhou Liue moved swiftly and caught up with the hurried Xia Chuxue. Sensing someone chasing from behind, Xia Chuxue felt a surge of vigilance and tightened her grip on the talisman she had been holding. Stopping her figure, she turned around and asked Zhou Liue, who was not far behind, "Who are you?" Zhou Liu, seeing her stop, also ceased her approach. My name is Minghua. I can agree to your request, but you must give me that item first. Heh. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced at Zhou Liu, a hint of disdain in her smile. Although you are much stronger than me, your cultivation should not have reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, right? You don't think I am naive just because I am young, do you? You want to take the treasures on me by force. After saying this, her gaze turned fierce, radiating an aura that suggested she would attack at the slightest provocation. In truth, she thought that if this person were to be exposed by her angry and ashamed wanting to kill her and seize her treasures, she would have no trouble escaping with the talisman in her hand. Zhou Liu felt a bit disheartened upon hearing this. Did she really seem like a bandit who would kill for treasures? I indeed have not reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, since I dare to take this on, I surely have my own means. After saying this, she swiped her right hand across her waist, and a uniquely shaped bell appeared in her hand, vibrating slightly with power, sending forth an enigmatic wave. This is a first-tier upper-grade magical artifact. Xianxia gasped in astonishment, her tone excited. Even in her parents' possession, she had never seen such a high-grade magical artifact. Without waiting for Xianxia to be surprised, Zhou Liu put the heart-confusing bell into her storage bag and took out a formation plate, smiling as she spoke. I am also a first-tier middle-grade formation master. Is this sufficient? Xianxia was dazed in her thoughts, considering the earlier first-tier upper-grade magical artifact, and looking at the formation plate, feeling that this person before her should be extremely formidable. If so, then there was still hope for her. As her thoughts entwined, Xianxia numbly spoke, it should be enough. Seeing that she had indeed calmed this person down, Zhou Liu felt slightly satisfied. She put the formation plate into her storage bag and dispersed her power. In that case, please elaborate on that person's situation, and we shall plan carefully. Although she felt confident, the target was still 2 small levels above her. Although the gap was not as vast as between the later and middle stages of qi refinement, it should not be underestimated. If she became complacent and lost her life, it would be her own fault. Xianxia finally calmed her emotions and felt a bit relaxed. After so many attempts yielding no results, she had finally found someone willing to help, so she could only gamble this time. Xianxia slightly gritted her teeth, made up her mind, and approached Zhou Liu. Coming near Zhou Liu, she saw that Zhou Liu showed no other action, still watching her leisurely, and felt a bit relieved, but remained vigilant. The person I want to kill is named Wang Xingyuan, residing in Xiapanshan. He usually cultivates in solitude. They're only going out every 2 months. 2 months going out. Zhou Liu pondered. Since he would go out, that was good. If he were hiding in his cave, relying on her strength to force him would likely be futile. She would have to go back for reinforcements. However, that being the case, not to mention whether this person would believe her, even if she did, he would probably no longer dare to make this deal with her. After all, the disparity in strength was too great. Trading with the Zhou family, she would be like a fish on the chopping block at their mercy. The life-saving item in her hands would be utterly useless in front of the Zhou family. Fortunately, it didn't come to that. Zhou Liu contemplated for a moment and said, if we take advantage of his outing and I set up the formation, do you have the confidence to lure him into it? Xianxia nodded angrily upon hearing this. This person was severely injured and was discovered by my parents. My mother, being kind-hearted, asked my father to bring him home for treatment. Who would have known that this person was so vicious? Once he recovered, relying on his deep strength, he killed my parents. The likely aim was to seize the resources of my family. If it weren't for my father holding him back with all his might before dying, and since I have a life-saving item, I would likely have died at his hands as well. Pausing for a moment, she added, so as long as I appear in front of him, he will definitely not let me go. I will personally lure him into the formation. Xianxia's hatred surged, each word seeming to carve this enmity into her very bones. After listening, Zhou Liu fell into a slight silence. Although she already understood that people in this world were not as simple as they seemed, even she and her father could not be considered good people, she still could not fathom how far things had gone. With a sigh of empathy, she felt a hint of pity for the person before her. Then let this be settled for now, but before we take action, you must give me that item. Okay. Xianxia pondered briefly and agreed. Seeing the agreement reached, Zhou Liu felt a slight surge of excitement and asked, what do you wish to be called, friend? Chuxue. Mingyu greets you, Dao friend Chuxue. Zhou Liu said with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Then let's establish a contract. Zhou Liu's smile slightly stiffened at the words, secretly thinking how cautious this was. However, with this, some of her little thoughts extinguished. Originally, she intended to make a move once, regardless of success or failure, to obtain this fragment, thus fulfilling her duty. If a contract was established, this matter might not be as easy as she expected. However, given the situation, seeing Chuxue's demeanor, if she did not agree, she would probably flee immediately. Suppressing her thoughts, Zhou Liu nodded in agreement. Only then did Chuxue completely relax. Zhou Liu removed her hood, revealing her face that had been hidden. Since they had made an agreement, it was fine to show. Seeing this, Chuxue hesitated slightly and also took off her hood. She looked even younger than herself, Zhou Liu secretly observed. Chu Shui must have also used some means to disguise her appearance, but from her figure it was evident that her youthfulness had not yet faded. She should be of a similar age to Zhou Liu's younger brother. Dao friend Chu Shui, please wait for me here for a moment. Zhou Liu spoke, and after Chu Shui nodded in agreement, she turned around and headed towards a nearby location. Zhou Liu stood before Su Hanyuan and the other two, expressing a hint of apology. Thank you for your care during this time, Dao friends. From now on, Ming Yu will not trouble you further and will take her leave first. Su Hanyuan and the others intercepted Chen Xiyun, who had come here, stopping her from approaching. Some things are better left unknown. Sensing the three of them here, Zhou Liu bid farewell. Ming Yu, Dao friend, I can. Chen Xiyun hurriedly spoke upon seeing Zhou Liu about to leave. Since Ming Yu, Dao friend, has made a decision, then we shall meet again if fate allows. Just as Chen Xiyun opened her mouth, she was pulled back by Su Hongyuan interrupting her words. Zhou Liu nodded at the three of them and turned to leave. Chen Xiyun's expression was complex, her body involuntarily wanting to follow, but she was firmly held back by Su Hanyuan. Let's go. Zhou Liu arrived beside Chu Shui. How long until this person goes out next? The two left the place together with Zhou Liu asking. There's still half a month left. Half a month. That should be enough time. Although Xiao Panshan was within the same range, there was still quite a distance from where they were. Otherwise, Chu Shui wouldn't dare to seek someone out here. The two concealed their figures with Chu Shui leading the way. When they reached a mountain hollow, Zhou Liu stopped to observe closely. This place is good and can serve as a formation site. After a long while having surveyed the surroundings, Zhou Liu spoke to Chu Shui. But I wonder, can Dao friend Chu Shui lure Wang Xingyu in here? Chu Shui pondered in her heart. This place was still some distance from Xiao Panshan, but she could only give it her all. Yes. Chu Shui replied in a deep voice. Half a month later at Xiao Panshan, Wang Xingyuan opened his eyes, calculated the time, and then got up to leave the cave. Not far from Xiao Panshan, he sensed a figure peering towards Xiao Panshan. Upon seeing him look over, that figure's expression changed drastically, and it fled quickly. Oh, the daughter of the Xia family. What a poor performance. Wang Xingyuan's lips curled in a semblance. Watching the figure that seemed to be fleeing in panic, Wang Xingyuan's power surged slightly, a crimson aura spreading from him. It was as if he donned a blood-soaked cloak, his expression eerie. Following behind, Chu Shui, maintaining a certain distance, his aura slightly activated, pressing towards her. Seeing that Wang Xingyuan indeed followed as she expected, Chu Shui felt secretly delighted, but her expression quickly changed to one of panic. The life-saving talisman in her hand was activated. It was through this talisman that she managed to escape from the Xia family's massacre. Otherwise, even with her father's desperate resistance, it would have just changed to another grave. This was her last opportunity to use it. Chu Shui thought to herself, but as long as she could kill Wang Xingyuan and avenge her parents, then everything would be worth it. Although this talisman could greatly enhance her speed, her strength was still too weak, and her power limited. If her power was exhausted before reaching Zhou Liu, it would be a futile death. After a while, just before Chu Shui's power was about to be exhausted, the mountain hollow finally appeared in her perception. Chu Shui took a deep breath and plunged into the hollow. However, things often do not go as planned. Zhou Liu saw Chu Shui enter the hollow and continuously suppressed her aura to the extreme, just waiting for Wang Xingyuan to step into the formation for a swift strike. Heh! Wang Xingyuan suddenly halted before the mountain hollow, chuckling softly with a rather mocking tone. Come out, little Chu Shui. And that unknown Dao friend as well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Liu was startled, nearly allowing her aura to ripple due to that single sentence. Her thoughts raced as she recalled everything, finding no oversight. Thinking that this person was being cautious and testing her, she chose not to respond, even her breathing becoming barely discernible. Seeing this, Wang Xingyuan shook his head in amusement and spoke softly. A second layer Qi refining cultivator dares to spy on me, directly appearing seemingly flustered and leading me here. Little Chu Shui, such trivial tricks cannot deceive me. You should obediently merge with me. Just like your parents, we shall enjoy eternal life together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ha ha ha. After saying this, he burst into laughter. However, just a moment later, Wang Xingyuan's laughter ceased, and his entire power surged violently, gathering in his palm. A blood-colored handprint shot forth towards the mountain hollow. Within the hollow, Zhou Liu's formation shattered with that strike, not even managing to withstand a single blow. Late-stage Qi refining. Zhou Liu exclaimed in shock. This Wang Xingyuan was not at the 6th layer of Qi refining after all. Damn it, damn it. Zhou Liu's heart sank continuously. All her preparations now became a joke in front of Wang Xingyuan. In the valley, the formation shattered, and the despairing and horrified Xia Chuxua could no longer conceal her figure, feeling as if everything had suddenly collapsed. She never expected that in such a short time Wang Xingyuan had already broken through to the late stage of Qi refinement. Oh, there are still 3 blood offerings. Just as Wang Xingyuan was about to continue his attack, his expression shifted, slightly surprised. Not far from here, Su Hanyuan and the others, upon sensing Wang Xingyuan's explosive aura, could not hide their fluctuating energy and were detected by him. The faces of the three turned pale. Su Hongyuan put away the talisman in his hand, filled with despair. Since they had been discovered, there was no longer any need to hide. Without time to ponder why Su Hongyuan and the others appeared here, Zhou Liue made a quick decision after the formation broke. Split up and escape. Zhou Liue shouted. Her figure dashed out from the mountains, fleeing. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly fled, but Xia Chuxiu, having lost the life-saving talisman and exhausted her mana, remained in place, her face full of despair. "Want to leave? Can you?" Wang Xingyuan's mana surged, his blood aura thickening, becoming even more eerie. As Wang Xingyuan unleashed his full power, everyone present felt their blood reverse flow within their bodies, all groaning softly, blood trickling from their mouths. Only Zhou Liue was slightly better off. As the blood reacted, she forced her mana to suppress the anomaly. Blood sea. Wang Xingyuan felt a stir in his heart, as blood-red circular wheels spread out around him, covering the entire vicinity and forming a sea of blood like a blood-red barrier. The fleeing Zhou Liue and her companions were enveloped by this blood color, their figures stagnating, moving with great difficulty, their blood in turmoil, threatening to burst forth. Blocked by this blood barrier, the speed of the Ford decreased significantly, while Wang Xingyuan was unaffected. If they continued to flee like this, they would surely be caught by him, and then there would only be a dead end. "I'll fight." Zhou Liue gritted her teeth, turning around, her mana surging forcefully to suppress her bodis anomalies. She threw the heart confusion bell, infusing it with mana, and it moved with the wind, making a sound. Ding ding ding. She activated all her mana, and the heart confusion bell vibrated, sending a mesmerizing sound directly into Wang Xingyuan's mind. The illusion struck, causing Wang Xingyuan to momentarily freeze, his figure pausing. A good opportunity. The three of Su Hongyuan also halted. As Zhou Liue made her move, they realized that escaping was futile. Seeing Zhou Liue succeed, a flicker of light appeared in Su Hongyuan's dim eyes as he shouted to the others. Zhou Liue naturally would not let this opportunity slip, as she took out the golden bracelet and infused all her remaining mana into it. Go. The golden bracelet emanated a radiant light, transforming into a stream of golden light rushing towards the entranced Wang Xingyuan. Su Hongyuan and the others did the same, unleashing their strongest spells toward Wang Xingyuan. Just as the golden bracelet and the three spells were about to strike Wang Xingyuan, he snorted coldly and regained his senses. Blood cloak. With a low shout in his heart, a blood-colored cloak floated behind him. Wang Xingyuan grabbed a corner of the cloak and swung it in front of him. The golden bracelet flew back, and the three spells crashed and shattered. Zhou Liu's face turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood, barely retrieving the golden bracelet. After the heart confusion bell delivered its blow, it lost its mana supply, dimming and falling to the ground. Zhou Liue felt bitter. Her mana was nearly exhausted, and her blood began to flow chaotically in reverse, her breath weakening. "I can't believe I am to be buried here." Zhou Liue was unwilling in her heart. She realized her experience was still too lacking, simply believing Xia Chuxiu's one-sided words, not anticipating that the information was inaccurate. If there were another chance. What a pity. There's actually unexpected gain. Wang Xingyuan was excited, looking at the heart confusion bell and the golden bracelet, feeling this was a chance bestowed by heaven. Heaven gives, but if one does not take, they will suffer the consequences. Today must be my destiny. Blood come. Wang Xingyuan felt elated and shouted. As he operated the blood sea with all his might, the five of Zhou Liue could no longer hold themselves together, their blood gradually seeping out towards Wang Xingyuan. Wait a moment, fellow Taoist. At this moment, a figure suddenly burst into the blood sea, crashing through the blood. With this crash, Wang Xingyuan's mana was disrupted, unable to maintain the operation of the spell. The five people's blood flowed back, no longer seeping out, and settled down again. Damn it, ruining my good deed. Wang Xingyuan's face turned furious, no longer composed. Father. Zhou Liu's eyes lit up as she called to the intruder. The newcomer was Zhou Clan, who had been following Zhou Liue closely since she left Feiyue Peak. With his cultivation at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, he was not worried about being discovered by Zhou Liue. This lesson was already enough. Seeing the others in life-threatening danger, he finally took action. This person's cultivation was indeed strange, as the blood color could influence the blood in others' bodies. Even when he burst in, he felt an unusual stir. However, his cultivation was profound. With a slight operation of mana, he eliminated the influence. After nodding to Zhou Liu, as Zhou Clan turned and smiled faintly at Wang Xingyuan. Fellow Taoist, I need to borrow your life for a moment. Zhou Liu and Xia Chuxiu's transaction naturally fell within his perception. Now that he had appeared, he would continue to fulfill this unfinished deal. What a boastful tone. Aren't you afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? Wang Xingyuan's expression grew grave. This person was stronger than him, so take this. Wang Xingyuan suddenly shouted, mana surging as a wave of blood-colored mist surged towards Zhou Clan, grand in momentum. Zhou Clan's expression was serious. This move was remarkable. Water mirror shield. He quickly formed hand seals, setting up a series of mirror shields in front of him. As the mist approached silently, it disappeared without a trace, not even breaking a single water mirror. Zhou Clan was stunned, quickly looking towards Wang Xingyun, only to find that there was no trace of him left, just a blood shadow rapidly fleeing into the distance. Zhou Clan's face darkened, feeling frustrated as he realized he had been played by this person. "Wanna leave? Can you?" Zhou Clan's heart sank, instantly stabilizing his mind. Mana surged into his legs, and his figure became a blur, vanishing from the spot. Turbulent step. Zhou Clan's figure disappeared into the distance, moving like a swift current chasing after that blood shadow. Wang Xingyun felt anxious. How could a few juniors provoke a cultivator stronger than himself? Wait for me once I escape this tribulation. He thought of the method in his hands, believing that given time no one in this world could stop him. "Dao friend, you run pretty fast." A cold snort interrupted Wang Xingyun's contemplation. Zhou Clan was fully utilizing the turbulent steps technique, finally catching up to him. Wang Xingyun abruptly halted, his heart sinking. How could he have been caught up so quickly? Today seemed difficult to escape. Why are you being so aggressive, fellow Taoist? We can each go our separate ways. Oh, wouldn't that be delightful? If you force me, I fear I may lose control, and then it will be difficult for you to leave unscathed, fellow Taoist. Wang Xingyun's mind raced, his expression returning to calm as he wore a confident look, as if Zhou Clan before him was nothing more than a fleeting shadow easily swept away. Broken blade sword emerge. Zhou Clan was too lazy to waste words with him, and a first-grade superior magic sword suddenly flew out, growing to the size of a man as it slashed towards Wang Xingyun. This broken blade sword was seized from 3 elders of the Wu family, refined by Zhou Clan, replacing the original Fushang sword. Damn! Blood rope. Seeing Zhou Clan attack without warning, the enormous magic sword made Wang Xingyun's eyelids twitch. Wang Xingyun quickly formed a seal with his hands, and the blood robe expanded rapidly, transforming into a blood-red barrier in front of him. Sizzle. The broken blade sword sliced through the blood robe, maintaining its momentum as it aimed directly at Wang Xingyun's face. Blood sword. Wang Xingyun's expression changed as a blood-red long sword rapidly coalesced in his hand, fiercely striking at the approaching broken blade sword. The blood sword shattered, turning into a spray of blood. The broken blade sword was deflected, veering off by several feet, leaving a massive crater beside Wang Xingyun. Wang Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief, managing to block the attack. Turbulent steps. Layered waves palm. Just as the broken blade sword was deflected, Zhou Clan activated his technique and arrived beside Wang Xingyun. Just as Wang Xingyun relaxed, he caught sight of Zhou Clan's figure appearing unexpectedly, a palm pressing towards him. Blood sea condense. Wang Xingyun's eyes widened in anger. He hurriedly altered his technique, barely managing to form a blood-red ring, which didn't expand outward, but instead shrank, enveloping his entire body. Oomph. Zhou Clan pressed down forcefully with his right hand onto the blood-red ring. The layered waves palm had 3 layers. The first layer caused the blood to tremble, the second layer shattered the ring, and the third layer directly struck Wang Xingyun. Wang Xingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, his body involuntarily flying away, his magic power in disarray, his breath fading. Water prison cage. A stream of water caught the side-flying Wang Xingyun, trapping him inside. Wang Xingyun's face changed drastically, disregarding the pain in his meridians as he desperately exerted his magic power, attempting to break free from the cage. Just as he was about to break the stream, a large magic sword appeared before him. Wang Xingyun felt immense pain, his vision darkening, and then everything spun as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth, his breath extinguished. Damn you, Xianxia. As his last thoughts faded, Wang Xingyun ultimately could not escape this tribulation, meeting his demise. Zhou Clan let out a gentle breath, recalling the broken blade sword to his hand, channeling his magic power. The sword trembled, dispersing the blood on the blade, which floated behind him, undulating. Approaching Wang Xingyun's corpse, he confirmed that Wang Xingyun was truly dead before dispersing the technique in his hand and returning the broken blade sword to his storage pouch. With a casual summon, he unleashed his magic power, retrieving Wang Xingyun's storage pouch, thoroughly confirming there were no valuable items left. He then channeled his magic power to erase the imprint left on Wang Xingyun's storage pouch before opening it. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that the storage pouch contained only a few spirit stones and pills, along with several jade slips and a token. He took out all the spirit stones and pills, placing them into his own storage pouch. He then took out the token to examine it. The token was ancient and covered in blood-red hues, inscribed with the words Blood Sea. Blood Sea token. Zhou Clan pondered, confirming he had never seen this item before. Shaking his head, he used his consciousness to carefully inspect it, finding no other markings before storing the Blood Sea token away for further investigation later. He took out the jade slips and immersed his consciousness within, checking each one. They all contained ordinary techniques suitable for the refining chi stage, lacking in power, likely explaining why Wang Xingyun had not used these spells. They could be brought back to enrich the family treasury. Moi. Zhou Clan exclaimed in surprise, picking up a jade slip that was different from the others, radiating a faint red glow. The Blood Refinement Chapter. Blood is the source of the Tao, using blood to nurture the spirit entering the body with the spirit turning it to one's own use, proving my spiritual powers. This was a technique Zhou Clan had never encountered before. Reflecting on Wang Xingyuan's unusual behavior, he mused that it was likely related to this technique. He then continued to focus his mind, examining it closely. After a long while, Zhou Clan exhaled deeply, looking at the jade slip before him with a shifting expression. Evil technique. Zhou Clan's expression changed, murmuring softly, exerting a slight force with his hand. Crack! The jade slip shattered at his touch. Channeling his magic power to completely crush the jade slip, he finally sighed in relief. Zhou Clan recalled the contents of the Blood Refinement Chapter, which involved using the blood of mortals, beasts, cultivators, and even kin for cultivation, an exceptionally evil practice. This Blood Refinement Chapter could not only accelerate one's cultivation speed, but also break through one's bottleneck. According to the text, the blood of mortals was the least effective, followed by the blood of beasts, then cultivators, with kin's blood being the most effective for cultivation. If this method fell into the hands of someone with an unwholesome nature unable to resist its temptations, it could lead to the emergence of a demonic cultivator practicing with the blood of kin, cultivators, and mortals. Just like Wang Xingyuan. Thus, Zhou Clan decisively chose to destroy it after reviewing its contents. Taking out the Blood Sea token again, Zhou Clan's eyes darkened, sensing that this item must be connected to the Blood Refinement Chapter. This chapter had likely been spread in the shadows long ago. He pondered whether anyone was scheming within it. After a moment of thought, Zhou Clan shook his head. Idle speculation was futile, and he could only be more vigilant in the future and adapt accordingly. He stored the Blood Sea token away, channeling his magic power as he departed with Wang Xingyuan's corpse, heading towards where Zhou Liyue and the others were. In the valley, Su Hanyuan and the others had already reached Zhou Liyue's side, and Xia Chuxia's eyes regained a hint of spirit, occasionally glancing into the distance. Dao friend Mingyue, you have kept us in the dark quite well. Su Hanyuan spoke with feigned bitterness. Although he had already determined that Zhou Liyue had another background, he was surprised to see her father so soon. A powerful cultivator at the refining qi late stage. Sigh. Su Hanyuan inwardly sighed, looking at Xianxia, whose expression was complex, and who seemed at a loss for words with pity. Zhou Liyue smiled apologetically at the three of them, saying, "Please forgive me, this matter is indeed my fault." After finishing, she bowed to the three and continued, "Why have the three of you appeared here? Isn't it because—" Zhao Xianfang hurriedly began, his tone vague, but before he could finish he was interrupted by Su Hanyuan. "We were worried about you acting alone, so we recklessly followed you, inadvertently causing you trouble. I didn't even notice that the three of you were following me." Zhou Liyue's expression was filled with defeat. Her caution and vigilance, even in the eyes of scattered cultivators, seemed immature. Thinking this, she still forced a smile and said, "There's no need for the three of you to worry. I will remember your kindness in my heart. There is no need for such formality, my friend Mingyue." Su Hanyuan waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this, and Xianxia and Zhao Xianfang did the same. Zhou Liyue smiled slightly, suppressing the sense of defeat within her as she observed the expressions of the three. "My name is Zhou Liyue. Mingyue is merely a pseudonym. You may call me Liyue from now on, dear friends." Zhou Liyue added with a smile. Zhou Liyue. Su Hanyuan pondered within, as if he had heard this name somewhere before yet could not recall it. He then stopped thinking about it and nodded in agreement. The four ceased their idle chatter and began to consume their pills, closing their eyes to recover. Only Xia Chuxiae continued to gaze into the distance, seemingly waiting for something. Before long, a figure rushed towards them, and after a moment stopped nearby, placing the object in hand down. Sensing the aura emanating from this figure, the four halted their cultivation and opened their eyes. Zhou Liyue stood up and quickly approached, Zhou Clan circling around him to examine him closely. Finding no injuries, the slightly grave expression on her face finally relaxed. Seeing the figure on the ground, realizing that this person had been beheaded, she lost interest in him. Instead, she curiously asked, "Zhou Clan, father, how did you suddenly appear here?" "Ahem, it's all because of your uncle Xian. He wanted to buy a local specialty spirit vegetable, so he entrusted me to come and purchase it." Zhou Clan's face remained unfazed, showing no signs of guilt for his lie. He then continued, "Fortunately, I ran into you, otherwise you and your few friends might not have seen me." "Is that so? Your uncle isn't as unreliable as you are." Zhou Liyue murmured to herself, rolling her eyes at Zhou Clan felt awkward under her gaze. Noticing this, Zhou Liyue ceased her inquiries, dismissing her father's nonsense. Warmth filled her heart. It must be that her family was worried about her traveling alone, thus her father had quietly followed her. She didn't expose him, instead flipping her right hand to retrieve the fragment from her storage bag and handed it to Zhou. Zhou Clan accepted it, nodding as he stowed it away in his storage bag. Then his gaze shifted to the corpse on the ground before looking at Zhou Liyue. Zhou Liyue understood and addressed Xia Chuxiae, who had been gazing over this way, saying, "Friend Chuxiae, this is the corpse of Wang Xingyuan. Our transaction is complete." After saying this, Zhou Clan used his magical energy to lift Wang Xingyuan's corpse before Xiaxia and placed it down. Upon seeing Wang Xingyuan's body, Xiachuxia's expression was a mix of joy and sorrow, looking as if she might cry or smile. Having completed this, Zhou Clan approached Su Honyuan and the others. Noticing Zhou Clan coming over suddenly, the three appeared somewhat tense and hurriedly bowed, saying, "We greet you, esteemed elder. Thank you for saving us, esteemed elder." Zhou Clan gently lifted them up, his demeanor serious, as he said, "It's no trouble. You all came here to help Liyue, so there is no need for thanks. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three changed. Su Honyuan stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he spoke, "We did not come here for gain, so we ask you to retract those words, esteemed elder." "Oh." Zhou Clan's gaze swept over the three, causing them to tense up. After some thought, he said, "Why not come to my Zhou family as guest elders? What do you think?" Although these three had slightly lower cultivation, their character was decent. Zhou Clan felt inclined to recruit them, as his family was indeed lacking in manpower. "The Zhou family is..." Su Honyuan instinctively began to speak. "Qingyuan Town Feiyue Peak Zhou family." "What?" Su Hongyuan's expression changed in shock as he blurted out. Realizing he had lost composure, he quickly regained his composure and repeatedly bowed to Zhou Clan in apology. Zhou Clan waved his hand, indicating not to mind. At this moment, Chen Shuyun and Zhao Xianfang seemed to have thought of something as they exchanged astonished glances. "So it's that Zhou family, the one with the foundation establishment ancestor overseeing them. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing Zhou Liyue's name before." Su Hongyuan's mind was left with only these two thoughts, feeling as if he had crashed. "What do you think?" Seeing the three remain silent for too long, Zhou Clan prompted them again. Su Honyuan and the others were roused from their stupor, exchanging glances. If they did not seize such an opportunity, how could they advance further? "We are willing." The three spoke in unison, bowing solemnly to Zhou Clan. "We greet the family head." Zhou Clan nodded, gently, feeling somewhat satisfied. With this matter settled, it was indeed a win-win situation. Looking at Chen Shuyun, Zhou Clan casually patted his shoulder. "If you wish to pursue my daughter, you'll have to rely on your own abilities." Chen Shuyun's expression turned panicked as he wanted to explain, but found no words. However, Liyue's aspirations likely do not lie here. Shaking his head, Zhou Clan looked at Chen Shuyun with some pity. After a month, Zhou Liyue and Zhou Clan left Feiyue Peak. Feiyue Peak, Zhou family. The three family heads of Han Peiquan arrived at the Zhou family to seek an audience. At this time, Zhou Clan was absent, and Lin Mubin called Zhou Liqing out to host the three. "Esteemed family heads, have you come for something today?" Lin Mubin instructed Zhou Liqing to brew a pot of spirit tea before asking. The three exchanged glances, and Han Peiquan spoke, "Our young disciples discovered a mine while out, and after careful examination, we found it to be a medium-sized steel mine. Steel, like profound iron, is a primary material for crafting magical tools. If we could gain control over it, our family's resources would become much more abundant." Lin Mubin listened without interruption, indicating for him to continue. "This mine was first discovered by our young disciples, but for some reason the Zhang family from Hanyan Town also found this place, leading to a conflict with our family. The Zhang family has several qi refinement latest-stage cultivators stationed, so I invited the two of them along. However, we are still no match for them, which is why we seek your family head to mediate." Han Peiquan finished in one breath, waiting for Lin Mubin's response. "What's in it for us?" Lin Mubin pondered for a moment. Although a medium mine could not compare to the large, profound iron mine of the Liu family, it was still quite valuable. "As long as the Zhou family head is willing to intervene, we are willing to give up 80% of this mine to your family," Han Peiquan stated earnestly. "So much?" Lin Mubin thought, inwardly glancing at the three. Han Peiquan had no choice in this matter. Since they needed help, it was appropriate to do a favor in return. Had the Zhang family not caused trouble, Han Peiquan would have still offered some benefits to the Zhou family to foster a relationship, but it would not have been this much. "However, our Kading is currently not at home, I fear." Lin Mubin's tone held a hint of helplessness. If Zhou Kading could not intervene, the rest of the Zhou family might not easily deter the Zhang family. Why not invite old ancestor Mo to intervene? Seeing the others fall into contemplation, the Zhang family head tentatively suggested to Lin Mubin. Upon hearing these words, Lin Weiner and the other two were momentarily taken aback. Han Peiquan and Zhang Changwei exchanged glances, reluctantly acknowledging that this was indeed the most effective method, more direct than persuading the head of the Zhou family to intervene. Lin Weiner's mind was racing as she weighed whether it was appropriate to disturb Mo Xuan regarding this matter. The spiritual tea had cooled, yet the four of them paid no mind as the three family heads eagerly gazed at Lin Weiner, waiting for her response. Ahem. Lin Weiner came to her senses, noticing the three family heads were waiting for her decision. "I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope the three family heads can forgive me." With a hint of apology, Lin Weiner addressed the three of them. It's nothing. The three waved their hands, repeatedly indicating that it was unnecessary. "I will go and inform Senior Mo." As for whether it will succeed or not, it depends on whether Senior Mo is willing to step forward. Lin Weiner continued after a moment's thought. That is indeed the right course of action. Seeing Lin Weiner agree, the three felt a sense of relief. This matter was half resolved in their hearts. The three family heads, please wait here while I go and report. Ching'er, you stay here and accompany the three family heads. With a word to the quietly standing, Zhou Liqing, Lin Weiner rose, bowed respectfully to the three, and left the living room, heading towards the summit of Feiyue Peak. At the peak, Mo Xuan was currently asleep in a tree, his body rising and falling rhythmically with his breath, surrounded by invisible strands of spiritual energy. It had been over 2 years since Mo Xuan advanced to the foundation establishment stage. During this time of breathing exercises, sleep, and cultivation, he had long stabilized his early foundation establishment cultivation and was steadily advancing towards the mid-foundation establishment stage. Compared to before, his strength had increased. Senior Mo Weiner seeks an audience. Lin Weiner approached the side room, where Zhou Clan practiced daily, softly calling to the unknown giant tree nearby. Mo Xuan had already awakened as Lin Weiner neared the peak, slowly floating out and nodding to her. What is it? Seeing Mo Xuan appear, Lin Weiner promptly bowed to him and recounted everything that had just transpired. Mo Xuan listened quietly, and after Lin Weiner finished speaking, he pondered. It wouldn't hurt to go, but caution was necessary just in case. Lin Weiner noticed Mo Xuan lost in thought and did not disturb him, waiting quietly at the side. All right, then I will make a trip. After a moment, Mo Xuan nodded at Lin Weiner. With a slight movement of thought, a wave of magical power enveloped Lin Weiner. With a flash of mysterious light, they arrived outside the Zhou family's living room. Lin Weiner felt a rush of dizziness, having been transported from the peak to this place, her heart filled with awe. Sensing the imposing presence of the foundation establishment stage, Han Pei Quan and the others shared a look of joy, quickly rising to their feet and hastening outside the living room. Junior pays respects to Ancestor Mo, wishing you boundless magical power and longevity equal to the heavens. The three expressed their respect, their faces filled with admiration as they bowed to Mo Xuan in unison. Greetings, Uncle Xuan. Zhou Liqing also hurried out, momentarily stunned by the words of the three family heads, but luckily remembering the occasion, he quickly paid his respects to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan felt a wave of discomfort. This flattery. It felt somewhat pleasant. You three lead the way and I shall accompany you. Mo Xuan nodded, his deep voice resonating. The three continuously nodded in agreement. Mo Xuan acknowledged Lin Weiner with a nod and released 3 streams of magical power, lifting Han Pei Quan and the others as they flew out of Feiyue Peak. At the iron mine, 2 sides stood in confrontation. Zhang Xingji stared at the Qingyuan town's 3 families of cultivators in the formation, becoming increasingly impatient. He had thought that as a senior elder of the Zhang family in Hanyan town, with a solid cultivation at the 8th level of qi refining this time, he would easily handle the 3 families whose strongest member barely reached the 6th level of qi refining. To his surprise, these 3 families were so lacking in insight. Not only did they fail to surrender the mine obediently, but they also stubbornly resisted. The 3 families joined forces and had even set up a mid-tier defensive formation in advance temporarily. Inside the formation, the cultivators from the Hanjiang and other families looked anxious. It had been some time since the heads of the 3 families left together, and if they did not return soon, they might not be able to withstand the Zhang family's assault. A mid-stage qi refining cultivator from the Han family felt increasingly uneasy. He pondered, and a plan formed in his mind. This Han cultivator shouted towards the outside of the formation, Elder Zhang, this mine does not belong to our 3 families. We are merely tasked with guarding it. If Elder Zhang continues to act recklessly, it may provoke calamity. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xingji replied, his tone scornful, almost mockingly, to the 3 families. Then whose mine is this? Seeing Zhang Xingji's disbelief, the Han cultivator's expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. This mine belongs to the Zhou family's territory at Feiyue Peak. We kindly ask Elder Zhang to retreat quickly and avoid misfortune. The Zhou family. Hearing this, Zhang Xingji's heart sank. The man's tone was so certain. Could this iron mine truly belong to the Zhou family? If that were the case, then this mine was not related to his family. Wait, Zhang Xingji's mind sparked. If this truly were the Zhou family's territory, then why would these people only now mention this situation? Trying to pull the tiger's skin to claim authority. Such petty tricks cannot deceive me. Zhang Xingji shook his head, his gaze astute, wearing an expression that seemed to see through everything. So what if it's the Zhou family? Even if Ancestor Mo were present, I would not retreat. Zhang Xingji spoke, dismissively, brimming with confidence and arrogance. The other members of the Zhang family looked at their elder's confidence, feeling reassured and impressed. Truly, he was an elder who did not regard the Zhou family as a threat. Upon hearing this, the 3 families within the formation changed their expressions, dramatically bowing down and collectively chanting in respectful voices, "We welcome Ancestor Mo's arrival." Zhang Xingji looked surprised, seeing the 3 families paying such great respect, his face revealing delight. It would have been better if they had done this earlier. However, their words seemed somewhat off. Just as Zhang Xingji was lost in thought, a deep voice exploded in his ear. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xingji was startled by this voice, his soul nearly fleeing, as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits had scattered. Mo. Ancestor Mo. Zhang Xingji turned around, staring at the enormous black serpent floating high behind him, stammering. The cultivators from the Zhang family behind him had already bowed down. Repeat what you just said. Mo Xuan's gaze was darkly fixed on Zhang Xingji as he spoke in an oddly calm tone. Just now he had not completely followed the directions given by the 3 family heads, but deliberately circled around to arrive behind this person. Mo Xuan's divine sense had already perceived everything that had transpired, thus he deliberately concealed. Zhang Xingji's smile froze at the corners of his mouth as he hurriedly bent down, repeatedly saying, Junior, did not know Ancestor was here, spoke recklessly. I hope Ancestor can forgive me and spare me this once. Despair welled up in Zhang Xingji's heart. You made me stubborn, you made me stubborn. He had mentally slapped himself 100 times, wishing that time could rewind. Mo Xuan gazed at Zhang Xingji, who was bowing down, his eyes deep and silent, merely observing quietly. Han Peiquan let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that their family member had rashly invoked the name of the Zhou family without consent and would be reprimanded by Mo Xuan. Who would have thought that there were still good people like Zhang Xingji in this world? Truly a good person. Under Mo Xuan's intense gaze, Zhang Xingji broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling, the taut string in his heart nearly snapping. This was even more unbearable than being killed outright. After a long pause, Mo Xuan's mind stirred, and a droplet of water quietly appeared suspended before him. Go! The water droplet suddenly shot out, striking Zhang Xingji, directly exploding with a loud bang. Zhang Xingji did not resist this blow, allowing his internal power to become chaotic, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. This serves as a lesson. I will spare you this time. Mo Xuan's deep voice echoed, yet he did not take Zhang Xingji felt the injuries within his body, and instead of being worried, he suddenly felt relief in his heart, thankful that the old ancestor Mo was wise. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he hurriedly spoke, Thank you, old ancestor Mo. Mo Xuan nodded, glancing at him again. Zhang Xingji understood, and quickly led the Zhang family members away from this place. Seeing Zhang Xingji depart, Mo Xuan turned his gaze towards Han Peiquan and the others. Upon meeting Mo Xuan's gaze, Han Peiquan was startled. He quickly spoke, I realize my mistake and will certainly accept punishment. Mo Xuan nodded, lowering the 3 from the air as he flew towards Feiyue Peak. Take care of yourselves. Don't forget your promises. Mo Xuan's voice echoed from afar. The 3 responded in unison, and Han Peiquan finally felt his heart settle. Fortunately, Mo Xuan did not pursue the matter further otherwise. Shaking his head, Han Peiquan put the incident behind him. However, punishment was still necessary. There must be no mistakes, so he could only put his 3rd brother in a difficult position. The one who had just spoken was Han Peiquan's 3rd brother. 3rd brother. Zhou family, Feiyue Peak. Lin Mubai was waiting outside and rushed over upon seeing Mo Xuan's return. The matter has been resolved. Mo Xuan nodded at Lin Mubai and said. After that, he did not linger, transforming into a mysterious light, returning to his unnamed giant tree to fall asleep. Lin Mubai felt a slight lift in her spirits. Now that the Zhou family had an additional source of income, with abundant resources, they could cultivate even more cultivators. So, Lin Mubai glanced at the oblivious Zhou Liqing, her eyes flickering. Moi. Zhou Liqing was startled. Under his mother's gaze, an ominous feeling gradually rose in his heart. Go summon Lin Shi. Lin Mubai instructed Zhou Liqing. Zhou Liqing, puzzled and unsure of why he was to summon Lin Shi, nonetheless complied without asking further. After Su Hanyuan and the others agreed, each felt excited. It was tough for loose cultivators, and now they could join the Zhou family, a great opportunity indeed. Only Qin Shuyun looked somewhat awkward, her expression changing unpredictably. Su Hanyuan noticed, but said nothing. Some things had to be experienced to be deeply remembered. Zhou Liue approached Xia Chuxue, who appeared dazed, caught between joy and sorrow as she stared blankly at Wang Xingyuan's corpse. Though unable to empathize fully, Zhou Liue could still vaguely sense the complexity of her emotions. Having avenged a great grievance, Xia Chuxue found it hard to believe, yet looking at the corpse was so painful. Even with revenge, her parents could never come back to life. Feeling an overwhelming sadness, she gradually lost her goal and hope for continuing to live. What are your plans, Taoist Chuxue? If you have none, why not travel with me? Zhou Liue had noticed the light in Xia Chuxue's eyes fading, seemingly filled with a sense of resolve, and Xia Chuxue turned to look at Zhou Liue, unable to understand why she would want to travel together. Just now I saw 2 figures, a man and a woman, requesting this of me in the void. They entrusted you to me, asking me to take good care of you. Can you not fulfill even this small request? Zhou Liu's mind raced, her expression serious as she spoke solemnly. Although their relationship was merely a transaction, they had at least gotten to know each other. If she could save her, it would be a perfect conclusion to their transaction. Moreover, seeing Xia Chuxue, who was around the same age as her younger brother Zhou Liyue, had other thoughts in her. Daoist Chuxue possesses excellent looks and a good nature, if only. Upon hearing this, Xia Chuxue seemed to be inspired by Zhou Liyue's words, feeling a renewed motivation to live. She nodded slightly in a daze. Then she took out a talisman, sending Wang Xingyuan back to the heavens and earth. Zhou Liyue felt a sense of relief in her heart, secretly sighing that she had indeed inherited her father's true teachings. Once upon a time, her father had similarly coaxed Xianxia over. Now she merely followed his example, yet was able to achieve remarkable results. Since Zhou Clan had already revealed himself, and with him present, Zhou Liyue had no intention of going to the Tian Shui mountain range again, waiting for the next opportunity instead. After Su Hanyuan and the others returned to Shaoxian Peak, Zhou Liyue took Xia Chuxue and headed toward Qingyuan town with Su Hanyuan and the others. As for Zhou Clan, although he was approachable, Su Hanyuan and the others still could not relax around him their minds. After receiving several secretive glares from Zhou Liyue, he could only silently follow behind them, just like when he first followed Zhou Liyue out of Feiyue Peak. Once Zhou Clan disappeared, even though they knew he was nearby, Su Hanyuan and the others let out a sigh of relief, feeling that the air they breathed became much more comfortable. Su Hanyuan and the others were merely at the initial stage of refining qi. Their speed was too slow, thus their return journey took a bit longer. Months later, Feiyue Peak was vividly in sight. Looking at the Feiyue Peak shrouded before them, Su Hanyuan and the others marveled repeatedly. Indeed, it was many times better than their own Shaoxian Peak. Since they had arrived here, Zhou Clan saw no need to continue lurking in the shadows. He approached the group and opened the formation, leading them into Feiyue Peak. Returning to the Zhou family, Zhou Liyue temporarily settled Su Hanyuan and the others before going to pay respects to Lin Mubai. She recounted their journey, causing Lin Mubai to worry greatly, feeling grateful that Zhou Clan had followed. Zhou Liyue also learned a lesson from this, gaining wisdom from her experiences. She would certainly not repeat the same mistakes next time. After conversing with Lin Mubai, she headed to the top of Feiyue Peak to pay her respects to Mo Xuan before making her way to Zhou Lihai's meditation room. Little brother, you want? I have brought back the flamestone for you. Since it was rare for Zhou Liyu to be asked for something by Zhou Lihai, she was naturally delighted to purchase some along the way to the First Line Gorge. Oh, let me see it quickly. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Lihai swiftly opened the door to the quiet room, revealing his figure, his tone laced with excitement. Thank you, third sister. The more he looked at the flamestone, the happier he became, holding it in his hand, examining it from left to right, but he did not forget to express his gratitude to Zhou Liyu. This flamestone was something Zhou Lihai had accidentally discovered in a jade slip. Realizing it could be transformed using fire-based magic to create a special magical artifact, he thought to collect some for experimentation. Since Zhou Liyu was about to go out for training, he entrusted her with this task. Zhou Lihai, looking bewildered, had no idea what scheme third sister had in mind, as he was still thinking about how to enjoy the flamestone. A moment later, in front of Xia Chushue's room, Zhou Lihai and Xia Chushue exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Zhou Lihai, my name is Zhou Lihai. Xia Chushue, my name is Xia Chushue. With Zhou Liyu and Su Hongyuan accompanying her on the journey to Feiyue Peak, and given Su Hongyuan's rich experience, Xia Chushue's condition had improved significantly after several exchanges. Although occasionally melancholic, she was still able to walk forward strong and alone. Thus, Zhou Liyu wanted to introduce the two to each other. Forget it, Zhou Liyu shook her head, feeling troubled, but deciding to let things take their natural course. Why force something that should? Zhou family treasury. Zhou Kaiding and Lin Muwan arrived at this place. Zhou Kaiding took out all the gains from this outing and handed them over to Lin Muwan for categorization. He took the Blood Sea Order and a fragment, found a jade box to place the Blood Sea Order inside, and carefully sealed it with several magic formulas. Then he picked up the original fragment from the treasury, examined it closely to confirm that both were of the same material and the same item. Zhou Kaiding brought the two fragments closer together, discovering that the edges could fit together, but there was no reaction when placed side by side. After some thought, he circulated his magic power and wrapped both fragments, bringing them closer together. Oh! To his surprise, under the influence of the magic power, the two fragments reacted, emitting a faint light and humming vibrantly. Zhou Kaiding quickly calmed his mind, maintaining the supply of magic power as he gradually brought the two fragments closer. As the fragments came together, the light surged, and then they merged into one piece. Zhou Kaiding dispersed his magic power, and the two fragments had combined, becoming much more complete. He examined the remaining gap, confirming that there was still one fragment missing. The fragment floated in the air, shooting out a stream of light that headed straight for Zhou Kaiding's consciousness. Zhou Kaiding was taken aback, unable to react in time as the light surged into him. Zhou Kaiding was about to circulate his magic power when he realized that the flowing light seemed to hold no malice, so he refrained from making any unnecessary movements. The sudden change had already alarmed Lin Muwan, but seeing Zhou Kaiding's relaxed expression, she didn't do anything, waiting patiently at the side. After a long time, Zhou Kai-ding returned to his senses, looking at the fragment before him with eyes filled with indescribable joy. What's wrong? Lin Muwan asked. Good news, very good news. Zhou Kai-ding felt elated, but after a moment, he composed himself, looking at the remaining gap with a hint of regret. This is a legacy of a cultivation technique. Zhou Kai-ding spoke with a sigh. Could it be a foundation establishment technique? Lin Muwan's expression changed quickly, asking. No, Zhou Kai-ding shook his head, then spoke heavily. It's a legacy of a golden core technique. Golden core. In Lin Muwan's heart, foundation establishment techniques were already exceedingly rare, and to obtain one would be a great fortune. However, she never dared to imagine a golden core legacy. But this only contains the Qi refining chapter. Zhou Kai-ding's words turned, pulling Lin Muwan down from her cloud of ecstasy. Phew. Lin Muwan sighed, still feeling invigorated. Even so, it's still extremely precious. Only by finding the remaining fragment can we obtain the foundation establishment chapter and the guidance for the legacy. If we can't find it, then it will only be a Qi refining technique. Even so, Zhou Kai-ding did not immediately go to inquire with Xianxia about this matter, deciding to wait for some time before addressing it. As Zhou Kai-ding left the family treasury with Lin Muwan, he shared the recent events. Upon learning that the Zhou family had acquired a new iron or vein, Zhou Kai-ding felt both astonished and delighted. Thinking of Su Hanyuan and the other two who had just become guest elders of the Zhou family, they believed they had found a place to showcase their abilities, yet they did not rush into action. A month later, Su Hanyuan and the other two approached Zhou Kai-ding with somewhat anxious expressions. Family head, we have been here for some time now, but we have been of no use, and it troubles us greatly. Therefore, we would like to ask the family head to assign us some tasks. After bowing to Zhou Kai-ding in unison, Su Hanyuan stepped forward and respectfully spoke. The three of them had been at Feiyue Peak for over a month, but besides Zhou Liyue visiting them several times, no one else had come to disturb them. Moreover, the Zhou family provided spiritual rice daily, and the spiritual energy on Feiyue Peak was abundant. The three of them felt they had taken advantage of the situation. If they did not make some contributions soon, they feared they would lose face to stay at Feiyue Peak, and would have to descend the mountain to temporarily reside below. Hearing this, Zhou Kai-ding couldn't help but shake his head. He was not in a hurry, yet the three of them were the first to come looking for him. There is no need for the three guest elders to be so anxious. My intention was for you to rest here for a while before I made arrangements. However, since you have come, it is indeed the right time. Zhou Kai-ding said, gently looking at the three before him. Hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they exchanged glances before saying in unison, please give us your orders. Zhou Kai-ding nodded and pointed out the location of the iron or vein. This vein needs someone to oversee it. What do you three guest elders think? Of course, this place is different from Feiyue Peak. If you have any concerns, there is no need to force yourselves. This iron or vein was guarded by cultivators from three families, so the Zhou family did not need to arrange additional manpower. However, since the Zhou family received the greatest benefit from this vein, they should express their gratitude. Furthermore, while the three family heads might not lie, human hearts are difficult to gauge, and the other cultivators from the three families might have other ideas. Thus, Zhou Kai-ding thought to send the three to oversee it for a while. Su Hanyuan and the others shook their heads in unison, indicating they had no objections. Good. Then it is settled. Zhou Kai-ding then outlined the specifics of their monthly supplies, including spirit stones, spiritual rice, and elixirs tailored to their specific tasks and cultivation levels. After finishing his instructions, Zhou Kai-ding contemplated. Once the family grew stronger, he could establish a contribution hall to post family tasks. By categorizing tasks based on difficulty and assigning different contribution values to each level, members could accumulate contribution points to exchange for various cultivation resources, including techniques, spells, and even guidance from high-level cultivators. This way, with such incentives, many family matters could be simplified, eliminating the need for him to be involved in everything. Zhou Kai-ding temporarily set aside these thoughts as they were not needed at present. Su Hanyuan and the others took their leave, each carrying a specially made token from the Zhou family to indicate their identity. As they departed, Zhou Kai-ding thought it was time for him to seek out Xianxia for some information. However, it was not Zhou Kai-ding who went himself. He assigned this task to Zhou Liyue, as they were the most familiar with each other. When Zhou Liyue found Xianxia, she discovered that she was actually with Zhou Lihai. This was quite strange. Zhou Liyue was puzzled, recalling how the two had behaved when they first met. How had they ended up together today? Third sister, come quickly and see my treasure. Upon seeing Zhou Liyue, Zhou Lihai hurriedly abandoned Xianxia and rushed over, presenting something he held in his hands to Zhou Liyue. Isn't this a flame stone? Zhou Liyue wondered, privately questioning what made this so special. Seeing Zhou Liyue's confusion, Zhou Lihai did not explain, wearing a slightly proud smile as he infused the flame technique's power into it and threw it towards an empty space. Boom! The flame stone exploded, creating a pit in the ground. Zhou Liyue's eyes brightened. Its power was considerable, even among early-stage Qi cultivators. If they used several together, they could catch even a fourth-layer Qi cultivator off guard, causing them to suffer. Moreover, it was not as complex as talismans. Is this the reason you asked me to buy flame stones? Zhou Liyu, indeed. However, this is as far as it can go. Zhou Lihai replied with a hint of regret. Despite his continuous experimentation, its power had not increased further, leaving him somewhat unwilling. This is already quite good. Does it have a name? Zhou Liyu thought differently. While the flame stone was not precious, she was curious about the difficulty of its creation. Ahem. Zhou Lihai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was asked by Zhou Liyu about the name of this one-time, special magical item made from flame stones. I named it the explosive flame orb. At this moment, Xianxia had also arrived beside the two. She had gone out to relax, and happened to encounter Zhou Lihai while he was experimenting, thus was invited over by him. Hearing the name Zhou Lihai had given it, she couldn't help but chuckle. However, seeing the two look at her in response to her laughter, she waved her hands repeatedly and said, I just find that name a bit unpeculiar. It's quite vivid. Xianxia quickly added after her comment. Although Zhou Liyu shared the same sentiment, he did not show it on his face. After all, this was his younger brother's creation and deserved encouragement. In the future, when our Zhou family's members engage in battles, we will first use the explosive flame orbs to create a distraction before seeking opportunities to ambush, though our chances of victory will surely increase. Little brother, you have made a great contribution to the family. Zhou Liyu said with great anticipation, causing Zhou Lihai's eyes to sparkle. He seemed eager to try out. Zhou Liyu was startled and quickly stopped Zhou Lihai, who was reaching into his storage bag to retrieve more explosive flame orbs. If you keep this up, it will cost a lot of spirit stones. Zhou Liyu did not forget the purpose of his visit to find Xianxia. After sending Zhou Lihai aside to continue his research, he began to subtly probe Xianxia. Xianxia and Zhou Liyu had already become friends, so she did not hold back and shared everything she. However, after understanding everything, Zhou Liyu felt no joy. He was completely at a loss. Zhou Clan, upon learning this, felt helpless, but had no other solutions for now and could only pay close attention in the future. He hoped to find the remaining fragment before he turned 60. The Zhou family fell into a temporary silence. 1 year later, Zhou Laren, the third-generation eldest grandson of the Zhou family, was born. On that day, Lin Mu asked Zhou Liqing to summon Yang Linqi, and the two secretly conversed for a long time, sending Zhou Liqing away. From that day on, every night Yang Linqi would gaze at Zhou Liqing with a hint of peculiarity in her eyes. At first, Zhou Liqing did not take this to heart, but after more than 10 days he appeared pale and weak. On this day, when Yang Linqi looked at him again, Zhou Liqing felt a tightening in his heart. With gritted teeth, he took advantage of Yang Linxi's inattention to escape, directly hiding on the peak of Feiyue Mountain for a long time. Mo Xuan's gaze was deep as he thought, you brat, if you don't work hard, how can I, your ancestor, ascend to immortality early? Thus, just when Zhou Liqing thought he was temporarily safe and breathed a sigh of relief, he was sent before Yang Linqi by a mysterious light from Mo Xuan. Yang Linqi looked at the suddenly appearing Zhou Liqing, picked up a teacup from the table, and sweetly offered it to him, saying gently, come, my husband, drink this. No, don't. Gulp, gulp. 2 years later. Secret chamber at the peak of Feiyue Mountain. Zhou Clan's eyes were like lightning as he stood up, retracting his power and letting out a long sigh. Finally, I've broken through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. He mused, inwardly reflecting on how he had started too late, born as a mortal with no guidance, and managing to break through to the 9th level of Qi refinement at the age of 57 was already quite remarkable. However, this meant he might only have one opportunity for foundation establishment. Moreover, over the past 3 years, even though he had been secretly gathering information and had Zhou Liqing and others paying more attention, there were still no leads on the final fragment. This left Zhou Clan in a dilemma. Did that mean he could only snatch it from other foundation establishment cults? However, this would inevitably require Mo Xuan to take action, which would surely pose unnecessary risks for him. Who knew what hidden means the opponents had under unclear circumstances? Furthermore, even if he killed someone, it didn't guarantee he would obtain the inheritance of foundation establishment technique. In fact, the Zhou family had been continuously searching for those who once had foundation establishment inheritances, but later declined, yet they had yielded very little. Suppressing his thoughts for the moment, Zhou Clan rose from the secret chamber and approached the giant tree. Mo Xuan peeked out, sizing up Zhou Clan. With his foundation establishment strength, it was easy to see that although Zhou Clan was older, he had made steady progress, and there was still a chance for him to achieve foundation establishment. Mo, brother, please. Zhou Clan spread a cloth on the ground, sat cross-legged, and took out a variety of food from his storage bag, laying it out on the cloth. He also took out a jar of spiritual wine, pouring a cup for each of them. Although Mo Xuan no longer needed to eat after breaking through to foundation establishment, he still maintained this habit, occasionally enjoying a meal prepared by Zhou Clan and others. Mo Xuan nodded, leaping down, revealing his form. Over the years, aside from Lin Mu, all the Zhou family's cultivators had made breakthroughs, especially with Zhou Clan just breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Mo Xuan felt that the speed of his own growth seemed to be accelerating along with the improvements of the Zhou family's cultivators. Was this a hidden feature of the system? As Mo Xuan drank the spiritual wine like a dragon sucking water, he thought to himself. After chatting with Zhou Clan for a while, he had a hearty meal and returned to the top of the giant tree after seeing Zhou Clan off. Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed the subtle changes in his body. Over the past 2 years, not only had the Zhou family members made breakthroughs, but Mo Xuan had also made rapid progress through incessant cultivation day and night at the peak. Zhou Clan returned home, spoke briefly with Mo Xuan, and then came to where Zhou Liqing and his wife were. Zhou Liqing and Yang Linqi had already broken into the 3rd level of qi refinement. Moreover, after giving birth to Zhou Laren, they had another pair of twins 2 years later, named Zhou Lui and Zhou Luzhi. When Zhou Clan arrived, they had just lulled Lui and Luzhi to sleep. Seeing Zhou Clan approach, they were about to greet him, but Zhou Clan waved them off. He had merely come to take a look and left shortly after without staying long. As for Zhou Laren, at 2 years old, he was already able to run and jump, speaking clearly. He was not present at the moment, probably taken away by Zhou Liming to play. Zhou Liming had also progressed further, reaching the 5th level of qi refinement, and her array skills had improved as well. In her spare time, she enjoyed taking Zhou Laren out to play. Even Mo Xuan, who cultivated at the peak of Feiyue Mountain, had lost count of how many times he had seen Zhou Laren. Zhou Laren was not at all afraid of Mo Xuan and often tried to climb up to him. Each time, Mo Xuan could only push him away with his power, feeling exasperated and thinking to himself how troublesome human children truly were. During these 3 years, Xiaxia had settled down at the peak of Feiyue Mountain. Since that day, Zhou Lihai tested the explosive fireball. Their exchanges had increased. Although Zhou Lihai was still young, he had learned a lot and had many intriguing ideas in his mind. The explosive fireball had been improved by Zhou Lihai, though its power was limited. The difficulty of making it had been reduced. Zhou Clan purchased a lot of flamestones for Zhou Lihai to tinker with. Over the past few years, the Zhou family had accumulated quite a number of explosive fireballs. Thus, at the market on Lake Heart Island in the original Qingling Pavilion of the Zhou family, in addition to selling Qingling rice and Xingyuan fruit, explosive fireballs were added. This surprised many families. The Zhou family, which had originally started with spirit plants, how had they begun doing business in explosive fireballs? However, this did not hinder the explosive fireballs' popularity among low-level cultivators. With decent power and an affordable price, they were cheaper than talismans. Though they were consumables with these advantages, many cultivators in the early to mid-stages of qi refinement would occasionally stock up on them. Currently, Zhao Xianfang had taken over the Qingling Pavilion. As for Su Hongyuan and Chen Shuyun, they remained guarding the iron or vein without any issues. It is worth mentioning that although most of the Qingling rice produced by the Zhou family over the years was still purchased by the Lu family, the amount purchased had been gradually decreasing year by year. Zhou Clan was slightly surprised, but did not mind, as such transactions were like this with ups and downs. The Zhou family had coexisted peacefully with the Lu family in recent years, both developing little friction. This was mainly because Zhou Clan was not greedy, unlike the 5 families that had once been so insatiable. The situation in Qingyuan town was stable, and the previously severely injured Wang and Li families were gradually recovering their strength. However, with the Lu and Zhou families around, they were much more low-key. With the birth of the 3rd generation of the Zhou family and the breakthroughs of its members, the Zhou family has begun to take on the appearance of a grand family. If they can remain stable for several decades like this, the Zhou family will certainly catch up and even surpass long-established families like the Lu family. However, the only constant in this world is change. On this day, Zhou Clan was amusing the 2-year-old Zhou Laren when he heard voices coming from outside Feiyue Peak. Is the head of the Zhou family present? I am a disciple of the inner sect of the Xianxia sect, here by the command of the sect master, requesting an audience. Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan was filled with uncertainty, yet he did not dare to delay. After handing Zhou Laren over to Zhou Liqing and his wife, he hurried down to Feiyue Peak. Zhou Clan opened the formation and saw a young cultivator standing outside, dressed in indigo clothing with a robe marked by lightning patterns. The young cultivator appeared to be in his 20s, but his bearing was impressive, emanating a significant presence. His cultivation level was not low, likely around the 6th layer of qi refining, stronger than Zhou Liyue, the most talented in the Zhou family. Upon seeing Zhou Clan, the young cultivator's demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, and he slightly bowed. I am Liang Qilai, a disciple of the Xianxia sect, and I have come to meet the head of the Zhou family. Zhou Clan did not dare to be dismissive due to his higher cultivation level and returned the greeting, saying, Greetings, Dao friend Liang. Please come inside to talk. No, I must head to another place and cannot linger here. Liang Qilai waved his hand, slightly declining Zhou Clan's invitation. Zhou Clan, hearing this, did not press further and asked seriously, Dao friend, what brings you here? Seeing Zhou Clan's inquiry, Liang Qilai did not keep him guessing and answered directly, Head of the Zhou family, please be at Xianxia Mountain in 3 months. Our sect master has important matters to discuss. This. Do you know what the matter is? Zhou Clan hesitated, unsure why the Xianxia sect suddenly. Upon hearing this, Liang Qilai merely shook his head. I do not know, but most of the Foundation establishment powers in Huichuan County are expected to attend. Zhou Kading felt helpless, but could only accept it, thanking Liang Qilai. Liang Qilai nodded and took his leave from Feiyue Peak. He was merely tasked by the sect to notify each family and sect with Foundation establishment cultivators stationed here. The Zhou family was somewhat special, but could still be counted among them. As Liang Qilai pondered, his figure moved swiftly, with subtle lightning-like serpents surging beneath his feet. After seeing Liang Qilai off, Zhou Kading returned to the Zhou family. He continuously contemplated. Huichuan County has 4 major golden core level powers divided into 1 sect and 3 families. The sect is the Xianxia sect. The Xianxia sect is said to have originated from other realms with a long-standing heritage renowned for its thunder techniques and boasts many talented disciples along with 3 golden core true masters. Among them, True Master Heruan possesses a golden core latest stage cultivation and is rumored to be on the brink of breaking through to become a nascent soul, true monarch, truly formidable. While the other 3 families also have golden core ancestors, they are only at the early stage, and even when combined, they barely control 30% of Huichuan County's territory. Of course, these are merely the rumors circulating on the surface. Zhou Kading's mind was filled with various pieces of information about the Xianxia sect, yet he could not understand why they had suddenly summoned him. Feeling uneasy, Zhou Kading headed to the top of Feiyue Peak. Mo Xuan had already gathered the information from their conversation, so as soon as Zhou Kading arrived at the peak, Mo Xuan had already leaned out. Brother Mo, this time you can only go alone. Mo Xuan's deep voice interrupted Zhou Kading. The Xianxia sect is known for its thunder methods, usually favoring the extermination of demons and monsters, emphasizing that those outside their kin must have ulterior motives. Therefore, upon hearing it was the Xianxia sect, Mo Xuan felt a bit apprehensive. However, fortunately, the disciples of the Xianxia sect did not mention Mo Xuan, which gave him a slight sense of relief. Seeing Zhou Kading seeking him, he directly spoke. Zhou Kading was taken aback. He had not intended to ask Mo Xuan to accompany him. After all, what Mo Xuan knew was what Zhou Kading also knew, and he certainly would not let Mo Xuan take such risks. Moreover, either he or Mo Xuan needed to stay at home for protection. This was merely to quell his unease and to discuss with Mo Xuan to see if he could guess the reason behind it. Zhou Kading smiled wryly and expressed his purpose. This made Mo Xuan feel somewhat ashamed, as he had been unsettled by a mere name. After stabilizing his thoughts, the two talked for a long time, but arrived at no conclusion. After calculating the time, more than a month later, Zhou Kading informed Lin Yuan and the others and left Feiyue Peak. After several transfers, 2 months later, Zhou Kading arrived at the Xianxia Mountain, where the Xianxia sect is located. Standing at the foot of Xianxia Mountain, Zhou Kading looked at the several majestic peaks shrouded in clouds and mist, where celestial cranes danced, and the rays of dawn transformed, and could not help but exclaim, what a spiritual realm of an immortal sect. After reporting his name to the guarding disciple of the Xianxia sect, Zhou Kading followed him into Xianxia Mountain. Oh! Zhou Kading exclaimed in surprise. The guarding disciple followed Zhou Kading's gaze and smiled proudly, saying, that is the mount of our sect's true master Heruan, as well as our sect's guarding spirit beast, the Cloud Jiao. In the sky above, a silver-white Jiao dragon over 100 feet long lay sleeping on the clouds, and as its body rose and fell, the white clouds gathered and dispersed. Zhou Kading, seeing this sight, was astonished by the 100-foot-long Jiao dragon, which was why he expressed his surprise. Thank you for the information, Dao friend. Zhou Kading came back to his senses and thanked the guarding disciple. Then he no longer looked further, following this person into a large hall. At this moment, there were already several figures inside, all of Foundation establishment cultivation levels. These were all the major Foundation establishment cultivators from Huichuan County. Only Zhou Kading was at the Qi refining level, which felt rather odd among these Foundation establishment cultivators. After taking a brief look around, he did not see Lu Wenyang from the Lu family among the Foundation establishment cultivators, indicating he had yet to arrive. Zhou Kading approached the ancestor of the Qin family with whom the Zhou family had ties and greeted him, saying, "Greetings, Ancestor Qin." Upon hearing this, Ancestor Qin waved his hand repeatedly and lowered his voice, saying, "Here, do not call me Ancestor. The head of the Zhou family may call me Dao friend Qin instead." Zhou Kading pondered slightly and understood. "Senior Qin, do you know why the Xianxia sect has summoned us here?" Zhou Kading readily addressed him as Dao friend, inquiring with a hint of testing. "We do not know either. We can only wait for the Xianxia sect master to arrive to find out." Obviously, Ancestor Qin and the other Foundation establishment cultivators in the hall had already communicated but remained uncertain. Seeing this, Zhou Kading did not ask further, found a spot, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to silently cultivate while waiting. Several days later, Zhou Kading, who had been in quiet meditation, opened his eyes to see the Grand Elder of the Lu family entering the Great Hall. Upon seeing Zhou Kading, the Grand Elder nodded at him and then found an empty spot to sit cross-legged. Zhou Clan felt a twinge of confusion, wondering why Lu Wenyin, the foundation establishment cultivator from the Lu family, had not arrived. However, it was perhaps for the best, as with 2 qi refining stage cultivators present, he wouldn't stand out too much. After waiting a few more days, 3 figures flew over the Xianxia sect and landed in front of the Great Hall. Stepping inside. "We greet you, Master Gu." Upon seeing the newcomers, all the cultivators meditating in the hall stood up in unison to greet them. Zhou Clan did the same. Although he did not know them, he could infer from the reactions of the other foundation establishment cultivators who they were. The 3 individuals passed through the crowd of cultivators and went straight to the upper seat of the Great Hall. The leading figure wore a purple cloud-patterned glazed robe. Though his aura was restrained, one could still sense the profound magical power hidden within him from such close proximity. The purple-robed cultivator was Master Gu, the leader of the Xianxia sect, a formidable figure at the late foundation establishment stage. Master Gu spoke softly, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation, and magical power surged forth. Zhou Clan felt a gentle breeze lifting him, allowing him to stand upright and join the other cultivators in looking towards the upper seat of the Great Hall. "Master Gu, you have summoned us. Is there an important matter to discuss?" A foundation establishment cultivator asked, his tone tinged with subtle anxiety. This question echoed the thoughts of the others, and after the cultivator finished speaking, they all focused their minds awaiting Master Gu's response. Hearing this, Master Gu let out a light chuckle, aware of the confusion in the hearts of the crowd. However, instead of answering directly, he turned his gaze towards a young cultivator standing behind him. The young cultivator understood the cue, stepped forward, and with a flick of his hand retrieved an object, channeling magical power to make it hover in front of him. Zhou Clan watched as the object spun quietly in midair, his heart jolting. There it was, a blood-red token, small and archaic, inscribed with the words Blood Sea. This was identical to the Blood Sea token he had obtained after slaying Wang Xingyuan and claiming it from his remain. This, Zhou Clan thought, for Wang Xingyuan, was merely a qi refining cultivator. He did not believe that such a minor figure could attract the attention of the leader of the Xianxia sect. This is the identity token of a disciple from the Blood Sea sect. I am sure some of you have encountered this object before. Seeing the reactions of those present, Master Gu continued, the Blood Sea sect was founded by the Blood Sea true monarch. What? Before Master Gu could finish, the cultivators all displayed looks of shock, and a few even gasped aloud. Zhou Clan felt as though he were a mayfly in the ocean, sensing that a great terror could descend at any moment. Since the Blood Sea true monarch had true monarch in his title, he must be a powerful practitioner at the nascent soul stage. Did he just kill a disciple of a nascent soul true monarch? Zhou Clan's expression grew increasingly grave. There is no need to panic like this. Master Gu observed the expressions of the crowd without mocking them. After all, he had also been unable to remain calm when he first heard this news. The Blood Sea sect practiced blood-based cultivation, slaughtering mortals and cultivators alike, practicing evil arts which provoked the wrath of many. Several true monarchs found their lair and slew the Blood Sea true monarch. However, some remnants of the Blood Sea sect have escaped to our sect's territory. Thus we have gathered everyone here. Upon hearing this, the cultivators in the hall all breathed a sigh of relief. They would never dare to oppose a nascent soul true monarch. However, since the Blood Sea true monarch was already dead, it would depend on how the Xianxia sect would handle it. Zhou Clan had been quite frightened by the earlier statement, but after hearing this he finally regained his composure, feeling slightly relieved. Our Xianxia sect takes it upon ourselves to eradicate demons and monsters. Since the Blood Sea demon sect has fled here, we cannot stand idly by and allow them to slaughter the common people. Master Gu paused before continuing. As members under our sect, you should align yourselves with us. Therefore, if you encounter any remnants of the Blood Sea sect in the future, please ensure to act and eliminate them. After Master Gu finished speaking, he gestured for the young cultivator to retrieve the hovering Blood Sea token. It should be thus. Please rest assured, Master Gu. The cultivators in the hall all voiced their agreement, their expressions serious. That would be for the best. However, if our sect discovers that any of you have colluded with the Blood Sea sect or practiced their blood-cultivating evil arts, do not blame us for being merciless. Master Gu's tone shifted, losing its previous gentleness and taking on a chilling edge. After speaking, he noticed everyone affirming and then left with the 2 individuals behind him. As Master Gu departed, everyone stood up, bidding farewell to those around them as they left. Master Zhou, shall we leave together? The Grand Elder of the Lu family had approached Zhou Clan and inquired. Zhou Clan thought for a moment. If Lu Wenyin were present, he certainly would not accompany him. However, with just the Grand Elder of the Lu family, it was not a problem. That is exactly my intention. The 2 of them left the Great Hall together, heading down the mountain of Xianxia. Above the clouds, the silver-white dragon still slept in the mist. Zhou Clan couldn't shake the feeling that the dragon had just glanced at him. However, when he looked back, he found nothing and shook his head, dismissing the thought. Once they were out of Xianxia Mountain, the 2 sped away. During the journey, the Grand Elder of the Lu family suddenly spoke. Master, Zhou, please be cautious. Oh, What makes you say that? Zhou Clan asked a bit surprised. The Grand Elder of the Liu family hesitated for a moment, but then continued. In recent years our clan has had disciples go missing without reason. My ancestor, Yin, has been unable to come here due to investigating this matter. After hearing Master Gus' words today, I fear there may be remnants of the Blood Sea sect in Qingyuan town. The Grand Elder initially suspected that the disappearance of his clan's disciples might be related to Zhou's family or other families in Qingyuan town. However, after hearing Master Gus' words, he shifted his suspicion to the Blood Sea sect. Thus, he had just given the earlier warning. If they could locate these evil cultivators from the Blood Sea sect, soon it would help avenge the missing Liu family disciples. Thank you for the reminder, Taoist Liu. If I uncover any leads, I will certainly inform you. Zhou Clan cupped his hands in gratitude towards the Grand Elder, raising his vigilance and planning to restrict the Zhou family's members from going out as much after returning. The Grand Elder of the Liu family nodded in response to Zhou Clan's words. It was precisely because of this promise that he had kindly reminded him, extending a favor. Otherwise, the life and death of the Zhou family had nothing to do with him. In fact, he would prefer it if more died. The two fell silent and focused on their journey. 2 months later, they returned to Qingyuan town, and Zhou Clan parted ways with the Grand Elder of the Liu family, returning to Feiyue Peak. Zhou Clan returned home and went to the peak to share all he had witnessed at Xianxia Mountain with Mo Xuan. After listening, Mo Xuan sighed in relief, knowing it was best not to get involved with the Golden Core sects until his own strength was sufficient. The guardian spirit beast of Xianxia Mountain, the 100-foot-long Cloud Jiao, was likely already a Golden Core demon king, yet it had been captured and made into a mount, losing its freedom. With his small stature, encountering such high-level beings would mean he might not even qualify to be a mount, only to suffer further misfortune. Thus, Mo Xuan glanced at Zhou Clan before concluding that it was more comfortable to remain on Feiyue Peak. As for the Blood Sea sect's evil cultivators, as long as they did not provoke him or the Zhou family, there was no need to actively seek them out unless it was convenient. Resolving in his heart, Mo Xuan sent Zhou Clan away and returned to the tree, feeling a bit anxious. Though he had approached the Zhou family due to the Blood Sea sect, it also indicated that both the Zhou family and Mo Xuan had entered the sights of the Xianxia sect. One must not entrust their safety to others. Mo Xuan pondered deeply, focusing his mind to fully tap into the power of his bloodline, causing the circulation of spiritual energy within his body to hasten. Zhou Clan descended from the peak, contemplating the information he had received from the Grand Elder of the Liu family during the journey back. He then called the Zhou family members over and carefully instructed them, feeling somewhat reassured. The others dispersed, leaving only Zhou Liue, who hesitated in her heart. Father, why not build a city at the foot of Feiyue Peak and let me set up a formation there? In this way, even if evil cultivators do come, this city and formation will provide a safe haven for the ordinary people who depend on our family. Additionally, our family can use this city as a shield to protect ourselves, Zhou Liue suggested thoughtfully. Hearing this, Zhou Clan was taken aback, as he had not considered this aspect. This was indeed a good idea, something he could easily manage. Zhou Clan thought. This matter will be entrusted to you. Zhou Liue felt a surge of joy at her father's agreement and quickly set off, leaving Feiyue Peak. With the support of the celestial beings on the mountain, those from the surrounding ordinary world dared not disobey. In just over half a year, Feiyue City was completed, with Zhou Liue setting up a mid-grade defensive formation. If the formation lacked a host, its power would diminish significantly, so Su Hongyuan was assigned to guard the iron ore vein, transforming into the city lord of Feiyue City. The ordinary citizens within the city all respectfully referred to him as City Lord Su. Thus, when Zhou Lai gazed upon the suddenly established Feiyue City enveloped by the formation, he couldn't help but be stunned. During the years he had been away, it seemed the family had undergone quite a transformation. Feiyue Peak. Zhou Lai's return truly shook the entirety of the Zhou family. Father, mother, elder brother. Zhou Lai, with a long sword on his back, greeted everyone one by one. Lin Mu Wan was somewhat choked up, her expression a mix of happiness and slight reproach. Pulling Zhou Lai to her side, she examined him closely. Although he bore many scars, he was otherwise well, which finally put her at ease. As Zhou Lai felt Lin Mu Wan's concern and the joy of the Zhou family members, a long-lost warmth filled his heart. This was home, this was family. Seeing everything in the family thriving, with his elder brother having 3 nephews, Zhou Liu's strength growing even more formidable, and his younger brother showing promise, Zhou Lino was already blossoming, filling his heart with great joy. Setting aside his homesickness, he conversed with everyone for a long time and played with a few nephews before finally stepping away to stand side by side with Zhou Clan. Father, this is for you. Zhou Lai took out an item and handed it to Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan looked at the object, feeling a weight in his heart as he accepted it, scanning it with his consciousness and asking in a deep voice, "Did you cultivate this technique?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Lai forced a smile and shook his head. "I obtained this from a cultivator, but I have not cultivated it. Moreover, even if it is this technique, one must have the talent for cultivation." Hearing Zhou Lai's words, Zhou Clan finally relaxed. The object Zhou Lai had given him was indeed the blood refining technique. You mentioned you got it from a cultivator. Could it be? Zhou Kading pondered Zhou Lai's words, his tone filled with anticipation. Facing Zhou Kading's expectant gaze, Zhou Lai nodded. That cultivator was indeed killed by me. He had found this technique on a qi refining stage cultivator he had casually killed along the way. After seeing the contents recorded within, he thought to bring it home to alert his family. However, seeing his father's expression, they should already have some understanding of the matter. It seemed he was being overly cautious. Zhou Lai sighed inwardly, then took out another item and handed it over. Zhou Kading's expression changed in surprise as he looked at Zhou Lai in disbelief. This? Where did you get this? His voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly took the object from Zhou Lai's hand. The third fragment which he had sought in vain had unexpectedly appeared before his eyes in this manner. Zhou Kading's face showed a mix of joy and excitement along with many lingering questions. Zhou Kading's complex emotions were not hidden, and Zhou Lai could naturally see that this fragment must be of great use to the Zhou family. His thoughts drifted far away. Have you made up your mind? If you follow me, it will be a journey of 10 deaths. A hazy figure floated, difficult to discern, seemingly cloaked by the laws of heaven and earth, impossible for mortals to know its appearance or shape. Its voice was cold like a winter chill, yet as clear as spring water, intertwined and unpredictable. The hazy figure spoke to Zhou Lai, who knelt on the ground. I have made up my mind, and there will be no regrets. Zhou Lai spoke in a deep voice, his tone resolute and his gaze unyielding. Good. I grant you this item to sever the cause and effect, and then come to see me. With that, the figure waved its hand, and 2 streams of light flew out, merging into Zhou Lai's body before the figure vanished. Here have you found what you were seeking. Zhou Kading set the fragment down, his tone a mix of nostalgia, probing uncertainty, and endless anticipation as he asked Zhou Lai. Zhou Lai came back to his senses and concealed his thoughts. Shaking his head, he replied, I don't know. Father, I will be leaving today. Having said that, he continued. So soon. The joy and excitement of just acquiring the fragment vanished without a trace. Although Zhou Kading had suspected Zhou Lai would leave, he hadn't expected it to be so soon. Before Zhou Kading could say anything further, Zhou Lai hurriedly added, I am going to visit Uncle Xian. Naturally reluctant to part, Zhou Lai wished he could stay home longer, but, Uncle Xian. Zhou Lai greeted respectfully. Mo Xuan flew out, looking at the now not so young Zhou Lai and nodding. He extended his divine sense, but did not sense any existence of magical power, which puzzled him. Thanks to the scale you provided, I was able to save my life. In the years filled with countless dangers, there were several occasions where he was on the brink of death. If not for the scale given by Mo Xuan protecting his heart vein, he would not have been able to return to the Zhou family. Nor would he have had the chance to meet that person. After saying this, Zhou Lai bowed again and again. No need for excessive courtesy, Mo Xuan said in a deep voice. How is it? Mo Xuan inquired. Zhou Lai understood why Mo Xuan was asking, but only shook his head and did not elaborate. There must be hidden circumstances, Mo Xuan thought to himself. However, since it was inconvenient to discuss, he did not press further. Uncle Xian, this item is for you. Zhou Lai took out a strangely shaped fruit and handed it to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan slightly opened his mouth and a stream of magical power flew out, drawing the fruit to his eyes. As the fruit drew closer, Mo Xuan examined it carefully and shook his head, finding nothing remarkable. What is this? If he couldn't recognize it, he would simply ask. I don't know either, Zhou Lai replied with a slight shake of his head and a wry smile. He only knew this item was meant for Mo Xuan, but the person had not explained what it was. Recalling what that person had said about severing cause and effect, one item for the Zhou family and one for Uncle Xian. Both were individuals who had greatly benefited him. I don't know. Mo Xuan felt somewhat frustrated. If even Zhou Lai himself did not know, he could only wait to learn more in the future. Nodding to Zhou Lai, Mo Xuan took the fruit. Until he confirmed what kind of fruit it was, he would not easily consume it, even though he did not feel any threat. Seeing Mo Xuan take the fruit, Zhou Lai felt a wave of relief. Given that person's mysteriousness and extraordinary strength, although he did not know what the fruit was, it would surely have its purpose. This could be considered a slight repayment of Uncle Xian's life-saving grace, Zhou Lai thought to himself. Afterward, he recounted everything he had seen and experienced over the years, excluding that mysterious person. The hardships and difficulties during this period were probably known only to Zhou Lai himself. Uncle Xian, I will take my leave now. After a long while, Zhou Lai stood up, bowed, and said to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan nodded, then seemed to think of something, channeling his magical power to hand over a scale. This was a scale he had shed after establishing his foundation, far stronger than the previous one. Zhou Lai accepted it, bowing in gratitude, and did not refuse Mo Xuan's goodwill. He then descended from the peak. As night fell, Zhou Lai carefully imprinted the entire Feiyue Peak and the Zhou family in his heart, engraving them in his memory. This departure would likely mean he would not return again, nor would there be another opportunity to meet. After lingering for a while, he took advantage of the night, making no further delay, and left Feiyue Peak, heading toward an unknown destination. At the peak of Feiyue, Zhou Clan stood shoulder to shoulder with Mo Xuan, gazing at the direction Zhou Li. Watching the direction in which Zhou Li departed, Zhou Clan remained silent for a long time, feeling troubled, unsure of how to explain to Mo Xuan. The next day, as expected, the matriarch of the Zhou family erupted in anger, leaving Zhou Clan with no choice but to spend the night atop Feiyue Peak, accompanied by Mo Xuan. In the secret chamber at the peak, Zhou Clan held the third shard in his hand, taking out another piece from his family treasury, filled with anticipation. Channeling his magical power, he gradually brought the two shards closer together. The shards trembled, radiating light, merging into one, forming a uniquely shaped square token, its edges smooth, yet preserving an ancient charm. A streak of flowing light shot out from the token, entering Zhou Clan's sea of consciousness. Having learned from previous experiences, he was prepared, but still remained vigilant, fingers forming incantations ready to react. He also requested Mo Xuan to pay close attention. If anything went awry, they could respond immediately. Fortunately, this light posed no harm. An image slowly unfolded, depicting the landscape. It appeared to be a map, Zhou Clan pondered. However, the locations marked on this map were unfamiliar to him. With this terrain map in hand, he would surely uncover something valuable through gradual exploration. He immediately committed the details of the map to memory. As the image faded, a piece of information appeared. Puhua Yuanluan Jing Foundation Establishment Chapter. Zhou Clan's expression brightened. This was precisely what he and the Zhou family most desired. As for the inheritance of golden core stage techniques, that was still a distant matter he could set aside for now. Zhou Clan focused intently on the details. Foundation Establishment has 3 levels: Law, Body, and Spirit. Law refers to the complete mastery of magical power. Only when one's magical energy is accumulated to its fullest can the first condition of Foundation Establishment be considered met. Body refers to the strength of the physical form. Without a strong body, if the meridians are not solid during the process of condensing Foundation Establishment energy, the meridians cannot withstand the violent fluctuations of magical power, leading to inevitable failure, resulting in severe injuries or even fatal ruptures. The strength of the physical body. Qingling rice. No wonder the Liu family has been purchasing this Qingling rice in large quantities. It turns out it's because this rice can slightly enhance physical strength with prolonged consumption. Zhou Clan understood this. He shook his head, thinking the Liu family must have other treasures and methods to enhance physical strength. Qingling rice was likely just an auxiliary. However, unexpectedly benefiting from this through sheer luck was indeed hard to foresee. He wondered if he could. Upon breaking through to Foundation Establishment, one's consciousness transforms into divine sense, allowing for communication through thoughts and a probing range far greater than that of chi refinement. Thus, the first gateway of this divine realm is the strength of one's consciousness and spirit. If the consciousness is insufficient, one cannot transform into divine sense, and Foundation Establishment will naturally fail. Zhou Clan's expression changed. This was something he had never ventured into before. After a long time, he finally finished reading the Foundation Establishment chapter in detail. The Puhua Yuanluan Jing's Foundation Establishment chapter not only contained breakthrough techniques and cultivation methods for the Foundation Establishment stage, but also included a unique spell named Yuanluan, divided into 3 parts each with 3 variations. Indeed, it was an inheritance of the Golden Core stage, truly profound. Zhou Clan felt a sense of awe. With this, he had both the techniques and means of protection. Having organized this vast information, Zhou Clan finally felt at ease to exit the secret chamber and thanked Mo Xuan. His magical power was still incomplete, requiring some time before he could prepare for the breakthrough. As for the Foundation Establishment pill, given the current strength of the Zhou family, acquiring one was naturally not a problem. As time passed, Mo Xuan had already put her worries aside. Zhou Li's departure was inevitable. Yet Zhou Clan continued to meditate in the secret chamber atop the peak, accumulating magical power, striving to reach the limit of his progress. Simultaneously, he was also gathering treasures that could enhance physical strength and spirit. He had made some gains, though the specific effects remained uncertain. 1 year later, there was still no trace of the Blood Sea sect's evil cultivators mentioned by the Liu family's elder, nor did he know if there were other hidden reasons behind the disappearance of the Liu family members. Subsequently, Zhou Clan publicly announced his seclusion, entrusting all family matters to Zhou Liqing. In truth, after announcing his seclusion, he secretly left Feiyue Peak with Mo Xuan, a matter known only to Mo Xuan. With Mo Xuan's concealment technique, they were not at risk of detection. Even so, Zhou Clan still felt uneasy and requested Mo Xuan to accompany him. With Mo Xuan's speed at the Foundation Establishment stage, he returned from Xianxia City in just over a month, having acquired 2 Foundation Establishment pills. As for those who had stealthily followed and coveted the Foundation Establishment pills, they had already turned to ashes, merging with the heavens and earth. Mo Xuan led Zhou Clan quietly back to Feiyue Peak, returning to the summit. Zhou Clan carefully sensed the surroundings and found nothing unusual at home. Finally, setting his worries aside. Now everything was in place, he just awaited the right moment. Zhou Clan descended from Feiyue Peak, found Lin Mo Xuan, and was about to speak with her before truly entering seclusion to break through to Foundation establishment. However, when he found Lin Mo Xuan, he noticed her demeanor was unusual, her eyes were vacant, and sorrow was evident. Zhou Clan's heart sank as he hurried to her side, pulling her into an embrace, and asked in a deep voice what happened. Lin Mo Xuan only came to her senses at that moment, realizing Zhou Clan's arrival. After a moment of daze, she slowly said, "The Lin family has been destroyed. My parents too." Before she could finish, Zhou Clan's expression changed. What? How could this be? Zhou Clan couldn't believe it. The Lin family had at least a latest stage Qi refinement cultivator among them. How could they be so easily annihilated? Unless, could it be that the Lin family had provoked a powerful Foundation establishment cultivator? After a long time, Zhou Clan finally understood the events that transpired. The Lin family's disciples had merely contested a first-tier artifact with a concubine of the Changchun Wanderer at an auction, incurring her resentment. She then incited the Changchun Wanderer to deal with the Lin family. The Changchun Wanderer initially did not wish to intervene, considering it a trivial matter. Furthermore, the artifact had ultimately been acquired by the concubine, causing no loss. However, as the concubine had only been married within the year, and their feelings were still strong, she stirred up trouble during their nightly revelries. Unable to withstand her nagging, the Changchun Wanderer finally acted, exterminating the faction associated with the concubine. That would have been acceptable, but the other families in Donglin Town, seeing that the Lin family had attracted the ire of a Foundation establishment cultivator, took the opportunity to join in, leading to the complete annihilation of the Lin family, with Lin Mo Xuan's parents becoming collateral damage, losing their lives. This news was conveyed to her by her aunt, who had long been married, and urged her not to return to Donglin Town. Zhou Clan's expression shifted. The other members of the Lin family were one thing, but Lin's parents had treated him well. They had not looked down on him because he was born a loose cultivator. Instead, they had provided him with abundant spirit stones and resources, allowing the Zhou family to establish itself in Xingyuan Town. Changchun Wanderer, Donglin Town. Zhou Clan looked at Lin Mo Xuan and said solemnly, "Wait for me. I will make them pay the price they deserve." After saying this, he called for Zhou Liqing to take care of the family, and then, without further hesitation, went to the summit of Feiyue Peak and entered the secret chamber. Suppressing the distracting thoughts, Zhou Clan took a deep breath, calming himself. He couldn't be hasty, for haste makes waste. A year and a half later, at the Zhou family's Feiyue Peak summit, two streams of energy surged into the sky, stirring the winds and clouds, shocking all families. Name: Mo Xuan. Race: black water profound snake. Bloodline: exotic beast. Lifespan: 72,500 years. Talent: water control. Divine powers: water shape transformation, art of transformation, breath concealment. Demon body transformation. Realm: mid Foundation establishment. Clan system: binding Zhou family head, Zhou Clan. Clan luck points 25. Just as Zhou Clan broke through to early Foundation establishment, Mo Xuan also advanced to mid Foundation establishment. His body grew from its original 20 zhang to the current 30 zhang. It turned out that the giant tree was nearly unable to support his current body. Mo Xuan surveyed the system before him, noting that he had accumulated 25 clan luck points, and pondered early Foundation establishment can provide 9 clan luck points. Thus, a cultivator can provide 18 clan luck points by advancing from Qi refinement to early Foundation establishment. Now Lin Mo Xuan, after many years, has also broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement with the support of the Zhou family's resources. Zhou Licheng and his wife have finally entered mid-Qi refinement, reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement. As for Zhou Liyue, at the age of 26, she has already broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement and will soon become a late Qi refinement cultivator. Zhou Lihai and Xiachu Shui have also married, both at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Thus, Mo Xuan's clan luck points increased from the 1 point he had just after breaking through to Foundation establishment to the current 25 points. Not too bad. Although demon beasts have longer lifespans than human cultivators, their cultivation speed is much slower. Fortunately, I am not a native demon beast and cannot be judged by common standards. Although this system is somewhat lacking, it is still decent enough that Zhou Clan cannot catch up. My cultivation speed is indeed closely related to the number and strength of Zhou family cultivators. Mo Xuan nodded approvingly, his strength having increased once more, and Zhou Clan has also broken through to early Foundation establishment. The Zhou family has finally become a legitimate Foundation establishment family, no longer relying solely on himself. Ignoring that sign, the greatest use of these clan luck points is to break the innate bloodline restrictions. Everything else comes secondary. In the secret chamber, feeling the vastly different and immensely stronger mana and aura from the Qi refinement stage, Zhou Clan felt deeply moved, finally breaking through to Foundation establishment at the age of 60. If this spreads, it might even earn him the reputation of a decade-old Foundation establishment. Sensing the momentum that seemed to rise alongside him, he couldn't help but smile wryly, thinking he could catch up to Mo Xuan this time, but found he still fell short. Mo Xuan, I have a cheat, what do you have? Zhou Clan, I have Brother Mo's assistance. As he gradually calmed his fluctuating aura, Zhou Clan did not immediately exit his retreat. Instead, he continued to cultivate, stabilizing his early foundation establishment cultivation, while also studying the foundation establishment techniques included in the Universal Yuan Will Sutra. This breakthrough only consumed a foundation establishment pill, saving him some expenses. While Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan broke through, the Zhou family members were all excited, putting aside their original worries. After all, no one in the Zhou family had foundation establishment experience. Even with full preparations, there were still considerable risks. Now they had finally seen the clouds parting to reveal the moon. At Sanqing Peak, Lu family. Lu Wenyuan's expression changed unpredictably as he pondered something. After a brief moment, he calmed down his eyes, seemingly holding a deep pool. The elders of the Lu family gathered together. As of now, there were no leads on the disappearance of the Lu family disciples, and Zhou Clan had silently broken through to foundation establishment. It seems old ancestor Mo's strength has also advanced a step. It is unclear when the Zhou family obtained the inheritance of foundation establishment techniques, as not a single rumor has surfaced. Does the Zhou family truly possess immense luck? If this continues, the Lu family may not be able to hold on to their interests. Sigh. The elders all sighed in unison, their expressions somewhat desolate. Elders from the Wang, Li, and other families were bitter expressions. The Zhou family has only been established for 3 generations, yet they have accomplished what each of their families has long aspired to but failed to achieve. This world has always been so unjust. Now that the Zhou family's strength has greatly increased, they can only instruct their clan members to avoid provoking the Zhou family, otherwise they may have to sacrifice the chariots to protect the commander. A month later, the secret chamber door opened, and Zhou Clan emerged, his aura stable, appearing much younger than before. During this month, not only has his cultivation stabilized, but he has also comprehended 70 to 80% of the first wish while having grasped it preliminarily. With a thought, Zhou Clan formed a hand seal, and a faint golden wheel appeared behind him, expanding and contracting with golden light swirling, undulating magnificently. Mo Xuan peeked out to observe the wish while behind Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan's expression froze, appearing awkward as he quickly dispersed his mana. Although he has broken through to foundation establishment and significantly increased his strength, Zhou Clan does not believe he can match Mo Xuan and thinks it is better not to seek unnecessary trouble. Moreover, he will soon have the opportunity to verify his cultivation. Now that he has broken through to foundation establishment, the timing is just right. After discussing for a while with Mo Xuan, they formulated a strategy. The Changchun Sanren is still unaware of the Zhou family's existence. The enemy is in the light, while I am in the dark, thus we can ascertain the situation before delivering a decisive blow. Zhou Clan set off from the top of Feiyue Peak and found Lin Mo Xuan. The two then left Feiyue Peak together. But they did not head directly to Donglin Town. Instead, they first sought Lin Mo Xuan's aunt. A month later, at Lin Mo Xuan's aunt's place, Zhou Clan and Lin Mo Xuan secretly arrived to meet Lin Mo Xuan's aunt. Seeing the two in front of her, Lin Mo Xuan's aunt looked somewhat incredulous. Initially, Lin Mo Xuan married a wandering cultivator and left Donglin Town with him, which is what she knew. However, she never expected that the wandering cultivator from back then had become a foundation establishment cultivator. Sigh. Lin Mo Xuan's aunt expressed some regret, thinking that if Zhou Clan had become a foundation establishment cultivator a few years earlier, this situation would not have occurred. Unfortunately. However, knowing that Lin Mo Xuan now has a powerful foundation establishment cultivator to rely on, she felt some comfort in her heart. And we came this time to inquire about the Changchun Sanren's news. Lin Mo Xuan, with pain in her heart, kept her composure and asked in a deep voice. This? Do you wish to seek revenge on that Changchun Sanren? Indeed. Zhou Clan nodded his top, but that Changchun Sanren has been at foundation establishment for many years now. With your current cultivation, you may not be his opponent yet. Although Lin Mo Xuan's aunt also harbors hatred towards the Changchun Sanren, she does not want Lin Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan to put themselves in danger for revenge. This is not what Lin Mo Xuan's parents would have wished. Rest assured, we have our own means and will not act recklessly. Seeing Lin Mo Xuan's aunt's hesitation, Zhou Clan understood it was out of concern for them and spoke to alleviate her worries. It is said that the Changchun Sanren is a wandering cultivator who established a cave residence on Changchun Mountain outside Donglin Town and settled there. He has several disciples, and it is said that he has many concubines, all residing within Changchun Mountain. As for his cultivation, it should be early foundation establishment. Lin Mo Xuan's aunt hesitated for a moment, but still shared all the information she had. After listening, Zhou Clan had a rough idea, and then asked, which families have taken action? The Chun family initiated it, and the Kong and Hua families are also involved. Lin Mo Xuan's aunt replied after a moment of thought. After leaving Aunt Lin Mo Xuan warning her not to spread the news, the two headed to Donglin Town, where they lingered for several days. During this time, the information they gathered was consistent with what Aunt Lin Mo Xuan had said. After all, the fall of the Lin family was no secret in Donglin Town and was widely known. After leaving, they found Changchun Mountain restrained their aura and observed from a distance. Seeing it shrouded in a large formation, Zhou Clan estimated that with his own strength, he likely could not break through the formation presided over by Changchun Sanren. It seemed that he could only ask Brother Mo for help. Zhou Clan thought to himself. Without further delay, he left this place with Mo Xuan and returned to Feiyue Peak. At the top of Feiyue Peak, I kindly asked Brother Mo for assistance. Zhou Clan spoke solemnly to Mo Xuan. Just now Zhou Clan had relayed all the information he gathered to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan pondered. If Zhou Clan's information was accurate, then there was an 80 to 90% chance of success. Good. Mo Xuan nodded. Zhou Clan felt grateful, but didn't say much. After giving Mo Xuan a few instructions, he and a serpent secretly left Qingyuan town. Outside Changchun Mountain, a figure stood hidden in the shadows, concealing their aura, quietly observing Changchun Mountain. Several days later, a figure descended from Changchun Mountain, heading towards Donglin town. They're here, Zhou Clan thought to himself, not hurrying to take action. After the person moved away, Zhou Clan followed from a distance, waiting until they reached an uninhabited area before striking to capture them. Moments later, Zhou Clan waved his hand, shattering this person into powder. Foundation establishment, early stage. Qingmu Changxing method. Second tier low-grade formation, disciple, concubine. Brother Mo, when shall we act? Zhou Clan thought of the information he had just inquired from the Changchun Sanren's disciple. He communicated with Mo Xuan through divine sense, asking, since the information is accurate, then it is better to act sooner rather than later. Mo Xuan's voice echoed in Zhou Clan's sea of consciousness. Receiving Mo Xuan's response, Zhou Clan no longer concealed his form, unleashing his aura as he flew towards Changchun Mountain. Inside Changchun Mountain, the Changchun Sanren, who was enjoying time with his concubine, suddenly startled, pushing the concubine away, his expression grave as he activated the formation to its fullest. Extending his divine sense, he saw a figure outside Changchun Mountain, unabashedly displaying their aura, flying towards the mountain. The visitor does not mean well. The Changchun Sanren felt a slight heaviness in his heart. What brings you here, fellow Taoist? The Changchun Sanren's voice boomed, startling everyone on Changchun Mountain, who turned to look outside the peak. Changchun Sanren, you exterminated my Lin clan, and now it is time for you to pay with your life. You damned. This is a disaster. The Changchun Sanren's expression changed, glancing at the concubine he had pushed aside. Moments later, a young and beautiful female corpse was thrown from Changchun Mountain, floating before Zhou Clan. Fellow Taoist, the calamity of the Lin clan was all because of this woman. Now I will personally eliminate this woman to atone for my sins, and I hope you can forgive me. Cultivation is not easy. Oh, why must we fight to the death? The Changchun Sanren secretly cursed. How could such a trivial Qi refinement clan provoke a foundation establishment cultivator to cause trouble over a mere concubine and attract a foundation establishment early stage cultivator? Though he was not afraid, it was still not worth it. Heh. Zhou Clan was indeed decisive and ruthless, showing no mercy. Looking at the female corpse before him, he waved his hand, turning her to ashes. Having come this time, Zhou Clan would not let this person go. He said, no more communicating with divine sense. Brother Mo, let us act together. As soon as the words fell, a black serpent over 30 feet long appeared with a flash of mystic light, its aura surging as it hovered beside Zhou Clan. Myriad transformations, sword rain. Yuan will strike. Mo Xuan said in a low voice as countless droplets of water materialized out of thin air, turning into small swords about a foot long, blotting out the sky as they all attacked Changchun Mountain. At the same time, Zhou Clan formed hand seals, letting out a soft shout as a golden halo appeared behind him, its golden light spreading and flickering, splitting into three, spinning as it attacked Changchun Mountain. Damn it! The Changchun Sanren's expression changed dramatically. Unexpectedly, a mid-foundation establishment great demon had appeared out of nowhere. The foundation establishment power surged into the formation recklessly. Boom! Changchun Mountain shook violently, quaking without end. The disciples and concubines of the Changchun Sanren all displayed looks of horror, fear filling their hearts, but could do nothing. With a flash of mystic light, the black serpent vanished, and its tail struck fiercely against the formation. Bang! The Changchun Sanren's face turned pale, his formation plate unstable. The formation was struck by Mo Xuan's serpent tail, producing a cracking sound. Zhou Clan seized the opportunity as the golden halo arrived, crashing into that weak point. The formation shook violently, yet it had not yet shattered. Myriad transformations, water marsh. The sky transformed into a muddy marsh as Mo Xuan swiftly entered it, the marsh enveloping him, morphing into a massive water dragon over 100 feet long, crashing towards Changchun Mountain. Boom! The formation shattered, the formation plate and hand broke apart and fell, causing the Changchun Sanren's aura to become chaotic, blood spilling from his mouth. Flee! The Changchun Sanren's face showed terror as he flew away, completely disregarding the disciples and concubines within Changchun Mountain. Oomph! Zhou Clan had long been prepared. As Mo Xuan broke the formation, he remained vigilant for the Changchun Sanren's escape. Now seeing the Changchun Sanren indeed trying to flee, his heart stirred. Turbulent step. Although it was a Qi refinement spell with the support of Foundation Establishment power, it was not slow blocking the path of the Changchun Sanren. Water prison cage. Ripple technique. As Zhou Clan formed seals, water flowed into existence, trapping the Changchun Sanren, while massive waves surged towards him. Open! The Changchun Sanren let out a low shout, a second-tier spirit weapon, sword manifesting, breaking through the water flow and waves. He immediately turned to flee, but in an instant a massive serpent tail swept towards him, leaving him with no way to evade. Qingwu shield. Several greenish-blue light shields materialized out of thin air, blocking in front of him. Bang! The serpent tail collided, shattering the light shields, and the Changchun Sanren's expression changed drastically as he could only wield the sword to block in front of him. Boom! The serpent tail approached, its momentum unrelenting, knocking the sword away and crashing into the Changchun Sanren. His aura plummeted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Behind him, Zhou Clan had already activated the turbulent step, rushing towards the figure of Changchun Jinren. Yuan will bind. The golden circular wheel suddenly transformed, appearing beneath the Changchun Sanren, morphing into a golden pillar of light that entrapped him. The Changchun Sanren felt despair wash over him as he desperately poured his power into the escape, but the golden pillar only tightened further. Destruction. Zhou Clan uttered a low shout as the pillar transformed into 3 golden circular wheels, which then merged into one, twisting towards the center where the Changchun Sanren was trapped. The expression of despair on the Changchun Sanren's face froze, his aura dissipating, his power failing, and Zhou Clan waved his hand, bringing the corpse before him, letting out a sigh of relief as he took the second-tier spirit weapon sword into his possession and summoned the Changchun Sanren storage bag before destroying the corpse. Mo Xuan, seeing that the Changchun Scatterer was dead, turned his gaze towards the figure fleeing in all directions from Changchun Mountain. The technique wave pointing unleashed enormous waves that engulfed the fleeing crowd. Under the spell cast by this Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, the crowd had no means to resist and was gradually consumed by the surging waters, losing all hope of survival. With this, Changchun Mountain ceased to exist. After gathering all the storage bags from the crowd, they proceeded to destroy the bodies. And then there are the Chun family along with the Kong and Hua families. Zhou Clan finished dealing with the aftermath and approached Mo Xuan, saying, "Then let us head to Donglin Town." Zhou Clan nodded, and with one person and one snake, they unleashed their powers, soaring into the sky. At the entrance of the Chun family's mountain, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan appeared. The imposing presence of one person and one snake had already shaken the families of Donglin Town. In the Chun family, several elders in the late Qi refinement stage changed their expressions, looking toward the mountain gate. One elder shouted, "Honorable elders, what brings you to the Qin family?" Zhou Clan's expression remained calm as he replied, "I am the husband of Mo Xuan from the Lin family. I have come today to seek justice for the Lin family." Empowered by Foundation Establishment stage magic, Zhou Clan's words reached far and were heard by the other families of Donglin Town. The Lin family. The elders of the Chun family exchanged glances, their expressions drastically changing as they were shocked that the Lin family could be connected to a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. This, honorable elders, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. One elder of the Chun family hastily spoke, attempting to placate Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan. However, before he could finish, he felt the mountain gate shaking violently. Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan acted together. That previous statement was merely for the other families to hear. Boom. In mere moments, the mountain gate shattered. With the strength of the Chun family, how could they withstand the might of Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan? The members of the Chun family fled in all directions, but they were trapped by the endless waters, unable to escape, and could only watch helplessly as they perished beneath the light wheel. After resolving the Chun family, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan plundered the Chun family, completely preparing to head to the Kong and Hua families. Just as they were about to set off for the Hua family, 2 figures flew in from a distance and stopped not far from them. "Fellow Taoists, since you have already destroyed the Chun family, why not leave it at that?" one of the elder cultivators advised. These 2 were Foundation Establishment stage cultivators from the He family of Donglin Town. "What do you fellows wish to stop us?" Zhou Clan's expression changed as he spoke coldly. The elder from the He family looked displeased. This person was clearly not giving him face. Just as he was about to say something, a deep voice interrupted. "Why waste words with them? Let's settle this with action." Mo Xuan's deep voice emerged, his aura growing increasingly heavy, revealing his mid-Foundation Establishment cultivation. Seeing that this Foundation Establishment stage snake demon was ready to attack, without hesitation, the elder's expression changed repeatedly as he hastily shouted, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan's mind shifted, addressing the 2. "We are not unjust people. We came here today solely to eliminate the instigator of the evil. We will not make it difficult for you. Simply hand over those from the Kong and Hua families who attacked first." The two He family cultivators exchanged glances, silently calculating. This person had come seeking vengeance, so openly, if we forcibly intervene it could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, looking at that 30-foot-long black snake, both felt uncertain. All right, we will comply with your request, the elder finally said, nodding towards the younger He family cultivator. The young cultivator understood, turned, and flew off into the distance. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoists, the elder from the He family spoke. Zhou Clan nodded, and Mo Xuan slightly retracted his aura, remaining silent. Soon after, the young cultivator returned, followed by two figures. The young He family cultivator approached the three and said, "These are the heads of the Kong and Hua families." The two that followed behind repeatedly apologized to Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan, claiming their family members had acted improperly. They then took out two storage bags, presenting them in their hands raised high, and bowed deeply. Zhou Clan used his magic to take the bags, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he found many spirit stones, pills, and other resources within, likely the bulk of these two families' assets. The two family heads were anxious, cold sweat dripping down continuously, praying in their hearts. Zhou Clan stowed the two storage bags and spoke to the bowed figures. What about those who attacked back then? Seeing Zhou Clan accept the storage bags, the two felt a slight relief, and upon hearing Zhou Clan's inquiry, they hurriedly replied, "They have all perished." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan looked at the young He family cultivator, who nodded before he finally spoke, then let it. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the two. The two family heads finally felt relieved, loudly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, honorable elder, for your mercy." Afterward, the two retreated, exchanging glances, both feeling relieved. Fortunately, they had not done anything too excessive before, otherwise they would have met the same fate as the Chen family. Looking at the devastated Chen family, the two wore complex expressions. Seeing Zhou Clan relent and no longer pursue the matter, the elder from the He family changed his tone, saying, "Fellow Taoists, are you not leaving yet?" Zhou Clan glanced at Mo Xuan, and upon seeing him nod, he replied, "Fellow Taoists, we take our leave." After saying this, he flew away with Mo Xuan. Seeing one person and one snake leave decisively, the two felt a slight easing of their expressions, and then they departed with the heads of the Kong and Hua families. A month later, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan returned to Feiyue Peak. At the peak of Feiyue Mountain, Mo Xuan and Zhou Clan reviewed this operation again, confirming that no mistakes had occurred. Afterward, Zhou Clan bid farewell to Mo Xuan and returned home. Lin Mu Wan had been worried all along, although she had already understood the situation of the Changchun Wanderer and had Mo Xuan's assistance. However, unexpected events are often ubiquitous in this world. Fortunately, Zhou Clan and Mo Xuan returned safely, allowing Lin Mu Wan to finally relax her anxious heart. "I personally killed the Changchun Wanderer, and the Chun family has been annihilated. Additionally, the Kong and Hua families have paid their respective prices." At night, Zhou Clan gently embraced Lin Mu Wan as he spoke. Lin Mu Wan nodded slightly, leaning on Zhou Clan's shoulder, her expression somewhat sorrowful. Although the deep-seated grudge of her parents had been avenged, the death of their enemies could not bring the deceased back to life. Fortunately, she still had her husband and children. As long as they remained safe, she would ask for nothing more. The next day, at the Zhou family treasury, Zhou Clan took out all the storage bags obtained from killing the Changchun Wanderer and the compensation from the Chun Kong and Hua families, handing them to Lin Mu Wan. Among these were numerous spirit stones, precious materials, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and talismans, along with many miscellaneous items, all for Lin Mu Wan to count. The Zhou family's treasury had already been expanded several times, likely rivaling the Liu family's. After all, the Zhou family had few members and could endure the consumption. However, most of these items were suitable for qi refining stage cultivators, with the only exception being the second-tier spiritual artifact, sword used by the Changchun Wanderer, which could be used by him. Thus, it could save a significant amount of resources, as the value of a second-tier spiritual artifact is incomparable to that of a first-tier magical artifact. Qi refining cultivators use first-tier magical artifacts, while foundation establishment cultivators use second-tier spiritual artifacts. As for golden core cultivators, it is said that they employ third-tier lifebound treasures. Presumably, the Jin Dan chapter of the Pu Hua Yuan Luan must contain methods for refining lifebound treasures. Zhou Clan secretly anticipated that his main goal in the future would be to explore the locations recorded on that map and obtain the golden core inheritance. After handing over the spoils to Lin Mu Wan, Zhou Clan went to the secret chamber at the peak to refine the second-tier spiritual artifact. A month later, Zhou Clan stood up, opened the secret chamber door, and his expression showed joy. After spending several days erasing the imprint left by the Changchun Wanderer, and over a month of refining, he had completely consecrated this treasure. Though it was merely a second-tier inferior spiritual artifact, it was sufficient for Zhou Clan at this time. This treasure was named Chengfa sword, capable of carrying magical power and transforming it into sword qi, demonstrating considerable power. With a thought, a 3'3" long azure sword appeared in his hand. He grasped it with his right hand, effortlessly performing a sword flourish. As he infused it with magical power, and lightly swung at an invisible sword. Qi appeared, shattering a distant boulder. Zhou Clan expressed satisfaction and then sheathed the long sword. As for the original broken blade sword, it had long been erased of its imprint and placed in the treasury. Having broken through to Foundation establishment, Zhou Clan decided to pass down the position of family head and no longer serve in that role. He invited several families close to the Zhou family, including the Yang and Han families. In the presence of several family heads, Zhou Clan formally passed the position of family head to Zhou Liqing. From then on, Zhou Clan was no longer the head of the Zhou family, but rather Zhou Laozu. We bow to Zhou Laozu and the Zhou family head. In the Zhou family banquet hall, all the family heads stood up and paid their respects to Zhou Clan and Zhou Liqing. Hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. After the banquet, Zhou Clan sat across from Yang Huayuan, a pot of spiritual tea, bubbling and fragrant. Brother Zhou, your tea skills have improved greatly. Yang Huayuan raised his cup, took a sip, and remarked with mild astonishment to Zhou Clan. It is no wonder that the magical power of a Foundation establishment grand cultivator makes the tea taste even better by 3 points. After finishing, Yang Huayuan added another comment. Zhou Clan genuinely thought his skills had improved, but he didn't expect to be teased by Yang Huayuan. He shot a glare at Yang Huayuan. If you continue to tease me, I might just call Lin Qi over. Zhou Clan utilized his trump card. You? This? Yang Huayuan helplessly surrendered. The two exchanged smiles. Although there was a gap in their cultivation levels now, Zhou Clan did not wish for a friend to be too far apart from him. Seeing that Yang Huayuan could still joke with him, Zhou Clan felt quite joyful. Yang Huayuan had also broken through to the late Qi refining stage. With the support of the Zhou family, the Yang family was doing well and faced no unwarranted troubles. Now Qingyuan town had 7 prominent families. As for other smaller families, they had changed quite a bit, which was rather lamentable. While the two leisurely enjoyed their tea, Zhou Liqing outside was quite busy. Previously he had merely assisted a bit, and with Lin Mo Xuan presiding he felt no particular pressure. Only now, with Zhou Clan handing over all family matters to him, and Lin Mo Xuan shirking her responsibilities, did Zhou Liqing realize how difficult it was to manage a family. There were so many considerations to take into account. Indeed, one does not know the value of firewood and rice until one manages a household. Zhou Liqing sighed. Fortunately, Lin Qi was there to assist him. Looking at her busy figure, he felt moved. Time flowed by and 2 months passed. During this time, Zhou Clan had been comparing surrounding maps, trying to locate the site of the Golden Core inheritance, but there had been no progress. Subsequently, Zhou Clan went out and invited a second-tier formation master. With abundant resources at home and having broken through to Foundation establishment, it was time to change the mountain-protecting formation. After carefully inspecting Feiyue Peak, he replaced the original first-tier superior formation with a second-tier medium formation. During the formation process, Zhou Clan was present, and Zhou Liue was also watching from the side. However, the second-tier formation master did not mind, as he would learn little from it. After finishing, Zhou Clan paid him a large sum of spirit stones and sent him away. Upon returning home, he found Zhou Liue and asked how was it. Zhou Liue shook her head. She was currently comprehending the late first-tier formation. Watching from the side this time was both to hope to learn something and to prevent the person from leaving any hidden tricks. However, Zhou Liu's realm was insufficient to discern anything. It's nothing, it should be fine. This person's reputation was quite good, and with both herself and Mo Xuan stationed at home, there was no need for excessive worry. The formation that was replaced was not wasted. Instead, it was handed over to Zhou Liue to replace the formation of Feiyue City. During this period, there were occasional reports of the Blood Sea sect's evil cultivators slaughtering mortals and cultivators, but they were quite far from Qingyuan town and had no impact on the Zhou family and Feiyue City for the time being. Months later, Zhou family's third-generation eldest grandson, Zhou Liren, turned 6, and it was time for the spirit testing day. In the Zhou family ancestral hall, Zhou Liren felt a bit nervous. Though he was only 6 years old, he was quite mature and already knew various pieces of information. Even though he was usually bold and unafraid, even Mo Xuan could not intimidate him, and he often went to the peak of Feiyue. Today, he could not escape the fate of being nervous. Today, most of the Zhou family members had come here. After Zhou Liqing paid respects to heaven and earth, he looked towards Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan nodded and said, "Let's begin." Hearing this, Zhou Liqing took out the spirit testing plate and handed it to Zhou Liren. "Focus and calm your mind." Zhou Liren held the spirit plate, controlling his fluctuating thoughts and settling his heart. Before long, he felt a warm current flowing from the spirit plate into his body, circling around before disappearing. A burst of black, mysterious light erupted in front of him, illuminating the entire ancestral hall. 1, 2, 3. The gems on the spirit testing plate lit up one by one. 8 pieces. High-grade talent water attribute. Yang Linqi looked at the somewhat nervous Zhou Liren, his eyes filled with joy. The Zhou family members exchanged glances, their joy palpable. This matter must not be spread outside. Zhou Clan looked at everyone and spoke sternly. The Zhou family members all nodded. With such high talent, if it were to spread, those who stand out will surely be brought down by the wind. Zhou Luren felt a surge of excitement in his heart as he witnessed the scene, his face lighting up with joy, yet he managed to restrain himself. All right, everyone disperse, Zhou Clan declared, sending everyone away. He pondered within as his family possessed a complete inheritance from refining qi to foundation establishment. With a stroke of luck, he might even obtain the golden core inheritance. It cannot be said that Zhou Luren's talent was wasted. Psi talent. Zhou Clan sighed inwardly, recalling Zhou Liye, who had left feeling somewhat despondent. Zhou Luren was only just 6 years old, so there was no need to rush into cultivation. Zhou Clan had gained experience in nurturing the younger generation and could proceed step by step. After that, Zhou Luren finally lived the life that his father, third aunt, and fourth uncle had once experienced. With his naturally exuberant personality, he found it difficult to endure the daily monotony of learning characters and recognizing meridians. He attempted to escape several times, but none of the elders at home were easy to deal with. Zhou Luren's little tricks were merely some of those previously employed by Zhou Liqing and the others. Thus he saw through it all. Zhou Luren felt desolate in his heart and had no choice but to seek help from Mo Xuan. Since childhood, he had been clever and sensible, naturally knowing who held the most authority in the household. Not to mention his parents, even his grandfather held great respect for Mo Xuan. Zhou Luren chuckled in his heart, proud of his own cleverness and wit. Old ancestor, I'm here to see you again. Zhou Luren's childish voice rang out as he seized the opportunity while his fourth uncle was out escaping and breathlessly climbing to the top of Feiyue Peak, calling out to the giant tree. Old ancestor. After a long silence with no response, Zhou Luren tentatively spoke again. Mo Xuan opened his eyes filled with helplessness. He detested mischievous children the most. This little brat had escaped several times. Although he was always easily caught, he remained undeterred. Mo Xuan shook his head and slowly drifted out. Seeing the movement, Zhou Luren felt a surge of joy, and upon spotting Mo Xuan's figure, he called out, "Old ancestor, don't." Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Xuan emitted a burst of spiritual light, sending him back home. Woo! Zhou Luren sat in place, unable to move, merely emitting muffled sounds. Mo Xuan, too lazy to deal with the trouble, cast a small spell to confine him in place, rendering him immobile and unable to speak. Zhou Lihai approached, understanding the situation. Today he was supposed to teach about the meridians, but within moments this little guy had run off. "I told you to disturb Uncle Xuan. Just stay here properly." After saying this, he ignored Zhou Luren's pleas and completed the day's lesson. After this lesson, Zhou Luren continued, as before, engaging in a battle of wits with his elders daily, occasionally climbing to the peak only to be sent back by Mo Xuan. A month later, the ancestral elder of the Qin family from Hanyan town came seeking assistance. Zhou Clan stepped forward to receive him. Zhou Daoyou, the elder of Zhuangqing sect, has discovered a Blood Sea sect stronghold and is currently besieging it, specifically asking us to rally nearby allies to eradicate the evil spirits. "Oh, please lead the way, Senior Qin." Upon hearing this, Zhou Clan stood up without hesitation and agreed. "Zhou Daoyou, you are now one of us. The title of senior should not apply to you." Zhou Clan thought for a moment. After informing Zhou Liqing, he left Feiyue Peak with Elder Qin. The two harnessed their magical powers, moving with great speed. "Have you invited Lu Wenyuan?" On the way, Zhou Clan felt somewhat puzzled. He had expected Lu Wenyuan to go with them, yet he saw no sign of him and wondered if he had set out first. "Lu Daoyou is not in the clan." Elder Qin shook his head. Before coming to Feiyue Peak, he had already visited the Lu family, but had not seen Lu Wenyuan. Nodding in response, Zhou Clan did not ask further. In a valley, several figures floated in the air, gazing down at the valley filled with formations. When Zhou Clan and Elder Qin arrived, those figures were already attacking the valley. Spells intertwined and clashed loudly, but the formation remained unbroken. The leader among them wore a robe adorned with lightning patterns and bowed to the two. Zhou Clan and Elder Qin both returned the gesture and approached. This leader was an elder of Zhuangqing sect, accompanied by several foundation establishment cultivators from the surrounding regions, all summoned by this elder. Now, with the addition of Zhou Clan and the others, there were already 6 foundation establishment cultivators present. "You two have arrived just in time. Today is the day to break the formation." The elder of Zhuangqing sect spoke in a deep voice, and several responded in agreement. Zhou Clan took out the Chengfa sword, channeling his magical energy into it. As the sword aura spread, the elder of Zhuangqing sect extended his hand, and bolts of lightning flickered, transforming into a lightning seal that pressed towards the valley. This elder was a rare lightning attribute user, far more uncommon than the 5 elemental talents, and possessed great strength. The others also unleashed their magical artifacts, their brilliance shining forth, all targeting the formation. With the addition of 2 more, after just a few strikes, the formation was forcefully shattered. Within the valley, several blood-colored figures showed despair on their faces. The 3 evil cultivators at the foundation establishment stage had heavy expressions, and as soon as the formation broke, they scattered and fled. "Oomph! The elder of Zwanking sect snorted coldly, a flash of lightning shooting by as he chased after the strongest among the mid-foundation establishment evil cultivators. Leave this person to me. The five split into three groups, one targeting the chi refining stage cultivators within the valley, while the remaining four pursued the other two foundation establishment evil cultivators. After a while the five returned to their original position, four of them slightly pale, their breathing somewhat labored. Zhou Clan was no exception despite the fact that those two were only early foundation establishment cultivators. Eliminating these two still required considerable effort. The five waited in place, and soon the elder of Zwanking sect returned seemingly unharmed. As expected of an elder from a major sect, his strength was formidable. Zhou Clan mused slightly. Once the matter was concluded, everyone shared the spoils and returned. Handing over the spoils to Zhou Liqing, Zhou Clan returned to the secret chamber, continuing to compare the surrounding maps. 2 months later, within the secret chamber, Zhou Clan picked up the terrain map in his hand, letting out a soft exclamation. After a long while he finally set the map down, his expression somewhat complex. Xianxia Valley. This place, which matched the terrain shown by the token, turned out to be Xianxia Valley. This is somewhat troublesome. Xianxia Valley did not belong to any prefecture existing independently. Within it resided 4 sects, each with late foundation establishment grand cultivator stationed, and it was rumored that all 4 sects had once produced golden core real people. However, it could not be determined yet. Exiting the secret chamber, Zhou Clan discussed his recent findings with Mo Xuan, and then left Feyue Peak, heading toward Xianxia Valley. After a period, Zhou Clan returned, his expression somewhat grim. He called Zhou Liqing and a few others over. This inheritance should be within Xianxia Valley. Although I didn't enter, after carefully comparing the surrounding areas, I reached this conclusion. However, Xianxia Valley is occupied by 4 sects, making it impossible to enter freely. We cannot investigate openly, as the importance of the golden core inheritance is self-evident. If others find out, the Zhou family may face extermination. Why not let Ren join one of those sects and explore slowly? Zhou Liqing suggested. Inappropriate. Ren is too young and his talent is high, it's too dangerous. Zhou Clan waved his hand, rejecting the suggestion. Then, the others proposed several suggestions, but none were suitable. Then I will accompany that kid for a trip. Mo Xuan flew out, coming beside the others, and spoke. Now that Zhou Clan had reached foundation establishment, he had the strength to protect himself, so he no longer needed to remain here at all times. Since the 4 sects did not have golden core real people stationed relying on his own abilities, he should not draw attention. Even if something unexpected occurred with his current strength, as long as he did not encounter a golden core, escaping with Zhou Liqing should not be a problem. Uncle Xian. With Uncle Xian's help it will surely be easy. Zhou Liqing and the others all bowed, their expressions slightly joyful. Zhou Clan hesitated for a moment. Since Mo Xuan was willing to act, it could not be better, and he immediately. Meanwhile, Zhou Liqing, who was being mischievous, felt a chill in his heart, glancing around, but finding none of his elders, and finally let out a sigh of relief. A month later, Zhou Clan returned with an ordinary jade pendant, placing it on Zhou Liqing. On this day, several hundred miles outside Xianxia Valley, in Immortal town, chaos erupted at the home of the wealthy merchant Old Master Yu. The townspeople were astonished, and after a while someone finally figured it out. It turned out that Old Master Yu had quietly brought back a 6 or 7-year-old illegitimate child, which infuriated Madame Yu, causing the Yu family to fall into disarray. Ren, this has nothing to do with me. Mo Xuan, your grandfather doesn't want you anymore. Ren. Mo Xuan, your father doesn't want you either. Ren. Your mother also. Ancestor. Don't play with me anymore. Zhou Liqing, embodying Ren, walked alone on the road, occasionally mumbling to himself. Confused in his heart, ever since leaving the Zhou family, the ancestor's demeanor seems somewhat off. Lying in the spirit beast pendant specially customized by Zhou Clan, disguised as an ordinary jade pendant, Mo Xuan secretly curled his lips. It's really boring. Being too mature is not good. It lacks the fun of teasing little kids from my past life. Mo Xuan, feeling utterly bored, yawned while curled up on a jade stone bed, his body having shrunk to about 10 feet long. Zhou Liqing stopped in his tracks, turned back to look, and at this point the outline of the city was long gone, naturally leaving no trace of the Yu family. During Zhou Liqing's more than half a year at the Yu family, there wasn't a single peaceful day. It was chaos every day. In this half a year, Zhou Liqing had witnessed the wisdom of mortals dealing with mortals. That so-called Mother Lady Yue would come up with different tricks every so often. It could be said that all 36 stratagems had been employed. If he were still that ordinary illegitimate child, he probably wouldn't last even a month in the Yu family. But what kind of person was he? He was someone who carried the ancestor with him. How could mere mundane tactics harm him? I, Zhou Liqing, truly am destined for greatness. Cough, cough, don't let it slip. Zhou Liqing was just lost in his thoughts when Mo Xuan's deep voice resonated in his mind. I, Ren, truly am destined for greatness. With hands behind his back, Zhou Liqing, though only a little over 7 years old with a small stature and youthful appearance, now exuded an air of superiority. Great, another one has inflated his ego. Mo Xuan sighed inwardly, too lazy to pay him any mind. Who is this? Daring to be alone here. A passerby saw such a young child on the road, and was filled with suspicion. At such a young age, not to mention wolves or tigers, even a random villain could easily abduct and sell him. Hurry up. Zhang Hu rules went out, and about do not provoke the elderly, children, or women. Are you looking to get yourself killed? The companion of this person looked over and indeed saw a 7 or 8-year-old child gazing at the sky in a daze at a 45-degree angle, unsure if it was a neck issue. After saying this, he quickly pulled his companion away from Zhou Clan. After lamenting seeing that no one appreciated his heroic demeanor, and a few people changing their expressions in shock upon seeing him hurriedly leaving, he couldn't help but feel depressed, and turned to continue on his way. Ancestor, why do I have to walk on my legs? 2 days later, Zhou Clan, looking utterly disillusioned, finally realized that his ancestor, being a Foundation Establishment stage great demon, could have easily reached Qianma Valley by now with a slight use of his powers. You need to fit your character. As an ordinary person, how could you possibly reach Qianma Valley in such a short time? Don't worry, just walk a few more days, and you'll be there soon. Mo Xuan's slow voice echoed in Zhou Clan's mind. Zhou Clan felt that his ancestor was doing this on purpose. As long as he found a place to wait for a few days before going to pay respects, how could he slip up? Mo Xuan had already calculated the timing. The Xianxia sect opened its gates once every 3 years to recruit disciples, and arriving now would be just in time. As for why he chose this Xianxia sect, it was naturally after extensive investigation found that this sect was the weakest, leading to this decision. Days later, Zhou Clan finally arrived at the outskirts of Qianma Valley, gazing at the lush green mountains with excitement in his heart. He was finally close. Wait a moment. Mo Xuan suddenly flew out and circled around Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan abruptly stopped, his expression tense as he looked around, highly alert, unsure why the ancestor suddenly called to a halt. Mo Xuan examined carefully and shook his head at Zhou Clan. No, it's too clean. With a thought, a large cloud of dust suddenly rushed towards Zhou Clan. Zhou Clan was startled by this action and dodged repeatedly, but how could he escape? After getting completely covered in dust, Zhou Clan nervously asked, Ancestor, is this okay now? Mo Xuan remained silent, staring for a while longer before shaking his head. With you looking this pristine, how can it reflect how resolute your heart for seeking the Tao is? As he spoke, his gaze seemed to inadvertently glance at Zhou Clan's left leg. Zhou Clan felt a chill at this look, watching Mo Xuan retreat repeatedly. No, don't. Ancestor, no. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. Zhou Clan looked at Mo Xuan with a face full of grievance. Although he felt no pain, walking with a limp truly diminished his identity as someone fated for greatness. Ignoring Zhou Clan's grievance, Mo Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Thus, he exhibited no flaws. After glancing at Zhou Clan, he vanished in a flash of mystical light, returning to the spirit beast pendant. All right, continue on your way. Mo Xuan spoke leisurely. Zhou Clan's face was filled with sorrow and indignation, but alas, the situation was stronger than the individual, and he could only silently accept. Days later, gazing at the land shrouded in thick fog, Zhou Clan's eyes brimmed with tears. After pausing briefly to wipe away the tears, he limped towards the entrance of the Xianxia sect. At this moment, beneath the Xianxia sect, outside the great array, there were already about 100 figures waiting silently in an open area, watching the enchanting landscape before them. When they saw Zhou Clan, who was limping and covered in dust, they were all stunned by his appearance. Someone chuckled. Where did this bumpkin come from? Does he dare to seek a chance at immortality? Someone sneered, their tone filled with disdain. Kid, this is not a place for you. You should go back where you came from. Someone jeered, shouting at Zhou Clan. Exactly, with that beggar look you think you can compare with us. It's simply laughable. Hurry up and leave, this is bad luck. Humph. Zhou Clan snorted coldly, too lazy to respond. They're coming finally back to familiar plot. Mo Xuan lay in the spirit beast pendant, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, feeling that his efforts to make Zhou Clan appear this way were not in vain. Now it seemed the effect was indeed good. Mo Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Clan found a place and sat down by himself. A mere beggar dares to ignore us. Seeing Zhou Clan completely ignoring them, someone felt a secret resentment. Hey, little beggar, how did you... Someone asked. First, I don't go by hey. Second, I am not a little beggar. Zhou Clan huffed. Third, only trash would speak arrogantly. Who are you calling trash? Someone's expression changed, questioning him. It's not. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying all of you present are trash. Zhou Clan leisurely replied. This child is so arrogant. Inside a grand hall of the Xianxia sect, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a crimson robe and wearing a silk cap looked at the water curtain, suspended in midair, gasping in astonishment. The water curtain clearly displayed the figures of Zhou Clan and others at the foot of the mountain. Is he really that brave? He pondered, somewhat puzzled. That place had over 100 people gathered, and this child had offended them all as soon. With such a personality, how can he cultivate the Tao? In my opinion, even if this boy passes the entrance test, our Xianxia sect cannot accept him. After a pause, the middle-aged cultivator suggested to the sect master of the Xianxia sect, I find this little guy interesting. Though his appearance is lacking, he is full of courage. Let's observe him further before making a decision. The sect master of the Xianxia sect chuckled lightly, appearing quite amused. Meanwhile, another young female cultivator in her 20s, fair as snow and beautiful as the moon, remained silent and watched quietly. These three were the sect master of the Xianxia sect and 2 foundation establishment elders. The entrance test had already begun as soon as they arrived at the Xianxia sect. Such audacity. Hearing Zhou Laren's brazen words, the crowd stirred, all glaring angrily at him. A mere beggar so arrogant is simply courting death. Some people were indignant and scolded, but they did not dare to take action. After all, everyone present was there to join the Immortal sect and seek their fortune, many of whom were descendants of cultivators, but lacked the means to establish their foundation, hence they thought to send their juniors into this Immortal sect. These individuals had elders at home to guide them, so they naturally understood more and would not let a mere dispute ruin their opportunity for immortality. Zhou Laren looked at the crowd, glaring at him, sneering coldly, but he did not mock them further. Though he was confident that these people would not dare to act against him here, they were all young, most around his age, and lacking in cunning. If he provoked them further, he might indeed get beaten up, so it was better to be cautious. Seeing Zhou Laren only sneer, the crowd snorted lightly, thinking he was intimidated by them, and felt a bit smug. Time passed, and several days later, dozens more figures appeared, most of whom were escorted by cultivators. However, they were only brought to this place, and then left to wait outside. The mist-shrouded Xianxia land radiated brilliance, rippling as several figures jumped out from the great formation, stopping before the crowd. We are disciples of the Xianxia sect, and those under 16 who wish to join our sect may come with us. A few of them, exuding an extraordinary aura, spoke solemnly as they gazed at the crowd. The crowd excitedly stood up, bowing to the few individuals. The Xianxia sect disciples said little, nodding to the crowd before turning to retrieve a token, infusing it with their power, and opening a gap in the great formation, stepping in first. Everyone rose and followed suit. Zhou Laren did the same, but he felt a bit nervous as he had an elder accompany. Feeling anxious, yet moving without hesitation, he aimed to avoid showing any flaws, and as he stepped into the formation with the crowd, he finally felt relieved. The Xianxia sect disciples led the crowd to a circular platform and addressed a figure sitting cross-legged within. "Thank you, senior brother." The seated figure nodded. "The first test for admission is to assess the bone age. One by one, come forward." Upon hearing this, the crowd became somewhat noisy, but under the watchful eyes of the nearby Xianxia sect disciples, no chaos ensued. Bone age 8. Bone age 12. Bone age 14. Bone age 17. The elder measuring bone age grabbed the person before him. "Over 16 you cannot enter. Go down the mountain." "No. I'm only 17 in virtual age, I'm actually still 16 The elder did not heed his words, and before he finished speaking, he gestured to a nearby Xianxia sect disciple to take him away. Next, Zhou Laren watched with great interest. He had already measured his bone age and saw several people being sent down the mountain for age discrepancies, feeling somewhat bittersweet. This chance for immortality is not to be obtained without fate. The next test is to measure spiritual affinity. Finally, they reached this step. The person who had previously mocked Zhou Laren smiled slightly, secretly laughing in their hearts, wondering how he could remain so arrogant. They did not believe that a mere beggar could possess any cultivation talent. The crowd looked on with anticipation, as if they could already see Zhou Laren crying in despair for lacking talent. Once Zhou Laren's spiritual affinity was tested, they could taunt him, mercilessly trampling his previous arrogance beneath their feet. I'm really looking forward to this. The Xianxia sect disciples led those who passed the bone age test onward, leaving the circular platform and arriving at a large square. The square was vast, with a circular area in the center featuring a stone pillar, several meters tall, adorned with 9 large gemstones. An older elder stood beside the stone pillar. "Greetings, elder." The crowd bowed alongside the Xianxia sect. "This is the spiritual affinity pillar. One by one, come forward and place your palm upon it." Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a bit nervous, as this step would determine whether they could join the Immortal sect. The crowd hesitated. Although some had already tested their talents, they still felt a bit anxious. "I'll go." At that moment, a young girl boldly stepped forward and approached the spiritual affinity pillar, placing her palm upon it. The spiritual affinity pillar shone brightly, and 6 gemstones lit up in sequence, emitting a pale blue light that illuminated the entire area, causing the crowd to gasp in surprise. Bang! Inside the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, the middle-aged cultivator smashed the nearby table and chairs with a slap. She actually has a mutated ice element talent, and her talent is above average. Very good, very good. Excellent. Our Xianxia sect will flourish greatly. The middle-aged cultivator spoke excitedly, clapping his hands. The sect master of the Xianxia sect and the beautiful female cultivator also nodded, their faces showing joy. In the square, the elder's expression was kind as he spoke to the dazed girl before him. Well done, come stand behind me. The girl was the daughter of a mundane city lord. Upon learning of the existence of immortals in this world, she begged her father to send her here to seek her fortune. The girl, beaming with joy, bowed to the elder and quietly stood behind him. Next, with this girl in front, the elder's expression improved significantly as he spoke gently. Seeing that a delicate girl could light up the spiritual affinity pillar, someone brimming with confidence believed they were no worse and stepped forward to place their hand upon it. Strange. Why isn't it lighting up? The person mumbled to themselves, placing their hand back on it, but it still did not light up. They even wrapped their entire body around the spiritual affinity pillar. The elder's previously good mood faded gradually, and his expression darkened as he spoke to a nearby disciple. Take him down. He overestimated himself. The disciples of the Xianxia sect understood and ignored the person's wails, dragging him off and out of the great formation. In the crowd, several cultivator descendants watched the scene, coldly mocking, just as they had previously mocked Zhou Clan. A young man in splendid robes spoke arrogantly, pushing through the crowd. He was the one who had previously mocked Zhou Clan the harshest and was most eager to see him humiliated. With a smug expression, he approached the spiritual affinity pillar. Buzz, for gemstones, fire element talent below average. Not bad, stand behind me. The elder addressed the young man in splendid robes, who nodded proudly and stood beside the girl, flashing a self-satisfied smile. Although the girl had better talent than him, he was confident he would become a powerful cultivator. Even achieving the golden core stage was within reach. This girl with decent talent and looks could temporarily match him. The girl looked puzzled, not understanding why he was acting this way. Seeing her completely ignore him, the young man's smile froze and his mood darkened. How dare she treat a future powerful cultivator like this? Oomph. He snorted coldly, turning his face away and showing her his back. Sickening. The girl felt a sense of foreboding in her heart and resolved to distance herself from him after joining the Xianxia sect. In the crowd, people looked at the two with envy, secretly praying that they too could enter the Xianxia sect. Finally, everyone had finished testing their spiritual affinity, and only about 20 figures remained behind the elder. Zhou Clan paused slightly, moved his numb calves from standing too long, and limped forward slowly. The crowd behind the elder wore strange expressions, smiling mockingly as they looked at the dirty Zhou Clan. The girl also looked a bit curious. Although she was a latecomer, she was aware that there was a peculiar person among them who managed to offend nearly everyone with a single sentence. Now, watching Zhou Clan appear so relaxed, her beautiful brows furrowed. She could not understand why he was so calm. Did he not know that everyone was waiting to see him make a fool of himself? TCH, Zhou Clan felt disdain in his heart. He was well aware of his own abilities, and the reason he was the last to appear was that he had heard from the elder that the protagonist always enters last. Zhou Clan regarded himself as fated for greatness, and naturally, he had to make this grand entrance. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, mockery, disdain, and ridicule, Zhou Clan smiled, gently glanced over the crowd, and placed his palm on the spiritual affinity pillar. Buzz, the spiritual affinity pillar roared. A black, mysterious light shot up into the sky, engulfing the entire square in darkness as shadows converged, illuminating faces of shock and disbelief. 8 gemstones. He actually has 8 gemstones. How is this possible? How could this be? He's just a beggar. How could he have such talent? Damn it. This beggar must be cheating. I implore the elders to expel him from the mountain. The crowd seemed to be engulfed in a storm, their hearts filled with hatred. A mere beggar possessed such high talent. Heaven was truly unfair. The expression of the young man in splendid robes froze on his face, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his eyes filled with a beast-like ferocity, as if he wanted to swallow Zhou Clan whole. The girl was also slightly stunned. This scruffy boy actually had higher talent than her, which surprised her. She couldn't help but feel a surge of competitiveness, determined to prove she was no worse than him. Bang! In the grand hall of the Xianxia sect, the middle-aged cultivator smashed the newly replaced table and chairs again with a slap before standing up. This child's talent is indeed terrifying. He must come under my tutelage. The middle-aged cultivator's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly to the sect master of the Xianxia sect. Elder Huiyue, you weren't saying this just a moment ago. Before the sect master could respond, the beautiful female cultivator beside him concealed her shock and said to the middle-aged cultivator, Xianxia, this is a different time and place. This child's talent is impressive. I believe under my guidance he will definitely go further, restoring the glory of our Xianxia sect to its ancestral times, or even further. Oomph. Elder Huiyue, how can someone who cultivates fire arts teach him? I am far more suitable. Xianxia elder huffed coldly. One method leads to mastery of all. Xianxia, if you want to snatch him from me, you'll have to see if my flame spear agrees. A fiery red spear appeared in Elder Huiyue's hand, exuding a powerful aura. I'm not afraid of you. Xianxia elder. Although she was a female cultivator, she was not courteous at all. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a long blue sword, exuding a chilling aura, confronting Elder Huiyue. Enough. The master of the Xianxia sect, sitting at the head, spoke in a deep voice, releasing his power to disperse the tension between the two. As elders, you should conduct yourselves with dignity. Seeing the two put away their spiritual weapons, he continued, humph. The two of them snorted coldly in unison, turning their heads away from each other. Let's see if this young man can pass this final test first. After a pause, the master of the Xianxia sect added. Elders Qing Shuang and Hua Yi exchanged glances, secretly calculating, even if this young man does not pass the final test, I will make an exception to accept him. In the square of the Xianxia sect, the attending elder looked at Zhou Luren in front of him, his eyes gradually becoming fiery. He coughed lightly and said to Zhou Luren, come to my side. Zhou Luren bowed and nodded at the attending elder. He then glanced at the crowd with various expressions, smiling knowingly, and approached the elder standing in front of everyone. He pushed aside the young man in the fine clothes and stood side by side with the young girl. Zhou Luren turned to the girl and gave her a gentle smile, nodding. Although Zhou Luren looked a bit scruffy at this moment, he exuded an indescribable spirit. The girl's face flushed slightly as she addressed him softly, my name is Jiang Wei Rou. After saying that, she quickly turned her head away, avoiding looking at him. Zhou Luren was a bit stunned, but still replied, my name is Yurun. Within the spirit beast pinned into Mo Xuan had long witnessed everything, marveling in his heart. This kid had made himself look like a mess, yet he could still attract this girl. One word. Absurd. The young man in fine clothes behind him glared, his expression grim as he ground his teeth. In anger, good, you little wretch, how dare you look down on me like this? As his hatred grew stronger, he wished to trample this pair of dog lovers beneath his feet and trample them mercilessly. The attending elder turned around and nodded to the crowd, saying, all right, there's one last test. If you fail this one, you will not have the chance to enter my sect. Everyone follow me. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with joy, their eyes shining as they looked at Zhou Luren. Who knows who will win in the end? Don't get too proud. The young man in fine clothes, upon hearing that there was another test, regained his color and spat at Zhou Luren in resentment. Zhou Luren could not be bothered to respond to him and simply followed the attending elder away. The attending elder silently shook his head. Naive. The Xianxia sect had not accepted a disciple with such high talent for a long time. Even if Yuren fails this last test, I fear that the elders and the master will break the rules set by the ancestor and take this young man under their wing. But there was no need to say such things to those who had not yet entered the sect. Zhou Luren was not worried at all. No matter how extraordinary your talents are, they cannot compare to me. I am the destined person accompanied by the ancestor. Who can stop me? The crowd followed the attending elder and arrived at a staircase. This is the path of heart inquiry. There are a total of 120 steps. As long as you can step past 30 steps, you may enter my sect. The attending elder said softly to the crowd. The crowd's eyes flickered, thinking, just 30 steps, that's only a quarter. How hard could it be? Their confidence grew. All right, go ahead. The attending elder said no more and instructed the crowd. Upon hearing this, they responded and headed towards the staircase. Zhou Luren, however, was in no rush, always keeping in mind the principle of being the last to appear as the protagonist. He watched the crowd ascend the stairs, smiling quietly without saying a word. The young man in fine clothes, seeing this, wanted to go with Zhou Luren, but hesitated. After all, if he wasted time because of it, it would be a loss. He shot a resentful glare at Zhou Luren, secretly thinking how arrogant. Let's see how you'll fare if you can't even pass 30 steps. Zhou Luren was confused and looked innocent. Jiang Wei Rou, seeing that everyone had already gone ahead, said to Zhou Luren beside her, why doesn't brother you come with me? Zhou Luren shook his head, signaling that she need not wait for him. Jiang Wei Rou felt slightly disappointed, but quickly recovered, nodding at Zhou Luren and stepping towards the stairs. The attending elder saw this and did not urge them on, even smiling slightly at Zhou Luren as a sign of encouragement. The young man in fine clothes arrived at the steps and, after gritting his teeth, stepped up. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt as if he had fallen into another dimension. Sounds, sights, and sensations surrounded him, as if beauty, power, cultivation, and the world were all within his grasp. The young man's expression changed as he fell into a struggle. After a moment, cold sweat dripped from his face, and he finally regained his senses, letting out a long breath. This path of heart inquiry had such illusions. Fortunately, his father had once told him how to deal with such illusions, otherwise he would not have escaped so quickly. The young man in fine clothes mused, little beggar, let's see how you can pass this test. He did not believe that a beggar could possess such a firm will. As long as he fell into this illusion upon suddenly becoming wealthy, the inexperienced little beggar would surely become lost within it. At that time, the young man in fine clothes wore a pleased expression as he stepped towards the next step. The other participants all had changing expressions, progressing with difficulty and moving slowly. Only Jiang Wei Rou was able to follow closely behind the young man in fine clothes, advancing step by step. It's time. Zhou Luren thought to himself, observing everyone's performance and having guessed the effect of the path of heart inquiry. Having someone probe ahead was certainly a good thing. Zhou Luren felt pleased. Inside the great hall, the three of them watched Zhou Luren's actions nervously, their eyes filled with anticipation. As long as Zhou Luren could pass 30 steps, they would not have to risk being scolded by the ancestor for breaking the rules. Upon stepping in, Zhou Luren felt as if many figures suddenly appeared before him. But in an instant the figures vanished and the illusion was gone. I love the ancestor. Zhou Luren screamed in his heart, but his face showed no sign of it. Feigning a look of uncertainty as if caught in a difficult decision, Zhou Luren's expression soon turned resolute. With a serious demeanor and an unstoppable aura, he stepped forward one step at a time. That small figure, that frail body, seemed to contain a will powerful enough to pierce through the heavens. This child's will is truly terrifying. Elder Qing Shuang stared blankly at the figure moving forward, seemingly cutting through all obstacles, murmuring softly, "I must have this child." Elder Qing Shuang regained his senses and looked warily at Elder Huiyi and Master Xianyu beside him. Elder Huiyi and Master Xianyu exchanged glances, clearly sharing the same thoughts as Elder Qing Shuang. Zhou Luren advanced step by step, surpassing each of the preceding participants, until finally he surpassed Jiang Wei Rou and stood side by side with the young man in fine clothes. The young man arrived at this point and was nearly at his limit when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure coming up beside him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be that little beggar, and a surge of anger condensed in his heart. Zhou Luren glanced at him, a smirk on his lips, then turned his head away and stepped forward, leaving the young man behind. Puff, the young man in fine clothes, could no longer suppress his inner rage and spewed a mouthful of blood, his body falling like a kite with a broken string. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. The young man in fine clothes used his last bit of strength to shout at Zhou Luren's back, then lost consciousness and fainted. The attending elder used his power to catch the young man in fine clothes, looking at his pale face with pity. To enter the sect at the same time as this child, one could only wonder if that was their misfortune or their fortune. Within the spirit beast pendant, Mo Xuan was taken aback by these words. This sentence. Could this child? No way, absolutely no way. Mo Xuan pondered for a moment and then set aside his alerted heart. Zhou Luren, upon hearing this, smiled freely, showing no concern. Elder Qing Shuang looked at Zhou Luren, increasingly pleased. Finally, Zhou Luren reached the 120th step, completing the entire path of heart inquiry. The attending elder's expression was shocked. This was the first person in 100 years to complete the entire path upon entering. Does my Xianyu sect truly have such fortune? The attending elder sighed silently. With the path of heart inquiry finished, he brought everyone down. In this round, only a little over 10 people managed to step past 30 steps and could enter the Xianyu sect. The more than 10 who failed wore unwilling expressions, merely one step short, yet fate was so cruel. He instructed his disciples to send the failed participants down the mountain, and the attending elder led Zhou Luren, Jiang Wei Rou, and the unconscious young man in fine clothes to a grand hall. Inside the hall, the water curtain had long dissipated, and Master Xianyu and the two elders were sitting upright. As for the table and chairs broken by Elder Huiyi, they had already been replaced with a new set. The three of them gazed at Zhou Luren with fiery eyes. Being scrutinized like this made Zhou Luren's heart tremble, and his body tensed as if he could see the chrysanthemum. Ahem, Yuren, I am the master of the Xianyu sect. How about it? Would you like to take me as your teacher? I am Qing Shuang, the master of Muyan Peak. I am Huiyi. Upon seeing Master Xianyu's direct approach, the two elders' expressions changed, and they also spoke up. The more than 10 young people in the hall wore complex expressions, not expecting that this little beggar would become the biggest winner in the end. As for the young man in fine clothes, he remained in a coma. If he were to awaken and see this situation, he would probably spit out blood again and faint once more from anger. Zhou Luren hesitated, looking at this one and then that one. The three wore expectant expressions, their eyes filled with encouragement. After a moment, I choose this fairy sister. Zhou Luren spoke in a childish voice after a long pause. Mo Xuan, you little rascal, you really have your ways. Zhou Luren thought to himself that among these three, this woman likely had the weakest strength. Choosing her as a master would conveniently allow the ancestor to act. It was definitely not because this female cultivator looked good that he made this choice. Definitely not. Elder Qing Shuang's eyes sparkled with joy as he quickly said, Good. My dear disciple, come to my side. Zhou Luren ran over happily. Elder Qing Shuang stood up, took Zhou Luren's hand, and said softly to Elders Huiyi and Master Xianyu, Elders, I shall take my leave first. After saying that, he bowed and flew out of the hall, with Zhou Luren fearing that the two would change their minds. Previously, the three had agreed to allow Zhou Luren to choose freely without any pressure. However, after seeing the expressions of the two, it was best to withdraw quickly to avoid any long-lasting troubles. Elders Huiyi and Master Xianyu exchanged glances secretly, resenting no matter how many calculations were made, they had overlooked one move. How despicable of Qing Shuang to resort to such lowly tricks as using beauty. Feeling frustrated, it was too late to regret. In the air, Elder Qing Shuang pulled Zhou Luren towards Master, your hands are really smooth. Zhou Luren lightly scratched Elder Qing Shuang's palm, speaking within the spirit beast pendant. Mo Xuan was dumbfounded. You really are the great-grandson of old Zhou. Elder Qing Shuang froze in shock, nearly falling from the sky, immediately retracting his hand, lifting his foot, and kicking in one swift motion. "Ah, master, save me!" Zhou Luren wailed. His cries startled the Xianxia sect disciples who were cultivating. Elder Qing Shuang's face turned awkward as he used his power to catch the rapidly falling Zhou Luren. At the peak of Mu Yin in the main hall, Zhou Luren looked innocently at Elder Qing Shuang, having merely expressed. Elder Qing Shuang's expression fluctuated as she looked at Zhou Luren's innocent demeanor, secretly wondering if she had overreacted considering Zhou Luren was. Elder Qing Shuang's expression fluctuated as she looked at Zhou Luren's innocent demeanor, secretly wondering if she had overreacted considering Zhou Luren was only a little over 7 years old and could hardly understand much. Just as Elder Qing Shuang was deep in thought, a girl in her youth entered from outside, softly asking Zhou Luren, who stood below, "Is this your new disciple, master?" Indeed. Elder Qing Shuang came back to her senses. "This is your senior sister, Jingya." She paused before introducing Zhou Luren. "Yuren pays respects to senior sister." Zhou Luren obediently bowed. "You take your junior brother to freshen up first," Elder Qing Shuang instructed Jingya, who had come to her side. "I take my leave, master." Jingya responded respectfully, taking Zhou Luren away from the main hall. Having just experienced nearly falling to his death, Zhou Luren dared not speak carelessly and allowed Jingya to lead him, while his eyes kept imprinting the surrounding environment in his mind. Before long, the two arrived at a stream. Jingya stopped and glanced at Zhou Luren. Seeing the gaze of his senior sister, who was a few years older, Zhou Luren felt a sense of foreboding. As expected, Jingya unleashed her magical power, binding Zhou Luren effortlessly. In a matter of moments, his clothes were stripped away, leaving him with no dignity before he was tossed into the clear stream by Jingya. Zhou Luren's face turned red, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Jingya. "Oh, you're angry, little junior brother. You look so cute when you're angry," Jingya teased. Jingya said with a smile, her hands moving quickly as she used her magical power to wash Zhou Luren from head. "It's over, my innocence is gone like this." Zhou Luren's expression became blank as he lost the spirited demeanor he had during the entrance test. Women are truly terrifying. Zhou Luren felt the fear of women for the first time in his life, so explicit. After a while, Jingya let out a sigh of relief, having washed Zhou Luren thoroughly, and used her magic to lift him. She casually took out a set of clothes from her storage bag and tossed them to Zhou Luren. Looking at the clothes in his hands, Zhou Luren felt a spark of hope ignite within him and hurriedly began to put them on. After a moment, he cried out in despair, "Women's clothing." The anguish of Zhou Luren echoed in the stream, creating ripples. "I want where do I you run would rather die than wear women's clothing." Zhou Luren shook his head vigorously, resolutely stating to Jingya, "No way." "Oh, then suit yourself," Jingya said nonchalantly, turning to leave, while Zhou Luren's original set of clothes had long been ruined by Jingya for being too messy. Zhou Luren stood there dazed, watching Jingya turn and leave without a word, feeling utterly lost. He looked down, then up, then down again. Damn it. Zhou Luren's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions, joy, sorrow, and everything in between, playing out in mere moments. "Good thing I'm not Yuran," he said after a long pause, his expression complicated as he glared at the women's clothing in his hands before closing his eyes, feeling as if his heart had turned to ash, and began to put them on. Inside, the spirit beast pendant, Mo Xuan sighed, inwardly lamenting that old Zhou was not present. It took Zhou Luren quite a bit of effort to finally get the clothes on. He approached the stream and looked at his reflection. Thankfully, it was just a somewhat unisex outfit, not too embarrassing. Zhou Luren mentally reassured himself. After a moment of observing himself, he acclimated and turned to chase after Jingya's departing figure. Not long after, he saw Jingya leaning against a tree, appraising him with interest. "Not bad," Jingya remarked, her eyes darting around. Zhou Luren dared not speak, firmly resolving to keep his distance from this terrifying senior sister in the future. "Let's go, we'll take you to familiarize yourself with Mu Yin Peak." Jingya, seeing Zhou Luren's alert demeanor, stopped teasing him and turned to lead him away. At night, Zhou Luren sat cross-legged on his bed with a fluctuating expression. Mo Xuan transformed into a small snake several feet long, quietly flying out from the spirit beast pendant. "Ancestor, when do we start the investigation?" Zhou Luren asked excitedly upon seeing Mo Xuan, filled with anticipation, wanting nothing more than to leave this place and escape from that terrifying woman. "Not yet," Mo Xuan replied, shaking his head. "Right now you have just entered the sect and haven't even received your identity token. I can't act recklessly, fearing that I might inadvertently trigger the formation and cause unforeseen consequences." Zhou Luren's expression darkened, eventually shifting to one of resignation. Mo Xuan found it amusing. This experience was not entirely a bad thing, as it could help discipline this mischievous child, Zhou Luren. Days later, Elder Qing Shuang summoned him. In recent days, the Xianxia sect had thoroughly investigated the identities of the over 10 disciples who had just entered, confirming there were no issues before formally admitting them into the sect. "You old master was real, you lady was real, the illegitimate child was real, and so was Yuren. The only difference was that this Yuren was not the same as that Yuren, so there were no mistakes." Arriving at the main hall holding the token in his hand, Zhou Luren felt a glimmer of joy. He would soon be able to escape from the clutches of that woman. After all, Zhou Luren was a disciple of Elder Xianxia, so as long as he was not in forbidden areas or sacred grounds of the sect, he could move about freely with this token. Elder Qing Shuang made Zhou Luren swear a soul oath before imparting the Yunju practiced at Mu Yen Peak, and then personally taught him for quite a while. Zhou Luren learned at an astonishing speed as he had already grasped these techniques back in the Zhou family. Elder Qing Shuang felt delighted and couldn't help but sigh. He truly was a top-tier genius, comprehending anything with just a hint, requiring no effort from her. It was much less trouble than when she had taught Jingya. For several days in a row, Zhou Luren stayed by Elder Qing Shuang's side, receiving her personal instruction until after a few days he was finally allowed to rest. Zhou Luren returned to his dwelling, not going out, but secretly waiting. At night, after the hour of the rat, Mo Xuan appeared silently. Zhou Luren handed over the token from his waist. Mo Xuan carefully wrapped it in magical power, examining it thoroughly, and finding no abnormalities, swallowed the token. "Ancestor, please be careful," Zhou Luren said with a tense expression, whispering to Mo Xuan. Mo Xuan nodded silently, merging into the night, constantly operating his magical powers to ensure his aura did not leak out. Mo Xuan left Zhou Luren's residence and headed towards the outskirts of Mu Yen Peak, having long been familiar with the terrain, now merely traveling with ease. Now as the night deepens, Mo Xuan's figure becomes invisible to the naked eye, concealed by mystical powers. As long as he minimizes his magical fluctuations, he won't be detected by others. However, this causes his speed to slow considerably, but Mo Xuan is not in a hurry. After all haste make, he carefully navigates away from the disciples of the Xianxia sect, guarding the mountain, memorizing the terrain. He passes through, comparing it with the map recorded on the fragment. After several hours, as the night begins to wane, Mo Xuan calculates the distance in his heart, turning his body towards Mu Yen Peak. At Mu Yen Peak, Mo Xuan suddenly appears in Zhou Luren's room, causing Zhou Luren's eyes to brighten upon his arrival. "I have made some progress." Seeing Zhou Luren's eager expression, Mo Xuan nods and replies, "But it will still take some time." Before Zhou Luren can speak, Mo Xuan swiftly changes the subject, swallowing the words that were on Zhou Luren's lips. Zhou Luren's eyes turn resigned once more. Mo Xuan spits out the token and hands it to Zhou Luren, then vanishes in a flashback into the spirit beast pendant. "Look for an opportunity to see if you can find the map recorded by the Xianxia sect." Mo Xuan's voice echoes in Zhou Luren's mind. Although the range he explored this time was not extensive, he has confirmed that the position recorded on the fragment is indeed located within this Qianma Valley. If he can find a detailed map of Qianma Valley, the exploration will certainly become much faster. Zhou Luren nods in agreement. A month later, Zhou Luren emerges from the Peak Master's Hall. For this month, he has been under the close tutelage of Elder Qing Shuang, and today marks the end of this phase. Huff. Zhou Luren breathes a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he did not genuinely intend to acknowledge Elder Qing Shuang as his master, and he came to the Xianxia sect with ulterior motives. Although his time here has not been long, Elder Qing Shuang has truly treated him as her personal disciple, which has sparked a hint of jealousy in Jinjia's heart. He can only wait until his strength is sufficient to make amends. Zhou Luren suppresses his emotions and resolves, if he were truly the illegitimate son of a wealthy merchant, the Xianxia sect might be his best refuge. Unfortunately, he is a member of the Zhou family, and for the sake of family interests, some things must be sacrificed. Zhou Luren continues on his path towards Jinjia's residence. Although he feels somewhat intimidated by this woman, he is resolute for the sake of the family's grand plan. "Senior sister, are you there?" Zhou Luren's heart races, but he still calls out softly. "Oh, little junior brother, why are you here instead of staying by master's side?" Jingya opens the door, leaning casually against the frame, sizing up Zhou Luren with a hint of jealousy in her tone. Zhou Luren scratches the back of his head, wearing a somewhat honest smile. If it were another child of this age, they would not have been able to detect the meaning behind Jinjia's words. However, he has been outsmarting the elders in his family since childhood, which makes him different. "Cough, senior sister, do you have a map of this area?" Zhou Luren avoids the explanation and shifts the conversation. "What do you need a map for?" "Just curious." Jingya inquires without suspicion. "I want to see the location of my home," Zhou Luren says, a hint of barely perceptible sorrow flashing in his eyes, quickly vanishing as he explains to Jingya. However, this does not escape Jinjia's keen eyes. Looking at Zhou Luren, who appears to be only 7 or 8 years old, her hint of jealousy gradually dissipates, replaced by a touch of pity. Her gaze softens as she says gently, "Of course we have that, it's in the library. Would you like me to take you there?" Zhou Luren watches as Jingya suddenly becomes as gentle as water, feeling a chill in his heart. "Am I?" Hiss, this is not like senior sister Jingya at all. Zhou Luren is startled, waving his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. It's just a trivial matter. I want to disturb senior sister's quiet time." After saying that, he quickly asks for the location of the library and leaves hastily. What a sensible child. Jingya watches Zhou Luren's departing figure, feeling conflicted in her heart. It seems better to tease the little junior brother less in the future. But in doing so, the little joy that had finally arisen has vanished. Zhou Clan thinks to himself, thank you. Having obtained the information he sought, he leaves without looking back, descending from Mo Xuan Peak and heading toward the library. Outside the library, Zhou Clan approaches with a swagger. As a disciple of an elder, he must act openly and above board. He presents his identity to the disciples guarding the library, explains his purpose, and steps inside. Upon seeing the token hanging at Zhou Clan's waist, a disciple who was browsing books in the library is taken aback. He is indeed a personal disciple of an elder. Among them are a few disciples who entered the sect around the same time as Zhou Clan. At this moment, they look at Zhou Clan with complex expressions, yet they do not make any irrational moves. Once inside, their statuses differ. They may barely qualify to enter, but their treatment is worlds apart, let alone being personally taught by an elder. Even basic cultivation knowledge must be sought out in this library. The library does not contain any cultivation methods or spells, but it has plenty of general knowledge about the cultivation world, including information on spiritual materials, precious materials, and elixirs, as well as many strange tales. The few disciples with complex expressions avoid Zhou Clan's gaze when it falls upon them, afraid to make eye contact. As for Jiang Weiru and the brocade-clad youth, they are not present here. Jiang Weiru has become a disciple under the Xianxia sect's leader, personally taught by them, while the brocade-clad youth has been taken as a disciple by Elder Hui, having walked the longest path in the quest for his heart apart from Zhou Clan. With Zhou Clan's presence, the two are striving hard, not wanting to fall too far behind him, diligently receiving guidance in their respective peaks. Boring. Zhou Clan pouts, no longer paying attention to them, as he prioritizes his own business. He picks up a book from the shelf and begins to read carefully. After a long while, Zhou Clan's eyes light up with joy as he manages to secure the map he sought. He registers it with the guarding disciple and returns to Mo Xuan Peak. That night, Mo Xuan meticulously cross-references the map Zhou Clan retrieved from the library with the details recorded on the fragment. Although the two maps differ in their creation time techniques and levels of detail, with the previous exploration, the combination of three sources brings joy to Mo Xuan's heart. He has a strong feeling that he will soon achieve something. After a thorough examination, Mo Xuan melds into the night, disappearing from sight. Zhou Clan puts away the map, preparing to return it tomorrow.